Chapter 72. The Wood Spirit Dragon. Oh well. The Snow Woman's cheeks flushed slightly, momentarily a loss for words. She did not know how to respond. It was Chen Yu who broke the silence and inquired, "Have you also joined the official ranks?" The Snow Woman discreetly exhaled in relief and nodded. "Indeed, my parents have advised that in such an era, relying on the state is the wisest choice." "I see. That is indeed a prudent decision." The official entities of each nation can generally absorb nearly half of their domestic talents, making it the optimal choice for the majority of players. Particularly in Huaxia, the figure can reach around 80%. At the onset of the game, these gifted players will largely replace the older high-ranking individuals, emerging as new power holders. Of course, circumstances can vary, and subsequently, a small fraction of players may opt to disengage from the official structure and pursue independent development. With your talents, you could strive for greater resources. There is no need to remain confined in a small town. Chen Yu's words were directed at the Snow Woman, yet also served as a cautionary reminder to Chen Shi. Both of them possess significant potential, and they must seize opportunities as they arise. The current leaderboard has been in a state of constant flux ever since that inexplicable phenomenon appeared. The top 10 has even ascended to level 13. This clearly indicates that nations are indeed in a hurry, for there is no time to waste. At that point, one can only wonder how many souls will meet their demise in the wilderness. Moreover, the number of towns being unsealed on the map has become too numerous to count. Chen Yu could only estimate that there are at least several thousand. Huaxia has heeded his advice and slowed its pace of unsealing, but other nations are not inclined to do so. In their quest for greater resources, they are fervently unsealing towns. For it is only through such actions that more formidable monsters and dungeons will emerge in succession. Yang Changlong had recently sent him a message regarding this matter. He mentioned that the country is negotiating with powerful nations, such as the United States and Russia, to decelerate its efforts. Unbeknownst to them, the group had returned to the icy town. A flash of light flickered. Chen Yu, Chen Shi, and the Snow Woman vanished in succession. They had resolved to head to the official headquarters and dedicate themselves to self-improvement. Chen Yu, on the other hand, arrived at the wood forest town as previously discussed by the others. This time, he had shed his iconic black robe and donned a more ordinary attire. This change was primarily due to his weariness of attracting undue attention the moment he landed. He navigated through the crowd, beginning to gather information. The town has developed to encompass an area of approximately 50 to 60 miles. Without a clear direction, it would still be somewhat time-consuming. Wood Forest Town is located not far from Starry Town and was unsealed relatively recently. Currently, the dungeons have been breached by the officials, and powerful monsters have been cleared. It remains uncertain if dragons will still appear. Healing herbs. They can effectively restore health and strength. Available for just 5 lucky points each. Ordinary items on sale, satisfaction guaranteed, with a one-day no-questions-asked return policy. I'll take 2 bottles of potions for mental recovery. Hey, let me have a look at that sword. To Wood Forest Town. Let us hurry and not allow others to get a head start. Chen Yu had no intention of engaging in slaughter and preferred to remain inconspicuous. Thus, he cast aside his golden armor. Now, no player would linger long on his presence. He did, however, notice a considerable number of Dragon Tamers within the town. There were also many official personnel stationed here, attending to various matters. Chen Yu opened the town's leaderboard and, as customary, began to browse, only to suddenly spot several familiar names. Wu Kai, Zhang Yuanjia, Lu Yuntao. A few noteworthy individuals are here. Aside from these few, as Chen Yu gazed at the names of the top contenders, he couldn't help but smile. A rather amusing fellow had also found his way to Wood Forest Town. He did not rush to seek out the dragon. Instead, he meandered about the quaint town, successfully gathering a wealth of valuable information. It turned out that Musen Town indeed harbored a dragon, albeit not a colossal one, but rather a wood spirit dragon belonging to the subdragon species. Due to its relatively gentle disposition compared to other dragons, it attracted numerous dragon tamers who had yet to bond with the dragon. In truth, Chen Yu had been pondering whether, given the scarcity of colossal dragons, he should contract some subdragon species to safeguard his future abode. However, upon reflection, he realized that he lacked the time to elevate the levels of these subdragons. If that were the case, their levels would lag behind, rendering the concept of guarding merely a trivial experience easily acquired by formidable players. With a sigh, Chen Yu resolved to investigate further. The wood spirit dragon, while not as formidable as the average subdragon, fell under the categories of healing, restoration, and life, and he currently found himself in dire need of healing capabilities. 3 dragons had sustained injuries, and he had summoned Chen Yu each time. Should it be feasible, contracting a dragon solely for healing purposes would be quite advantageous. Why couldn't it have been a life spirit dragon? Chen Yu muttered to himself, his tone imbued with profound regret. The life spirit dragon, among all creatures, including countless supporting entities, is unparalleled in its healing prowess. If he could indeed contract a life spirit dragon, he would dare to usher in the true arrival of the divine domain game. Wasn't it merely a matter of chance? Who would fear whom? Alas, it was a pity that it was not so. Life spirit dragons were exceedingly rare. Among the 32 colossal dragons, only one existed. Due to its excessively potent auxiliary effects, the Dragon Tamer who contracted it soon met a mysterious demise, both man and dragon alike. Following a group of seemingly prepared Dragon Tamers, Chen Yu swiftly arrived at a secluded grove deep within the forest. Towering ancient trees were abundant here, their sprawling branches and foliage seemingly capable of obscuring the very sky. Upon entering, one could immediately sense a rich vitality permeating the air. Scattered around were low-tier herbs, some quite precious, valued at a dozen lucky points. Immersed in this environment, all fatigue seemed to dissipate, and even some hidden injuries were gradually mending. We discovered the wood spirit dragon first. You lot, get out of our town. A multitude of players had gathered in this locale. No one paid heed to the surroundings. They were all engaged in a tense standoff. Chen Yu perched upon a tree branch, and upon surveying the scene, he realized that the crowd had split into several factions. Groups of 2 or 3 huddled together, seemingly vying for something. Upon closer inspection, he found that Wu Kai and others were among them. Blocking their path, it appeared that someone was attempting to mediate. We were on the verge of success, and it's all your fault. One Dragon Tamer exclaimed angrily, directing his ire towards several officials. As residents of Musen Town, do you intend to side with outsiders? Success my foot. You lot have been driven to a disheveled retreat by the wood spirit dragon. Were it not for us, you would have long ago met your demise. A disgruntled outsider retorted. Speaking of which, we might even be considered your saviors. Haven't you heard of gratitude? Ha! The individual spat contemptuously. I repay kindness with enmity. Do we ask for your help? Everyone, shall we not sit down and discuss this matter? Wu Kai interjected. As a member of the administrative team assigned to Musen Town, he certainly wished to avoid internal conflict among his compatriots. The wood spirit dragon is at least level 10, boasting immense strength. Only by combining our efforts can we hope to contend with it. None of us can tackle it alone. Lu Yuntao suggested, why don't we first unite to subdue the wood spirit dragon and then deliberate? You speak as if it were so simple. There are at least 100 dragon tamers here. But who will take the dragon? Who desires to be a mere bystander? Who doesn't aspire to be as invincible as a dragon lord? As their arguments continued, a sudden roar erupted from the depths of the grove. Chen Yu stood elevated, his gaze extending far. Although much of his view was obscured by foliage, he nevertheless discerned the scene clearly, aided by his formidable mental acuity. Chapter 73, The Young Mouse. Deep within the dense thicket, a chaotic melee was unfolding. A verdant, 4-legged creature resembling a lizard, crowned with 2 gnarled branches and sporting wing-like appendages, was being besieged by a myriad of attacks. Surrounding it were not only various monstrous entities, but also individuals of diverse ethnicities engaged in the fray. Most players stood frozen, astonished, as the monsters appeared to be assisting the players in their assault on the wood spirit dragon. This was an anomaly. Typically, monsters would not turn on one another in the presence of players, but rather unite to confront them. Yet, this scene shattered that expectation. Furthermore, the battlefield was not merely chaotic. It seemed to be divided into 3 factions. The wood spirit dragon appeared to be under the command of a Chinese man, flanked by 3 monsters, while 7 or 8 individuals of African descent were also embroiled in combat. The situation was utterly bewildering. Damn, my meticulously crafted plan is nearly handed to you. The Chinese man, of modest stature yet possessing a shrewd appearance, was surprisingly able to control the 3 monsters. 2 were dispatched to confront the wood spirit dragon, while 1 faced off against several of the African fighters. Ah, it's really him. Chen Yu, with arms crossed, recognized the man. Wait, there seems to be some commotion inside. Perhaps someone is there. Let's investigate. At that moment, other dragon tamers also heard the sounds and shifted their gazes, rushing toward the source. Wu Kai and his companions followed suit into the fray, only to find themselves momentarily stunned. Young Mouse, what are you doing? One of the Dragon Tamers recognized the Chinese man, as some of them had been brought along by him. However, they were at odds with the foreign Dragon Tamers outside. How could he be present here? An unsettling thought crept into their minds. Fortunately, at that moment, the young mouse shouted, "Come help me. These black fellows are trying to claim our wood spirit dragon." "No, that's not right. He's deceiving us," the African fighters shouted in broken Chinese. Suddenly, the young mouse erupted with speed, performing a kick that sent one of them flying, indignantly exclaiming, "You will not sow discord among our compatriots." He then turned to his companions. "Brothers, the wood spirit dragon is a brother to us all. We cannot let them benefit from it. Indeed, we shall not let foreigners profit." The multitude of Dragon Tamers echoed, failing to question why the three formidable monsters were present. "Those are black fellows." One particularly incensed Dragon Tamer, upon seeing his foes, drew a 2-meter-long blade and charged forward. "Let us go. Cut them down." With his lead, all the Dragon Tamers rallied in unison, brandishing their weapons with fervor. Meanwhile, the young mouse stealthily approached the wood spirit dragon, declaring, "Brothers, leave the most dangerous task to me. You just focus on fighting." Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, the young mouse formed a seal and, mimicking the wood spirit dragon's appearance, created an identical mark. Roar. The level 10 wood spirit dragon, entangled with 3 similarly ranked monsters, was oblivious to this mark. As soon as it was inscribed, the young mouse's eyes gleamed with joy. A flash of golden light erupted as an ancient parchment descended from the heavens, an official contract. "What are you doing, young mouse?" The crowd turned, momentarily bewildered. They quickly realized that the young mouse was attempting to contract the wood spirit dragon. "Impossible. Young mouse, didn't you claim you weren't a dragon tamer? How can you contract it?" Ignoring their bewilderment, the young mouse guided the wood spirit dragon's paw to the mark he had inscribed. He had summoned so many dragon tamers to exhaust the wood spirit dragon, and this was precisely his aim. Unbeknownst to him, a chilling voice echoed in his ear, causing his scalp to prickle with dread. Suddenly, a blinding flash of a blade sliced through the air, akin to a hand emerging from the darkness. It was an assassin. The young mouse sensed the danger too late. This was the crucial moment of the contract, and why must it be interrupted now? Clang! A metallic clash resounded. To his astonishment, the anticipated attack had not struck him. Instead, an unfamiliar figure had intervened, blocking the blow. The assailant wore a mask, concealing their identity. "Thank you, brother," the young mouse exclaimed gratefully. "What are you doing, young mouse?" At this moment, the Dragon Tamers battling the Africans noticed the floating contract. They froze for a second, then jolted back to reality. "Young mouses." Without hesitation, the young mouse grasped the wood spirit dragon's paw and pressed it against the contract. The parchment radiated a brilliant light before vanishing, signifying his successful binding. Everyone stood momentarily dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Chen Yu effortlessly intercepted the African assassin's assault. With one failed strike, the assassin retreated, vanishing back into the fray without uttering a word. As the crowd stared at the young mouse, they struggled to comprehend how he had succeeded. When did contracting a dragon become so effortless? And why? Young mouse, you clearly stated that you were not a dragon tamer. How could you contract the wood spirit dragon? Many of the dragon tamers present were those he had rallied, initially believing him when he claimed to know a dragon's location and sought to form a hunting party. For dragon tamers, how could one hunt a dragon without contracting it? Thus, they had lent him their utmost trust, pooling all their luck points to follow him in pursuit of the dragon. Now, they realized they had unwittingly become mere pawns in his scheme. Contract successful. The young mouse exhaled, his expression brimming with pride as he proclaimed, "I did not deceive you. I am indeed not a dragon tamer, but my vocation is that of a beast tamer, a higher echelon, with the wood spirit dragon among them." A total of 4 creatures stood regally behind the young mouse. A beast tamer. Several exchanged glances as Wu Kai and his official companions stepped forward. "Impossible. What do you mean by advancement? Beast tamers cannot contract dragon-type monsters. That is a fundamental trait of their profession. If that were the case, there would be no need for the dragon tamer class. And how could a beast tamer contract so many creatures?" The young mouse shrugged. "Other beast tamers may not be capable. What does that concern me? As long as I can, that's enough." He had contracted 3 monsters alongside a dragon, each of a different species. Such a feat was unprecedented. The 3 monsters included a sleek, ebony gorilla, an enormous porcupine, and a colossal python stretching 8 to 9 meters in length. As they deliberated, the group of Africans was not idle. They too sought the wood spirit dragon, originally believing they could undermine the competition. Little did they know, their plans had all unraveled. Had the assassin's strike managed to eliminate the young mouse, the tides would have turned entirely. Yet, unexpectedly, another figure had intervened. "One mage. Let us see how many you can protect." Chen Yu casually drew a wand to defend himself, causing the assassin to mistakenly believe he was facing a mage. As is widely known, mages are merely fragile beings. Chapter 74. What path does a mage tread? A mage dares to flaunt his courage before me, an assassin. The black assassin sneered, stealthily maneuvering behind Chen Yu. At that moment, he noticed that Chen Yu's gaze had locked onto him with uncanny precision, and then he drew forth a gleaming, formidable blade. Wait, brother. What path are you, a mage, traversing? With a swift motion, the blade sliced through the air, and less than 3 meters away, the black assassin materialized, only to find a crimson line of blood extending from his crown downwards. His eyes gradually lost focus, unable to utter a single word, before he collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. One strike. The arena fell into a profound silence. That assassin was a formidable level 10 warrior. To think he could be so effortlessly dispatched with a single blow? At this moment, the onlookers, including the rat and the Dragon Tamer, ceased their laughter, and even the black men fell silent. A singular thought resonated. Is this truly a mage? Cough, cough. Dear brother, you are indeed gallant and striking. Your swordsmanship unparalleled in this realm. The rat, standing behind Chen Yu, hastily lavished praise. Though Chen Yu had saved him, they shared no camaraderie. If Chen Yu were to be displeased, a casual swipe of his blade could easily spell doom for him. Despite feeling that his own strength had recently surged, he knew he could not withstand more than a few strikes. In that moment, Chen Yu turned to regard him. In truth, he held little interest in the wood spirit dragon, but was quite intrigued by the rat. This cunning trickster, in the future, would found the Golden Rat Chamber of Commerce and become the most formidable guild in a certain region of Huaxia. Interestingly, the rat himself often downplayed his small ventures, deeming them insignificant. He refused to call it a guild, instead presenting it as a chamber of commerce, thereby amassing wealth from various sources. In terms of resources, he was not inferior to the actual major guilds. From this perspective, it was evident that this fellow was indeed talented. One must not judge a book by its cover. Furthermore, his strength and talent were genuinely commendable. A beast tamer can contract multiple creatures. Is this not a miniature version of Chen Yu? Yet, there exists an essential disparity between a beast tamer and a dragon tamer. The former belongs to the support category, while the latter is a warrior class. Although unsure of the rat's specific talents, it could be inferred that they were not simplistic. It was rumored that the rat once had various powerful monsters guarding him. I am grateful for your life-saving grace, esteemed one. In the future, I shall surely repay this debt. The rat, feeling somewhat unnerved under Chen Yu's gaze, quickly expressed his gratitude. After all, a powerhouse capable of dispatching a level 10 player with a single strike must be at least level 12 or 13, right? These are all among the top 100 strongest. Would they really care about what he said? Of course, one must still be polite. As they prepared to depart, Chen Yu replied, very well. I shall come to find you shortly. Good, huh? The rat stood there, petrified. What did he just hear? The esteemed one is looking for him? For what purpose? Yet, given that the other had said so, could he dare to refute? He could only nod repeatedly, affirming, yes. Yes. However, there was a silver lining to this. Damn it, this rat, leading us around in circles. I truly want to give him a good thrashing. Hey, don't be impulsive. Did you not hear what the esteemed one said? He seems to value the rat quite highly. Someone interjected quickly. Chen Yu's words, like an invisible shield, inadvertently produced a multitude of unforeseen effects. The few black men, sensing the unfavorable situation, began to retreat quietly. You think you can escape? With a temporary immunity from death, the rat shouted, pointing at the fleeing blacks. Had it not been for them, he would have successfully contracted a monster by now. Charge! Boom! For creatures surged towards the black men. Some dragon tamers, having gathered their wits, also began to pursue. Since they had come this far, they could not leave empty-handed. A few strikes might even yield some experience. In response to this situation, Wu Kai and the others, who had recently cried out against infighting, leisurely began to whistle, seemingly oblivious. By the way, esteemed one, may I inquire as to your identity? Just as they were about to ask about the esteemed one's identity, they turned to see that Chen Yu had already vanished from sight. TSK, such an esteemed one truly appears and disappears like a wraith, Lu Yuntao remarked. Suddenly, he recalled his good father. By the way, I wonder how Chen Yu is faring. He seemed to be around level 5 or 6 a week ago. I wonder what level he is now. Since joining the official ranks, they had been dispatched to handle various affairs. Their level progression had been steady, with each reaching level 8. Thanks to the silver and red items Chen Yu had provided through Qin Shi, they were not daunted even by level 9s. Rest assured, that lad Chen Yu was able to provide us with such fine equipment. How could his own guild be lacking? Zhang Yuanjie chuckled. Besides, you know well what level his sister is. How could he fall short? It is curious, though, why has Chen Yu concealed his identity all this time? As the matters here concluded, The group made their way back to the town, discussing along the way. Lu Yuntao, it is indeed strange. Why has Chen Yu kept his identity hidden? Could it be that it is so formidable as to instill fear? Wu Kai, I believe Chen Yu behaves this way to prevent endangering those around him, such as his sister. As they were speaking, they suddenly halted in their tracks. Gazing incredulously at the figure ahead, Chen Yu revealed his true visage, smiling. What is this? Have you forgotten me? A visit without a few words simply will not do. Oh ho, you still remember us. They rushed over, one of them playfully punching him. We were just talking about you, and here you appear. Speak. Is it some sort of telepathic connection? Chen Yu, get lost. I only have a telepathic connection with beautiful women. You rascal, haha. They found a clear spot to chat for a while, sharing their recent happenings. Undoubtedly, one was entirely focused on monster hunting. 3 were all about completing quests. One had even snagged a minor official title. Speaking of which, my dear sons, let us see what gifts your old father has prepared for you. Chen Yu produced 3 items, each of which was an exclusive equipment piece for their respective professions. All were of golden quality. These were hastily crafted by Chen Yu before his departure, utilizing the smelting furnace. During the process, his face had darkened considerably, as it took nearly 30 items to forge these 3 pieces. Holy cow, my eyes are blinded, the 3 exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, embracing their respective items with fervor. These items are specifically tailored to our professions. 1 is acceptable, but 3. Zhang Yuanjia marveled. Chen Yu, how many monsters did you have to slay to obtain these? Not many. Just good fortune, I suppose. Chen Yu replied with a feigned smile. After chatting for a while. Not long after, Chen Shi messaged Chen Yu. This was a dossier detailing the official's knowledge of various towns. It included information on powerful monsters exceeding level 10 and newly emerged silver or golden dungeons. This was something Chen Yu had specifically instructed Chen Shi to compile not long ago. The monsters had nearly matured, and with the largest information network at hand, it would be foolish not to utilize it. A clear target had emerged. Chen Yu no longer squandered time. After following a few individuals back to the quaint town, his figure promptly vanished. Welcome, Dragon Master, to Wind and Thunder Town. The Frost Giant Dragon and the Ancient Flame Dragon were poised for their evolution, and naturally, the Thunder Prison Battle Dragon could not be outdone. Thus, he had specifically ventured here for a golden dungeon of the lightning attribute. Chapter 75, Wings of Wind and Thunder. The town where Chen Yu landed, as its name suggests, was a haven for wind and thunder professions. These 2 categories of professions are often synonymous with formidable power. The overall skill level of players here generally surpassed that of ordinary towns. It was common to encounter players of levels 5 and 6, with those of levels 7 and 8 also frequently seen. Boom. Suddenly, a dazzling white light streaked across the distant horizon, reminiscent of a thunderbolt. The players in the town appeared unfazed, as if accustomed to such phenomena, continuing their activities without a care. As usual, Chen Yu opened the leaderboard, and unsurprisingly, the strongest player in Wind and Thunder Town was ranked within the top 100. Codename, Thunderzhenzi. He had reached level 12. At such a critical juncture, changes on the leaderboard occurred with remarkable speed, particularly among the top 100. These individuals represented the mid to high tier forces of various nations, having received preferential resources since the emergence of the prophecy. Whether to cultivate the strongest or to secure a place for their nation in the future, most had not attained this level through their own efforts. Thunderzhenzi was different. He had not joined any official organization, yet he still possessed the strength to enter the top 100, indicating just how formidable he truly was. Boom. In the distance, another thunderous sound echoed. Chen Yu gazed into the distance and seemed to glimpse a figure amidst the ominous thunderclouds. Without hesitation, he summoned the Thunder Prison Battle Dragon and soared into the sky. You have triggered the Thundercloud Dungeon, Golden. This is a special dungeon where you must endure 99 lightning strikes. You may exit after any strike, with no tangible rewards. Rewards will be calculated upon completing the dungeon. Good luck. This. Chen Yu chuckled. Was it truly that simple? For a level 17 lightning mage like him, what could golden level lightning strikes possibly entail? Let us proceed and indulge in a refreshing experience. He patted the Thunder Prison Battle Dragon, and together, they plunged into the boundless mass of thunderclouds. Upon entering, he discovered that many players were already present, including numerous official personnel. Ah, for heaven's sake, I shall never return. Damn it, we are exiting, I want to leave. 22 strikes, 23 strikes, 24 strikes. My constitution has increased by over 200 points. Haha, I've profited. I'm done playing. Most of those present were lightning attribute professions, and even they were wailing in agony. One can only imagine the suffering of other professions. Boom. As soon as Chen Yu entered, the thunderclouds churned above him, and with a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning descended. Huh, not even the width of a finger. Who do you think you are? He felt around, and discerned no substantial sensation akin to a mere mosquito bite. The Thunder Prison Battle Dragon, exhibiting a more human-like demeanor, scratched its ear with its claw. The lightning it expelled was several times more potent than this strike. A golden dungeon should not be so simplistic. Onward. Though amused, Chen Yu did not underestimate the challenge. He urged his dragon onward, unceasingly advancing deeper into the dungeon. Crackle. The journey was a spectacle of sparks and lightning, leaving onlookers bewildered. Wait, who charges through a dungeon like this? Aren't you supposed to endure each strike, pushing yourself to the limit, interspersed with memories, roaring to become stronger, to protect everything, and ultimately break through your limits? Dude, you're nothing like a typical protagonist. Is this a refreshing narrative protagonist? Oh no, I am a stunned NPC. In the midst of their astonishment, the cries of pain echoed around them. How could anyone dare to be distracted against such onslaughts, as if they found the strikes insufficient? Chen Yu remained oblivious to their thoughts, enduring 50 strikes before feeling anything significant. Upon reaching the 51st strike, the lightning was intermingled with wind blades. The intensity not merely a step up, but a transition from easy mode to hell mode. Chen Yu did not rush forward. Instead, he took a moment to assess. This dungeon could not merely be about enduring lightning strikes, could it? Another lightning strike, now mixed with wind blades. Chen Yu concentrated deeply, sensing an enhancement in his constitution. Although the boost was minimal for him, it was a substantial boon for others. This enhancement was fundamental. It meant that as long as one could endure, the benefits would be everlasting. No wonder. He began to comprehend the nature of the enhancements spoken of by the others. Viewed in this light, this dungeon far surpassed other one-time dungeons. Although lacking intangible rewards such as items or spirit objects, it allowed for continuous incremental improvements, and most importantly, as long as one acted within their limits, there was no risk of death. It was no surprise that players from Wind and Thunder Town were so formidable. With such a treasure trove, it would be difficult not to grow strong. Onward. Chen Yu was eager to discover how far he could advance. The Thunder Prison Battle Dragon radiated with electric sparks, its eyes gleaming with excitement, as if it had returned home. It sensed opportunities for enhancement ahead. It had sworn a dragon's oath to surpass the ancient flame dragon and to outshine that foolish dragon. And this opportunity was right before its eyes. Whoosh. Upon reaching the 60th strike, the forces of wind and thunder surged exponentially. By the 70th strike, Chen Yu found himself compelled to employ his strength to resist, wary of accepting the blows lightly. Upon reaching the 80th strike, he encountered a familiar figure, exactly the person he had seen from afar in the town, prompting his journey here. You are Thunder Jinzi, with wind and thunder wings sprouting from his back, bathed in lightning, as if thoroughly relishing this thunderous baptism. Upon seeing Chen Yu, he too was taken aback. Aside from him, another had managed to reach this point, and the relaxed expression on his face signaled that he was no ordinary player. Thunder Jinzi? Chen Yu recognized him. His reputation was well established, both in the past and present. He had always been a solitary figure, even more so than Chen Yu, endowed with the moonlight-gray dual wings of wind and thunder. His original class was a unique warrior profession known as Thunder Officer. His innate talent allowed him to master a wind-type profession, making him one of the few dual profession players. He had achieved many dazzling accomplishments. You must be the Dragon Master ranked first on the leaderboard, right? After a brief contemplation, Thunder Jinzi identified Chen Yu, exclaiming that seeing him in person was far more impressive than mere hearsay, and standing here, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Were it not for the thunderclouds surrounding them, he would have relished a contest with Chen Yu. Your reputation is also quite notable. Chen Yu offered a courteous remark, but refrained from elaborating further. As they continued forward, Thunder Jinzi spoke. Dragon Master, I believe you can discern the value of this dungeon. Are you not concerned about depleting its resources? Seeing Chen Yu delve deeper, he could not help but voice his thoughts. He too had the capability to advance further. While he might not guarantee success, he certainly had some confidence. Yet, recalling the value of the dungeon, he ultimately refrained from doing so. If the dungeon exists, countless will benefit. If it vanishes, only one shall reap the rewards. Who would have thought you to be so considerate of others? Could Chen Yu possibly be oblivious to his intentions? Thus, he did not pursue the completion of this instance, but rather, with a thunderous roar, the Thunder Prison War Dragon soared forth, vanishing into the most terrifying storm of lightning. Chen Yu sprouted 2 illusory wings of thunder, refraining from joining the fray, choosing instead to observe quietly as the Thunder Prison War Dragon writhed amidst the storm clouds, seeking to harness the destructive power of the lightning to undergo its transformation. Chapter 76, naturally lacking in laughter. As the Thunder Prison War Dragon transformed, Chen Yu could not remain idle. The lightning possessed the ability to temper the physique of players, himself included, though his physical form already surpassed that of most. Who would squander such an opportunity? Stripping away his outer armor and various enhancement and defensive items, Chen Yu charged into another pool of lightning without a moment's hesitation. Of course, it was not the same one as the Thunder Prison War Dragons. Do not be mistaken, he was not averse to pain, merely unwilling to interfere with the dragon's process. However, in the next moment, what the hell? The instant Chen Yu entered, numerous bolts of lightning, each as thick as an arm, descended with a thunderous crash. In the blink of an eye, he was charred black, his hair standing on end. Nearby, Lei Zhenzi could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. He was likely the only one to witness the Dragon Lord in such a disheveled state. Yet soon after, he was met with a gaze so piercing it could be deemed lethal. Is it amusing? Chen Yu curled his lips into a grin, revealing a set of pearly whites. Not at all. It is not amusing in the slightest. Lei Zhenzi waved his hands repeatedly, declaring with righteous indignation, to be honest, my sense of humor is quite elevated. I am inherently not one to smile. Is that so? Chen Yu glanced at the lightning coalescing above him and drew forth his staff. A deep purple glow emanated. And before he could cast a spell, the storm clouds above seemed to churn even more violently. As Chen Yu raised his staff high, acting as a lightning rod of sorts, the surrounding storm clouds thickened, and an even greater surge of lightning erupted. What is this? Lei Zhenzi was taken aback, sensing an ominous premonition. With a knowing look, Chen Yu turned towards Lei Zhenzi. Aren't you going to run? Countless bolts of lightning thundered down, their numbers far surpassing those of before. In an astonishing display, Chen Yu held his staff aloft, breaking free from the storm cloud area. Yet, rather than dissipating, the lightning seemed to curve and pursue him. Lei Zhenzi's eyes widened, internally exclaiming, what an audacious vow. With a face so dark, if he were struck, he would be reduced to mere fragments. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed that Chen Yu was drawing closer. Furrowing his brow, Lei Zhenzi hastily warned, brother, run that way. The lightning is milder over there. Unfazed, Chen Yu pressed forward, as if the lightning behind him was drawn to him, coalescing into an even more formidable force. His smile faded, and without hesitation, he flapped his dual wings of wind and thunder, sprinting away. What the hell? Dragon Lord, what are you planning? I am aiding you in becoming stronger. Nonsense. You are the number one on the leaderboard. Can you not possess a modicum of tolerance? Is it so outrageous to have laughed once? Admit that you laughed. Though Chen Yu had sustained little injury, his hair was singed and his expression grim as he chased after the flapping Lei Zhenzi. Behind them, a torrent of silver lightning surged, resembling a vast sea. Even a glancing blow would be far from pleasant for Chen Yu. Holding his staff, he continued to employ the lightning attraction technique. This skill, originally designed to amplify the power of other lightning-based skills, was unattainable in the outside world. But now, within an instance composed of lightning itself, this maneuver was deadlier than any other. With crackling sounds, two agonized cries echoed, as both Chen Yu and Lei Zhenzi, merely grazing the edges of the lightning, could not help but howl in pain. Chen Yu grimaced. His predictions were accurate. Even he found it intolerable. Lei Zhenzi fared worse. With half of his wind wings rendered illusory, as if they might shatter, his entire body bore no unscathed area, his attire tattered beyond recognition. A sight too pitiful to behold. As the thunder rumbled, the two resumed their frantic escape. Gritting his teeth, Lei Zhenzi mentally cursed Chen Yu's ancestors through 18 generations. Of course, he dared not voice such thoughts, fearing the wrath of the Dragon Lord. Hey, look over there. Is that Lei Zhenzi? He is being chased by lightning. My goodness, such thick bolts. The person behind him. Could it be that fierce individual from before? Who knows? We are too far away to see clearly. As they fled further outward, they encountered more and more players. Many witnessed the spectacle, gazing in trepidation at the tree-trunk-thick bolts of lightning, prompting them to hastily retreat. Ah, Dragon Yu. No, what is this never-ending? Dragon Lord. I will fight you. Gradually, as Chen Yu adeptly manipulated the lightning, he was able to direct it accurately towards Lei Zhenzi. The cries of anguish echoed. But Chen Yu remained silent, merely continuing his onslaught. Finally, feeling it was sufficient, Chen Yu ceased his attack. Lei Zhenzi, charred and tattered, was nearly unrecognizable. Yet, as Chen Yu had noted, being struck by lightning here was not necessarily a misfortune. Lei Zhenzi's aura had not diminished. Rather, it surged significantly during the process. He had already traversed through over 80 bolts of lightning. Chen Yu's deliberate attraction of even more powerful strikes had inadvertently tempered his physique. Yet, Lei Zhenzi remained displeased. No one would be happy after being relentlessly struck by lightning. Dragon Lord, I seek to duel with you. Driven to the brink, Lei Zhenzi, despite knowing he would likely lose, summoned his pride. Who among the top ranks lacked their own sense of dignity? What of the Dragon Lord? Today, he would make it clear that he was not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Fine, defeat my shadow first. Chen Yu felt quite at ease, but would not squander time on his opponent. Producing the shadow eye, He created an illusionary duplicate before once again stepping into the storm clouds. Enough of this nonsense. Serious matters must still be attended to. Damn it, Dragon Lord. You are insufferably arrogant. Fueled by fury, Lei Zhenzi charged forward. Yet, with a resounding smack, the shadow of Chen Yu kicked him away. Although the shadow, I could no longer replicate Chen Yu's full power, it was certainly beyond the capabilities of a mere 12th level player. Soon, numerous players witnessed a figure being struck repeatedly, yet still charging fearlessly towards the illusory shadow. Ah, this truly feels exhilarating. Chen Yu disregarded everything else, fully immersing himself in the refinement of his physique. The Thunder Prison War Dragon surged within the largest storm cloud, its deep purple scales swirling with lightning, bathing in the tempestuous storm. This process could last an indeterminate length of time, extending into the following day, with a tremendous roar echoing for kilometers. The Thunder Prison War Dragon emerged from the storm clouds, undergoing a significant transformation, its size increasing dramatically, and its body adorned with more sharp angles, appearing even more fearsome and terrifying. Two thorn-like dragon horns seemed poised to pierce the heavens. This spectacle would send shivers down anyone's spine, confronted with such a monstrous entity. Even the desire to engage in battle would be utterly extinguished. Chapter 77. An invitation to join the Dragon Nation Guild. This fearsome dragon. How could the Dragon Lord forge a pact with such a creature? This dragon was more terrifying than all the monsters I had encountered combined. No wonder the Dragon Lord held the title of the foremost. Throughout the day, they had already discerned Chen Yu's true identity. Simultaneously, they had uncovered a secret. The opponent was not merely a single dragon. Everyone was aware that the Dragon Lord commanded a frost giant dragon. Yet the formidable beast before them was evidently not of the ice element. Even the dullest among them could grasp this truth. Previously, there had been rumors that the Dragon Lord possessed more than one dragon. However, many Dragon Tamers had asserted that due to their profession's characteristics, a Dragon Tamer could bond with only one dragon, rendering such information ambiguous and difficult to validate. Yet now, doubt was no longer necessary, for the evidence lay starkly before them. The mere presence of one dragon was already so dreadfully formidable, one could scarcely fathom the true extent of the Dragon Lord's power. He had already demonstrated the capacity to kill in a small town. Disregarding all rules, he must have ascended to a level beyond our comprehension. Countless players found themselves momentarily lost in astonishment. Chen Yu had been waiting here for a couple of hours. He leapt into the air, the gleam of golden armor shimmering beneath his black robe. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, he sprang atop the massive head of the Thunder Prison War Dragon. The mark of the divine flame ancient dragon flickered on the back of his hand. Recently, it too had undergone a transformation. Roar! The Thunder Prison War Dragon let out a low growl, unable to contain its yearning for battle. However, despite its elevation in tier, its level still fell short of the divine flame ancient dragon by one rank. Unlike the players, where strength was not solely determined by level, in the realm of monsters, each level signified a substantial disparity, particularly between tiers. For instance, a level 15 gold tier monster and a level 16 platinum tier monster, despite being only one level apart, differed vastly in power. Should the Thunder Prison War Dragon encounter other level 14 monsters, its innate attributes and platinum tier superiority would allow it to dominate effortlessly. Alas, it faced a fellow divine flame ancient dragon, one capable of pinning it to the ground. No matter, we shall continue to grow stronger. One day, we shall vanquish that vile dragon. Chen Yu privately messaged the Thunder Prison War Dragon, urging it to remain calm. The deep purple eyes of the dragon shimmered with a human-like light. Humph, since the caretaker supports me, I shall allow that foolish dragon to revel for a few days. Ahem, little brother. Do not stoop to the level of the third brother. It would only reflect poorly on you. After all, he is just a mischievous child. Chen Yu adeptly soothed one side after another. Being a dragon tamer was no simple task. Fortunately, the frost giant dragon held no interest in participating in such trivial conflicts. Otherwise, he would truly be overwhelmed. During the day that the Thunder Prison War Dragon underwent its metamorphosis, the number of unsealed towns skyrocketed to tens of thousands. Huaxia still led the count, yet it was no longer overwhelmingly dominant. Although Chen Yu's words held significant weight, Huaxia had convened numerous meetings, hoping for cooperation from other nations. Regrettably, no nation was willing to comply. The rationale was simple, regardless of the weight of Chen Yu's words. The fact that Huaxia had entered the game days earlier than the others left them stifling their resentment. Huaxia had unsealed so many towns, and now spoke of slowing down. What a jest! Unsealing towns meant an unceasing influx of stronger monsters, which, while dangerous, also represented resources. Huaxia had plundered a significant portion of resources and now sought to prevent others from advancing. Nations like the United States, Russia, and Germany, among others, were unwilling to be overshadowed by Huaxia. Thus, they relentlessly expanded, indifferent to Huaxia's pleas. The situation left Huaxia in a state of helplessness. You do not listen. He does not listen. You advance. He advances. I cannot remain stagnant, can I? The higher-ups in Huaxia believed in Chen Yu's words, yet found themselves incapable of action. They could not willingly cede their advantages. Hence, this peculiar phenomenon ensued. During this time, Yang Changlong had sent him a message, inquiring about the reasoning behind the suggestion to slow the unsealing of towns. Chen Yu did not respond. How could he? Should he claim to possess foresight of the future? Shaking his head, Chen Yu chose to disregard it and focused on self-improvement. Ding ding. Brother, a level 15 monster has appeared, and reportedly, the presence of a platinum tier monster has also been detected. Chen Yu opened the message just sent by Chen Shi, his eyes lighting up instantly. Fortune had arrived at his doorstep. Was this not an opportunity for advancement? A casual hunt could guarantee him a level increase. Chen Yu promptly inquired about the location. Brother, the precise level 15 monster has been identified at Starry Town, and many strong players have gathered to collaborate in its hunt. As for the platinum tier monster, the information is unconfirmed. Some players claim to have seen a mountain-like behemoth at Stone Mountain Town, utterly fearsome. Chen Yu replied, understood. Be cautious while hunting with them. Keep your distance as much as possible. Brother, how did you know I would be going too? Of course. Why would I ignore a light priest capable of amplifying, damaging, and healing? Just because you are foolish does not imply the officials are. Humph. Brother, you scold me. You must provide a light-type item to make amends. You have sent 3 items to player Chen Shi. You have sent 10,000 lucky points to player Chen Shi. Huh. Thank you, my dear brother. To appease his sister, Chen Yu shook his head helplessly, not rushing to Stone Mountain Town to verify the authenticity of the news. Instead, he returned to Misty Town, for someone awaited him there. Welcome, Dragon Lord, to Misty Town. It was the Dragon Lord. He had returned. Huh. I wonder if the Dragon Lord will agree. But I have never heard of any player being so close to the Dragon Lord. Surely, he would not tarnish his reputation. The number of players in Misty Town was greater than ever. Many had not ventured out to hunt monsters, but were instead waiting in anticipation, just like him. Fu Long sat atop a colossal wolf head, measuring 2 to 3 meters in size. He was drenched in blood, both his and that of his foes, with wounds already scabbed over. Yet that was of little consequence. What mattered was that he emerged victorious. Upon seeing the Dragon Lord's arrival, Fu Long dragged the massive wolf head toward him, each step heavy with the weight of his burden. Dragon Lord, a level 10 monster. Fu Long spoke succinctly, not indulging in superfluous words. Chen Yu, TSK, it seems you possess considerable courage. Fu Long, a challenger is never lacking in bravery. Why do you wish to follow me? To grow stronger. Try again. Because I aspire to become the Dragon Lord in the hearts of certain individuals. The Dragon Lord invites Fu Long to join the Dragon Nation Guild. Do you accept? I accept. Chapter 78, President Long. Before Fu Long appeared a parchment, which was none other than the application for membership. As his palm rested upon it, a new name instantly appeared on Chen Yu's guild roster, along with his profession, level, attributes, invisible items, and other fundamental information. Witnessing Fu Long's successful induction into Chen Yu's guild, the surrounding players were filled with envy. Not to mention that those capable of founding a guild were already prominent figures in their own right. The mere mention of the title Dragon Master had long ignited the envy and admiration of countless individuals. The guild information of the Dragon Master had already surfaced, and many presumed he was poised to establish his own faction. Numerous players ranked in the thousands, even hundreds, had readied themselves, eager to face the guild's trials to join the guild ranked first on the leaderboard. Yet, time passed without any further word from the Dragon Master, leaving many disheartened and sighing in disappointment. Originally, they had harbored skepticism about Fu Long's ability to join, doubting he could complete the requisite task. Little did they know how formidable he truly was. A select few players had witnessed that intense battle, which was nothing short of a frenzy. Ultimately, victory hinged on Fu Long's reckless abandon, trading injury for injury. Despite the immense envy felt by many, they understood that such results were born from the opponent's desperate efforts. Nevertheless, a few still voiced their aspirations with a sense of hope. Dragon Master, I too wish to join your guild. May I inquire about the requirements? Me too. Dragon Master, I am ranked 1323. Do I stand a chance? The crowd clamored to promote themselves, among them a strikingly voluptuous healer, whose cascading white waves made her exceptionally conspicuous amidst the throng. Dragon Master, look at me. I possess a golden level talent and am a healer with ample healing capabilities. Upon hearing this, several nearby players cast their scrutinizing gazes upon her. Are those healing capabilities for real? Chen Yu, unfazed by their remarks, retrieved a long-prepared item. It was a long-handled battle axe, simple in design and dark red in hue. Just by looking at it, one could sense its immense power. And indeed, the reality matched the impression. Fearless battle axe, gold warrior class equipment, attack power 520, minimum damage per strike, characteristic of fearlessness, can integrate with the Challenger's battle intent. The greater the intent, the stronger the power, ignores true defense, maximum armor penetration 60, capable of inflicting explosive damage, equipment level 5. Indeed, this was an item exclusively for the Challenger profession, perfectly suited for Fulong, crafted from the fusion of 4 golden level items and 2 silver level items by Chen Yu. Naturally, he would not shortchange his only current member. After all, following him would inevitably involve life and death battles in the future. Woo-woo, the big shot lives up to his title. Even the welcome gift is a golden level item. Alas, I must take my leave. I can't bear to watch any longer, or my resolve will surely shatter. The surrounding players were consumed with jealousy, their envy palpable, yet they could only watch in astonishment. Fulong scratched his head, but did not accept the axe. Dragon Master, I follow you to grow stronger, not to reap any benefits. Chen Yu, maintaining a neutral expression, looked at the towering figure before him and said, forget it. Take it. The path to strength cannot be separated from the assistance of items. Moreover, do you think this is a gift for you? I am merely lending it to you. You must return it, perhaps with 3 pieces of equipment of equal rank, or 10 or 20 pieces of silver equipment. In any case, once you join my guild, you must contribute. Understood. I will do my utmost. Upon hearing this, Fulong finally accepted the item. You are currently level 10. To be honest, I could level you up. But the Challenger profession does not permit it. You should be aware of the environments that facilitate rapid advancement. Chen Yu began, smiling faintly. The rarity of this profession rivals that of the dragons. Currently, you are the only one before me, so what advice could I, a Dragon Tamer, possibly offer you? What I can do is ensure you are never lacking in useful items, allowing you to wield an imposing presence and a comprehensive repository of knowledge. Go forth. The Challenger is both a profession and a talent. Perhaps in the future, you will truly have the opportunity to stand before me and issue a genuine challenge. Thank you. President Long. Fulong nodded earnestly. In matters of life, though often regarded as a simpleton, he was inherently astute in combat. How could he not comprehend the Dragon Master's intentions? His profession was one that perpetually ascended to new heights. With those words, Fulong, gripping the battle axe, vanished from sight. President Long. Chen Yu chuckled. Shaking his head, he too had a day where he was referred to as president. Subsequently, he too disappeared. Boom. In a certain small town, the sounds of battle echoed relentlessly. Bai Yu, standing amidst a radiant white light and draped in a moonlit white robe, resembled a celestial fairy suspended in the air. Below, a colossal beast was firmly bound by shimmering chains of light. With a wave of her hand, Bai Yu cleaved down with a blade of moonlight. With a splatter, the monstrous head was severed in half, its health plummeting to the brink. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shi struck down with her light staff, delivering a decisive blow that felled the level 11 creature. Congratulations to you all. With the sound reverberating in their ears, everyone finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Chen Shi stowed her staff and took a moment to straighten her disheveled attire. This battle had been orchestrated to facilitate her swift growth, and as planned, she had successfully advanced to level 12. Thank you, Sister Bai Yu, and everyone else for your assistance. Chen Shi expressed her gratitude to the group. Bai Yu descended gracefully, smiling, no need for thanks. In the future, you too can aid them. Haha, I certainly will. After gathering the items from the ground, the group returned to the town, for they had an even more crucial mission ahead, hunting level 15 monsters. This was also to aid Chen Shi's advancement. Should her level be too low, her contributions would undoubtedly be limited. Sister Chen Shi, you truly are diligent. At your age, you must be the youngest among the top 100 ranks. Bai Yu casually remarked during their journey. Chen Shi smiled. Yet my brother still says I am not working hard enough. She covered her mouth once more, her eyes closing momentarily, feeling as though the sky had fallen. Brother, I am so sorry. Oh. Bai Yu's curious gaze fell upon her. Level 12, rank 96. Even before, that was already among the elite. Who could possibly claim that Sister Chen Shi was not diligent? In truth, they had long since discovered that Chen Shi harbored a secret. The frequent emergence of high-level items and potent skill books were not within her own means to acquire. During her induction, they had also conducted a brief investigation into each member's background. They discovered that Chen Shi's parents had perished in a car accident a year ago, leaving only the siblings to rely on one another. The sister had joined the guild long ago, but what of the brother? Chapter 79, the level 15 Golden Boss. Some claimed she did not strive. Such a tone indeed resembled that of a brother admonishing his sister. In light of this, does it not subtly indicate that Chen Shi's brother's rank, which is the name they uncovered, suggests that Chen Yu's level surpasses hers, and quite possibly by a significant margin. This can be ascertained, for Chen Shi's equipment is certainly not of ordinary caliber. She possesses several pieces of golden grade gear. Are such items easily obtainable by players of levels 10 or 11? Yet, among the top 100, there are numerous players whose identities remain ambiguous, including those from foreign lands. Who could they be? Chen Shi discreetly cast a glance at Baiyu beside her and quickly added, during a mission with my teammates. They often remarked that I lacked enthusiasm and was not proactive in battling monsters. Is that so? Baiyu chuckled, her eyes gleaming. You are the team leader. You must assert your authority. Age does not equate to ability. Indeed, I aspire to become as formidable as Sister Baiyu. Excellent. Having a goal is commendable. Baiyu remarked, then shifted the topic. How does your brother's level compare to mine? My brother, of course. Chen Shi was suddenly jolted awake. A chill running down her spine. Oh no, she had indeed gotten herself into trouble. It was not merely in front of the aloof, yet somewhat naive Snow Woman, but rather before the mightiest female player in Huaxia, Sister Baiyu. Unaware of the underlying tension, Baiyu continued, is he higher than me? Certainly not. Chen Shi immediately refuted, my brother, he isn't that strong, truly not strong at all. How could he possibly compare to Sister Baiyu? Oh, is that so? What level is your brother? The journey back felt interminably long for Chen Shi. He is probably around level 11 or 12. Is that so? Then why isn't he your brother Chen Yu joined the official ranks? With such a level, he could easily serve as a commander. Moreover, if memory serves, I don't think I've encountered your brother yet. Baiyu's expression turned serious. This is unacceptable. As your guardian, he should be more concerned. I must have a serious talk with him. Huh. Chen Shi was flabbergasted. How had they gone from discussing levels to the prospect of meeting her brother after just a few sentences? Sister Baiyu, there's no need for that. My brother cares for me a lot. He just dislikes being constrained, which is why he hasn't joined the official ranks. Chen Shi hastily declined, thinking it a joke. If they were to meet, her brother might not reveal himself, but her own head would surely be metaphorically cracked open. I see, as long as he is concerned. Since your brother is unwilling to join the official ranks, we cannot force him, can we? Baiyu chose not to probe further, leaving the matter there. After all, the scope had narrowed down to a level that could be investigated independently. After exchanging a few more words, they finally returned to Stardust Town. Chen Shi sighed in relief and hurriedly bid Baiyu farewell. Phew, Sister Baiyu is truly perceptive. Perhaps I should go find Snow Woman instead. Everyone is aware of the objective this time. To hunt that level 15 golden boss. Wow, level 15. I've yet to hear of anyone defeating one, right? Is this not the strongest monster to have appeared thus far? Who can say? However, just take a look at the Dragon Lord's level. His dragon should be no weaker than these monsters. Stardust Town was bustling with activity, as many renowned and named powerhouses had gathered. Groups of 3 or 4 conversed, awaiting the final roster and preparations. Sister Snow Woman, will you be participating? Chen Shi approached Snow Woman, who was alone in a corner. Snow Woman shook her head. I'm not quite sure. However, there are quite a few official ice mages, some of whom are stronger than I. It's unlikely they will all follow. Oh, by the way, Sister Snow Woman, have you ever dated anyone? Chen Shi decided that selecting a sister-in-law should favor Snow Woman for a more manageable life. Snow Woman's eyes widened slightly, glancing around before whispering, why do you ask that? Nothing much. I was just curious what kind of man would be worthy of you, sister. Chen Shi's eyes sparkled. Sister, what do you think of the Dragon Lord? I feel he has a rather special interest in you. Ah, Chen Shi, please stop. Snow Woman's fair cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she hurriedly replied, we are not even friends, merely acquaintances bound by debts. You mustn't say such things. Haha, I'm not making it up. Sister Snow Woman, your face is so red. Are you embarrassed? Aye. Just then, Yang Huizhang and several other powerful figures emerged from the wooden cabin, interrupting their conversation. He held a piece of paper, which listed the names of those participating in the hunt for the level 15 monster. Approximately 18 individuals were divided into 2 teams. Chen Shi and her companion ceased their playful banter, focusing intently. Before long, both of their names appeared on the list. One team was led by Yang Huizhang, another by Baiyu, while a third was commanded by the Northern District Commander, the tall man who had conversed with Chen Yu, the president of the Jiuzhou Guild, Taihao. This formidable assembly could sweep through nearly all territories, except perhaps for the Dragon Lord. Today, they were set to hunt a level 15 monster. Let us depart, proclaimed Taihao in a resonant voice. A brilliant golden light erupted around him, illuminating the heavens. A golden radiance, as resplendent as a grand avenue, stretched for miles from the feet of the townsfolk, connecting to the sky. Subsequently, everyone stepped onto this golden path, akin to celestial warriors embarking on a quest, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Chen Yu arrived at the small town rumored to harbor the platinum monster, summoning his dragon to soar through the skies. He even deliberately released the dragon's aura, knowing that any monster that sensed it would undoubtedly come forth. The rationale was simple. Dragon flesh is a potent delicacy for any monster. Furthermore, a dragon of a lower level could easily be considered a tempting feast. In such a scenario, if you were that platinum monster, would you not venture out for a snack? Of course, provided that the monster truly existed. This town had unsealed later than Stardust Town. Would a platinum monster appear sooner than in Stardust Town? This was the reason for Chen Yu's skepticism. Of course, this was not absolute. The overall unsealing of the towns was progressing at a rapid pace, and the emergence of unforeseen butterfly effects was possible, especially since his prior knowledge of this matter was limited. In his previous life at this time, he had barely reached level 7. Oh. Approximately half an hour later, as Chen Yu and his dragon completed a circuit of the town, a deep roar halted his steps. In the distance, a mountain shrouded in mist stirred. For some reason, the ethereal fog that had been still like gossamer began to churn. Then, Chen Yu beheld it. The mountain was indeed moving. Chapter 80, The Corpse of the Peak. The towering mountain loomed above the clouds. Surrounding it, the morning mist swirled. And with each thunderous sound from the mountain, the very fabric of the earth seemed to tremble. Suddenly, a massive hand thrust forth from the white fog. Reaching for the thunder prison dragon, its fingers stretched toward the heavens, obscuring the sky. Chen Yu maintained a calm demeanor, effortlessly waving his hand, enveloped in crackling lightning. Including the thunder prison dragon, their speed surged, evading the grasp in an instant. This was one of Chen Yu's lightning skills, Lightning Flash. Finally, has it revealed itself? Chen Yu chuckled coldly. He had no intention of holding back against this monster. In his hands, the blue and red light flickered, with two resounding roars. The Frost Dragon and the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon emerged simultaneously. The three colossal dragons stood in unison, confronting the unknown terror of the ghostly ship. This marked Chen Yu's first summoning of 3 dragons to combat a single monstrous entity. There was no other reason. This creature merited such grave attention. Booming echoes reverberated through the air as the mountains awakened. To the left, a hill erupted, revealing yet another gigantic hand, while the right hand, which had missed its target, grasped a mountain peak and brought it crashing down towards Chen Yu. Bang! Bang! Meanwhile, behind them, 2 more mountains crumbled. This creature appeared as if a colossal being lay amidst the mountains, having melded into the very peaks over an unknown span of time, transforming into a gigantic stone giant. Corpse of the Peak, LV16. Tier, Platinum. Health, 88, 888. Talents, Titan Strength, Rock Regeneration, Spirit of the Mountains. At the Platinum tier, the abilities of monsters transcend their inherent traits, possessing legitimate skills. Upon ascending to the Diamond tier, certain creatures even acquire innate domains. From this perspective, the might of the dragons becomes evident, as they possess their own innate domains even at the Golden tier, a feat unmatched by countless monsters. Gazing upon the towering stone giant, which loomed at least 180 meters tall, Chen Yu retrieved another item, the Shadow Eye. He had no intention of holding back or testing the waters. Rather, he aimed to annihilate the corpse of the peak with his utmost power. With a flourish of his hand, a brilliant beam of light descended, and suddenly, 8 more figures materialized in the sky. 2 Shadow Frost Dragons, 2 Shadow Divine Flame Ancient Dragons, and 2 Shadow Chen Yus. 12 silhouettes stood defiantly amidst the clouds, confronting the behemoth. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. As Chen Yu waved his hand, the 6 shadow dragons surged forth with a deafening roar. The corpse of the peak bellowed in response, its voice rivaling that of a tsunami. As it moved its legs, the ground trembled, obliterating vast swathes of trees. The 8 shadow dragons, undeterred, spread their wings and soared around it, seemingly unleashing their wrath. Cold flames, golden flames, and thunderous flames cascaded down from all directions. Yet the corpse of the peak remained unscathed, its massive hand sweeping through the air with astonishing speed, capturing one of the Shadow Thunder Dragons. Bang! In an instant, half of the Shadow Thunder Dragon's body exploded. In this battle, it was the weakest, standing at only level 13, faced with a creature 3 levels higher. And of the same platinum tier, its resistance was exceedingly limited. Moreover, this was no ordinary strike. It was the Titan strength talent of the corpse of the peak, endowing it with unparalleled power. At that moment, another colossal hand closed in, utterly obliterating the Shadow Thunder Dragon. The entire sequence transpired in less than 2 seconds. As effortlessly as crushing an ant, Chen Yu's expression remained unchanged, with a staff in his left hand and a magma greatsword in his right. The vibrant flames illuminated the area around the giant corpse. Booming sounds erupted as gigantic meteorites plummeted from the heavens, detonating midair like nuclear bombs. Finally, a purplish-red glow enveloped the fiery meteorite formation, unleashing a barrage of intertwined fiery lightning. Each strike emanated from a level 17 powerhouse, inflicting more damage than the current dragons. The surrounding rocks of the corpse of the peak exploded, becoming pitted and precarious, as if it could collapse at any moment. Seizing the opportunity, the three dragons positioned themselves at different angles, unleashing their innate domains. This represented the pinnacle of the three elemental powers currently attainable in the game. Snowflakes fell, flames blazed, and thunderclouds gathered, all while the corpse of the peak roared incessantly. If it could be so easily dealt with, it would hardly be a level 16 monster. The corpse of the peak clenched its massive hands, a surge of formidable power radiating outward, effortlessly nullifying all attacks. Then, it unleashed a flurry of punch shadows, shattering the meteorites and thunderous flames, sending two shadow dragons hurtling away. Its focus then shifted towards Chen Yu. Roar! The corpse of the peak stepped forward, twisting its body, and unleashed a punch that tore through the air with a sonic boom. Chen Yu remained unperturbed, initially retreating, but found it impossible to fully escape. Thus, he immediately sent a shadow Chen Yu to absorb the creature's wrath. As anticipated, the shadow Chen Yu was crushed into the mountainside, barely clinging to life. Yet in the next moment, a barrage of attacks from Chen Yu and numerous dragons surged forth once more, reigniting the battle. The corpse of the peak, immense beyond measure, was surrounded by a dozen dragons, akin to birds flitting around it. Yet these were no ordinary birds. Each strike was increasingly ferocious. With razor-sharp claws, every blow could dislodge large boulders. The corpse of the peak, exasperated, swung its fists, managing to slay several shadow dragons. Chen Yu's magma greatsword blazed with intensity, seemingly capable of melting anything in its path. Each swing cleaved through massive stones. Roar! At that moment, the corpse of the peak was utterly enraged. With a thunderous roar, the surrounding mountains reverberated. The tremendous commotion sent all players in the nearby town fleeing in panic. They had long been aware of the battle, making concealment impossible. A mere glance upwards revealed a creature of monstrous proportions, who would not tremble in fear. Each player wished they could sprout two more legs to escape, leaving no time to spectate. What in the world is that creature? Why has such a monster appeared in our town? Is the Dragon Master battling it? Players sheltered in the town's safe zone gazed on from a distance, only able to catch glimpses of the shadows. Yet this was sufficient for them to discern the current situation. This battle marked the first public display of all of Chen Yu's dragons. It incited quite a stir. Several Dragon Tamers, witnessing the multitude of dragons flapping their wings, could not help but shed tears of envy. The Dragon Master. How astonishingly powerful he is. How many dragons does he possess? Why can he contract so many as a fellow Dragon Tamer? Truly, the drought perishes the thirsty, while the flood drowns the overabundant. Chapter 81. First kill of a platinum monster. Could this creature be the rumored level 16 monster? What? Level 16? The Dragon Master is hunting a level 16 monster? Not only that, but he is doing so alone. My heavens. Upon this realization, countless players were astounded. Not long ago, the news of an official hunt for a level 15 monster had stirred a frenzy, mobilizing a legion of top-tier powerhouses, each of whom was a well-known name on the leaderboard. Yet they were merely confronting a level 15 monster. The thought of facing even higher-tier creatures was beyond their imagination. And here stood a solitary figure engaged in the hunt. Alone. How formidable must his own strength be? At the very least, his level must be comparable. The Dragon Master is beyond the reach of mere mortals like us. Gazing into the distance, the majestic scene of dragons dancing in unison to confront a formidable foe elicited sighs of resignation from countless onlookers. Words failed to encapsulate the magnitude of this earth-shattering battle. Only the eyes could truly capture its essence. Returning to the battlefield, the confrontation remained fiercely contested. Chen Yu had just managed to whittle down a significant portion of his opponent's health, only for the mountain corpse to siphon energy from the surrounding peaks, replenishing itself in the process. This was its other innate skill, the healing of the mountains. Unless it were airborne, devoid of any rocky substance. Essentially just a replenishment of earth elementals, defeating the mountain corpse required an overwhelming force capable of shattering it utterly. Otherwise, it would swiftly regain its vitality. After several minutes of combat, only 3 shadow dragons remained, and merely 1 shadow Chen Yu persisted. It was a situation devoid of advantage. Suddenly, the mountain corpse unleashed its might once more, a terrifying surge of power sweeping through the vicinity, causing even the dragons to retreat momentarily. A level 16 platinum-grade monster was indeed formidable. Yet, Chen Yu appeared unfazed, his demeanor as calm as ever in the face of adversity. At that moment, the mountain corpse moved again, but this time, it struck the ground with tremendous force. In an instant, everything around seemed to freeze. Earth, trees, and streams suspended in time, before violently trembling once more. These elements of nature began to twist, converge, and assemble, gradually manifesting miniature replicas of the mountain corpse. Towering over 10 meters high, they stood in disciplined formation like soldiers awaiting their king's command. This was its final innate skill, the spirits of the mountain. Each of these entities was nearly an exact replica of the mountain corpse itself. The most alarming aspect was that they bore no levels. This implied that, similar to the previous encounter with the ghostly ship, defeating them would yield no rewards, as they were merely constructs created by the mountain corpse's abilities. Their power stemmed from the mountain corpse, while their physical forms were nothing more than ordinary rocks. With a roar, the mountain corpse commanded the miniature peaks, which leaped about like agile monkeys, launching attacks against the dragons and Chen Yu alike. Witnessing this, Chen Yu instructed the dragons, "Go deal with those minions." The three dragons exchanged glances, looking back at their master, and ultimately obeyed, charging towards the smaller peaks. Chen Yu, meanwhile, retrieved an item, a pendant resembling a tiger talisman. Its fierce tiger eyes captivating and intimidating. This was the Tiger Soul, a golden grade amplifying item. However, once Chen Yu reached level 17, the amplification it provided was no longer sufficient. But would that pose a problem? You have consumed 100 enhancement points to evolve Tiger Soul, gold, blue, Tiger Soul, gold, gold, Tiger Soul, gold, red, Tiger Soul, platinum, white, Tiger Soul, platinum, white. Universal equipment, upon wearing, grants a 100-point increase to all attributes, level dependent. Equipment level, 5, initially. Chen Yu had intended to conserve his enhancement points for upgrading his talents. Yet, the resilience of this monster forced his hand. He had no choice but to use it immediately. Nevertheless, should he succeed, all would be compensated. Chen Yu donned the Tiger Soul, and instantly, a surge of formidable power coursed through him. This overwhelming strength was intoxicating. Though he remained at level 17, his true capabilities far exceeded that. Round 2. The battle commenced. A smile crept upon Chen Yu's lips as he charged forward, wielding his ghostly scythe. Moments ago, he had to evade the mountain corpse's attacks. But now he faced it head-on. Dodging a strike, he swung the scythe, a black arc slicing through the air. A gigantic arm was severed with precision, its rocky surface gleaming like a mirror. What? This spectacle left not only the distant players dumbfounded, but also stirred the dragons. When had their master become so powerful? Why had he not displayed such prowess earlier, leaving them to endure a beating? Chen Yu paid no mind to their petty sentiments. His smile widened as he unleashed several black blades. Utilizing an array of formidable skills like throat slit, draw slash, and giant edge slash, he dismantled the mountain corpse within mere seconds, rendering it dismembered and scattered. Soon, the mountain corpse reformed, standing once again beside Chen Yu. Clearly not an easy foe to vanquish. On the other side of the battlefield, however, things were decidedly simpler. Unable to contend with the father, could it not handle the offspring? The dragons dealt with the smaller peaks with ease, a true display of overwhelming superiority. In under 3 minutes, the majority of the miniatures had been eliminated. Subsequently, the three dragons returned to assist Chen Yu. With a thunderous crash, Chen Yu severed the mountain corpse's head once more. The creature that had previously seemed invincible was now felled time and again, trampled beneath his feet. Let us see how many times you can endure. For every time you rise, I shall strike you down again, and we shall see how much essence you possess. Chen Yu scoffed. Restoration and recovery were not as simple as they sounded. They required the monster's own essence. Once depleted, it would be unable to recover for a considerable time. With the amplified power coursing through him, Chen Yu's strength became exaggerated. Within 10 minutes, the mountain corpse lay defeated, devoid of life. Its once intact form was now reduced to fragmented pieces, scattered beyond recognition. Concurrently, the dragons unleashed their attacks, further shattering the remains, ensuring the mountain corpse's utter annihilation. Congratulations, Dragon Master, for achieving the world's first kill of a platinum boss, earning 300 prestige points. A profound silence enveloped the area, as distant players stood in shock. Their mouths agape, eyes wide in disbelief. Had the Dragon Master truly dispatched the mountain corpse in such a manner? Just moments ago, it had seemed evenly matched, if not overpowering. What sorcery was this? Chen Yu paid little mind to the multitude of witnesses. Instead, he reveled in the series of astonishing numbers echoing in his ears. Unable to suppress his joy. Chapter 82, Breakthrough to Level 19. In the town of Starry Sky, somewhere, a myriad of attacking lights surged, all converging upon a colossal beast. With a roar, the beast unleashed its final cry. With a flourish, the moonlit white slash, the radiant golden sword, and a colossal blade descended, some of the most powerful attacks unleashed simultaneously. With a resounding crash, the giant beast before them collapsed entirely. Congratulations. You have slain a level 15 gold monster. Finally, it was done. At the sound of this announcement, everyone exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. This battle had been nothing short of grueling. Among them, the highest ranked, Tai Hao, was merely at level 14, tasked with defeating a level 15 monster. The difficulty of this challenge was self-evident. 7 had been gravely injured, and at least 10 others bore varying degrees of wounds. They had truly given their all. Yet, fortunately, the outcome was favorable. They had triumphed, successfully slaying the level 15 beast. I'm afraid this is the most significant moment in the game thus far. Congratulations. Player Long Master has achieved the global first kill of the Platinum boss. This is an official announcement. Another voice rang out, arriving less than 3 seconds after the previous one. Everyone in the official team stood in stunned silence. What did the game just say? Platinum boss? Long Master? Damn. What is this nonsense? These were the thoughts surging through everyone's minds instantaneously. They had finally felt a sense of accomplishment, only to have their joy abruptly dashed. Long Master. Once again, Long Master. Haha, splendid job, splendid job. Someone laughed, almost maniacally, concealing a profound sense of helplessness beneath the surface. Each of them was formidable, undoubtedly capable, with aspirations to grow even stronger. Yet, no matter how hard they strived, a towering mountain loomed above them, suffocating everyone's spirit. The exhilaration of just having slain a level 15 monster dissipated at an alarming rate. Even Tai Hao and Baiyue felt an intricate mix of emotions, especially when they glanced at the leaderboard and saw the level next to Long Master's name. They could only shake their heads and sigh. Yang Changlong spoke up just in time. What are you doing? What are you waiting for? Go collect the loot. His thoughts were straightforward. After all, Long Master was from Huaxia, which made him akin to one of their own. The ascent of their own was beneficial, wasn't he it? Huh, my brother is amazing. Among them, the most delighted was undoubtedly Chenxi. After all, that was her brother. The more Chen Yu killed, the happier she became. It meant she would have more items to use. Glancing at the Snow Maiden beside her, who wore a subtle smile, Chenxi remarked, Sister Snow Maiden, are you also happy for the great Long Master? The Snow Maiden, taken aback by the question, quickly shook her head. No, I'm not. Well, sort of Long Master is my savior. It wouldn't be right to say otherwise, would it? However, when she glanced at Chenxi, who was sporting an inquisitive grin, she eventually nodded, yes. Long Master saved me, and he is growing stronger. Of course, I'm happy for him. Is that so? No other thoughts? Chenxi teased. Congratulations. You have gained 45,888 experience points, 3,488 free attribute points, 8,988 luck points, and 588 transcendence points. Frost Giant Dragon gains 24,888 experience points. Divine Flame Ancient Dragon gains 24,888 experience points. Thunder Prison War Dragon gains 24,888 experience points. Congratulations. You have surpassed level 19. Fully integrated into the game and no longer restricted by the town's safety regulations. Frost Giant Dragon surpasses level 16, compatibility 2. Divine Flame Ancient Dragon surpasses level 16, compatibility 2. Thunder Prison War Dragon surpasses level 15, compatibility 2. After slaying a level 16 monster, Chen Yu and the 3 dragons astonishingly leveled up an average of 2 levels each. This advancement left Chen Yu utterly elated. He understood that this was primarily due to the passive effect of Heart of the Dragon and the cumulative effects of Lucky Bell, which resulted in this terrifying enhancement. Otherwise, his level would have been considerably slower, at least a half level below his current standing, perhaps around 13 or 14. Finally, he had acquired a platinum item. The haul this time was not particularly bountiful, consisting of only 9 items. Yet, among them were 3 platinum items, with the remainder being predominantly gold tier, and just 1 silver tier item. Chen Yu promptly began to inspect them. Holy Ritual Phosphor Armor, Platinum, Blue, Light-based class item, Defense 1200, Magic Amplification 30. Immunity to light-based magical attacks up to 100, light-based physical attacks up to 80, all magic attacks up to 60, physical attacks up to 30, equipment level, 10. Upon seeing this piece of equipment, Chen Yu's frown unfurled into a smile. He had found a gift for Chenxi. It was high time to replace the defensive armor she currently wore, and this phosphor armor shimmered brilliantly, resembling a feminine outer garment, perfectly suited for her. The remaining 2 items included a pair of arm guards, warrior class items. Their capabilities were nearly identical to one of the skills possessed by the Mountain Peak's corpse. Incredible strength. It could augment one's power immensely. Chen Yu donned them beneath his black robe, where no one could see. His strength had undoubtedly surged compared to half an hour ago. Level, augmentation, and equipment. All 3 aspects had experienced significant enhancements, exponentially increasing his combat prowess. As for the final platinum item, it turned out to be an ancient bronze longbow. Its overall appearance bore a verdigris hue, seeming rather unremarkable at first glance. However, upon inspection, Chen Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. This bow possessed two remarkable effects. The first was the ability to ceaselessly absorb the power of earth elements as long as one stood upon the ground, unleashing an overwhelming force based on the energy accumulated. The more one absorbed, the more potent the gathered energy became, potentially reaching staggering heights. The second effect was armor-piercing, albeit a characteristic with a probabilistic activation relying on chance. Nevertheless, when considering the bow's capabilities, Chen Yu was reminded of someone, Dong Yi. The description felt remarkably similar to his own abilities, though Dong Yi absorbed fire elements, while this bow drew from earth elements, which were ubiquitous. The only downside was that the bow's values were fixed and could not grow stronger like a player's could over time, though Chen Yu could transcend it. It was ultimately of no use due to the class mismatch. He pondered for a moment. Perhaps he could find a fool to sell it to? After tidying up the other items on the ground, Chen Yu departed from the area. The three dragons, possessing superior intellect, were now almost capable of human speech, though their words were far from pleasant. The divine flame ancient dragon was eager to exact revenge for a past grievance. And had it not been for Chen Yu's calming presence, the frost giant dragon would have likely lashed out. As for the thunder prison war dragon, it perpetually regarded Chen Yu with a glare of jealousy, as if questioning his favoritism. Chapter 83. Do I look like a fool to you? What? A mere broken bow. And you want 15,000 luck points? Do I look like a fool to you? Dong Yi shouted angrily, communicating across the screen. In response to Dong Yi's accusations, Chen Yu remained unfazed. This is a platinum tier item. You must have heard that I just hunted a platinum boss. This bow is still warm from the kill. Platinum? Upon hearing this term, Dong Yi's expression softened somewhat. Currently, even gold items were scarce, let alone platinum ones. If there were a market for it, he would likely be unable to obtain it, as players on the leaderboard would be clamoring for it. Dong Yi, am I really trying to swindle you? The power of this bow in the hands of a player is remarkable. Although Chen Yu's asking price was somewhat steep, it was undoubtedly worth the investment. Dong Yi replied, don't give me that spiel. Just tell me the bow's effects. Chen Yu promptly recounted its abilities. Upon hearing them, the spark of excitement was clearly visible in Dong Yi's eyes. Dong Yi transferred 150,000 luck points to Long Master, wishing you a fruitful acquisition. Chen Yu waved politely and promptly completed the transaction. After this brief interlude, Chen Yu left the small town and ventured to another. There, he found Chen Xi waiting for him. Brother, you've arrived. Chen Yu felt a twinge of peculiarity. This time, Chen Xi did not come rushing over with her usual exuberance to demand props. This reaction was familiar to Chen Yu. Whenever she had done something amiss, Chen Xi would behave with excessive politeness and decorum. What had transpired this time? Chen Yu, unable to pinpoint the issue, decided to be forthright. Speak up, what is the matter? With a mischievous grin revealing her pearly white teeth, Chen Xi said, Dear brother, tell me, what would be the consequences if your identity were to be uncovered by the authorities? Her hands clasped together, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chen Xi. Chen Yu's forehead throbbed with tension as he reached out to pinch one of her delicate ears. Have you inadvertently revealed my identity? No, I didn't T. Ouch, brother. Be gentle. Didn't T you? Speak the truth, not a word less. Thus, Chen Xi recounted the entire sequence of events. After listening, Chen Yu sighed deeply. The source of all this speculation stemmed from Chen Xi's initial comment. My brother says I don't work hard enough. This seemingly innocuous statement, upon closer examination, nearly exposed his identity. Had she uttered this while still at the 10th level, the range of potential suspects would have been vast. However, now at the 12th level, the scope narrowed significantly, down to merely 100. Eliminating nearly 4/5 of foreign players and known players from Huaxiao left only a handful remaining. If thoroughly investigated, it was likely that Chen Yu's disguise would truly be compromised. Chen Xi, you truly are. Chen Yu raised his hand, causing Chen Xi to cower down, shrinking her head to the ground. Sigh. He had only one younger sister, and the identity of the Dragon Lord was solely to protect her. Otherwise, he would not care about being exposed. If their parents discovered he was gambling with the family's prized possession, he could only imagine the repercussions. I cannot be too harsh. She is still young. It's a trivial matter. Even if they found out, what could they do? Would the authorities dare to harm Chen Xi? Worst case, he would withdraw and keep Chen Xi by his side. Next time, be careful not to be so naive and lead to further inquiries. Chen Yu took out the sacred festival phosphor armor. However, that additional comment of yours was indeed commendable. They know I hold no interest in the authorities. And if they are wise, they will refrain from further questioning you or taking any action against you. In fact, you should now be on the priority training list, correct? Wow, what a beautiful and cool armor. Chen Xi, momentarily forgetting the prior conversation, eagerly embraced the phosphor armor, her face radiant with joy. Thank you, brother. I knew you were the best to me. Brother Gang was right. The state truly operates this way, not just for me, but also for Sister Shui. Speaking of which, Chen Shi pursed her lips. I'll play with Sister Bai Yu less in the future. Sister Shui is much more entertaining. Then, she scrutinized Chen Yu from head to toe. By the way, brother, are you truly at the 19th level? How did you level up so quickly? Huh. All the experience is mine to claim. Why shouldn't I level up rapidly? Chen Yu opened the game panel to check once again. As he anticipated, following the surge in player numbers, the unlocking speed of towns was nearly exponential. How long had it been since the last unlock? The number of towns now seemed to exceed tens of thousands. With Blue Star's population nearing 10 billion, and assuming each town could accommodate 1,000 individuals, there must be at least 10 million towns. In other words, once the number of unlocked towns surpassed 5 million, the divine realm would truly descend, ushering in a chaotic state that defied description. Not only that, but at that point, it wouldn't just be limited to Blue Star. Brother, what's the matter? Aren't you happy about reaching level 19? Chen Shi noticed Chen Yu's solemn expression and waved her hand in front of him, puzzled. Chen Shi, there's little time left. Don't think about playing. Focus on elevating your own level. Chen Yu admonished with exasperation. At this pace, in no more than 3 days, that crucial moment would arrive, an entire 10 days earlier than the last life. All right, I understand. I've been diligently working on my levels. I'm currently ranked 89. Not enough. You need to be at least level 15. Chen Yu asserted. Tonight, I will take you leveling up. But brother, if I level up so quickly, won't your identity become even more apparent? Who has the capability to help me level up rapidly when the authorities can't even manage that? Chen Shi questioned. Chen Yu scoffed, huh? At this point, who cares about them? After exchanging a few more words, the siblings parted ways once again. He had his own matters to attend to. The reason Chen Yu chose to schedule this for the evening was that his 3 dragons also needed to level up. Levels 16 and 15 were utterly insufficient. They needed to be at least level 18. He himself aimed to break through to level 20 within this time frame. Without wasting time, Chen Yu immediately began gathering information. The knowledge he possessed from his rebirth encompassed earth-shattering events. As for dungeons and such, it wasn't that he couldn't remember them. It was undoubtedly from the authorities and from Zishu. Indeed, the two had become friends when they parted last time, and Chen Yu trusted her intelligence capabilities wholeheartedly. Otherwise, they would not have been the first to discover the wood spirit dragon and concoct such a plan. Big Shot wants to hunt monsters? Simple, these towns. Enough chatter. Just tell me where the dungeons are, or where to find monsters above level 12. He right away. There was a brief pause on the other end before they continued. Haha, Big Shot. I found it. There's a dungeon in Dreamland Town. It's said to be quite special. Dreamland Town. Chen Yu searched the panel. After a lengthy search, he finally located this town in a remote corner of Huaxia. A special dungeon, you say? Chen Yu recalled the storm cloud and immediately teleported there. Chapter 84. The Summoning Gate. Welcome, Dragon Lord, to Dreamland Town. Dreamland Town? Chen Yu mused. The name of this town was rather peculiar. Typically, town names reflect certain characteristics, such as fire, wood, or ice. Even names like Starlight or Mist possess inherent traits. Yet this one, Chen Yu surveyed his surroundings. Even at this hour, the player count was relatively low, far fewer than in other towns. This was partly due to its remote location, which attracted too few players. Moreover, many had ventured out to hunt monsters. Gazing outside the town, it appeared utterly ordinary. At least with the naked eye, there was nothing to indicate its uniqueness. Yet Chen Yu refrained from forming premature conclusions. The true nature of this place warranted investigation. Given the current pace of the game, no imminent danger posed a threat to him. Roar. The Thunder Prison War Dragon emerged, carrying Chen Yu away. This time, he did not check any rankings. Such concerns had become trivial. Even if a couple of renowned figures from his past life were present, what business was it of his? At his current level, did he still need to ingratiate himself with others? Ridiculous. Wait, a dragon? How could our town have a dragon? The few players in the town, momentarily stunned, did not react until Chen Yu had already soared 2 miles away. A few astute players immediately checked the leaderboard and saw a name, Dragon Lord. It's Dragon Lord. He has come to our town. What? The Dragon Lord has arrived? Their town was situated in a remote area, almost seamlessly connected with other nations, with only 2 or 3 official personnel present. The name of the Dragon Lord existed solely in the records of game announcements. Now, witnessing him in person, how could they not be astonished? Why had the Dragon Lord emerged into the open? Was he here for the Summoning Gate? Many began to speculate, and one person slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Come on, let us follow him. That's the Dragon Lord. Even if we don't get to know him, it would be splendid to witness his grandeur." A multitude, stirred by curiosity, decided to follow suit. Chen Yu stood atop the head of the colossal dragon. surveying everything beneath him from his elevated vantage point. Creatures and players appeared quite ordinary. One could say this was an exceptionally mundane little town, devoid of any overly formidable monsters. Yet, amidst this normalcy, Chen Yu sensed an inexplicable peculiarity, as if a premonition was emanating from the depths of his heart. What is that? Soon, Chen Yu's gaze fell upon something peculiar, a door. An immense gate, standing in the open space, radiating an unusual white light, surrounded by mysterious and profound meanings. This, Chen Yu furrowed his brow, seemed familiar. It was rumored that in the early stages of the game, signs of the Divine Realm game connecting with the world had emerged through a door. Could this be it? Guiding the dragon, Chen Yu approached the gate, only then noticing that many players were gathered here, explaining the absence of people elsewhere. The dragon. Chen Yu's presence instantly drew all eyes, for he was undeniably conspicuous. No one could overlook the massive dragon towering over even the gate. The Dragon Lord. It was indeed him. There was no mistaking it. His name was now mentioned in the town. Who would have thought the Dragon Lord would visit our humble town? Is he here for the summoning gate? Of course. Why else would he be here? It was utterly unexpected that the summoning gate could attract the attention of the Dragon Lord. A chorus of players buzzed with excitement, stealing glances at Chen Yu. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Chen Yu kept his focus on the immense gate before him. Immediately, the game's description materialized in his view. Summoning gate. Special a passage can be established with another world, summoning players to it. Duration, 10 minutes, no rewards. Upon reading this description, Chen Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Another world, indeed. With a sudden rush, a layer of white light emanated forth, and the summoning gate began to slowly open. Hey, it's happening, it's happening. One player exclaimed, I wonder how those brothers are faring. I noticed several names have vanished from the leaderboard. Who knows? I'm certainly not going in. The unknown signifies danger. Stay away. I don't want to be that unlucky. Witnessing this, the crowd retreated hastily, unwilling to be caught in the chaos. Their curiosity had dissipated in the face of uncertainty. Unknowns equated to peril. Damn it. This cursed gate is a trap. A rugged man, battered and bruised, emerged while cursing. How can a little brat command me? As he spoke, he suddenly noticed Chen Yu blocking his path. Hey, who are you? Do you have a death wish? The man, already irate, was incensed at the sudden appearance of another person, completely oblivious to the frantic gestures of the surrounding players, warning him to be cautious. Where did you go? Chen Yu inquired, his gaze steady upon him. What is it to you where I went? Get out of my way. The man swung a fist in anger. Yet, within mere seconds, actually, I went too. The rugged man recounted his 10-minute ordeal with surprising candor, and Chen Yu, piecing together other testimonies, quickly grasped the situation. Just then, several beams of light suddenly shot out from the gate, darting around as if searching for something. Run, quick. Don't let those light beams hit you. The crowd erupted in panic. Chaos ensued as they fled in all directions. Chen Yu, however, recognized what they were and raised his hand to catch one of the light beams. Simultaneously, another beam struck the Thunder Prison War Dragon. In the next moment, an overwhelming force of attraction surged forth, as if attempting to pull them into the gate. Interesting. Chen Yu realized he could sever this connection, yet he chose not to. Instead, he willingly stepped through the light gate, with the Thunder Prison War Dragon following closely behind. As the light beam struck a total of 10 players, they were all drawn into the gate. With a resounding clang, as the gate closed, no one was privy to the events unfolding within. You little brat. If you know what's good for you, hand over the spirit dragon's egg, and we'll spare your life. Somewhere unknown, on a cliff, a group of individuals in varied attire encircled a young girl. Her long golden hair cascaded freely, and beneath her peculiar hunting garb, her slender legs were exposed, revealing her youth of merely 16 or 17. She possessed pointed ears, a clear indication of her identity, complemented by an exquisitely delicate visage. Our sacred artifact. Why should we give it to you? The girl retorted defiantly, panting heavily, blood streaming from numerous wounds across her body, nearing her limits. It matters not who you are. Refusing, are you? A lecherous, rotund man leered at her delicate legs. Having long desired to taste the flavor of an elf, today was his fortunate day. You. The girl clutched a massive egg, nearly 3 feet in size, inhaled deeply, and began to murmur an incantation with her cherry-red lips. Not good. It's the elven summoning technique. Stop her. Someone shouted, but it was too late. A door had already materialized, faintly revealing a colossal silhouette. Chapter 85, The Elven Maiden. What manner of monster is this, so immense? Rumors spoke of the Elven clan's secret summoning technique, said to summon beings from other worlds for battle. Could it be true? No, we need not fear. We have 2 level 15 players here. What is there to be afraid of? After all, aren't we all beings from another world? He is coming. Just a person? The onlookers' pupils constricted as the massive shadow they had initially perceived abruptly vanished. It's probably just a poor soul who got caught up in this. A tall, gaunt man laughed heartily, dismissing Chen Yu entirely. It was no surprise. Chen Yu emitted no discernible aura, appearing as an ordinary person. So why should they feel threatened? You. The girl was also bewildered, her despair deepening as she exerted the last of her strength to unleash the summoning technique, only to find herself in this predicament. Haha, hey, you better get lost, or we'll kill you too. The group, growing impatient, advanced menacingly towards the girl. Though they were not a united front, each sought the egg, having previously made a pact that whoever seized it would claim it for themselves. I summoned you here. Hurry up and act. The girl cried out desperately, invoking the control incantation of the summoning spell. This is specifically designed to control summoned creatures, preventing them from disobeying their summoner or even causing harm. However, no matter how the girl recited the incantation, the figure cloaked in black remained utterly still. Perhaps weary of the futile efforts, the figure raised a hand, within which flickered a point of light. As the figure clenched its fist, the light instantly dissipated. How could this be possible? The girl's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could a creature summoned through the portal escape the grasp of the summoning spell? It seemed that, in fact, there had never been any control to begin with. Kill him. At this moment, those intent on seizing the opportunity had already closed in. No. The girl screamed in despair, shutting her eyes tightly. In a flash, a blinding beam of light cut through the air, followed by a splattering sound as blood erupted. Everyone froze, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Many rubbed their eyes, convinced they were hallucinating, yet upon reopening them, the reality remained unchanged. 3 individuals, each at the 12th or 13th level, lay decapitated in a pool of congealed blood. Clang. The figure sheathed its blade, the black robe devoid of a single speck of blood. A heavy silence enveloped the area, permeated by a chilling aura. After an indeterminate span of time, one of the level 15 warriors finally spoke. Do not fear. He can dispatch 12th level foes in an instant, thanks to the prowess of that blade at his waist. If it were me, I could do the same. With so many of us powerful beings, why should we fear him? Are you not envious of his artifact? At this, the crowd finally noticed the long sword at the waist of the cloaked figure, radiating a resplendent golden light. Indeed, it was a golden tier artifact. If we kill him, it will belong to us. Yes, let us charge together. I will support you from behind. Kill. After a moment of reassurance, the group divided into 2 factions, advancing in different directions. Chen Yu could hardly comprehend the stupidity of this pack of fools. Could they not recognize the glaring disparity in strength? Had they not observed that the instigating level 15 warrior had quietly retreated behind them? Nevertheless, he dismissed them. The summoning portal itself bore no rewards. He would gladly exchange them for their lives. Chen Yu acted swiftly, his tiger-headed blade showing no mercy, harvesting life after life as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Go. Kill him. As for the few cunning individuals attempting to flee, Chen Yu unleashed the Thunder Prison War Dragon. This, a dragon. Why is there still a dragon alive? They cried in despair, though their lamentations fell upon deaf ears. Chen Yu was pressed for time. The summoning portal would return him in 10 minutes. He intended to ascertain the nature of this world within that brief span. In less than 5 minutes, the ground was littered with corpses, and not a single soul remained alive. These individuals were no weaklings, and the experience gained from their demise was substantial. The most immediate result was that the Thunder Prison War Dragon had ascended to level 16, finally reaching parity with the other 2 dragons. What do you intend to do? Meanwhile, the girl had collapsed in terror, her long, snowy legs drawn together, making for a striking sight. From an elevated perspective, the girl appeared diminutive. Yet her physical form was strikingly pronounced, drawing one's gaze irresistibly. TSK an elf? Chen Yu, without needing further confirmation, discerned the girl's origins and the general nature of this world. What do you desire? She stuttered, clutching the enormous egg, pointing shakily at the portal. You were summoned by me. You can return now. Return? Chen Yu chuckled, bemused by the notion that he could be summoned and dismissed at will. His gaze fell upon the egg, a flicker of barely concealed delight in his eyes. Little girl, I saved you. Do you not feel the need for gratitude? The girl's emerald eyes widened, for her mother had never mentioned that summoned beings required thanks. Yet faced with Chen Yu's inscrutable power, which exerted a palpable pressure, she could only weakly inquire, what kind of gratitude do you want? The black robe enveloping Chen Yu had long since transcended into the realm of gold. Not only were those beneath his level incapable of seeing through him, but even those 3 to 5 levels higher would find it impossible. He raised a hand, extending a finger to lightly tap the egg. Exchanging your life for this egg would certainly be worthwhile, would it not? No, that's not possible. The girl clutched the egg tighter, for it was this very sacred dragon egg that had plunged her into peril. Had she been willing to part with it, she would have done so long ago. Chen Yu calculated the time left, approximately 3 minutes. He had no time for idle chatter. If he could secure the egg, this venture would yield immense benefits. Moreover, the girl trading her life for the egg would surely not suffer loss. If those earlier individuals had encountered her pitiful visage, who could tell what fate awaited them? Let me offer you one last piece of advice. Hand over the egg, or I cannot guarantee what I might do. Chen Yu began to threaten her. You outsiders are all the same. The girl, teary-eyed, clung to the egg with all her might, adamantly refusing to relinquish it. My mother instructed me to protect this sacred object. Even if it costs me my life, I will not give it to you. Hey, why are you so stubborn? Little girl? Chen Yu cracked his knuckles. Then let us see what happens. Chapter 86. The Radiant Sacred Dragon. As Chen Yu advanced step by step, the girl was on the verge of tears, desperately reciting the incantation once more, hoping to banish Chen Yu back to whence he came. Alas, the controlling light had been destroyed by Chen Yu, rendering her efforts futile. Ah, stay away. I summoned you to aid me against my foes, not to kill me. The girl hurled stones at him, oblivious to her numerous injuries, lacking the luxury to care. Roar. At that moment, the Thunder Prison War Dragon suddenly let out a low growl, lowering its formidable head towards the egg. A miraculous occurrence took place. The enormous egg in the girl's arms began to tremble, as if something within was striving to break free. What is this? The girl's eyes shimmered with tears as she gazed unblinkingly at the Thunder Prison War Dragon. In her previous state of nervousness, she had failed to notice that this was indeed a genuine dragon. How could this be possible? Were they not nearly driven to extinction, only existing in the most perilous regions of the continent? The girl could scarcely believe her eyes. A living dragon had appeared before her. Previously, she had only seen their likeness in books. The Thunder Prison War Dragon, adorned with deep purple scales that flickered with lightning, lowered its fearsome head, its deep purple eyes reflecting the image of the elven girl. To be precise, the dragon's gaze remained steadfastly upon the enormous egg. Come forth, little treasure. At some point, Chen Yu had established a mental link and activated the mark belonging to the divine flame ancient dragon. Whoosh. Another dragon materialized. The girl was utterly dumbfounded. Two dragons. Chen Yu exchanged a knowing glance with the divine flame ancient dragon, and the latter immediately grasped his intent. The divine flame ancient dragon extended a claw, deliberately moderating its strength to ensure that its claw radiated warmth and intensity, hovering a meter or two above the egg to hasten its hatching. However, this only distressed the elven girl further. Coming to her senses, she felt as though she were being engulfed in flames. For a moment, she believed that Chen Yu intended to roast her alive. Woo-woo, mother. Shieling is going to die. I will never see you again. The elven girl finally broke down in tears, murmuring as if to settle her affairs. Crack, crack. Not long after, a sound reminiscent of cracking eggshells echoed from her embrace. The intricately patterned, sanctified giant egg finally split open. With a creak, a creature-esque cry emerged from within. Then, two dragons, a human, and an elf beheld a pristine white dragon head adorned with two diamond-like antlers peeking out. The little creature was entirely snow white, resembling a statue carved from jade, radiating a bright and holy aura. Indeed, it was a dragon. The elven maiden gazed at the hatchling in her arms, her mouth agape. Although this was a sacred artifact of their clan, the contents remained a mystery to all. After all, none had ever seen it. They could only surmise that a true giant dragon resided within. Otherwise, it would not have been treated with such reverence by the elven tribe. They had steadfastly guarded this egg for 30 years, and now, unexpectedly, it had finally hatched. This was simply beyond belief. Just as they had speculated, it truly was a giant dragon. A luminous holy dragon. With a flourish, the holy dragon unfurled its crystalline wings and gracefully ascended into the air, its size resembling that of the frost giant dragon upon its emergence. With a crack, the holy dragon began to nibble at the eggshell in the maiden's embrace. Chen Yu calculated the time, and, with only a minute remaining before the hatchling finished its meal, activated the mental link once more. He furrowed his brow. The mental link did not yield an immediate contract as it had on previous occasions. What did this signify? The holy dragon was hesitating. How could this be? His affinity was at 100%, yet it hesitated? The holy dragon had grown larger, its amber gold eyes drifting between Chen Yu and the maiden. In that instant, Chen Yu understood. The maiden had nurtured the holy dragon for so long that, subconsciously, the dragon had come to recognize her scent. The bond they shared, developed over time, might not be weaker than his. Come, little one, come to your elder brother. Stay with me, and you shall grow stronger. Chen Yu, seeing time running short, cast aside his pride and began to coax the creature. After all, he was a dragon master, endowed with the heart of a dragon. Dragons naturally held him in high regard. Even the holy dragon, after a moment of contemplation, began to glide toward Chen Yu. "No, little white, don't go over there. He is a bad man." The elven maiden cried out, having named the still egg-bound holy dragon Little White. Upon hearing her call, the holy dragon seemed to recall something. Pausing midair, at that moment, the summoning portal reopened. Chen Yu was running out of time. Instantly, a powerful force surged forth, attempting to forcibly draw him away. Little one. Quickly, at his current level, Chen Yu could hold on for a little while longer. He disregarded everything else and repeatedly activated the mental link. Meanwhile, the Thunder Prison War Dragon and the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon roared, exerting their efforts in tandem. Before long, he noticed the Holy Dragon's pupils brightening. The Holy Dragon holds 100% affinity toward you, meeting the contract conditions. Would you like to contract? Chen Yu's face lit up with joy as he declared, "Contract." The familiar golden parchment descended once more. As the Holy Dragon lifted its claw, the elven maiden lunged at him like an enraged little tiger. "What do you want? Let Little White go. Don't be a hindrance." Chen Yu had no time to respond to the girl clinging to his leg. He seized the dragon's claw and pressed down. With a flash of light, Chen Yu successfully contracted the Holy Dragon. Holy Dragon, Nurturing Phase. Rank, Silver. Level, 5. Skills, Dragon Flame, Dragon Claw, Dragon Armor. Traits, Dragon Dread. Naturally intimidating to all but dragons, reducing battle intent by up to 50, depending on the target's level. Talent, Immune to Light Magic. With a maximum reduction of 50 against wood and dark magic. The success of the contract did not significantly increase Chen Yu's experience. Given his current stature, this increment was negligible. Yet, the benefits brought by the dragon far outweighed this trivial experience gain. Chen Yu was utterly unconcerned. Indeed, this venture was immensely worthwhile. He smiled with satisfaction, ready to depart. Suddenly, he felt a weight at his legs and looked down. "Wow, how white weight. Not girl, let go of me. Are you human? Let go of our princess." Before Chen Yu could finish his sentence, a thunderous voice rang from the heavens. Several figures approached, their voices preceding their arrival. It was the Elven clan's powerful warriors, and judging by their levels, Chen Yu's pupils constricted. "What the hell, retreat?" He attempted to toss the maiden aside, but then a melodious voice echoed in his ear. "Do not flee." Chen Yu turned to see a strikingly tall female elf before him, clad in a pure white robe and wielding a radiant golden staff. She was enveloped in a soft white glow, obscuring her features, though her form was exceptionally voluptuous, her curves strikingly pronounced. No wonder the elven maiden was so precocious. Perhaps it was hereditary. With a gentle tap of her staff, rings of light surged forth, binding toward Chen Yu at astonishing speed. Upon sensing this aura, his expression shifted dramatically. He could not afford to hesitate any longer and plunged into the summoning portal. Swish! The rings enveloped him, as if they latched onto him just as the door was closing. "Release the little princess." The approaching elven warriors roared in fury, but they were already too late. Crack! The door shut, vanishing, leaving the area tranquil once more. "Ah, that human." The elven warriors seethed with anger. The little princess had been taken by that human. And who knew what fate awaited her? Yet, the female elf calmly stated, "Do not panic, everyone. That human cannot harm Xingli for the time being." Upon her arrival, she had realized that, in such a scenario, even she could not withstand the forces of two realms and emerge unscathed to rescue the maiden. Thus, those rings of light were not meant to ensnare, but rather at last, they arrived at the dreamland town. When Chen Yu reappeared, the surrounding players had vanished. After all, they were not dragon lords, who would want to be dragged into another world to serve as free labor. Hence, the best course of action was to steer clear of this place. Many players had completely abandoned Dreamland Town for this reason. Little one Chen Yu felt no discomfort, naturally assuming that the rings had not struck him, and thus did not check. Instead, he prepared to summon the Holy Dragon for a thorough examination. However, upon moving, he felt an unexpected heaviness at his feet. Looking down once more, he was taken aback. What the heck? How did this girl end up here too? No. The maiden clung tightly to Chen Yu's leg, seemingly having succumbed to unconsciousness. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, and the wounds on her body had already begun to scab in certain places. What on earth is happening? Chen Yu raised his foot, intending to pull the girl down. However, as soon as his hand made contact with her, a sharp pain surged through his head, as if he had been struck with a blunt object. Alarm bells rang in Chen Yu's mind as he sensed the precarious situation. Undeterred, he attempted once more. Ouch! Another wave of pain coursed through him. He simply could not touch the girl. No wonder he hadn't sensed any lethal aura from that halo. Its effect was precisely this. Chen Yu gritted his teeth in frustration, channeling his energy and unleashing a powerful shockwave. Instantly, layers of invisible halos materialized around him, binding him and the girl together like a life-and-death lock, firmly securing their fates. Despite his numerous efforts, he could only manage to diminish the outermost layer of the halo's radiance slightly. Indeed, the power unleashed by a formidable being of at least level 30 was beyond his current capabilities to shatter. It appeared he must proceed incrementally. During this time, he cast another glance at the girl, whose tattered clothing had become even more disheveled, revealing more than he intended to see. Avert thine eyes, avert thine eyes. Chen Yu muttered incessantly. At that moment, the radiant dragon appeared, circling anxiously around the girl. The bond they had formed would not diminish simply because of her contract with another. It still held genuine concern for her. Subsequently, the radiant dragon instinctively employed its unique light to gradually heal the girl's injuries. Chen Yu, too, could not neglect her, as he still needed to be able to walk. Reluctantly, he called for Chen Shi to come over. Chen Shi arrived cheerfully, but the scene before her caused her gaze to shift to her brother with a rather peculiar expression. Soon, her face transformed into one of realization. So, her brother had a fondness for this type? Ah, brother, why did you hit me? The moment this thought crossed Chen Shi's mind, she received a playful knock on the head, pouting as she complained, brother likes lowly types, but I won't tell anyone. Ah, brother, you hit me again. Chen Yu was speechless, retorting, can you stop letting your imagination run wild? Do you know what your brother is currently? Never mind, why am I even telling you this? Just get her away. Oh, Chen Shi noticed immediately that the girl was no ordinary person. She was no bookworm and often indulged in various anime. Upon seeing the girl in her current state, she naturally connected the dots. Brother, is she an elf? My heavens, I've actually encountered a real elf. Where did you capture this? No, this elf from. This is something I cannot explain to you. Just focus on your task. While Chen Shi tended to the girl, Chen Yu moved aside, straining to wear down the intangible, yet deeply entrenched halo around him. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded minimal results. An elf, indeed. Just as exquisite as depicted in anime, with ears that were undeniably pointed. Meanwhile, Chen Shi diligently observed the girl as she healed her. Particularly intrigued by those pointed ears and delicate nose, tempted to touch them to see how they felt. However, given that the girl was currently unconscious, it would be inappropriate to take advantage of her vulnerability. For now, she could only feast her eyes on the sight. This is quite large. Chen Shi's gaze inadvertently drifted to a particular area. She glanced at her own, then back at the girl's, and repeated the process, her cheeks growing warm. She resolved to discuss a rather important question once the girl regained consciousness. Approximately an hour passed. Chen Yu made little headway against the halo. After taking a stroll with the radiant dragon around the town, which raised its level to 8, he fell into a slumber and returned to this spot. Oh, so that is how it is. Rest assured, the big boss is quite amiable. Still, I have a significant question to ask you. As soon as Chen Yu stepped into the area, he heard two voices. It turned out the girl had awakened, donning Chen Shi's robe, and the two had already engaged in conversation. Brother, Chen Shi instinctively blurted out, but as she spoke, she remembered there were others present. Although she was aware of the girl's origins, it was best not to disclose her brother's identity. She quickly altered her tone, saying, Big brother, Dragon Lord. You're back. Humph. Upon seeing Chen Yu, the girl remained vigilant. However, she was no longer afraid of him, as she had sensed the life bond their mother had placed upon them. As long as that bond existed, they were tied, sharing both fortune and misfortune. Neither could harm the other. Where have you taken my little white? And what is this place? The girl inquired in rapid succession. Chen Yu remained silent, crossing his arms as he looked down at her. Child, can you not grasp the current situation? You are the one in captivity. I have a few questions for you, and you had best answer truthfully. From which continent do you hail? Chapter 88. Is this truly salvation? The elf girl huffed defiantly. I want to tell you. You big bad guy. I believe it is imperative for you to comprehend the gravity of your situation. Chen Yu rolled up his sleeves and strode forward aggressively, but then turned to Chen Shi, saying, I do not relish striking women. Teach her a lesson so she understands whom she is conversing with. Understood, big boss. Chen Shi would not be swayed, squatting down to firmly grasp the elf girl's delicate face, feigning ferocity as she demanded, Speak quickly. From which continent do you hail? The girl began to mull over those two words. Now, in terms of strength, she ranked among the best in the world and had witnessed all manner of extraordinary phenomena. Yet, the term continent still left her astonished. Could it be that besides Blue Star, there existed other worlds? Was this elf from another realm? She was not some mere monster, but a bona fide intelligent being. The elf girl's face was contorted by Chen Shi's grip, yet she grinned slyly, for she was not afraid of anyone at present. In fact, she secretly hoped that someone would inflict some harm upon her, for that would mean this detestable individual would suffer as well. Hee hee, little sister, our elven race can innately sense whether others harbor malice. You clearly do not wish to harm me, so why act so fierce? Ah, big boss, she isn't afraid of me? Chen Shi's expression fell as she turned to look at Chen Yu. Chen Yu rubbed his forehead, reluctant to open his eyes. Return my little white to me. That is a sacred object my clan has cared for over 30 years, you thief. The elf girl, draped in the robe Chen Shi had given her, trailed behind Chen Yu, incessantly repeating that phrase, to the point where Chen Yu's ears felt as if they were about to develop calluses. Child, I saved your life. Is it too much to ask for some form of compensation? As for you, do you not understand that dragons possess their own consciousness? A smile played at the corners of Chen Yu's mouth as he added, the radiant dragon feasts and thrives alongside me. Do you think it awaits its fate of being hunted by you? Aye. The elf girl fell silent, for Chen Yu's words were indeed accurate. A juvenile dragon was beyond her capacity to protect. Finally, she murmured, stop calling me child. I have a name, it's Xingli. Xingli. Chen Shi chimed in from the side, smiling. What a beautiful name. How did you come to be here? It's all because of this guy. Subsequently, the two followed behind Chen Yu, engaging in hushed whispers. However, with Chen Yu's keen hearing, how could he not catch their conversation? Before long, the two young girls were immersed in an animated discussion, even delving into topics that should remain private. Chen Yu, choosing to shield a portion of his hearing, decided it was best not to eavesdrop on the young lady's secrets. Accompanied by Xing Li, the situation was somewhat inconvenient, yet unavoidable. After all, Chen Yu could not allow his companion to wander off. What if something unfortunate were to befall her? Even with his resurrection armor donned, it would be imprudent to squander it in such a manner. As night fell, Chen Yu turned his attention to the panel once more. The number of unsealed towns was staggering, reaching at least 1 million. At this rate, it would not be long before. Time was of the essence. He needed to ascend swiftly. Chen Yu exchanged a golden grade item with Yang Changlong for the latest and most comprehensive information about the towns. With this knowledge in hand, he led Chen Shi and the others onward. During this period, the emergence of ordinary monsters paled in comparison to the rate at which they were being hunted. Creatures of levels 8 and 9, neither particularly strong nor weak, became highly sought after, repeatedly being wiped out. Meanwhile, formidable beings of levels 12 and 13 were exceedingly rare. It was possible that not a single one existed in several towns. As for levels 14 and 15, they were even scarcer, with perhaps a mere handful across hundreds of towns, rendering them not worth the special search. Chen Yu's focus had to shift to those dungeons yet to be cleared. Upon reaching a certain town, Chen Yu grasped the shoulders of the two behind him and ascended into the air. There was no need to investigate further. He aimed directly for their destination, somewhere in the United States, within a town. Compared to the bustling atmosphere of other towns, this place was eerily desolate. The natural wooden cabins had vanished, leaving only a solemn church standing in their stead. Caw. Nearby, a raven cawed from a branch before fluttering into the church. All had gathered. Inside the dimly lit church, a massive round table was surrounded by 12 high-backed chairs, several of which were already occupied. At that moment, the raven perched atop one of the chairs. In an instant, a figure clad in a classic gentleman's attire, complete with a top hat and a gaunt visage, materialized. A nonchalant smile graced his lips as his pale gray eyes habitually scanned the surroundings, much like a predator seeking prey. At this juncture, a figure resembling a priest, donned in a linen white robe, spoke from the center. His voice was calm and serene. Let us commence. Based on our current trajectory, within 48 hours, the world shall be irrevocably altered. The speaker was a youth with slightly curled golden hair, appearing no older than 18 or 19, his face exuding innocence. The great vessel of Blue Star is now confronting titanic waves. A knight seated opposite the youth interjected, his voice resonant and grave. Firebrand then spoke. To ensure this vessel's continued voyage, certain cumbersome elements must be sacrificed. The only elder present cleared his throat and remarked, it appears the territory has been tentatively established. Those rascals remain unsatisfied. Humph. A bald man scoffed. What of their dissatisfaction? If necessary, we shall fight. Do they truly believe we are afraid? You may not fear. But when the heavens collapse and the earth quakes, I hope your wife shares your courage. Nightshade retorted with a chilling laugh. This is merely a temporary concession. Given sufficient time, we shall repay those fools 1,000-fold. Firebrand clenched his fist. Of the 12 high-backed chairs, only 10 were occupied, representing the mightiest force within the divine realm. Each individual among them was a member of the top 100, with several ranking within the top 10. The very alliance of such power hinted at a willingness to bow to others. The implications of this were unfathomable. The meeting did not last long. As the slender man in the top hat remained silent, listening intently, seemingly detached, his gaze reflecting a world in that he found strangely fascinating. As the discussion neared its conclusion, a man standing with a long sword hesitated, his lips trembling, Is this truly salvation? The priest, not even glancing at him, replied in a haunting tone that reverberated through the vast church. This is a necessary sacrifice. Chapter 89. The Connection of Worlds. In reality, the once bustling metropolis now lay in desolation. Each corner bore witness to this transformation. Aside from the very young or the elderly, nearly 80% of humanity had entered the game. The ultimate fate of this game remained a mystery to most. Many did not even comprehend why they had entered. It was merely due to the government's incessant urging to enter swiftly and level up, claiming that a cataclysmic change was on the horizon. This notion was firmly believed by countless individuals. Even the most scientifically implausible events occurring did not deter their faith, as they would readily accept news of impending doom. Yet, the peculiar anomalies manifesting in certain regions of Blue Star went unnoticed. In the extreme southern glaciers, a chasm akin to a fracture of the heavens howled with icy winds. An unbearable cold enveloping the area, devoid of any light, in a place untouched by life for eons. Crack, crack. Sounds resembling shattering echoed all around. In the next moment, within this wall-less expanse, a fissure slowly began to spread. Simultaneously, similar occurrences unfolded across multiple corners of Blue Star. The Eye of the Deep, deemed one of humanity's forbidden zones, voraciously swallowed immense quantities of seawater. The water was not blue but an ominous black. Beneath the surface, tranquility reigned, while the sea above roiled with violent black waves, seemingly capable of devouring everything. At a certain moment, everything around appeared to freeze. Roar. Suddenly, the sea surged violently, causing tremendous tremors beneath, and a terrifying roar erupted from within, shattering hearts with its ferocity. In Huaxia, likewise revered as a zone of life as prohibitions, the legendary Kunlun Mountain, steeped in myths, underwent transformations. Yet outwardly, it seemed mundane, while within, horrific beastly roars resonated. From a high vantage point, one could observe a colossal spatial rift manifesting inexplicably, as though something were attempting to emerge from within, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. In the far north, the world's roof, the triangular sea region, the Arzhan mountain range, each terrifying locale was undergoing astonishing changes, as if echoing the prophecy that the world was on the brink of a cataclysm. Haha, it is coming. Another low-level world connection is imminent, and this time, we shall seize a grand fortune. On the other side of these rifts, an array of beings, bizarre in both appearance and attire, gazed intently from afar. They were scattered, disconnected from one another, yet each resembled a warrior poised for battle, awaiting something. Their forms were a kaleidoscope of the extraordinary. Some bore an uncanny resemblance to humans. Others sported wings, some had serpentine tails, and still others possessed avian heads. The roles of predator and prey have shifted. We were once the hunted, and now we shall relish the thrill of the hunt. Ha ha, let it be known, this territory belongs to me alone. No one shall contest my claim. Why should it be yours? Let strength dictate the terms. Even before the hunt began, they had already commenced squabbling over the spoils, as if victory were assured. Roar. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed through the air. The crowd turned their gazes in unison. In the distance, on the horizon, a skeletal dragon, engulfed in black flames and composed entirely of bones, emerged into view. Grasping a chain wrapped around its neck was a towering figure clad in dark armor. With only a pair of eyes visible, he commanded the skeletal dragon as it descended from the sky, exuding an unparalleled presence that rendered the onlookers utterly silent. How could this be? Why would the dragon hunter come here? Is he intrigued by this primitive world? Countless individuals present were astonished. They had never anticipated this powerful figure's arrival. However, some remained unfazed. After all, every realm gives birth to dragons, and as a dragon hunter, how could he not be interested? It was just unexpected that he would venture into this world. Who could fathom the motives of one of the top 10 elites? Soon, hushed murmurs began to ripple through the assembly. The man remained silent, his gaze fixated on a rift in the air. Ah, is that not an old friend? How delightful to see you again. After an indeterminate span of time, another formidable figure manifested. Adorned in rusted, blood-stained gray armor, he appeared unremarkable. Yet he bore a massive blade that resembled a ruler strapped to his back. Hiss, it's the butcher. He has come as well. Is this world so unfortunate as to host two of the top 10 elites? One a dragon hunter, the other a dragon slayer. It seems they are destined to wreak havoc upon this realm. Clearly, both individuals carried significant renown. Their mere presence incited considerable commotion. Many bizarre creatures hastily distanced themselves, fearing for their safety. Damn it, why are these two here? It seems our gains will be considerably diminished. Amongst the throng, a group of a dozen figures gathered. Observing the two powerful beings from afar, their expressions a mix of annoyance and disbelief. Leader, what should we do? Shall we proceed with the original plan? They turned to the foremost figure, a hooded youth with hands tucked into his pockets, strikingly human in appearance. Behind him, someone unfurled a map before the young man. Upon closer inspection, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the map of Blue Star, or rather, it was the very map of Blue Star. No harm done. This is merely an unexpected boon. Why lament? The youth spoke, seemingly indifferent to the map. His focus instead on the individual capable of transmitting messages through the world's barriers. Leader, what are our next steps? One individual mimicked a throat-slitting gesture. After a moment of silence, the youth shook his head. No, that group is not so easily dispatched, and more importantly, they would have taken precautions against such a risk. Thus, in dealing with them understood, leader. The group nodded in agreement. Congratulations, you have received. Congratulations on reaching level 20. Congratulations to the Frost Giant Dragon and the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon for achieving level 17. By the stroke of midnight, after Chen Yu had conquered yet another golden tier dungeon, his level had risen, and aside from the Thunder Prison Battle Dragon and the slumbering Radiant Holy Dragon, the other two dragons had also experienced a significant upgrade. Chen Shi too had swiftly ascended to level 14, placing him within the top 30 rankings. The top 10 had largely reached level 16. Their progress was undeniably swift. After all, each of them had been meticulously nurtured by the state, enjoying the lioness share of resources. Humph, how is he advancing so rapidly? The elven girl, currently a prisoner, grumbled inwardly. She herself was only at level 15, and now even the younger girl beside her threatened to surpass her. Wouldn't her own position become increasingly precarious? At that moment, Chen Yu's gaze shifted toward her. Chapter 90, Racial Convergence. As time drew near, Chen Yu felt an escalating sense of unease. He recalled the events of his previous life, fully understanding the implications of the game's complete arrival. At that juncture, worlds connected to Blue Star would swarm in like locusts. Their motives, to seize territory and plunder resources. The first motive outweighed the second, for territory could continuously yield resources. Of course, they would also bring with them experiences yet to be uncovered by Blue Star. It resembled the influx of modern individuals into ancient times, accompanied by advanced systems, rich medicines, and established frameworks. Initially, the people of Blue Star referred to them as NPCs, as they consistently rendered various forms of assistance. In reality, this constituted a subtle invasion, as the resources belonging to Blue Star would be systematically siphoned into their own coffers. Over time, would Blue Star still remain a bastion of humanity? The tragic reality lay in the fact that such developments were utterly unavoidable. Blue Star needed their strength to endure the initial onslaught. Otherwise, they might find themselves bereft of even a place to dwell, let alone consider the future. In essence, this represented a form of alternative convergence, with Blue Star connecting with multiple worlds, giving rise to countless new races. The universe was vast and boundless, and true races would gradually intermingle. As the top-ranked individual of Blue Star, Chen Yu would be approached first by some of the mightiest beings. Only two outcomes awaited him: submission or death. To eliminate the strongest among them would serve as a straightforward and direct means of deterring those who fancied themselves formidable. Chen Yu regarded the elven girl, fully aware that relying solely on his own strength might not suffice to withstand this impending blow. Therefore, he would need to harness some external power. Previously, as the top contender himself, who could he depend upon? The situation was different now. He had a willing ally at hand. What do you intend to do? Let me tell you, I am not afraid of you. Xingli stuttered, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. She sensed that this individual was undoubtedly plotting something sinister. Unfortunately, her kind could only discern between benevolence and malevolence, unable to read others' thoughts. Perhaps her mother could manage that, but she, in her current state, could not. Ah, little one. No, Xingli, is it? I believe we could engage in a most enlightening conversation. Chen Yu flashed a smile, yet Xingli shivered involuntarily at the sight. I have nothing to discuss with you, Xingli responded, unwilling to become further entangled with this individual. They too possessed panels, although the worlds were not yet interconnected. The panels had yet to unify, but she could comprehend. When Chen Yu had opened his panel earlier, she had already seen it. This world would soon connect with hers. The three settled in a vacant area. Chen Yu continued, how long has your realm been under the divine domain? Xingli pursed her lips, I will not tell you. In response to her defiance, Chen Yu produced a stone. Surely, you recognize this? Xingli's eyes widened as she beheld the diamond-shaped gem. This is a resurrection stone? How is that possible? She was utterly astonished. Such an item could not possibly appear before the advent of the divine domain. It was only 3 years after the divine realm descended upon their world that she first heard of the resurrection stone. Why? How could Chen Yu possess it? This defied all logic. Was the abundance of resources in this world so vast? A mere individual summoned at random could wield such power to acquire a resurrection stone. Xingli was oblivious to the fact that the person before her was no ordinary being. He was, in fact, the unrivaled champion of this world from beginning to end. Chen Yu tucked the stone away. Since you comprehend what this is, you must realize that I am not intimidated by any so-called halo. If I genuinely wished to end your life, you would have perished long ago. I merely do not wish to squander the opportunity for resurrection. Moreover, if you choose to remain silent, do you think I cannot compel you to speak? I could sever a finger from your hand, though I would endure the same agony. It is merely pain, and I can bear it. But what about you? If you refuse to divulge, very well. I shall proceed to amputate each of your remaining fingers, followed by your toes, then your arms and thighs. Xing Li's complexion gradually turned ashen. If it were to be this way, Chen Yu might as well end her life with a single stroke. At least then, she could take him down with her. However, to endure such torment was far worse than death itself, and Chen Yu would only experience the sensation of pain, not the actual loss of those limbs. The thought of her body being gradually dismembered sent shivers down Xing Li's spine, and she instinctively covered her ears, pleading, please stop, just stop. In that moment, Chen Yu unsheathed a dagger, addressing Chen Shi, whose face had also turned pale, with an ominous tone. Hold her down. All right. Chen Shi, startled by her brother's grim voice, felt her hands tremble as she swallowed hard before extending them. I'm sorry, Xing Li, although I quite like you, but... Xing Li trembled as she was seized. Her 5 delicate fingers were laid upon a stone. Without a flicker of hesitation, Chen Yu raised the dagger and brought it down with force. 5 years. It has been 5 years since the divine realm arrived in our land. The blade embedded itself into the stone beside the spirit maiden's hand, barely a centimeter away. The elven maiden screamed in despair. For that brief moment, she had not sensed any jest in his demeanor. Had she hesitated even for a moment, he would have truly struck down. Why not do this sooner? Chen Yu resumed his seat, chuckling. 5 years, indeed. Who currently holds the highest rank in your world? What level are they? A being named Nju. I am unaware of his level. Nju. Chen Yu mulled over this name, feeling a sense of familiarity. In his previous life, he had merely been a minor player, having only heard of such formidable figures without ever encountering them. And the strongest among your elven race would be the Elven Queen, correct? What is her current rank and level? Yes, my mother. I believe she ranks within the top 10, though I am not entirely certain of her level. But it is certainly above 40. 40. Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction, as the information he had garnered proved sufficient. In his memory, there were 3 worlds connected to Blue Star, and the one inhabited by the elves was the mightiest, though the other 2 possessed significantly greater overall strength than Blue Star. He feared no adversary who did not exceed a level of 30. Xing Li, can you still open that summoning portal? Summoning portal? Xing Li, curled up in the corner, queried cautiously, what do you intend to do? Chen Yu displayed a broad smile, revealing all 8 of his teeth. To send you back, of course. Are you not pleased? I don't believe you would be so benevolent, Xing Li replied, her expression fraught with wariness. She had sensed a plot brewing since earlier. I assure you, I am a good person, Chen Yu insisted earnestly, sheathing the dagger. I was merely trying to frighten you. After all, you are a stubborn little girl. You're the little girl, Xing Li muttered, lost in thought. She realized she could not find any downside to this. Once she returned, with her mother's power, she would undoubtedly escape. Yet, could this fellow truly be so foolish as to ensnare himself in such a trap? What exactly do you want? Xing Li demanded. Unless you clarify, I will never trust you. Then, feeling her previous words lacked gravity, she added, her voice trembling, even if you sever my fingers, I will not assist you in any endeavor that may endanger the elven race. Chen Yu contemplated her words. There seemed to be nothing he could not disclose. It is quite simple. I merely wish to collaborate with your elven race. Collaborate? Xing Li and Chen Shi exchanged bewildered glances. 10 minutes later, they found themselves at the illusory dream town, standing before the portal. The summoning portal. This was a temporary connection between worlds. Xing Li cast a furtive glance at Chen Yu, then began to chant incantations. Before long, the portal glowed brighter and slowly opened. In their previous world, the summoning portal had yielded random results. However, here, the portal was fixed. As long as the correct coordinates were identified, they could accurately open it to a specific location. Xing Li was particularly adept, for her elven race possessed several established coordinates. Chen Shi, you stay here and hold this. Chen Yu instructed his sister, handing her the resurrection stone. This was his safeguard, as the stone possessed a unique property. A single drop of blood would activate it. Once placed in a secure location, should he meet his demise, he could resurrect himself in safety. After all, being able to kill oneself once meant it could be done again. Resurrecting at the same spot would be tantamount to courting death. All right. Chen Shi nodded decisively, her curiosity about the other world overshadowed by her brother's safety. Humph. You are indeed cautious. Everything unfolded before Xing Li's watchful eyes, serving to remind her that Chen Yu had no fear of death. In less than 10 seconds, the terrifying pull of the summoning portal enveloped them. With no controlling light appearing, the two stepped directly into its depths. This is truly incredible. Chun-Shi gazed from a distance, her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of a portal leading to another world. As the brilliant light enveloped Chen Yu, when they next beheld their surroundings, they had successfully arrived at a new locale. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, brimming with life. Stepping into this realm, one could almost feel the air infused with an unending vitality, permeating through their very pores. They stood upon a high platform, surveying the breathtaking scenery around them. Amidst the trees below, pairs of eyes, pure and gem-like, gazed in bewilderment at their sudden appearance. Princess Xing Li. In an instant, dozens of tall, elven warriors reacted swiftly, surrounding them in a protective circle. Seeing this, Xing Li contemplated fleeing, but as she lifted her foot, Chen Yu, seemingly aware of her intentions, placed a hand upon her shoulder. Little girl, this portal has brought us directly to the elven territory. Chen Yu wore a smile that obscured his true emotions, which suited me just fine, as I had neither the time nor the inclination to delve deeper into the matter. Who are you? Release Princess Xing Li at once. The surrounding elven warriors, surely not oblivious to the unfolding situation, all raised their spears in unison. However, before Chen Yu could utter a word, a gentle voice suddenly resonated from a colossal tree in the distance, its grandeur dwarfing the ancient trees surrounding it, resembling a crown of the heavens. Allow them passage. Upon hearing this voice, the elven warriors simultaneously lowered their spears and parted to create a path. Our queen summons you. Come with us. Among them, a male elf with flowing golden locks, evidently of the highest rank among the elven warriors, made a cold gesture inviting them to proceed. Very well. Lead the way. Chen Yu was indifferent to their demeanor. Had the roles been reversed, he would hardly have shown any kindness to an outsider. Subsequently, under the guidance of this guard, they entered the grand hall of the elven clan. The hall, nestled within the massive tree, was impressively spacious. A long corridor flanked by youthful and elder elves suggested that they were individuals of considerable standing within the elven society. At the center of the hall, upon a resplendent high-backed throne, sat their elven queen, the very tall woman who had cast the bond of life upon Chen Yu and Xing Li. Her features remained indistinct, yet her form was ineffably perfect, radiating a gentle, sanctified light that seemed capable of purifying the soul. An outsider, arriving alone, such audacity. The elven queen's voice was ethereal, devoid of any discernible emotion. Mother, you have no idea how outrageous this individual is. He even threatened to sever my hands one by one. Xing Li seized the opportunity to complain, feeling emboldened now that they were within their territory. Chen Yu did not intervene, as he intended to establish a cooperative stance from the outset, subtly conveying that he was not intimidated by them. Humph, outsider, you seek your own demise, exclaimed one of the elven warriors. Queen, there is no need to waste words on this scoundrel. A single thrust of my spear could end his life. The audacity of his words ignited fervor among the elven assembly. The guard who had escorted them wore an expression of fierce intent, as if ready to charge at any moment. Why have you come? The elven queen inquired, her tone remaining flat, direct, and unyielding. As her words fell, the clamor within the hall dissipated, and all eyes turned toward Chen Yu. They too wished to discern the motives of this audacious individual who had kidnapped their princess and dared to enter their domain. Chen Yu surveyed the gathered assembly and remarked, There are too many voices here. I implore the queen to allow only those capable of governance to remain. How dare you, outsider? Do you presume this place to be your home? We demand you leave, shouted an enraged elf, glaring daggers at Chen Yu. Unperturbed, Chen Yu prepared to reiterate his demand when the elven queen interjected, You may all withdraw for now. The assembly turned in astonishment toward their queen, surprised that she had indeed acquiesced to the outsider's request. Gentlemen, please follow me to a private chamber, she continued, disregarding the agitation of her subjects and leading a few elder elves along with Chen Yu to a side hall. This chamber, though smaller than the main hall, retained an air of solemn dignity. Mother. Upon their arrival, Xing Li seized the moment and dashed toward her mother. Haha, at last, I am rid of this insufferable wretch. I must ensure that you teach him a lesson, she thought gleefully. Chen Yu paid her no mind. The distance was too short for her to escape if he wished to intervene. In truth, he had already resigned himself to the possibility of failure, prepared for the worst outcome. As for Xing Li, whether she lived or died was of little consequence. Why provoke an unnecessary conflict with a faction that ought not to be antagonized? The elven queen gently caressed Xing Li's cheek, sensing that she was unharmed, before addressing Chen Yu once more. Now, reveal your purpose. Mother, I know I know, Xingli exclaimed, clinging to her mother's arm. This fellow is terrified and seeks our elven clan's protection. Ah, you mustn't speak recklessly. Chen Yu interjected, casually finding a seat and reclining with an air of nonchalance. I am here to negotiate a collaboration, not to seek refuge. Collaboration? One elder elf, clad in white, and with hair as white as snow, chuckled derisively. Forgive my candor. But what right does a mere level 20 outsider have to propose collaboration with us? Their ability to see through Chen Yu's black cloak indicated that each of them was at least level 30, and upon a cursory glance, there were at least a dozen elders present, not to mention the formidable elven queen herself. Their collective might was not to be underestimated. In response to the elders' laughter, Chen Yu found it amusing. The elven queen remained silent, as it was imperative for Chen Yu to demonstrate the value of a true collaborator. How long did it take for the ancient spirit continent to transition from the divine realm to full manifestation? One relatively younger elf proudly replied, tilting his head slightly. 43 days. Among the surrounding worlds, we are the swiftest. The speed of a realm's transition from the divine realm can often reflect the potential of its players. Perhaps they were not currently strong, but they merely lacked time. Thus, the elf's pride was palpable. 43 days, you say? Chen Yu could not suppress a laugh. Not only now, but even in my previous life, Planet Blue accomplished this feat in merely 1 month, 30 days, to be precise. What do you mean, outsider? The young elf demanded sharply. Chen Yu replied with a hint of disdain. You boast of a 43-day transition. Yet you use that as a basis for looking down on my level 20. So, your realm is even less than ours. An elder spoke up, 17 days. From the moment the divine realm appeared in our world, only 17 days have passed, and within the next 2 to 3 days, it will be fully realized. Chen Yu remarked coolly, so that means the maximum transition time is 20 days. Do you still believe I am mocking you? What did you say? The expressions of the elven assembly shifted dramatically, astonished by this revelation. 20 days, what did that imply? The potential of this world was terrifyingly immense. With such a base of talent, their rise was nearly inevitable. Only then did they grasp a more shocking truth. Chen Yu was at level 20, achieving that in just 17 days since the divine realm's appearance. In unison, numerous gazes turned sharply toward Chen Yu. To describe this individual in more relatable terms, one could only use 2 words, a prodigy. What is your rank? An elder inquired with urgency. Chen Yu simply raised a finger. First, upon seeing that number. For reasons unknown, their initial reaction was not one of surprise, but rather a collective sigh of relief. If this level does not represent the pinnacle of that world, one can scarcely imagine what lies beyond. So, what precisely do you mean by cooperation? This time, their tone softened. For the individual before them, it is no exaggeration to say that as long as they survive, they are destined to reach the level of the Elven Queen, and perhaps even beyond. This immense potential merits their utmost consideration. My request for cooperation is quite simple, Chen Yu declared. In the initial phase, you shall provide me with protection, and within a year, I will return a gift so extraordinary that it will be impossible for you to refuse. His proposal bore a semblance to a pay later scheme. Nevertheless, it was still worthy of profound contemplation by the elven race. For a year's time, in the presence of a prodigy like Chen Yu, it is difficult to envision the heights he might attain. This promise carries significant weight. You refer to protection. Does this extend to just yourself or your entire race? What form of protection do you seek? Surely, you do not expect us to eliminate all your enemies? The elven race was understandably cautious and sought clarification. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu discerned the potential for success and smiled. Just myself suffices, and the terms are straightforward. You need not concern yourselves with entities below level 30. Be they monsters or humans. Simply shield me from any potential assaults by those above level 30. An elderly elf inquired, is it truly that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. The assembly of elder elves began to murmur amongst themselves, for this demand posed no significant challenge to them. In fact, among the current worlds, they regarded their elven race as one of the most formidable. The Elven Queen ranked among the top 10, if not the top 5. What of level 30 or 40? They believed they could certainly provide protection for one individual. You are a Dragon Tamer? The Elven Queen inquired from her high seat, as she had caught a glimpse of a dragon's shadow before the summoning portal. Precisely, Chen Yu nodded, revealing no hesitation as he summoned forth the Radiant Thunder Dragon into the Grand Hall. Ah, the Radiant Thunder Dragon. Several elder elves were not unfamiliar with this majestic creature, for it had once roamed their world. However, several years prior, it had seemingly been hunted to extinction. Before they could respond, with a resonant roar, the ancient divine dragon materialized in their midst. Two dragons? They widened their eyes in disbelief. Even the Elven Queen exhibited a rare flicker of emotion. Their astonishment was not merely due to the rarity of dragons, but rather the realization that a Dragon Tamer had transcended occupational limitations to forge contracts with multiple dragons. In the blink of an eye, their astonishment escalated further. With a powerful gust of wind, the frost dragon joined the assembly. The three gargantuan dragons filled the chamber. And despite their lower levels, the innate sense of oppression they exuded permeated the grand hall. Chapter 93. The cooperation is established. 3 dragons? At this moment, even the most seasoned elder of the elven race appeared utterly astounded. They were acutely aware of the formidable strength wielded by dragons, which had existed throughout their continent long before the divine realm's arrival. Dragons, elves, dwarves, humans, trants, and orcs, among numerous other races, collectively forged their world. Although dragons were exceedingly rare, this did not diminish their dominion. No race could withstand the onslaught of a dragon. Yet, with the advent of the divine realm, which introduced countless formidable monsters, their world underwent a transformative upheaval. The dragon population surged and then plummeted, as both native and divine realm dragons faced catastrophic threats, particularly from dragon hunters who zealously pursued their extinction. The solitary dragon egg within their race could be considered the only known native dragon egg to date. How is it possible? As a dragon tamer, how could you contract so many dragons? It cannot be. The elders quickly made connections. This must surely be a manifestation of Chen Yu's awakened talent, granting him the ability to bond with multiple dragons. Meanwhile, Xingli discreetly whispered into the Elven Queen's ear. And as Chen Yu glanced up through the ethereal glow, he sensed the Elven Queen's gaze fixed upon him. Where is the radiant holy dragon? The Elven Queen inquired directly. The radiant holy dragon? Is it the dragon egg belonging to our elven race? The many green and golden eyes turned once more to Chen Yu. Although they were uncertain about the identity of the dragon egg, they speculated based on the holy aura it exuded, which only a select few dragons possessed. Indeed, the dragon we have nurtured for decades. Hand it over, a younger elf exclaimed with fervor. After caring for it for so long, how could they simply relinquish it? Oh, what dragon? You must understand, a dragon in my possession is a true dragon. In yours, it is merely an egg coveted by many. Chen Yu corrected them. That radiant holy dragon was inherently flawed. It was only due to the elven race's rich life force that it had managed to cling to existence, remaining in a half-alive state. Without the sustenance provided by the radiant thunder dragon and the ancient divine dragon, the radiant holy dragon would remain forever trapped in a limbo, alive yet unable to manifest. Were it not for our elven race's decades of care, even with your other dragons, could you have awakened the radiant holy dragon so easily? An elder remarked, grasping the implications of their relationship. Your argument holds merit, yet, Chen Yu raised his hand. You are already too late. I have already bonded with the radiant holy dragon. How many dragons can you truly contract? The crowd was momentarily stunned by his declaration. A dragon tamer who successfully bonds with even one dragon is destined for greatness, likely ranking within the top 100. Yet here stood Chen Yu, having contracted 4, with an unknown upper limit. No wonder his level was so elevated at this juncture. Simultaneously, they recognized that with such potential, perhaps, just perhaps, collaboration was indeed feasible. Having sufficiently demonstrated his value, Chen Yu turned to the Elven Queen, employing a unique method to convey a silent message. Do you truly possess such ability? The Elven Queen rose abruptly, unable to maintain her composure. Chen Yu smiled, his gaze radiant, for the Queen should know whether he spoke truthfully. I can ascertain that you do not lie, but I cannot confirm whether you possess that capability. That is precisely the essence of my statement. The hall fell into an unusual silence. The elders exchanged glances, uncertain of what Chen Yu had communicated to their queen in that fleeting moment. However, they were aware that even their typically composed queen displayed such a reaction. It must be of great significance. Time passed, perhaps just 2 or 3 seconds, before a light, melodic voice echoed through the hall. Very well. The Elven Queen acquiesced to Chen Yu's request for cooperation, agreeing to provide him with initial protection. In truth, even if Chen Yu had not uttered that final phrase, the Elven Queen had already been swayed. The talent he exhibited was sufficient to capture her attention. Each time the worlds connected, various powers sought to recruit prodigies from lesser realms. They would naturally pursue him as well. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A being of extraordinary potential from a superior world had approached them unbidden. Regardless, for the elven race, it is undoubtedly a profitable venture. Thus, I shall take my leave first. With his objective achieved, Chen Yu stood up without even sipping his tea. It was time for him to focus on his frantic ascension. Wait a moment. At that instant, the Elven Queen suddenly called out to him. Is there something else, Your Majesty? Chen Yu turned back. The Elven Queen gestured for the watching Starry to come closer. Might I request that Starry accompany you? Starry's expression faltered, feeling as though the sky had fallen. No. I refuse. I do not wish to follow this fellow. Mother, do you not love me anymore? She blinked her brilliant golden eyes, attempting to charm her mother into reconsidering. The Elven Queen remained unfazed, calmly stating, "You need to venture out and gain experience. Our world is far too perilous, and their realm is perfectly suited for you. No, I will not go. At the very least, I cannot accompany this detestable fellow." Starry protested incessantly, and even some elders interceded on her behalf. Yet the Elven Queen had made up her mind, and they could not alter her decision. "Very well, I shall take good care of the little princess," Chen Yu replied with a beaming smile, gazing cheerfully at Starry. "Come, Starry. You." Starry shivered, deeply suspicious that this fellow would seek revenge for her earlier complaints. Before the platform, a multitude of elves watched as the two departed. Soon, whispers began to circulate below, as they could not comprehend why the queen would act thus, trusting this outsider and allowing Princess Starry to accompany him. In truth, aside from the Elven Queen, even the elders present in the grand hall were unaware of her reasoning. The Elven Queen gazed at the platform, Chen Yu's words echoing in her mind. Chapter 94. Disobedience shall be met with force. What do you intend to do? Starry was terrified, distancing herself from Chen Yu as she became a captive once more. Chen Yu teased, "Little girl, weren't you just complaining?" "I who complained? I merely spoke the truth. I have no idea what you did to earn Mother Ash's trust." Starry mumbled, hastily hiding behind Chen Shi as they exited the summoning portal. Chen Yu waved his hand, too indifferent to pursue the matter further. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had forgotten something. The bond of destiny. They had neglected to have the Elven Queen dissolve their bond of destiny. Moreover, the Elven Queen hadn't mentioned it, clearly intent on retaining it. Returning now would likely be futile. This must also serve as a form of protection for Starry. With this bond, Chen Yu would be unable to abandon her in her time of need. Sigh, never is there a task devoid of effort, simply reaping rewards. He had already drawn upon the Elven race as protection, so safeguarding Starry would merely be a matter of repaying a small interest. By the way, why are only you two here? Where are the Elven warriors? Chen Shi understood her brother's purpose for this journey and was curious as to why it was just the two of them returning. Starry explained, "The summoning portal was opened through me as a medium, and my power cannot sustain so many entering simultaneously. Furthermore, to enter your realm, one must not exceed the level of the strongest being in this world. Of course, more importantly, I want to allow it." Chen Yu interjected directly. Even if the Elven race proposed sending a contingent of their forces here, he would not permit it. The early stages present the best opportunity for resource acquisition in this world. Regardless of the chaos on Blue Star, it remains their internal affair. A few individuals are manageable. But if the Elven race were to invade en masse, the situation would drastically change. They would be perceived as invaders, marauders, and might even draw the ire of Blue Star upon Chen Yu himself. Such a foolish course of action was utterly unthinkable. Clearly, the Elven Queen understood this, as she made no such request, only insisting on taking Starry along. "Very well, little girl, I no longer have the time to indulge your whims. Do you wish to train alone, or what?" Upon hearing this, Starry was at a loss. Arriving in an unfamiliar world, how could she not feel disoriented? Despite her own uncertainty, her level 15 prowess was more than sufficient to flourish in this realm. Chen Yu summoned the Frost Dragon and the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon, declaring, "Let the Frost Dragon take you on your training journey." This statement included Chen Shi as well. Time was of the essence, and their rate of advancement was far too sluggish. He decided to unleash his two mightiest dragons, allowing them to forge their own paths to growth. After all, in this world, no entity yet posed a threat to the two dragons. Hooray! Chen Shi had longed for the chance to ride a dragon, and now that opportunity had finally arrived. Chen Yu cautioned sternly, "Do not entertain thoughts of frivolity. I grant you 12 hours. You must at least reach level 17. Otherwise..." "What? Why must I accompany you?" Starry protested. "You are not my mother. What gives you the right to dictate my actions? Your mother instructed me to take you for training. Did she not also say, disobedience shall be met with force? No such thing. Do not speak carelessly." Starry's face flushed with indignation as she waved her fists, yet lacked the courage to strike. "I do not care how you accomplish this. I expect to see results in 12 hours. Brother. Level 17? The current top 3 in the game have only just reached level 17. Chen Shi also protested. But it was of no avail. Chen Yu summoned the Thunder Prison War Dragon and departed from the area. "We too shall depart, and venture to another town." They donned disguises, for riding upon the back of a dragon could hardly escape attention, and Chen Shi's identity must remain concealed, as must Starry's. Subsequently, the two of them soared away on the dragon. As time quietly slipped by, many began to feel that something within the game had shifted, though they could not articulate what. The clearest observation was that their gap from those on the leaderboard was widening, even resulting in a noticeable divide. Countless individuals remained baffled, unable to comprehend what had transpired. In various towns, formidable monsters were swiftly vanquished upon emergence, even those previously deemed immensely powerful. As for dungeons, waves of strong players surged forth until they conquered the instances, with no thought of retreat. Boom. In a certain town, a colossal golden sword descended, cleaving a level 15 monster cleanly in two. Tai Hao, hearing the sounds around him, felt no joy. He merely instructed those nearby, clean up the battlefield and proceed to the next town. Meanwhile, in another location, the sun blazed fiercely. Suddenly, a figure materialized, silhouetted against the sun, with a three-legged golden crow looming behind him, exuding an air of authority. A formidable and terrifying power coalesced in his hands, all converging into a single feathered arrow. Whoosh! The arrow soared like a flaming bird, plummeting towards the monstrous beast below. Whoosh! Flames surged, engulfing everything in its wake, leaving nothing but ashes in its path. With a single wave of his hand, Dei dispelled the flames, revealing only a massive skeleton in their wake. Clenching his fist, Dei declared, "Not enough. This level is insufficient to render me fearless." After collecting the dropped equipment, he departed. Meanwhile, in yet another location, there lay a vast ocean. The shoreline was teeming with countless heads, seemingly awaiting something momentous. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, causing the entire surface of the sea to explode. The cataclysmic noise generated towering waves that soared 100 meters high, prompting the crowd to scream and flee in haste. Amidst the chaos, only one figure remained, his eyes alight with excitement, utterly unconcerned. As the colossal wave surged, it appeared poised to crash down, yet in an instant, it astonishingly froze in midair. In that suspended moment, a massive blue whale burst through the surface, its colossal form casting a shadow over the ocean, demonstrating its unparalleled might. To the astonishment of onlookers, a solitary figure stood upright upon the creature's back. From a distance, he appeared almost inconspicuous. Yet this only served to amplify the aura of strength and invincibility that surrounded him. He had succeeded. The Sea King had triumphed, single-handedly vanquishing a level 15 sea demon, an unfathomable feat. My goodness, the rise of the Sea King was astonishingly swift. At this rate, surpassing the Dragon Lord seemed inevitable. The crowd was ablaze with excitement, particularly Tornado, akin to witnessing the growth of a younger sibling. Everyone was fervently striving to enhance their prowess. This phenomenon was not confined to China. It was remarkably prevalent across various nations, where the veneration of martial power propelled many to relentlessly amplify their strength. Chapter 95. A mere thief in a quaint town, within a golden-tiered dungeon, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the surroundings. Countless figures emerged from within. Yet the moment they stepped out, many players collapsed to the ground, either gravely injured, exhausted, or finally able to relax after narrowly escaping. Who could fathom the horrors they had faced inside? Out of over 300 players who entered, only a handful emerged alive, a testament to the dungeon's terror. Despite this, the two individuals at the forefront were entirely unscathed, wielding an assortment of golden-tier artifacts. Clearly, they had reaped the greatest rewards from the dungeon. Ah, the hand of God. Merely a thief after all. Among them, a young man of unremarkable appearance, yet possessing an extraordinary aura, sheathed his stone sword upon his back. Opposite him stood a gentleman clad in classical attire, who adjusted his tall hat and smiled, saying, "The stone sword, the hidden blade indeed proves sharp. Today I have learned its prowess. Until we meet again." With that, the gentleman vanished without a trace. Humph! Stone Sword's gaze turned icy. This was his ability. The audacity of the opponent to demonstrate it in front of him was nothing short of provocation. Collecting the dungeon's spoils, Stone Sword opened his panel. His level had ascended to 18, placing him in 5th position. His eyes drifted forward, where the rankings were as he had anticipated. Yet upon seeing the name in first place, a wave of pressure surged within him. The Dragon Lord, level 22. How long had it been? Merely a few hours. And the opponent had surged up 2 levels. Such rapid ascension was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. It left all of them feeling daunted. Their aspirations shifted from merely aiming for 2nd place to, no, 3rd, as the 2nd position was occupied by another formidable contender, whose level and codename remained shrouded in mystery. Like a fog, firmly holding the 2nd spot. Ah, this is intriguing. Stone Sword suddenly chuckled. It was delightful to have someone stronger than himself, a matter worthy of celebration. Without wasting time, he hastened to his next destination. While powerful individuals clamored to enhance their abilities, one person opted for an entirely contrary approach. Black Jesus traversed every town, akin to a modern-day Hua Tua, healing player after player. His abilities astounded all who encountered him. Healing light, life force, restorative potions, he possessed none of these. All he needed was to stand beside you, and within mere seconds, no matter how grievously injured you were, as long as you were alive, you would be bouncing back to health in the blink of an eye. Players had never witnessed him slaying monsters, yet his rank consistently remained within the top 5, leaving countless players curious about his class and the talent he had awakened. The cross guild he founded was exceptionally small, comprising fewer than 10 members, all sharing a heart for salvation, wandering the world, albeit lacking the superhuman prowess of their leader. What is this? Why has a door appeared? In a town that had just recently been unsealed, a portal identical to that of Dreamtown emerged, drawing a throng of curious onlookers. Hey, you there, go take a look. Bang. Someone kicked a seemingly youthful figure resembling a high school student, causing him to stumble. You bastard. Li Mingjie fumed, glancing back, realizing it was someone he could hardly afford to associate with. Indeed, this person was none other than Li Mingjie himself. Ever since entering the game, every day had felt like an eternity. Initially, he had heeded Li Mingyue's advice and sought her out in the town she had mentioned. However, at that time, the town had too few openings, rendering him unable to gain entry. After 2 days of struggle, he finally managed to enter, but after an arduous search, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of his sister. Now, he found himself grappling with an unsettling realization he was reluctant to accept. Yet, regardless of his denial, he could no longer ignore the harsh reality. His sister, Li Mingyue, was likely dead. He had no knowledge of the identity of her murderer or her final resting place. His parents were also missing, and he had been navigating this treacherous world alone, ingratiating himself with this person and that, barely managing to reach level 7, only to be betrayed and die once. Now, at level 6, he was vulnerable to anyone's whims. Faced with this peculiar portal, he had intended to keep his distance, but was unceremoniously kicked out of the crowd. Just as he was about to approach to investigate, the portal slowly opened before everyone. Whoosh! A flurry of light particles erupted from it, resembling tentacles, with one of them striking Li Mingjie directly on the forehead. No, what is this? My body. In the next moment, Li Mingjie felt himself lose control over his own body, being inexplicably drawn toward the portal. He cried out in despair, but to no avail, as he was swept along with the others into the mysterious entrance. Click! The portal sealed shut behind them, plunging them into utter despair as they began to utter their final words. TSK, what do these little fish know? The quality this time is lacking. Hearing the sound, Li Mingjie opened his eyes. They had not perished. They found themselves atop a raised platform. Behind them, a towering light ring slowly closing. They had just fallen from within it. Who are you? By what right do you capture us? Alongside Li Mingjie were 6 others. One burly man glared at the surrounding figures. Towering monsters of various shapes and sizes roared in response. Li Mingjie, drenched in sweat, trembled in fear, unable to utter a single word. He had intended for others to grasp the situation first. Yet, the outcome blood splattered as a severed head flew through the air. It was evident that this individual was defiant. Among them, a birdman sheathed his sharp wings, which had just decapitated his foe, and turned his gaze toward the remaining 5. During this tumultuous moment, several luminous chains erupted from a creature, ensnaring them in a tight grasp. The purpose of these chains was not to imprison them, for with their numbers, allowing a few insignificant insects to escape would be absurd. Better to simply crush them underfoot. Rather, the primary function of these chains was to bind them, preventing their forced return through the summoning portal. In other words, unless these strange beings were in a generous mood and chose to release them, escape would be a distant dream. Please, don't kill me. What do you want? I can give you anything. One of them cried out in desperation. The monsters nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the reaction they desired. Soon, one of them turned to Li Mingjie and bluntly asked, "Who is the strongest individual in your world? What is their codename? What is their profession?" I Li Mingjie stammered, paralyzed with fear and unable to articulate a coherent response. Gradually, the creature before him grew impatient, its lizard-like tail rising ominously. "No, don't kill me. The Dragon Lord. Our top ranker is the Dragon Lord," he shouted in a panic. This revelation temporarily deterred the lizard man from executing him immediately. The Dragon Lord is a Dragon Tamer, contracted with a giant dragon. That is all I know. Please, don't kill me. I am of great use, Li Mingjie continued, his desire to survive overwhelming. Very well. You shall answer my queries promptly. Delay will not be tolerated, the creature warned. They separated Li Mingjie and his companions, interrogating them in different locations. Before long, they reconvened. The potential of this world exceeds our expectations. We cannot yield an inch of this territory. They conspired together. At present, only a few regions of this world warranted attention. The rest were merely a collection of insignificant beings. Do not underestimate this world. Its potential is so vast that it may give rise to an anomaly like the Dark Abyss. One 4-legged monster intoned gravely. The others dismissed his concerns. No matter how monstrous he may be, how much could he possibly ascend in such a brief span? 20 levels at most. Even with the support of a giant dragon. How could he possibly contend with us? They laughed heartily, oblivious to any foreboding. They too had endured a similar journey, crushed by invaders in their early days, struggling to survive in the crevices of despair. Now, it was their turn to allow other worlds to experience that same hopelessness. Meanwhile, Li Mingjie had regained his composure. He observed his surroundings in utter astonishment. Where on earth was he? What had that dreadful portal brought him to? Were these creatures truly monsters? And what did they mean by this world and that world? Li Mingjie was not foolish. He quickly deduced that he might be in another realm. Beyond Blue Star. Did other worlds exist? Yet, his astonishment did not reach the point of horror. After all, the emergence of games made the existence of other worlds plausible. For him, this could potentially be a blessing in disguise. Over there, he had lost all chance of rising. But here, at least he knew that these monsters still needed him. He still held value. Whether he could survive and earn their favor depended entirely on his actions. He was still contemplating avenging Li Mingjie against the murderer. Congratulations. You have obtained. Congratulations, you have reached level 23. Congratulations, the Thunder Abyss War Dragon has reached level 19, with a bonding degree of 1. 23, 19. Chen Yu paused momentarily, assessing his current combat prowess. Fully equipped in platinum gear and armed with items that directly enhance strength, such as the Shadow Stone and Tiger Soul. His talents had also ascended to Diamond. With a myriad of diverse skills at his disposal, he was confident that reaching level 25 was well within his grasp. Level 25 was merely a stepping stone. He sought further ascension. The insatiable greed of humanity knows no bounds. Previously, his goal had merely been to reach level 15 before the game arrived. But now, the more, the merrier. The Frost Giant Dragon and the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon had also reached level 19. Chen Shi and the others were quite competent. Chen Yu shared a unique bond with the dragons, allowing him to sense their rising power, nearly on par with the Thunder Abyss War Dragon. During this time, he had not sought out monsters to slay. Instead, he had delved into dungeons, as only there could he earn tens of thousands of experience points at once. As for the Holy Light Dragon, Chen Yu raised his hand, and the newly transformed Holy Light Dragon emerged from its contract space before him. Currently, it stood at level 9, still insufficient. However, this was of little concern. He retrieved a diamond-like stone from the Guild's warehouse, shimmering and exuding a purifying aura. This was the Radiant Stone, obtained from one of his dungeons, functioning similarly to the Water Spirit Pearl and the Heart of Magma, capable of facilitating another transformation for the giant dragon. Roar! The Holy Light Dragon was overjoyed, clutching the stone tightly, and soon falling back into slumber. At this rate, its future potential could surpass that of the other 3 dragons. For the earlier a creature undergoes transformation, the greater its inherent potential. The Frost Giant Dragon and the others had only completed their transformations at level 10 or so, while the Holy Light Dragon had certainly timed its ascent perfectly. Let us proceed. On to the next location, Chen Yu declared, gathering his belongings and setting off with the Thunder Abyss War Dragon towards the next dungeon. As time slipped away, on the 19th day, rifts in reality began to multiply, and one could vaguely see shadowy figures lurking just beyond the cracks, seemingly anticipating something. Anyone could sense the undercurrents of unrest. Nations convened meeting after meeting, repeatedly inviting their strongest individuals to attend, though there was a deeper motive at play. They sought to recruit these powerful beings. Regrettably, few responded. The world had irrevocably changed. What rules could possibly remain? Players ranking in the thousands were now establishing their own factions, let alone those within the top 100. How could they still heed the commands of their nations? This infuriated governments across the globe, leaving them utterly powerless. For even they themselves were on the brink of collapse. Among all nations, only the Huaxia government retained a semblance of authority, as they had long begun to consolidate their strength in preparation for this day. Huaxia executed a swift transition of power, generously endowing certain strong individuals with the rights they rightfully deserved. Thus, Huaxia became the only nation capable of maintaining control within its borders. Even so, they continued to urge the unification of strong individuals, seeking to muster as many forces as possible in anticipation of the looming crisis. On the same day, a voice once again resonated throughout the Divine Realm. Congratulations to the player, Dragon Lord, for being the first globally to clear the Platinum Dungeon, earning 300 prestige points. Attention, all players. Within 24 hours, the Divine Realm will fully descend. Misty Town. Chen Yu's level surged once again, escalating to 25. The Thunder Prison War Dragon was not to be outdone, achieving a level of 22. Compared to the Frost Giant Dragon, the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon soared 2 levels higher. At this moment, the Thunder Prison War Dragon finally had a chance to boast, exclaiming in human tongue for the 2 foolish dragons to return, declaring itself a dragon that would teach them how to be true dragons. Chen Yu obliged, but in exchange, he brought back 2 colossal dragons. The disparity in levels with the Radiant Holy Dragon was too significant for immediate closure. However, the Frost Giant Dragon and the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon could not afford to lag too far behind. Thus, in the remaining time, Chen Yu dedicated himself to raising their levels. Brother, I've reached level 17, Chen Shi declared proudly, puffing out her small chest. She was not alone. Xingli beside her shared in the pride. Indeed, Chen Yu nodded and added, our next target is level 20. What? Chen Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, does your conscience not ache? Level 20. Are you trying to take your little sister's life? Having endured hardships alongside Xingli, she had grown accustomed to their camaraderie. Moreover, her brother maintained a friendly rapport with the elf race, so she refrained from calling him any grand titles to hide her identity. Furthermore, Xingli had discerned the nature of their relationship from the very beginning, rendering any pretense unnecessary. Chen Yu chuckled, showing no mercy. Only under pressure can one find motivation. Keep pushing, young lady. He then turned to Xingli and said, you too. Humph, you insufferable wretch. Don't you dare fall into my grasp. Xingli retorted, her frustration palpable, yet ultimately futile. In this realm, one must bow their head beneath the eaves. In truth, leveling up 3 times within 24 hours, while seemingly daunting, was not as simple as it appeared. Even with the support of the level 22 Thunder Prison War Dragon, the availability of monsters for them to slay was not guaranteed. Chen Yu's insistence was indeed a strategy to spur them on, preventing them from becoming overly complacent. After bidding farewell to the two, Chen Yu contacted Fu Long. The sole member of his guild had advanced to level 14, still ranking among the strongest. Chen Yu was quite satisfied with this progress. After all, it had only been a few days, indicating that the individual had not become lax and had continued to strive diligently. Such dedication earned Chen Yu's admiration, and he generously granted Fu Long partial warehouse privileges, allowing him access to platinum items. Having completed these arrangements, Chen Yu resumed his hunting with the 2 dragons. This time, he deliberately relinquished a portion of the experience points, hoping to expedite the leveling of the colossal dragons. After all, their strength far surpassed that of players at the same level, enabling them to engage in battles beyond their rank. In the early hours of the 19th, as certain small towns began to unlock, platinum monsters became increasingly prevalent. The fog connecting these towns had thinned to near invisibility. What did this signify? It indicated that the towns were gradually linking, with some already interconnected. Players, if bold enough, could traverse directly through the towns without the need for teleportation. Chen Yu did just that, unreservedly revealing himself and actively releasing his aura to draw monsters towards him. This tactic proved effective. Before long, the sky above him darkened as a massive wing descended toward Chen Yu. Ha! Chen Yu scoffed, neither dodging nor retreating, as he wielded his pitch-black scythe. Slicing through the air, with a resounding tear, he cleaved the wing cleanly in two with little resistance. A level 16 platinum monster was severely injured by this strike. In pain, the creature revealed itself, a golden-winged bird with razor-sharp eyes. Its talons alone measured over a meter in length. One could hardly imagine the devastation it could wreak upon a player. Yet, unfortunately for it, it faced Chen Yu. The final blow was entrusted to the 2 colossal dragons. Now that they had reached level 20, each dragon measured an imposing 30 meters in length, and when their wings unfurled, they cast a shadow that could darken the world. How could a mere insignificant creature compare? In less than 10 seconds, the 2 dragons not only dispatched the creature, but also devoured its flesh entirely. Let us go. On to the next. A level 16 monster was now insufficient to propel them further. The experience it offered was too scant, and after averaging it out, each individual and dragon had only gained a little over half a level. Only after they defeated the second monster did they finally manage to break through an entire level. While searching for a third monster or a higher tier instance, an unexpected discovery awaited him in a certain town, a summoning gate. Even more astonishing was the gathering of numerous official personnel nearby. What now? This gate is so strange. President Yang and the others have been sucked in. What fate awaits them? Don't panic. President Yang, the Snow Maiden, and the Wine Immortal, none of their names have disappeared, which means they are likely safe. Yes, I've urgently contacted President Tai Hao and Commander Baiwe. They will arrive shortly. Without needing to inquire further, Chen Yu had already gleaned the situation from their words. Clearly, the inexplicably appearing summoning gate had attracted the attention of the officials. When Yang Changlong and the others came to investigate, they accidentally triggered it and were transported to another realm. As Chen Yu pondered this, those below also took notice of him. The Dragon Lord. It's the Dragon Lord. How wonderful. Dragon Lord, President Yang and the others have been pulled into this gate. Can you? Before the man could finish, the gate suddenly opened once more. With a loud whoosh, this time, instead of specks of light, golden chains emerged from within. Grab that one. Yes, the woman. Haha, the quality here is quite excellent. Those few are holding on longer than expected. Let us catch a few more and haul them all in. Hey, is that a dragon? The difference between this summoning gate and the one that summoned Xing Li was stark. It was uncertain whether the world was now in a countdown to connectivity or if these individuals simply possessed extraordinary abilities. Through this gate, both sides could see each other. They resembled fishermen, casting golden chains to snatch anyone they fancied. And now, they had set their sights on Chen Yu. In an instant, several golden chains flashed before Chen Yu, and whether due to a lack of time or an inability to resist, he found himself ensnared tightly. Ha ha. Weave caught a big fish. Pull him in. More golden chains appeared, dragging Chen Yu into the portal. Not good. Quick, save the Dragon Lord. Some shouted, unleashing various attacks in a desperate attempt to rescue him. However, it was too late. With a resounding crack, the gate sealed shut entirely. Ha ha. This time Weave finally caught a big fish. On the other side of the portal, everyone was filled with excitement. Meanwhile, Chen Yu observed his surroundings with a cold expression. There were quite a few individuals present, dozens of figures. In the distance, he sensed the fluctuations of battle. Among those figures, he recognized several familiar faces, Yang Changlong, the Snow Maiden, and others. They were battered and bruised, yet still desperately holding on. While the individuals before them appeared remarkably at ease, almost as if toying with them. A cold sneer escaped Chen Yu's lips. These people, at their highest, were merely at level 26, just like him. What audacity did they possess to dare provoke him? Oh, it was due to the black cloak that obscured their view of his level. Chen Yu had not come here recklessly. While they could not see his level, he was fully aware of theirs. These individuals posed no threat to him whatsoever. Moreover, they would serve as an excellent source of experience. Just when he was unable to hunt monsters, their presence provided a splendid opportunity to enhance his own strength significantly. Hey kid, are you stunned into silence? They mocked, grinning in amusement. Haha, don't even think about escaping. Those chains on you are not bound by time. Unless it pleases us, you shall never return. But before the boastful man could finish his sentence, his head was severed from his body in an instant. How tiresome. Chen Yu, wielding his ghostly scythe, smiled and said, I'm in a hurry, so I shall not indulge in idle banter with you all. Chapter 98. You, the Dragon Tamer, are more fearsome than the great dragon. In that moment, the surroundings fell into a stunned silence. They could scarcely believe that this being, whom they regarded as a lowly creature from an inferior world, had effortlessly dispatched a level 20 warrior with a single strike. This was simply illogical, inconsistent with their understanding of someone who had just connected to the world. It was the Dragon Master. Meanwhile, Yang Changlong and his companions also took note of Chen Yu. Their expressions shifted from disbelief to joy. They had been observing these adversaries for about 10 minutes and had grasped their strengths. Although each one was considerably more powerful than they were, their levels ranged from 18 to 30, making them formidable yet not insurmountable foes. However, for the Dragon Master, Chen Yu paid no heed to their perception. He was in dire need of experience, and their arrival was perfectly timed. With his scythe in hand, he charged into the fray, followed closely by the Frost Giant Dragon and the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon, unleashing a massacre among the crowd. Why is this lowly world creature so powerful? No, run. This individual is not to be trifled with. We may have inadvertently lured over one of the top 10 from that realm. Top 10? In this inferior world, one of the top 10 could annihilate a level 20 in an instant? What a joke. Here, at the summoning gate, there were no fewer than 100 people, and chaos began to ensue. Yet, some of the stronger individuals, those above level 25, remained remarkably composed. In their eyes, Chen Yu was merely a larger insect, easily manipulable. This is quite the catch. If we capture him, we might uncover everything about that world. Initially divided among various factions, or solitary, they now formed a tacit alliance. Several dozen charged towards Chen Yu, intent on capturing him alive. Come at me. Chen Yu smirked, producing an item from his hand. It was the Platinum Shadow Eye, which could replicate his power with absolute fidelity, and he possessed as many as 12 of them. So, who was truly surrounding whom? With a flourish, 12 identical shadows, each possessing his combat prowess, dispersed in all directions, clad in golden-grade equipment, even if they could not move with the finesse of a real person. Their instinctual abilities significantly elevated their combat effectiveness. This fellow has so many tricks up his sleeve. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by Chen Yu's tactics, but they quickly regained their composure. A few split off to confront the shadows while 5 or 6 others approached Chen Yu directly. Kid, in your world, you must be among the top 5, right? Killing you and bringing your head back to your realm should instill despair in many. A birdman sneered, believing that such overwhelming despair would be far more effective than a direct assault. Not bad. A golden radiance flickered across Chen Yu's chest, the glow of the tigeress soul. With a swift motion, he slashed, the force of his strike far surpassing his own rank. This strength. Upon contact, the true terror of the blow became apparent to the Birdman. His smile froze. His expression shifted to one of horror. No, please. A horrific sound of flesh being torn erupted, and not just he, but those in the front ranks felt a wave of despair wash over them. Cries of agony rang out as they faced Chen Yu, the great dragon, and the multitude of shadows. These so-called strong individuals began to fall like dominoes. Their defeat swift and decisive. No, how can this be? An individual from an unconnected lowly world cannot possibly possess such power. They screamed in terror, unable to fathom the existence of a monster like Chen Yu. In truth, they overlooked a fundamental reality. Levels are sometimes nothing more than a facade. What truly defines strength are the underlying statistics. Chen Yu's unique attributes, honed through countless monsters and dungeons, far exceeded theirs, even at the same level. How could they compare? Chen Yu, indifferent to their thoughts, seized the moment of their shock. With his right hand wielding the black scythe, and his left brandishing a platinum-gray dragon-headed blade, he reveled in the joy of battle. With brutal efficiency, every strike was a guaranteed kill. The onlookers, including Yang Changlong and others, were left in awe. Many of those who had attacked them had long since fled, leaving the remaining few as mere spectators, shouting in admiration at the prowess displayed before them. "Let us all go after him, or we'll have no face left to show," shouted the mightiest among them, a towering figure at level 26, wielding a massive axe that seemed capable of cleaving mountains. Yet, in response to his tremendous blow, Chen Yu simply reversed his dragon-headed blade and met it with a strike of his own. Bang! A shockwave erupted, the sheer force knocking some lower-level individuals off their feet, including Yang Changlong and his companions. Where the two clashed, the ground caved in, forming a massive crater. Suddenly, from within that crater, countless beams of light were unleashed. Let us not forget, Chen Yu was not merely a warrior, he was also a mage. Meanwhile, the two dragons continued their relentless rampage. Under the influence of their innate abilities, they effortlessly engaged foes far beyond their level. Countless foes had already perished beneath their claws. Yet, in comparison, they appeared somewhat milder than Chen Yu. Who would have imagined that a Dragon Tamer could surpass even the might of a great dragon? Various lights danced through the air, blade glimmers, sword edges, and spells, constantly flying about, painting a scene that instilled terror in the hearts of onlookers, blood splattering intermittently. The battle left Yang Changlong, the Snow Maiden, and others trembling, though it did not last long. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, the battlefield gradually quieted. As the lights faded and the rising smoke cleared, only one man and 2 dragons stood resolute. Almost all the shadows had been dispersed. But did that truly matter? The ground was strewn with countless lifeless bodies, most of them dismembered, and the blood flowed like a river, rendering the scene all the more visceral. Such a spectacle was profoundly shocking. As a blood-soaked figure approached them, flanked by 2 dragons, they instinctively took a half-step back. "Thank you, Dragon Master, for your timely rescue. I am truly ashamed and indebted to you for my life." Though they bore a variety of injuries, in comparison to the fallen around them, their wounds seemed trivial. Chen Yu was nearly drenched in blood, with some wounds gaping and still oozing. After all, facing such a multitude of attackers, including those of superior levels, it was impossible to remain unscathed. What mattered most was that he emerged victorious. These were merely superficial injuries of little consequence. The 2 colossal dragons were in more dire straits, their flesh mangled and bloody. Given that they were only around level 20, and faced with some formidable opponents. Without Chen Yu's intervention, they would have been easily hunted down. Chapter 99. Has the apocalypse arrived? Haha. Thank you, Great One. The group expressed their gratitude to Chen Yu. The Snow Woman bit her lip, her eyes shimmering as she hesitantly extended a handkerchief. Chen Yu, not one to be polite, chuckled as he touched her trembling hand. "Are you afraid of my current executioner's visage?" "No." The Snow Woman quickly shook her head, then produced several vials of medicine. "I was merely..." Chen Yu, not wishing to make her uncomfortable, drank the contents of the vials before turning his gaze back to the battlefield. After their demise, a considerable amount of loot had been dropped. Without much scrutiny, he hastily stashed everything into his warehouse. However, for him, these spoils were not of primary importance. His chief concern was leveling up. In this conflict, Chen Yu had directly surged 3 levels, reaching level 29. Despite their injuries, the 2 dragons experienced even greater gains, each attaining level 25. Surpassing the Thunder Prison War Dragon. It must be said, this journey had proven exceptionally worthwhile. These adversaries had been a timely boon. Initially, Chen Yu had aimed to reach level 28 before the game fully descended. Now, he had far exceeded that goal, with several hours remaining. Perhaps he could set his sights on level 30. Without delay, Chen Yu cast off the golden chains binding him and addressed his companions. We must return swiftly. If their stronger members arrive, we may not escape unscathed. Oh, right. They responded, quickly removing their own golden chains. Before long, the portal of summoning reopened. They could not fully enter this realm until the game had entirely descended. Even during his previous visit to the Elven clan, Chen Yu had adhered strictly to the timeline, not daring to waste a moment. As they passed through the portal, they found themselves back in their original location, where Tai Hao, Bai Yu, and others had already gathered, contemplating rescue strategies when they saw the group emerge. You all, the many official personnel present expressed their confusion. Yang Changlong, with a serious expression, recounted the events. Their expedition had not merely consisted of enduring blows, they had also gathered crucial intelligence. Soon, countless powerful beings from another world would invade Blue Star. Given their strength, the impact on Blue Star would undoubtedly be devastating, even threatening to overturn the entire world and alter the existing order. By the way, we owe a debt of gratitude to the dragon. Just as Yang Changlong was about to mention Chen Yu, he turned to find that the latter had already vanished. Tai Hao, the Dragon Master, has just departed. The information you obtained is of utmost importance. We must inform everyone immediately. Let us go. Such matters were sufficient to temporarily set aside concerns regarding leveling up. Preparing for the formidable foes that might arise in the future was paramount. After Chen Yu left, he did not immediately engage in monster hunting. Instead, he decided to allow the two dragons some time to recuperate. After contracting the Radiant Holy Dragon, Chen Yu unlocked the Light Mage class, enabling him to learn various light healing spells without needing to summon Shinshi back. However, he had not yet had the chance to specifically practice light magic since he had just formed the contract. While he did have some spells in his warehouse, he had given the better ones to Chun Shi, leaving only the lesser ones, which he found unsatisfactory or lacking in healing properties. Oh, luck will need to be on my side. Chen Yu retrieved the Fusion Forge, a rather finicky tool, even when elevated to platinum status. The success rate for designated profession passives remained a mere 50%. Yet, it also gained the ability to fuse skill books, which was a pleasant surprise. Without much hesitation, he gathered a few and used silver-grade items, designated a profession, and set it in motion. In truth, he had plenty of unused golden-grade items, which could serve as foundational materials for higher-tier synthesized items. However, he refrained from such extravagance. Why squander golden-grade items for mere experimentation? Silver-grade would suffice. Even if the resultant skill book was not of high tier, he could always enhance its grade through sublimation, so there was no cause for concern. The Fusion Forge whirred to life. Soon after, it expelled a puff of black smoke, indicating a failure. Huh. Chen Yu scoffed, producing dozens of items of varying grades. Some still dripping with blood, precisely the spoils obtained from those fallen enemies. Some were already shattered and likely beyond salvage. Perfect for experimentation. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times. Chen Yu, initially dismissive, began to grow more serious as disbelief set in. Could he truly be this unlucky? Finally, after the 9th attempt, a light-based skill book appeared in Chen Yu's hands. Light Healing, Gold, White, Light Mage, Auxiliary Class Skill Book, Can. Upon reading the description, Chen Yu wasted no time and immediately sublimated it, achieving platinum status. After learning the spell, he summoned the 2 battered dragons, casting a holy light to commence their healing. Finally, he turned to himself. Before long, both the individual and the 2 dragons regained their former luster. No, they shone even brighter than before. No sooner had they fully recovered than Chen Yu resumed his relentless pursuit of monsters. The last fleeting moments trickled away. All over, powerful beings were striving to enhance their capabilities, as if sensing a storm was on the horizon. In the final 3 hours, the world rankings stood as follows. Rank 1, Dragon Master, level 30. Rank 2. Rank 3, Black Jesus, level 22. Rank 4, Tai Hao, level 22. Rank 5, Sword in the Stone, level 22. Rank 6, Hand of God, level 22. Rank 7, Brahma, level 22. Rank 8, Zeus, level 22. Rank 9, De, level 22. Rank 10, Susanoo, level 22. Rank 11, Bai Yu, level 22. Rank 12, the Pope, level 22. Before the top 18, all are at level 22, followed by those at level 21. While the levels may appear similar, the experience points could differ by tens of thousands. Crack, crack. Simultaneously, all players within the divine realm came to a standstill, for they heard a sound akin to shattering glass. Many formidable players wore grave expressions. Ordinary players swiftly flooded the world and regional channels with messages. Some thought they had misheard, but surely, so many could not be mistaken. Soon enough, they came to the realization that none had misheard. The very fabric of the game world seemed to be fracturing, with fissures appearing in the town, utterly unexpected. leaving no time for anyone to brace themselves. Through these cracks, they glimpsed bizarre figures. Is this the arrival of the apocalypse? This sentiment resonated in the hearts of all. Chapter 100, The City. Has it arrived? Clad in a black robe, Chen Yu stood upon a mountain peak, wielding a blade. Behind him loomed 3 colossal dragons, each at level 26, their immense forms resembling mountains. Before them, fissures continued to emerge. Through these crevices, a verdant scene was faintly visible, a reflection of the town in reality. It was a mountain range. Opening the panel, the town was nearly half illuminated. The moment had finally arrived. A solemn mechanical voice resonated in everyone's minds. Dear players, the town has been unsealed over half globally. The divine realm will merge with this world. Time, 1 hour. As this voice echoed, it is no exaggeration to say that all across the world, people were left speechless. Moments later, the world channel erupted. What did I just hear? World merging? Merging with our world? This game has truly descended into reality. What a joke. Does that mean there is no distinction between reality and the game anymore? Will we remain here indefinitely? Damn it. I just finished paying my mortgage this month. What is this? No. Please, I don't want to stay here. I don't want to play any games. The town being over half unsealed means the game will descend into reality. Damn it. Had I known, I wouldn't have unsealed it. Truly thoughtless. If I hadn't unsealed, would others have? From the moment this game emerged, it was destined that this world would face a cataclysm. Now, only strength matters. Damn it. Had I known, I wouldn't have stayed in the safe zone. For heaven's sake, I've only reached level 5 in half a month. The world channel scrolled rapidly. Countless players lamenting, regretting, and expressing their frustrations, yet it was all in vain. For everything that was meant to happen would not change. Meanwhile, in some towns, numerous terrifying beast roars echoed. This sound, upon hearing, was anything but simple, instilling a profound sense of dread within. What the hell? Did you all hear that sound? Could there be a powerful monster emerging? I heard it. That sound is several times more terrifying than the level 15 monsters I encountered before. Could yet another formidable monster be appearing? This is the end of humanity truly upon us? In such a world, how can we ordinary people struggle to survive? Many felt overwhelmingly pessimistic, engulfed by a deep sense of helplessness, their futures shrouded in uncertainty. Boom, boom. Such sounds reverberated continuously as the divine realm integrated with Blue Star. Inevitably, some changes were to come, as if the very crust of the earth were being shifted by a mysterious and powerful force, in the process of this integration. As the game had stated, would take an hour. As the divine realm merged, on the panel, towns began to dissipate. The novice protection period had ended. Henceforth, all would truly face everything head-on. No more safety zones. Do they truly wish for our demise? Damn it, How infuriating. This game leaves no room for survival. We might as well find a piece of tofu to crash into. It's over. Without the safety zone, what are we? The dissipation of towns does not imply that there will be no safe spaces within the game. Simultaneously, as the divine realm merged with the modern metropolis, it left behind numerous vacant cities of varying sizes. Everyone's panels received updates, introducing many new features. Among them was a crucial one, the appearance of these massive cities, which could be purchased with luck points. They were divided into 3 tiers, million level, 5 million level, and 10 million level. The required luck points were 10 million, 50 million, and 100 million, respectively. Merely seeing these numbers plunged countless individuals into despair. Damn, these aren't astronomical figures anymore. Luck points had already been of great importance. They could be used for teleportation, purchasing items, and replenishing luck values. Yet with this revelation, they realized how shallow their understanding had been. Luck values could buy cities. But who can afford that? It starts at tens of millions. Many boldly asserted that even the Dragon Lord couldn't afford them, unless, in a certain location, numerous officials gathered, their expressions quite peculiar. Yang Changlong gazed at the price of the cities, recalling Chen Yu's earlier counsel. Luck values are indeed crucial. They could not delve into whether those words hinted at today, but 100 million luck points were present in Huaxia. Furthermore, it was imperative to purchase. This would be the new safe zone. However, regarding today, they were aware. For the prophetic image from earlier was indeed today's scene. Aside from being purchasable with luck points, there existed a straightforward method to acquire a city. Some cities would be invaded by monsters, and defeating the invading monsters would allow the last person to strike down the monster to claim the city. Each tier of city corresponded to different monsters. The million level corresponded to level 15 monsters, the 5 million level to level 20 monsters, and the 10 million level to level 25 monsters. To enter a city, there were only these 2 methods, either buy or fight. This was also the reason why Huaxia had gathered all its strong players and concentrated resources to expedite the elevation of certain individuals since they learned of that prophecy. The prophecy had not indicated that cities could also be purchased with luck points. This was knowledge they only acquired now. But even with this knowledge, combat was unavoidable. With over 1 billion people in Huaxia, just how many would be needed for the million-level cities? Rallying the entire nation to gather luck points might yield a few million-level cities. Yet the challenges therein were akin to reaching the heavens. Thus, the path of primarily fighting and secondarily buying remained. Purchases would indeed be made. How many and how to buy was another question altogether. The situation in Huaxia was relatively clear, yet the circumstances in other countries were utterly chaotic. Did their national leaders not comprehend these principles? But understanding was futile. They had no money or people. The power structures had long been rendered ineffective. These cities would symbolize the strong battling for dominion. What nations remained? All would become cities. Time ticked away, second by second. Before the world barrier, the strong from various realms had already taken their positions. As the fissure tore open completely, a swarm rushed into this nascent world. They resembled a pack of ravenous wolves, akin to gluttonous creatures, their eyes shimmering with avarice. Ha. It won't be long now. This time, I shall seize a city, indulge in a throng of beautiful women, and revel in nightly festivities. Ha. Look at your meager ambitions. A world has just shattered and merged. What is of utmost importance? Naturally, the fragments of this world are paramount. Is there anyone present who is not here for these treasures? You still dare to dream of obtaining a world fragment? Do not harbor such delusions. It would be wiser to gather more resources. This world has only just begun. Countless precious resources will soon emerge. Before even entering, these individuals began deliberating over which spoils to seize, their expressions already brimming with impatience. Chapter 101, The Shattering of Barriers. Damn, indeed. Chen Yu gazed at the price of the city, a wave of frustration washing over him. Despite having slain numerous monsters and sold countless items, all his accumulated luck points amounted to a mere 3 million. He could not even afford a city worth 1 million. Thankfully, he had no intention of buying one. Keeping his luck points would still serve a purpose. Brother, a crisp voice rang out as Chen Shi appeared behind Chen Yu. She had reached level 20, ranking 43rd. The nearby Xingli had achieved the same feat. Their strength was considerable, yet Chen Yu still called them back. It was safest for them to remain by his side. Soon, the world would descend into chaos. Countless individuals would be fully exposed to the gaze of monsters. Without a city as a safe haven, those low-level ordinary players would be akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, easily toppled by the slightest breeze. Even those with some strength would find their lives precarious. This marked one of the highest mortality rates for players in the game's history. In his previous life, during this period, a staggering 30% of humanity perished. It was truly a hell on earth, a genocide of epic proportions. During this time, the major sources of human casualties stemmed from two places: the emergence of more powerful monsters that roamed the land, slaughtering countless humans, and the invasion of aggressors from other worlds, committing unspeakable atrocities that incited the wrath of both gods and men. Now, the goals laid before Chen Yu were unambiguously clear. Firstly, seize a city as a stronghold, free from monster harassment. Secondly, with the assistance of the elven race, intimidate the encroaching foes. Thirdly, seek out the world fragments. However, time was not on Chen Yu's side. Monsters and invaders would appear simultaneously, leaving him no opportunity to tackle them one by one. For now, he could only take it one step at a time, addressing each challenge as it arose. A roar echoed throughout the mountains. The once quaint town had vanished. More formidable, higher-level monsters began to emerge in succession. In the real world, it was evident that the entirety of what once existed had been erased, as if painted over, soon replaced by a new tableau. The original 7 continents and 4 oceans had been entirely obliterated, transformed into 5 fragmented continents surrounded by oceans. What were once deemed perilous locales on Blue Star had now become tangible, veritable death zones. Terrifying colossal creatures had appeared in these regions. Is this Blue Star? It has changed. Everything has changed. The original mountain ranges and terrain have all been altered. Are we still in a game? What fusion is this? It is not merely a covering. It has completely obliterated all traces of our former world, creating an entirely new realm. Hey, look. Our panels indicate this area resembles the Middle Ages continent. Indeed, the American region has transformed, and Europe has changed as well. It's now referred to as Western Europe. Numerous individuals noted this phenomenon. Though the meanings remained the same, the names and positions had shifted. Even the major oceans were now labeled as the Extreme Sea and the Maelstrom Sea, among others. Not good. We've encountered level 20 monsters, without protection. It's tantamount to courting death out there. Perhaps we should pool our resources to purchase a city? Someone proposed this idea in the World Channel, garnering substantial support. After all, no individual possessed the capability to single-handedly acquire even the smallest city. This necessitated a collective effort. For example, if 1 million people contributed 10 luck points each, that would amount to 10 million, sufficient to purchase a city. However, through the screen, who would trust another? Most importantly, who would be the buyer? The individual who purchases it claims ownership, and who would willingly relinquish such power over life and death? Ultimately, discussion stalled. Many recognized this dilemma but were unwilling to concede. After all, it pertained to their very lives. Almost every second, someone in the channel was advocating for collaboration. Having descended into reality, Chen Yu, unaware of his location, rode a colossal dragon to a city. This city was immense, so vast that if he were not soaring above, he could scarcely see its limits. This was a city worth tens of millions. Roar. As Chen Yu made his appearance, the dragon's presence inadvertently attracted the attention of a monster. A tremendous roar emanated from within the city, and Chen Yu beheld a massive azure bull, its body clad in solid muscle, akin to a small mountain, charging directly at him. What a disgrace for a level 25 monster. Among monsters of this caliber, who is not fearsome? Yet this one, aside from its size, bore no distinction from an ordinary creature. I must resolve this swiftly. Without hesitation, Chen Yu and his trio of dragons dove down, engaging the beast in fierce combat. 3 level 26 dragons, alongside a level 30 dual-class dragon rider, were more than capable of confronting a mere 25-level bull. Within a mere 5 minutes, Chen Yu began to collect the spoils. Congratulations, player Dragon Master, for achieving the world's first kill of a diamond tier monster. Reputation points, 300. This announcement, under normal circumstances, would not have stirred much excitement, as they had grown accustomed to it. Yet at this moment, each individual gaped in astonishment. What had the Dragon Master accomplished? He had slain a diamond tier monster? Their fates remained uncertain, and apprehensions about the future loomed heavy. Yet the Dragon Master had once again delivered a stunning revelation. At this tumultuous juncture, how could he still possess the time and energy to hunt monsters? The Dragon Master had slain a creature of over level 20. Did this imply? Countless individuals rushed to check their panels. In a corner, a city was illuminated. Indeed. Quickly, let us seek refuge with the Dragon Master. Delay any longer, and we may miss our chance. Yes, hurry. They reacted swiftly. Upon learning that Chen Yu had become the owner of a city, they surged toward him, hoping to gain entry into the safety of his stronghold. Crack. Haha. It has finally shattered, brothers. We can finally revel in the glory. At that moment, the world barrier crumbled completely. Outside, various races, their eyes glinting with predatory intent, were fully prepared. The time had come. Suddenly, a throng of figures surged in like a horde of the undead. The Elven Queen observed as several formidable beings of her kin entered, yet she chose not to partake. The world had grown exceedingly fragile. The divine realm forbade the entry of excessively powerful entities into this new world, serving as one of the few safeguards. Otherwise, the indigenous populace would be rendered powerless. Haha. Let us proceed. Laughter echoed from the fissure, as various foreign factions poured in like a relentless tide. Chapter 102. A respect for the first. They have arrived. From every corner of the globe, those who had witnessed the prior scene mere days ago wore expressions of grave concern. The day the world truly connected would also herald the invasion of those aggressors. In a secluded corner of the Western European continent, members of the Round Table Guild stood scattered. Their reactions to the unfolding situation varied. Some scoffed with disdain, others remained indifferent, while a few bore knowing smiles as they gazed upon the darkening skies. Suddenly, a golden parchment materialized before them, only to dissolve into golden light moments later. TSK. It seems it is time to take action. Someone shook their head with a chuckle, and their figure vanished. What manner of monstrosities are you? At the fissure, countless bizarre entities surged forth, and the players stationed there encountered them almost instantaneously. Regardless of their race, Caucasian, Asian, or African, upon witnessing these grotesque humanoid monsters of varied forms, all were struck with astonishment. Their levels, too, instilled a sense of despair in everyone. Haha, I find your fear utterly delightful. With a swift motion, this group of monsters plunged into the crowd, unleashing a massacre. Though the experience points gained from these players were limited, the ease with which they slaughtered was disconcerting, albeit a meager consolation. Across the globe, scenes of carnage unfolded. However, not all who invaded were silent, frenzied killers. A considerable portion of the monsters exhibited friendliness, their aim more inclined towards integration. Thus, they behaved with remarkable benevolence, claiming they could aid humanity in establishing a new haven. The most direct method was to conquer cities, providing sanctuaries for humans to escape from the onslaught of other monsters. In a short span of time, numerous cities had fallen to these creatures, saving countless lives. Consequently, opinions regarding these monsters on the World Channel became sharply polarized. Some denounced them as devils and beasts devoid of humanity, while those under their protection fervently defended them. What nonsense! They are here to assist us, providing us with various items, and even conquering a city to serve as a safe zone. Indeed, just as there are good and bad people, surely there are good and bad monsters as well. Can't we encounter the benevolent ones? Haha. This game has finally introduced NPCs. They are endlessly knowledgeable and always ready to assist us. Nonsense. You are all blinded. These monsters cannot possibly be so kind-hearted. Have you forgotten the Cherry Blossom Kingdom from a century ago? What? Does that concern us? Haha. Guild leader, the resources in this world are far too abundant. There are 5 continents alone. This time, we shall strike it rich. Perched atop a city, observing the grateful humans beneath, a group of monsters erupted in laughter. At the forefront, a hooded youth, resembling a human, with his hands in his pockets, remarked, "Not enough. There are plenty of forces arriving, and our only advantage lies in." Before he could finish, a golden parchment appeared before him. Watching it dissipate, the youth chuckled. "Let us go to the central continent, where unimaginable resources await us." The central continent. Guild leader, are we seeking that number 1? From these players, they had already gleaned a general understanding of the world's powerful beings, knowing that the top-ranked individual resided in the central continent. This individual, a dragon tamer of extraordinary repute, had even contracted 3 colossal dragons. The youth turned to him, wondering if such a character would allow others to seize the initiative. "Ah, guild leader, look at the world channel. It seems numerous individuals are heading towards the central continent, claiming there are many world fragments there." One exclaimed. Nearby, another added, "Indeed, even the likes of Absolute Kill and Windblade have been spotted in the central continent." Upon hearing this, the youth frowned slightly. The sudden influx of so many individuals was quite troublesome. "Let us move." They wasted no time and hastened toward the central continent. Boom. Congratulations, you have reached level 32. Frost Giant Dragon, ancient dragon of the divine realm, has reached level 28. After vanquishing yet another level 25 monster, Chen Yu had already become the master of 2 cities worth tens of millions. He did not hesitate to welcome countless individuals from Huaxia into these safe havens. For this, Huaxiao expressed their sincere gratitude for Chen Yu's generosity. Chen Yu merely shook his head. Generosity? Nonsense. Although the cities served as safe zones, their security was upheld by luck points. Indeed, each city required a substantial amount of luck points weekly to maintain the operation of its protective array. And could these luck points be drawn from Chen Yu? What a joke. Ultimately, they would be evenly distributed among the populace. Each million-level city required a weekly consumption of 1 million luck points, and so forth. This meant that everyone was expected to surrender 1 luck point to him, the city lord, each week. Otherwise, the lord had the authority to expel them from the city. Chen Yu was not greedy. A mere 2 luck points per week sufficed. This was already exceedingly lenient. Those with a more mercenary disposition would demand 3 or 5. The more unscrupulous, such as those who had seized cities from the monsters, may appear to be advocating for the benevolent creatures. Yet, in due time, they would surely lament, for those monsters would demand 10 luck points each. Over the course of a month, that amounted to 40 or 50, not accounting for various additional charges. How could one expect to reap so many benefits? They merely donned a facade of goodwill. Chen Yu opened his panel, where he had meticulously arranged information collected by the Shadow Dragon. Among the reports, it was noted that Huaxia had also seized 2 cities worth tens of millions, with purchases outpacing conquests, 3 cities worth tens of millions, 3 cities worth 5 million, and 5 cities worth 1 million. In truth, if one had the capability, it was advisable to prioritize the acquisition of million-level cities, as they could ward off more formidable monsters. Million-level cities could defend against monsters of levels 20 to 30, 5 million against those 30 to 40, and tens of millions could directly repel monsters from levels 40 to 50. Quite an exaggeration. Suddenly, Chen Yu noted another piece of news. The number of monsters in the central continent was surging, with reports indicating they were in search of the top-ranked individual. Chen Yu's expression remained impassive, when suddenly, a voice behind him erupted in laughter, as if long awaited. "You are the Dragon Lord? The one ranked number 1. Chen Yu turned to see a dozen figures materializing before him. TSK, they arrived rather promptly. This was precisely why he remained unconcerned. Those destined to come would inevitably arrive. Leading the group was a creature adorned with golden wings and a human face, who proclaimed, "Dragon Lord, join our Golden Feather clan, and we shall ensure no one dares to provoke you. First, we extend our courtesy, then we wield our might. This is a mark of respect for the top-ranked individual." Chapter 103, The Formidable Presence. After all, individuals of extraordinary talent, such as Chen Yu, are invaluable assets to any faction. Most importantly, should any faction succeed in recruiting the strongest individual from a realm, It would serve as the most effective means of establishing their reputation. They would become a benchmark, attracting countless followers. After all, if even the Dragon Lord has joined, what more is there to contemplate? Chen Yu spared no words. He was already an adversary, and there was no need for further dialogue. Moreover, these individuals were at most only level 30, hardly requiring the covert assistance of the Dark Elves. The Dragon Lord. You should be acutely aware of your current predicament. Standing in this position, do you have any inkling of how many eyes are fixed upon you? Another voice interjected, brimming with arrogance, as if bestowing charity upon Chen Yu. Our Golden Feather clan offers you an opportunity. Had it been another clan, you would, with a swift motion. Chen Yu unsheathed his colossal blade and charged forward. Behind him, 3 formidable dragons roared, their massive forms twisting as they lunged at their respective foes. How audacious! The expressions of those present turned icy, taken aback by Chen Yu's immediate aggression. Had they truly been granted such a privilege? The world connects gradually. It is not an instantaneous process. Currently, powerful entities like the Elven Queen, Dragon Slayer, and Dragon Hunter cannot enter, as the newly connected realm is too fragile, and the rules prohibit the entry of beings above level 40. Thus, their panels have yet to synchronize. Blue Star remains unchanged, albeit its functionalities will progressively expand, eventually aligning with those of these formidable beings. At that juncture, rankings will undoubtedly be rearranged. Yet, it is precisely this that blinds them to the terrifying level Chen Yu has attained. Bang! What? Upon contact, the Golden Feather Warrior was sent flying by a single strike, devoid of any resistance. His eyes widened in clarity as he sensed something amiss. This dragon, On the other side, the dragon was also dominating. Under the furious roar of the Frost Dragon, the surrounding kilometer of space seemed frozen, snowflakes cascading down. Those of lower levels, within mere seconds of contact, found their movements rendered rigid, their bodies gradually encased in ice, the entire process astonishingly swift, leaving no time for escape. Meanwhile, on the ancient dragon's side, the scene was even more catastrophic, with boundless flames erupting spontaneously, massive meteors crashing down like shooting stars. No, the level of this dragon. Many were silenced, engulfed in the inferno. Boom. On the other side, the Thunder Prison War Dragon basked in a sea of lightning. Thunder rumbling from the clouds above. With its wings spread wide, torrents of lightning rained down, leaving many without uttering a sound. This dragon. In scarcely 1 or 2 minutes, the Golden Feather clan members fully realized that the Dragon Tamer before them was not to be compared with ordinary tamers. His level even surpassed that of many intruders. How could this be? In a newly connected world, how could one possess such strength? Impossible. This must be a deception. How could a Dragon Tamer be so powerful? You're above even the dragons in level. Is that reasonable? In their understanding, Dragon Tamers prioritize enhancing their dragons. For the dragon's prowess is not solely reflected by their levels. They can even surpass 2 or 3 levels, while the Dragon Tamer often resembles a mere tool, supplying resources to the dragons. Their own levels are frequently overlooked, as the strength of the dragon signifies the strength of the tamer. Without the dragon, even ordinary professions can often overpower tamers of the same level. Yet, in Chen Yu's case, the roles were entirely reversed. A dragon tamer proved to be more ferocious and formidable than the dragons themselves. No one could contest him for even a few exchanges. Retreat. This guy is too strong. At a critical moment, one of the Golden Feather Warriors could no longer withstand Chen Yu's onslaught and cried out. He was bloodied, half of his golden wings severed, his form wobbling precariously. Flee. Quickly. They began to scatter in disarray, their earlier arrogance completely vanished. Oh, the Golden Feather clan. I didn't expect you to find him first. As they fled, another group of peculiar figures arrived. They bore the heads of birds, human bodies, and eagle wings, truly resembling birdmen. Golden Feather clan. Which faction have you encountered to be in such disarray? This is a disgrace to our avian lineage. The leading birdman mocked without reservation. The Golden Feather Warriors' faces darkened, resembling coal. You're not in a better position than us. With that, they hastily departed. Behind them, Chen Yu stood atop a dragon's head, brandishing a pitch-black scythe, already in pursuit. Could this lad be the one from this realm? Upon seeing the newcomers, the birdman instantly recognized Chen Yu's identity. The news that the top profession in this realm was the Dragon Tamer had long reached all major intruders. Swish. Upon the arrival of yet another group, Chen Yu felt no trepidation. With a sweeping gesture, a new round of battle commenced. He would not grant these invaders a shred of leniency, for they were veritable aggressors. Whatever claims of assistance, protection, or mutual benefit were mere fabrications. They occupied cities belonging to humanity while cloaking their actions in the guise of benevolence, ultimately devouring resources that rightfully belonged to Blue Star. When the rightful lords of those cities become invaders, humanity is forced to depend on them. Then whose world is this? Truly ignorant of the consequences, kill. Teach these natives a lesson. Upon witnessing Chen Yu's daring assault, the birdmen were infuriated and surged forward. However, this city belongs to our Red Serpent clan. Somewhere, within a city of 500,000, a level 20 monster was on the brink of death. Yang Qianglong and his companions were panting as they prepared to deliver the final blow when a voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Swish! Before he could fully comprehend, several serpent-tailed beings charged towards them, seeking death. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out, and the sky brightened dramatically. Purple mist ascended, radiant light enveloping the heavens. Soon, that light transformed into numerous golden swords, cascading down like raindrops. What? The faces of the serpent beings changed drastically as they sensed a hint of divinity emanating from the golden light. How could this be? Such power could only be wielded by those above level 40, and given the current restrictions, those powerful beings should not be able to enter. It's President Taihao. Yang Qianglong and the others sighed in relief, knowing what the golden light signified. Do you think you can deal with us using just this? How naive. The serpent beings roared, their strength undiminished, with the mightiest among them reaching level 28. Boom. He spread his arms wide, his entire body covered in red scales, and several other serpents mirrored his actions. Together, they conjured a protective barrier resembling serpent scales. But, crack! The golden swords shattered the barrier upon contact, pinning numerous serpent beings to the ground. Chapter 104. The Annihilation of the Black Crow. Ugh! The members of the Red Serpent clan spewed blood, their bodies erupting with golden light, as if the very power within them was about to explode. You dare to slay us? Rest assured, you shall pay the price in blood. The leader of the serpent folk, with venomous eyes, fixed his gaze upon Taihao, who descended from the heavens like a divine monarch, his golden lotus steps illuminating the air, clad in resplendent golden armor. Taihao's expression was one of chilling indifference as he raised his hand, conjuring a luminous golden sword. What do you intend to do? Are you truly unafraid of our serpent tribe's retaliation? Let me enlighten you. We are merely the vanguard. Once the world is fully connected and the passage stabilized, you shall. Swish! The golden sword struck down, severing a head from its body. The land of Hua has never feared invaders. Our ancestors were valiant. And so too shall we be. Taihao declared coldly, as countless warriors from Hua surged forth. Kill. If peace cannot be attained, then let us carve a path through slaughter. We shall not trade for peace that is bestowed as a favor. In this regard, countless people of Hua share the same sentiment. Such battles are unfolding across several continents of Blue Star. In another location, a city of millions stood. Golden flames engulfed the sky as a colossal golden crow manifested, radiating the scorching brilliance of the sun, illuminating the area for miles. This world harbors such monstrosities. A group of beings, with crow-like heads and cloaked in ebony feathers, struggled to disperse the flames surrounding them, retreating 1,000 meters in fright, daunted by the radiant light. This is your final warning. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated. Emerging from the golden flames was a towering figure, clad in dark golden armor, wielding a heavy stone bow completely enveloped in golden flames. His flowing golden hair danced as the crow's phantom gradually materialized behind him, circling like a divine guardian, his eyes gleaming with a cold light, resembling a god of war. Leave this place, the mighty Dei bellowed, his voice reverberating as if shaking the very heavens. The leader of the crow people seethed with rage, a mere 24th level native. Even with considerable talent, thinks he can contend with us. How naively foolish. Their group boasted members of at least 22 levels. And yet, faced with an aboriginal from a lower world, they fled without a fight. What would become of the reputation of the Black Crow tribe if this got out? Hearing this, Dei said nothing further, resting a hand on his bow. As he drew it back, the golden crow behind him seemed to come alive, its wings flapping, making the sun above shine even brighter, absorbing the primal essence of power. Soon, an arrow, entirely coalesced from golden flames, appeared on the bowstring. Kill him. The Black Crow tribesmen, wielding formidable artifacts, unleashed countless attacks, each strike immensely powerful, capable of obliterating players below level 20. Hiss. However, as Dei relaxed his grip, a sound akin to the crow's call resonated through the heavens. The arrow transformed into a colossal golden crow phantom, sweeping through all attacks with overwhelming force, ultimately exploding in the sky. Boom. The mere aftermath of the battle left the area in turmoil. Dei is formidable. Below, the densely packed people of Hua were struck with awe at this spectacle. It is known that these invaders brought unmatched power, instilling despair in countless hearts. Yet now, this previously haughty group of monsters was subdued by Dei alone. How could this not astonish them? If this is the extent of your strength, then this native of a lower world may meet his demise. Amidst the flames, a throng of black crows charged forward. After all, their levels far surpassed Dei's, and to expect defeat from a single strike was sheer folly. Yet, Dei remained unperturbed. On his stone bow, 3 true arrows had been knocked without anyone noticing. Each arrow bore a distinct hue, one icy blue, resembling a long icicle, one golden red, akin to solidified flames, and one pale purple, crackling with electric energy, as if lightning had been woven into its form. These 3 arrows contained vastly different powers, making it hard to fathom how Dei had mastered them. Nevertheless, each arrow harbored terrifying might. Do not hold back. Slay this native who dares to provoke the Black Crow tribe. Whoosh! The sky was filled with radiant light as these brutish beings sought to overwhelm Dei with their relentless assault. This power is overwhelming, Dei. Countless onlookers below anxiously watched, unwilling to see Dei fall. No, this was not merely a contest of victory or defeat. This was a battle of life and death. There was no room for leniency, no mercy to be found. Can we not assist him? A group of female players cried out, their tears flowing uncontrollably. Dei stood resolutely before them, facing the onslaught, evoking a sense of tragic heroism. Support. All support classes, anyone who can provide a buff, act now. Do not concern yourselves with the insignificance of our contributions. Every little bit counts. Brothers, let us go. An auxiliary shouted, instantly rousing everyone. Yes, quickly everyone. Countless support players brandished their staves, casting beams of enhancement towards Dei. Some, even at lower levels, barely above 10, could hardly impact Dei's power. Yet, with hundreds, even thousands of supports amplifying his strength, the concern shifted from whether it would be effective to whether he might burst from the sheer force. Feeling the surging power within, Dei suddenly smiled, his eyes radiating brilliant golden light. In ancient times, Dei shot down 9 suns, earning the admiration of all. Today, I, Dei, stand with the multitude to exterminate the Black Crows. Roar. A terrifying dragon's roar emanated from the arrow's feathers, instantly transforming into 3 colossal dragons. They were frost giants. Everyone recognized these 3 dragons, reminiscent of the Dragon Lord's might. Roaring fiercely, bolstered by the enhancements, they were more than 10-fold stronger than before. Their gaping maws opened wide, devouring all incoming attacks. No, this is impossible. How could this be? The sight left the Black Crow tribesmen in utter shock. Quickly stop them. Before they could react, the 3 dragons charged once more, causing many Black Crows to hastily deploy their attacks or protective barriers in defense. But it was futile. Under the dragon's roars, they consumed one figure after another. Yet it did not end there. In the heavens, another 3-legged golden crow appeared, bearing the sun, its surrounding flames surpassing even the golden red dragons, joining in the slaughter. Dei remained calm, exuding an aura of immense power, as if these formidable attacks drained him not at all. In truth, he knew that without the support of those below, once he unleashed the arrows forged by the 3 dragons, his strength would be nearly depleted. The power of these dragons is indeed useful. I must remember to extract more from the Dragon Lord next time. No, I shall demand it. Chapter 105. This is my domain. As his level continued to rise, so too did Dei's abilities. His innate talent, the great sun golden crow, still allowed him to absorb the sun's power and transform all flames. However, he could now temporarily condense the power of other elements into arrow feathers, granting his attacks a multitude of possibilities. Though they were one-time use, their potency remained formidable. Especially the dragons from the Dragon Lord, each one immensely powerful. The arrow feathers, forged from their formidable power, possess a strength surpassing even those he absorbs from the sun's energy. This is precisely why Dei sought to acquire a stone bow from the Dragon Lord, one that did not align with his inherent attributes, for he too could harness the earth's power to forge stone arrows. At that moment, Dei was grinning ear to ear, feigning a victim's guise as he demanded the elemental powers of 3 colossal dragons as a complimentary gift. Unsurprisingly, the Dragon Lord readily acquiesced. Within mere minutes, the group of Black Crows was utterly annihilated. Dei gained experience points from the ocean waves, propelling him to a level 25, nearing 26, while the support players below collectively accrued varying amounts of experience. Gazing down at his compatriots, Dei hovered in the air, waving his hand grandly, onward, to the city. The Central Earth continent boasts the largest cities among all continents, numbering in the millions, with over 70 in total. Excluding the majority that are monster-occupied and require a stroke of luck to acquire, fewer than 30 remain. These are the targets for all, including invaders. For reasons unknown, the Central Earth continent is particularly rife with invaders, whereas the continents of Western Europe and North America, though not devoid of them, pale in comparison. In another part of the continent, tumultuous waves crash, and a terrifying water vortex seems poised to engulf everything. Amidst this chaos stands a city, immense and unparalleled, the largest and only one in the vicinity. Though it is merely a level 500,000 city, it attracts numerous powerful individuals. Tuda. This is the domain first discovered by the merfolk. You lot best retreat. Amidst the waves, two factions stand at odds. Their appearances seem similar yet inherently distinct. One group possesses human heads with fish bodies, while the other has fish heads with human bodies. Clearly, they belong to different races, yet share a subtle connection. According to our ancestral teachings, the capable shall claim dominion over all. Surely the merfolk are aware of this, sneered a tall, muscular sea creature. So, you intend to fight? A merfolk retorted. Come forth, do we fear you? The enormous waves surged relentlessly, occasionally rising to heights of 100 meters. Dozens of merfolk and sea monsters clashed fiercely within, and after several minutes, both sides halted, panting heavily. Their strengths were closely matched, and determining a victor in such a short time was evidently no simple task. After several bouts, both sides had sustained considerable exhaustion. Yet they refrained from further combat, knowing full well that neither side could gain the upper hand. Suddenly, the surface of the sea roiled once more. A water vortex materialized out of thin air, converging hundreds of tons of seawater to crash down upon all the monsters. Who dare strike at us? The monsters quickly sensed the impending threat. They combined their powers to resist, but inexplicably, when they attempted to manipulate the water, they found their control significantly weakened. This was undoubtedly due to their prior exertion, yet the extent was astonishingly apparent. It felt as if they had been reduced to the capabilities of levels 5 or 6, or perhaps 7 or 8, rendering their mastery over the ocean's power negligible. Yet what level were they now? This familiar sensation was one they had only experienced when on the brink of death. Who are you? Have the courage to reveal yourself and face us, rather than hiding like a coward. The monster bellowed, struggling to escape the vortex's grasp. This is my territory, begone. A commanding voice resonated from the surroundings. How utterly laughable. In the next moment, the monsters momentarily set aside their grievances and turned to confront the unseen assailant. Playing tricks? Seeking death? The merfolk and sea monsters, who had intended to unleash their formidable powers, once again realized they had lost their grip over the ocean, plunging them into a suffocating sensation akin to drowning. Cursed one, who are you? Now you inquire my identity? Where were you when you slaughtered my kin, seized my resources, and occupied my land? The surrounding waters boiled more violently with each utterance, and two colossal water vortices emerged, flanking the monsters. Do you truly believe this can vanquish us? The monsters responded coldly, drawing forth their weapons. The two leaders among them thrust a spear, shattering one of the vortices. However, the very next moment, a golden trident pierced through the surging water, aimed directly at one merfolk. And no, the merfolk, still engaged with the vortex and distracted by the attacks from his kin, was caught off guard, impaled beneath the waves. Breath extinguished. The golden trident, as if fulfilling its purpose, soared back towards the previous direction. Found you. Consequently, the two leaders finally pinpointed the location of the assailant. They raced across the water's surface with urgency. In an instant, a tremendous upheaval erupted. Vast swathes of seawater exploded, revealing three figures. One of them, clad in blue and gold armor, wielding a golden trident, had deep blue hair flowing like waves. As this tall, muscular man lifted his hand, the water coalesced once more, rendering the attacks of the two monsters ineffective. Is this your talent? They realized, comprehending the implications. According to their knowledge, aside from innate abilities and a few select classes, no other profession could achieve such feats. To strip them of their capabilities was a chilling prospect. Here, I am invincible. The Sea King scoffed, thrusting the trident fiercely, directly piercing one monster's arm. Blood gushed forth as the sea creature recoiled in pain. Damn it, this fellow's talent must be formidable. In the depths of the ocean, they were already superior to other races, yet now they faced a being that completely countered them. Although they understood that this individual could not be allowed to live and must not be permitted to grow stronger, they found themselves devoid of any means to retaliate. Die? The Sea King paid no mind to their thoughts, immediately launching another assault. Chapter 106. From every corner, the golden trident radiated brilliantly in the ocean, casting a resplendent light that illuminated the entire sea. The merfolk and sea monsters were momentarily blinded by the brilliance. Simultaneously, their acute battle instincts alerted them to the presence of death looming nearby. Quick, retreat. At last, one of the leaders shouted, cleaving through the waves as they fled into the distance. Flee, quickly, as the leader made his escape. The remaining monsters lost all will to fight and fled even more rapidly. Once they had completely vacated the area, the Sea King, still holding the trident aloft, appeared to have been preparing an attack for some time, yet ultimately allowed his power to dissipate. The next moment, the Sea King abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood, his vitality swiftly waning. Confronted by numerous foes of significantly higher levels, Aquaman never entertained the notion of slaying them from the outset, for such a feat was utterly implausible. His every action was merely a display of intimidation, compelling them to retreat of their own accord. Thus, the preceding events were mere bluster. Yet they demanded the full extent of Aquaman's might to manifest that frenzied scene. Fortunately, the outcome proved favorable. He safeguarded both the sea expanse and the city. Gazing upon the gradually calming waters, many within the city cautiously emerged from their hiding places. On the battlements, Tornado beheld the imposing figure of his brother, a swell of pride coursing through him. A similar spectacle unfolded across other continents, for formidable beings were not exclusive to Huaxia. Numerous powerful entities were dispersed throughout the far reaches of the world, within the realm of the Blue Star Divine Domain. Those who managed to secure a position among the top 10 on the leaderboard were all extraordinary talents, unyielding in the face of invaders. Not only would they not fade into obscurity, but they would also ascend atop the corpses of their assailants, solidifying their unassailable status. On the continent of the Middle Ages, a certain island, once a small nation, had transformed into a colossal landmass. Atop it stood an impressive city of millions. Meanwhile, a cataclysmic battle erupted in the heavens. With a swift stroke, a blade cleaved through the clouds, severing the head of a goat-headed monstrosity. But the carnage did not end there. A man clad in samurai armor, wielding a gleaming katana, leapt from the clouds, his blade flashing as he repelled several adversaries. Indeed, this world was anything but simple. Even the 8th-ranked individual possessed such formidable prowess. The leader of the goat-headed beings, gripping a bone club exuding a powerful aura, glared coldly at the warrior before him. The samurai stood resolutely, his expression calm. "You are a worthy opponent, perfect for honing my swordsmanship." "What did you say?" This remark ignited a fury within the grotesque beings. Who were invaders, after all? Do you wish to hear your own words? To use us to refine your blade? You are courting death. The gathered goat-headed creatures roared in outrage, feeling utterly scorned. Haha, this is the mightiest of our Sakura Empire, indeed brimming with bravado, with the great Susanoo among us. Who dares to tread upon Sakura City? Let Susanoo deal with them, so they understand the consequences of provoking our great Sakura Nation. Countless players from the Sakura Nation shouted with fervor, fists raised in excitement. Kill them. The goat-headed monstrosity was thoroughly enraged. From seemingly nowhere, it produced a bone sword. Susanoo's gaze fixed upon the bone sword, sensing a threat of menace. With a swift motion, the creature swung the sword, and the sky fell silent for a heartbeat. Suddenly, a radiant light sliced through the air, cleaving the clouds apart. The rift expanded, and Susanoo's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily evaded. Despite his timely dodge, one of his arms was severed. Ugh! Susanoo grimaced in pain, his left arm severed, the exposed flesh exuding a foul stench. Clearly, that bone sword was not merely powerful, it bore a certain curse, preventing the wound from healing and incessantly corroding his very being. Boss. Below, the citizens of Sakura, now devoid of their previous bravado, were left in a state of panic. Susanoo was the face of their nation during this epoch of upheaval. Without a formidable warrior to uphold their reputation, uncertainty loomed over their future. In the mere span of days since the divine domain's arrival, countless nations had already fallen into oblivion. Without a significant power to bolster their standing, extinction was inevitable. Humph, kill him. The goat-headed leader sheathed the bone sword, his aura diminishing, but that was inconsequential. The critical point was that Susanoo had sustained grave injuries. Susanoo's gaze grew frigid as he wielded his sword, bracing against an onslaught of attacks from all directions. Yet, as time wore on, his resistance grew increasingly arduous. With an unfavorable level, an overwhelming number of adversaries, and the handicap of a single arm, he was decidedly at a disadvantage. Huff, there's no other way. Susanoo sighed, reluctant yet compelled to act in this dire moment. In the next instant, he produced a seemingly ordinary piece of golden paper from his pocket. The goat-headed creatures paid it no mind, continuing their relentless assault. In an instant, the paper erupted in a dazzling radiance, coalescing in the air into a portal. Oh, quite the lively scene, isn't it? The voice preceded the arrival. Countless fiery arrows shot forth from the portal, forcing the goat-headed beings to retreat. What is happening? Among those present, only Susanoo comprehended the unfolding events. Haha, dear Susanoo. Had you acted decisively at that moment, you would not find yourself in this predicament of a severed arm. Emerging from the portal were the Flame Seed, wielding a fiery longbow, the Knight, grasping a conical spear, and the Night Shadow, arms crossed. Each exuded a potent aura, rivaling that of the former Susanoo, who once held the 8th position on the leaderboard. Susanoo's countenance remained icy. Humph, were it not for that treachery, I would not be in this state. Haha, enough of that. Let us first deal with these goats. Humph, regardless of their numbers, they shall all perish. Those who dare challenge my clan's dignity will not leave here alive. With that, a new wave of battle erupted, but this time, the goat-headed beings began to falter. No, flee from here. In a certain location on the Western European continent, before a city ravaged by countless casualties, a horde of lizardmen feasted upon humanity. Their numbers were vast, having consumed many lives as they advanced from the rift. Exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. This world is truly delightful. One can feast at will. They reveled, their mouths dripping with blood, uttering words that sent chills down the spine. Why do you, fellow beings, so recklessly seize the lives of others? Amidst this gruesome scene, a figure clad in a white clerical robe emerged behind the lizard man, his expression sorrowful, his gaze imbued with a profound empathy. Chapter 107, The Sinner. Well, where did this coal ball come from? The appearance of the black man drew a chorus of derision from the lizard man. Hey, isn't it odd how this world contains every hue? White, black, yellow, each with its own unique flavor? Especially those white-skinned females. They are simply succulent. They spoke lightly, yet each word concealed countless vibrant lives. The black man's expression remained placid, yet a closer look revealed a simmering fury within his gaze. In his heart, he believed all beings were equal, deserving of reverence for life. Yet, he regrettably had not yet attained that enlightenment. He was now on the brink of understanding that those who inflict suffering must also bear their share of pain. The black Jesus clasped his hands in a gesture of reverence, seemingly transcending into a wondrous state of existence. The contrast of his dark skin against the pure white of his robe epitomized duality, much like the juxtaposition of good and evil, life and death. With a graceful uplift of his hand, an ethereal and indistinct luminescence silently cascaded down. The surroundings remained unchanged, yet appeared to be teeming with myriad transformations. Upon the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, a faint, soul-like glow shimmered softly. This dark entity was repulsive to behold. I would not partake in it. Those who desire it may indulge. Yet, the reptilian beings around him remained oblivious, engaged in discussions over who would consume Black Jesus. How foolish. I tell you, while this entity may possess a certain darkness, it is not without its complexities. As that invisible radiance quietly spread, the previously jovial lizard folk, savoring flesh and blood, found their expressions frozen in horror. Thud, thud, thud. Within mere seconds, one by one, the lizard people collapsed to the ground. Their faces contorted and shredded as if they were enduring unimaginable agony. No, please, not this. Their eyes widened, blood seeping from every orifice, silently attesting to their torment. These lizard beings were not particularly formidable, with the strongest among them barely reaching level 24. In comparison to the denizens of Blue Star, they appeared invincible. However, to those ranked third, who had never fallen below the top 5, they were merely slightly stronger, more intelligent monsters. Even so, the sheer number of them was staggering. Black Jesus, without even shifting his stance, rendered them all devoid of combat capability. A truly unfathomable feat. No, I refuse. Black Jesus watched in silence as they began to rend their own bodies with their claws, as though they were fish on a cutting board, being devoured piece by piece. Indeed, in his eyes, the scene was far from empty. Rather, it was astonishingly vibrant. Countless souls, once slain by these lizard men, appeared as wisps of smoke. Ethereal and ghostly. Like their former selves, they clawed at the lizard beings, ferociously tearing into their flesh as if seeking to dismember them entirely. Despair enveloped the lizard folk as their bodies split apart, falling into pools of blood, voicelessly screaming. When the same agonies befell you, do not grieve, for you offered them no time for sorrow. The gaze of Black Jesus grew cold and unyielding. He advanced step by step, his pitch-black visage looming larger in the eyes of the lizard men, who could no longer mock his dark skin. To them, it now represented pure, unadulterated malevolence. Gradually, they closed their eyes entirely. Black Jesus gathered the folds of his pristine white robe and addressed the void around him, saying, "Dear souls, your time has come. You may finally rest." A gust of chilling wind swept through, dispersing the ghostly apparitions, which then merged into Black Jesus' form. Mere seconds later, his level ascended once more. Upon reflection, what had he truly accomplished since arriving here? It seemed he had done little more than utter a few words and raise his hands a few times, resulting in the demise of the entire assembly of lizard folk. This phenomenon was intrinsically linked to his vocation, the sinner. bearing the sins of the world. He was a unique class within the assassin profession, with a probability of selection less than 1 in a billion due to his extraordinary abilities. His advancement did not necessitate the slaying of foes. He merely needed to absorb the suffering radiating from humanity to gain strength, or to accumulate it for a more opportune moment of release. How many could withstand such a collective mental imprint of anguish? However, the absorption of this torment was no simple task. The individual would inevitably be affected. Those with wavering resolve would find themselves exploding like a negative bomb, impacting all in proximity. While Black Jesus appeared to triumph effortlessly, he could not afford to be careless. Otherwise, he too would suffer the repercussions. He was acutely aware of that pain. Moreover, despite his elevated status and swift ascension, Black Jesus had never actively killed a single person, not even a monster. All those who perished before him had done so by their own hands. Was death merely the beginning? Black Jesus gazed at the setting sun, murmuring to himself. The world had only just begun to connect, and already it was mired in chaos. The future was indeed a daunting prospect. In stark contrast, a scene of turmoil unfolded on the continent of America and Mexico. What in the world is this monster? Why are my weapons useless? How can he possess such boundless power? Outside a colossal city, figures of various races banded together to confront a singular entity. Yet, their situation seemed dire, as the figure at the center was overwhelmingly powerful. The stone sword in his grip was beyond description, capable of transforming into an array of combat tools. And even the wielder himself exhibited a multitude of abilities. It is common knowledge that professions are fixed. Not every piece of equipment or skill book can be learned. Yet this individual shattered that rule. When wielding the stone sword, he was a swordsman. With a stone spear, he became a gunner, and with a stone staff, he could be any type of mage. A free agent. This fellow must be a free agent. Someone exclaimed in sudden realization. This profession, belonging to the warrior class, was an exceptionally rare vocation that could harness the abilities of all professions. However, the unfortunate reality was that it could only learn skills from gold level or lower skill books. Initially, this might seem advantageous, but eventually, they would blend into the masses. Free agent appeared to be a seemingly formidable, yet deeply flawed profession. Nonetheless, the individual before them did not seem to be affected by this limitation. With every move, he unleashed powerful strikes. Who could withstand such onslaughts? A free agent could only learn low-level abilities. It was impossible for him to possess such a vast array of formidable powers. Who on earth was he? Chapter 108. A flurry of vessels. The strange beings gasped in astonishment, yet the only response they received was a barrage of overwhelming attacks raining down upon them without mercy. Retreat. This guy must be among the strongest in this realm. The stone sword, the free agent. A creature remembered the intel they had gathered with a soft exhale. The sword in the stone gazed intently at the direction in which the fleeing figures had vanished for quite some time. Eventually, he turned his attention to the imposing city behind him. In the present day, cities across the Blue Star are fervently contested, signifying both resources and territory. Within the confines of these cities, bolstered by their unique defensive formations, one can attain formidable self-preservation capabilities. A city of millions can withstand creatures below level 50. Thus, many powerful individuals are willing to risk their lives for a chance to seize control. Moreover, numerous others harbor aspirations of establishing their own dominions. Within the city, one can effectively reign as a local sovereign, receiving tributes from others, leading to a life of unmatched comfort. As the sword in the stone entered the city, despite his lack of desire to compete or to be shackled by responsibilities, he found himself reluctantly assuming the role of a city lord. At the very least, this city must not fall into the hands of outsiders. In a world brimming with heroic figures, where countless vessels vie for supremacy, the brilliance of the stars cannot be overshadowed by the radiance of a single one. In this era of fierce strife, legends are continually unfolding. No, stop! Chen Yu shouted as he cleaved a monstrous intruder in half beneath the city walls. He had long lost count of the number of creatures he had slain. It felt as though the onslaught would never cease, waves of foes crashing upon him in relentless succession. Yet, his level barely reached 33. Normally, after vanquishing such a multitude of adversaries, his level would have soared. However, it had only increased by a single notch. This was due to the introduction of a kill value once an individual reached level 30. The more players he eliminated, the higher his kill value would rise, while the experience gained diminished exponentially. The rationale behind this somewhat disheartening kill value is straightforward: balance. If one could continuously gain experience through slaying, why would the powerful bother with monsters? They could simply traverse from south to north, then back again, resulting in an alarming rise in levels. The plight of ordinary players would be utterly despairing, especially now, when survival opportunities are exceedingly scarce. Chen Yu did not concern himself with the tally of monsters he had dispatched. His kill value had already reached a staggering 73. This rapid ascension was largely due to the caliber of the foes he was eliminating. Fortunately, the experience points were the only drawback. All else remained unchanged. After his conquests, numerous items would generally drop from the slain foes. This lad is advancing far too swiftly. We seem to be of little consequence. Sighed 3 elven warriors atop the city walls. They had arrived early, witnessing Chen Yu dispatch wave after wave of would-be invaders seeking to establish dominance over him. The result? A battlefield littered with corpses and rivers of blood. The figures standing amidst the carnage, drenched in a kaleidoscope of sanguine hues, remained unyielding. 3 colossal dragons loomed protectively by his side, exuding an aura of invincibility. Thank goodness we were not foolish. This child's potential is simply terrifying, remarked an elderly man, his golden hair interspersed with strands of white. Beside him, another elder, sporting a goatee, echoed his sentiments. Indeed, he surpasses even our queen in her prime. At this pace, his kill value may soon reach its zenith. The potential of this world exceeds our wildest imaginings. The youngest elder among them examined their panel, where a recent influx of messages had appeared. Remarkable. The Black Crow clan, the Crimson Serpent clan, the Aquatic tribe, each has fallen. He exclaimed, "This world is truly formidable. How brief a time has passed. Not only do we contend with the Dragon Lord, but such powerful individuals continue to emerge, leaving us in awe." The elders eagerly perused the latest updates. After all, they were not directly involved. The Dragon Lord had requested their assistance, yet he alone had managed to repel the enemy. Within the city, the atmosphere was bustling. Please, do not rush. One at a time for registration. Chun Shi and Xing Li were inundated with activity, as anyone wishing to remain within the city had to obtain residency rights from the city lord. Residency rights were categorized into permanent and temporary accommodations, akin to the distinction between owning a home and renting. Given the unparalleled safety of the Dragon Lord's city, countless individuals were frantically vying for permanent residency. Chen Yu was quite generous, initially offering 100,000 slots for free. However, there were stipulations. One's character, profession, and level were all taken into account. With the level requirement being relatively lenient, anyone above level 8 would suffice. A degree of rarity in profession was preferred, but the foremost criterion was character. These 100,000 slots were intended for those Chen Yu wished to select as trusted subordinates from the outset. He could not attend to every trivial matter within the city. Even if he did not establish a formal faction, he still required capable individuals when the need arose. "Miss, look at me, look at me. I'm level 12. A youth implored. "Level 12 isn't impressive enough. Choose me, and I swear to remain loyal to the Dragon Lord, ready to face any peril. Miss, I am a beast tamer. Is that acceptable? The Dragon Lord himself has spoken to me." Unbeknownst to him, a young man had appeared before Chen Shi, clad in a rather disheveled manner, yet his profession was noteworthy. "A beast tamer?" Chen Shi inquired, her interest piqued. Indeed, the youth affirmed, revealing himself to be Zishu, a clever lad who knew precisely whom to ally with at this juncture. "You are welcome. I will remember your name." Chen Shi noted his name and pointed to another area where Xing Li was situated, saying, "Proceed over there. Completing the final challenge will grant you residency rights." Next. Xing Li interjected, hands on her hips, visibly irritated that as a princess of the elven race, she found herself relegated to the role of a human detector. What vexed her even more was her assumption that the elven elders secretly protecting Chen Yu would never allow this. Yet, those old men feigned deafness. Chapter 109, The Call to Battle. A heart-shaped necklace hung around Xing Li's neck, gently radiating a soft glow, enhancing her innate abilities. This was a unique item, a product of Chen Yu's forge, designed specifically for a special profession, a mind reader's chain. Although Xing Li was not an auxiliary class, she could wield this artifact due to the unique traits of her race. Prior to the emergence of the divine domain, races such as the elves, serpents, and golden feathers already possessed remarkable abilities. The arrival of the divine domain merely augmented their inherent powers, unlike humans, who lack inherent special qualities. Making the distinctions in class characteristics so pronounced, the divine domain professions for them equate to a simple enhancement. The elven race, endowed with mental attributes, makes Xing Li's ability to utilize this necklace unsurprising. Even without the mind reader's chain, they could discern much from an individual's gaze, demeanor, and body language. However, throughout the course of this assessment, very few had truly passed. Xing Li never anticipated that the complexities of this world could reach such depths. A succession of figures queued before her, only to be swiftly dismissed, the entire process taking no more than 3 seconds. Before long, Zishu approached her with a beaming smile. "Eager to play?" Upon seeing the petite fairy before him, his eyes widened in astonishment. His admiration for the Dragon Lord grew, realizing he had already tamed one. No, a whole being of the fairy kind. Xingli felt Zishu's gaze scrutinizing her, discerning his thoughts with clarity. Her cheeks flushed, and she closed her mouth, insisting to herself, I am not that fellow's captive. I merely assisted him upon his request. Huh, did I say anything? Zishu was bewildered. Had he spoken? How did she know? Xingli urged, don't mind it. Despite the playful banter, Zishu ultimately passed this trial. This seemingly unreliable fellow was, in fact, rather amiable. Otherwise, Chen Yu would not have spoken so fondly of him. A similar scene unfolded in another city, where the Dragon Lord resided, and the authorities dispatched personnel to assist in management. After all, Chen Yu had conquered 3 cities with populations exceeding 10 million and 5 cities with populations of 5 million. He had single-handedly shouldered the safety of 55 million citizens of Huaxia, earning the respect of all. Thus, the rulers of each city remained Chen Yu. Though day-to-day affairs were entrusted to the officials, he required only one principal city, flanked by 2 others of similar stature, forming a strategic triangle. After scarcely a 10-minute respite, Chen Yu was met with adversaries. I told you, boy, you shall pay the price. These individuals bore golden wings, their resplendent feathers marking them as members of the illustrious Golden Feather clan. Is it him? The strongest in this realm. Leading the charge was a middle-aged figure clad in black robes, a member of the Golden Feather clan. Brother, it is he. This arrogant fiend has slaughtered many of our kin, as well as those from other clans. The man who had previously fled appeared still weakened, half of his golden wings missing, his form a bloody mess. Unable to swallow his rage, he had summoned their leader. At that moment, another voice rang out. Boy, your demise is assured. This time, I shall claim your life and avenge the disgrace of my eagle clan. Soon, another group of avian warriors arrived. Led by a powerful figure whose wings spanned 4 to 5 meters, his presence formidable. The middle-aged Golden Feather man cast a glance at him, saying, I didn't expect you to come as well. The strongest in the world is worth my effort. Besides, the lives of my eagle clan are not so easily taken. The 2 groups fixed their icy gazes upon Chen Yu. Before any could speak, yet more figures emerged. Oh, how lively it is here. It appears everyone has suffered at the hands of this native. One of them addressed the assembly. This boy has slain 11 of my kin. May I have him to settle the score? I thank you all in advance. Your aspirations are quite lofty. Enough chatter, as per tradition. Whoever claims him first shall keep him. Chen Yu possessed numerous treasures. His arsenal comprised of a full set of platinum items, some even reaching diamond grade. Such artifacts were highly coveted. Moreover, Chen Yu commanded 3 mighty dragons, a predetermined force of unparalleled strength. If they could be nurtured within their clan, they would serve as guardian deities. With the resources of his city at his disposal, the thought of slaying Chen Yu and claiming his possessions was tantalizing. These fellows have assembled such a formidable lineup to contend with the Dragon Lord. Below, several elder elves observed in astonishment, yet they remained untroubled. Chen Yu had not signaled them, indicating that their involvement was unwarranted. Is there anyone else? You might as well all come at once. Dealing with you one by one is a tedious waste of my time. Chen Yu regarded them calmly, though he found it rather excessive for foreign invaders to intrude upon the central land. Yet, he simply spoke with nonchalance, showing no sign of fear. Truly audacious. The Eagle Clan's champion laughed heartily. I hope you can still utter such words after this. Hey, old friends, may we join in? Before battle commenced, yet another group appeared, towing several figures behind them. Chen Yu's usually composed gaze faltered upon recognizing one among them. This new group comprised various monsters, yet the leader bore an appearance strikingly akin to that of a human youth. This alone did not stir Chen Yu's emotions, but the sight of the last few creatures dragging several figures with golden chains did. Among them, one was unmistakably Li Mingjie. In his current state, he appeared utterly disheveled, resembling a beggar, yet his eyes betrayed a desperate will to survive. The Dragon Lord indeed possesses remarkable presence. The youth remained oblivious to Chen Yu's distress, continuing his monologue. Suddenly, he seemed to sense Chen Yu's gaze from beneath his hood, turning to look back with a furrowed brow. What are those useless fools still doing here? Are they here to disgrace me in such a place? His voice turned icy, in a setting on the brink of conflict. The presence of these insignificant ants is quite irksome. Oh, how amusing it is to toy with them. I nearly forgot. As he spoke, he released the golden chains, sending Li Mingjie and the others crashing down from the air. They landed heavily, blood spilling from their mouths, lacking even the strength to rise. This is much better. The eyesore has vanished. The youth turned to Chen Yu. Dragon Lord, I did not come here for battle today. Rather, before he could finish, Chen Yu's figure suddenly sprang into action, catching everyone off guard. The 3 colossal dragons unleashed a thunderous roar, a clarion call to battle. Chapter 110, the human-shaped dragon. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Witnessing Chen Yu charge forward without hesitation left the invaders astounded. Their leader was a formidable warrior, level 36 or 7, while the youth was the highest ranked among them, reaching level 38. Humph, kill him without mercy. Today, let this boy's death serve as a lesson to all who dare oppose us. With that, the motley crew of monsters surged forward, abandoning all pretense of conversation. Dragon Lord, are you truly courting death? The youth's gaze hardened. He had not anticipated that the world's strongest would be so reckless. Barely exchanging a few words, he launched himself directly at Chen Yu. Then do not blame me. A black longsword materialized in the youth's hand, radiating a sinister aura. From the surge of power emanating from it, it was clear that it too was a diamond-grade artifact. Boom. Upon collision, an incredible wave of energy erupted above the city, as if the very heavens were about to collapse. Such a powerful clash of forces. Could the Dragon Lord truly contend against so many invaders? Many spectators exchanged grave looks, their expressions tense. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "What are you saying? The Dragon Lord is invincible. He will undoubtedly prevail." They were merely seeking psychological solace for themselves, fully aware that the Dragon Lord could not afford to lose. This was not just about him. It concerned their very lives and the fate of Blue Star. Despite the Dragon Lord's formidable power, facing such a multitude of high-level assailants might overwhelm him. Was there truly no one to assist him? I had already disseminated the news. Surely the nation would dispatch reinforcements upon learning of the situation, unwilling to stand idly by as the Dragon Lord faced peril. Yes, the nation, along with Tai Hao and Dai, each a paragon of strength, would not allow this to transpire. The crowd fixated on the unfolding battle, fists clenched in anticipation, yearning to charge forth and confront the invaders themselves. Among them, the least concerned was Xingli. The reason was simple. She knew that the elder of her elven clan was stationed on the wall, and there was no way Chen Yu could come to harm. Oh, relax. This fellow will be just fine. She attempted to comfort the furrowed-browed Chen Shi with a mature tone. Chen Shi, too, understood that there were powerful guardians protecting her brother. Yet, the battlefield was ever-changing. What if they were unable to arrive in time to provide aid? Thus, her heart remained heavy with worry. Boom. The fluctuations of battle intensified, and Chen Yu soon found himself at a disadvantage. The number of formidable opponents was overwhelming, with several of them surpassing him by 3 or 4 levels. Particularly that young man. Though he had previously appeared courteous, he was now merciless. That black longsword exuded an ominous aura. When Chen Yu was merely grazed on the arm, it felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, rendering his abilities sluggish. Flames erupted around him as he exerted great effort to dispel this state. Consequently, Chen Yu grew increasingly wary of that sword. Kid, this simply won't do. Your temperament does not match your strength. A group of assailants taunted as they pressed him down. Roar, you beast. Witness how I hunt you down today. 3 colossal dragons surged through the battlefield, sweeping countless adversaries aside. As a result, they received special attention. Several powerful foes turned their focus on them. Chen Yu staggered backward, nearly gasping for breath. Kill. The Chen Yu clan and the Eagleman clan offered him no respite, unleashing a barrage of relentless attacks. Kid, I must say, you are indeed the most talented individual I have ever encountered. However, your arrogance is excessive, and today you shall pay the price for your hubris, shouted several leaders, their tools shimmering with astonishing energy, preparing to unleash a lethal strike to eliminate Chen Yu. The youth wielding the black sword trembled as he proclaimed, "Submit to me, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, perish." Yet, the only response to them was the faint smile gracing Chen Yu's lips. "You truly believe you have me cornered?" With that, a radiant orb resembling an eye materialized in Chen Yu's hand. In the next instant, a multitude of shadowy figures resembling Chen Yu appeared alongside him. Is this a clone? They narrowed their eyes. Was this the source of your confidence? How naive. Clones either have a time limit or a power limitation. In any case, this technique is not without its flaws. Moreover, with so many of us present, do you truly think we fear this mere shadow? However, as they prepared to effortlessly eliminate the shadowy Chen Yu, they sensed something amiss. Why is this clone so powerful? After exchanging a few blows, they discerned that this was far from an ordinary clone. The strength exhibited was nearly on par with the real Chen Yu. This implied that there were now over a dozen Chen Yus present. The numerical advantage they once held had been neutralized. Oh huh. The boss has such a trick up his sleeve. Let us see how they rely on their numbers now. The spectators in the city erupted into cheers at this sight, overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, the leading figures among the adversaries merely scoffed. Do you truly believe this will turn the tide? You underestimate us. The leader of the Chen Yu clan spread his wings, a cascade of golden light erupting from within him. With a swish, the golden light exploded, unleashing countless sword-like golden feathers upon Chen Yu. This strike was not only a wide-area attack, but also immensely powerful, a unique ability of the Chen Yu clan. Chen Yu stood still, seemingly resigned to his fate. However, he soon produced an item, the Tiger Soul, a diamond-level Tiger Soul, no less. Indeed, Chen Yu had refrained from equipping it previously to test his limits. Now that he had a clearer understanding, there was no need for him to hold back. Upon donning the Tiger Soul, Chen Yu's power surged dramatically, reaching astonishing levels. What? This power? Everyone was taken aback, unable to fathom that the Dragon Lord would suddenly unleash a force that far exceeded his own level, even rivaling those at the 36th or 37th levels. How is this possible? What item did you use? Someone shouted, quickly deducing the situation. Chen Yu did not respond. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he swung his great dragon-slaying blade forward. With a whoosh, countless golden feather arrows were swept aside as Chen Yu's strength surged, propelling him once more into the fray. This fellow. Only then did the invaders realize the true tenacity of the man before them. The three dragons beside him were ensnared in a fierce struggle, while a Dragon Tamer, akin to a humanoid dragon himself, swung his blade without uttering a single extraneous word. Chapter 111. He is the Dragon Hunter. Kill. The battle had reached a point of no return. Both sides were resolute in their intent to annihilate one another. Thud. The first casualty. On this side, an unfortunate creature fell victim to Chen Yu's ambush, his head severed in a single stroke. A 30-level foe possesses remarkable vitality, and as long as their luck does not plummet to zero, they will not perish. Even with a severed head, it merely constituted severe injury. Yet Chen Yu understood this principle well. He conjured an ice spear in his hand, piercing through the head once more to ensure true death. You must die, kid. The creatures were infuriated. Chen Yu had the audacity to slay one of their own in their presence, a tremendous humiliation for them. Boom. Dozens of figures clashed together as Chen Yu and his shadow clones battled against numerous powerful invaders. In the chaotic battlefield, blades and swords flew, magic collided. And Chen Yu fought with abandon. One hand wielded a staff for various magical assaults, while the other brandished a blade, striking down anyone he found displeasing. Bang. The second. As time passed, Chen Yu grew more valiant in battle. After equipping the Tiger Soul, his power was no longer inferior to that of the leaders. Only the young man proved to be somewhat troublesome, prompting Chen Yu to exercise caution. Overall, he had stabilized the situation. This kid. It won't be long before we are no match for him. Several elven elders, witnessing the entire spectacle, were profoundly moved. With a plethora of tools at his disposal, Chen Yu was now on par with anyone. His strength and potential were nothing short of awe-inspiring. Die for me. The peculiar individuals, brimming with murderous intent, found themselves unable to subdue Chen Yu, which left them feeling a sense of disgrace. TSK, relying on higher ranks to bully the weak or overwhelming numbers to intimidate others. How despicable you lot truly are. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the horizon. Who could it be? Everyone turned to look, and soon, a figure shining like the sun appeared before their eyes. It was a tall and heroic man, clad in resplendent golden armor, wielding a stone bow. His silhouette elongated by the setting sun as he approached with an imposing aura. It was He had finally arrived. Many within the city recognized him and erupted in excited cheers. They had relayed the news the moment these intruders made their collective appearance. As the teleportation array within the city had yet to be established, they could only come on foot, and those closest were the first to report. Brother Long, do you require assistance? He smiled brightly, clearly not regarding these foes as a threat. Chen Yu was about to decline when several voices rang out in succession. You vile miscreants, how dare you invade our Huaxia? Tai Hao led Yang Changlong, Bai Yu, and a few other formidable individuals, all above level 20, to confront the intruders with disdain. Humph, a bunch of 26 or 27 level ants, daring to prance before us? Have you grown tired of living? The intruders, feeling belittled by the low levels of their opponents, bristled at the condescension. Since you've come, let us resolve this together. Huaxia, once we eliminate you, I will ensure that all pay for your demise. Come forth. He was exhilarated. He had never faced such powerful adversaries before. Today was the perfect opportunity to test his blade. Tai Hao instructed the few behind him, do not engage. This level of battle has few participants capable of joining. With that, he charged ahead. Let us move as well. Bai Yu declared, joining Yang Changlong in the fray. You seek death, and we shall fulfill it. Kill. The battle cries echoed thunderously, and Chen Yu was deeply moved, not expecting this group to come to his aid. With their assistance, he felt considerably relieved. At this moment, it was simply a matter of reaping the rewards. Thud. The third, the fourth. One by one, figures fell. The shadows of Chen Yu dwindled. He, unfazed by fatigue, unleashed a barrage of powerful attacks, slaying one foe after another. Damn it. Why is every opponent in this world more troublesome than the last? The young man was at a loss for words. Though the newly arrived individuals were not of high level, each of their moves was formidable, demanding his utmost attention. He knocked an arrow, releasing 3 projectiles simultaneously, unleashing his full strength upon the oncoming higher-level foes. After all, facing opponents of considerably higher rank necessitated no reservations. To do so would not only waste energy, but would also be a grave insult. This is not a place for you. Tai Hao swung his golden longsword down, seemingly invoking a great force that stirred the very heavens and earth. Golden light converged into massive longswords that came crashing down with thunderous might. Chen Yu, refusing to be outdone, lightly raised his staff, flames coalescing as he pointed into the void. With a whoosh, countless chains of fire appeared from thin air, wrapping around their enemies like constricting serpents. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The staff shifted to a violet hue, crackling with electricity. With a flick of his wrist, dark clouds began to form in the sky, from which numerous bolts of lightning began to gather ominously. Damn it! At the heart of the storm, they could distinctly feel the cataclysmic power emanating from within. Even Da-Yi and Tai Hao, as well as Yang Changlong and Bai Yu, could not afford to underestimate the potency of Chen Yu's onslaught. Though levels differed, Tai Hao and the others were no pushovers. They too were capable of fighting beyond their ranks. "Ah, no, please," the team leader cried. "Hurry, save me." The weaker members fell victim to the relentless attacks, having minimal capacity for resistance. Once ensnared by Chen Yu's fiery chains, it was as if their fates were sealed. The strongest among them bore grievous wounds, but were consumed by their fury. Their kin had been nearly obliterated. Soon, they too would find themselves with no means of retreat. Haha, bring it on. Da-Yi was utterly exhilarated. This battle was the easiest he had faced yet. With a few powerful allies by his side, he hardly needed to engage in close combat, content to remain on the periphery, bow in hand. Roar! Before them, the villains found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a monstrous roar echoed through the air. Then, a pitch-black behemoth emerged before them. It was a dragon with a skeletal frame devoid of flesh, wreathed in dark flames that rendered it frightfully ominous. It flapped its enormous ebony wings, its form gradually becoming discernible. At that moment, they noticed a figure atop the dragon's neck, gripping a long chain, commanding the creature with an air of authority. He was the dragon hunter. The team leaders, facing imminent demise, widened their eyes in recognition. They were well familiar with this person. He was a legend of their realm, a top 10 ranked powerhouse. His presence here could only mean. They glanced at Chen Yu and the 3 dragons, and it seemed as though they had found their answer. Meanwhile, Chen Yu and his companions furrowed their brows, feeling an overwhelming pressure emanating from this individual. Chapter 112, Becoming One. The obsidian armor reflected the last rays of the setting sun, stained with blood and exuding a scent of decay, as if he had emerged from an ancient battlefield as a death soldier. As this figure drew nearer, the atmosphere became palpable, and the once brazen group of miscreants now stood wide-eyed and trembling, gripped by a primal fear. "It's the Shadow Servant, the Dragon Hunter. Why is he here?" The group was filled with dread and astonishment, for normally, only those above level 40 could enter once the world stabilized. How could the Shadow Servant have breached this threshold? More importantly, why was it him? His infamy had spread throughout the world, instilling terror wherever his name was uttered. He had once slaughtered countless great cities, and the number of souls perished at his hands was in the millions. Should he choose to engage, not a single soul would remain alive. Now, seeing him in the flesh, how could they not be petrified? "Retreat. We must flee." However, it was no longer a matter of understanding how he had entered. The immediate priority was to escape. Tai Hao, Da-Yi, and the others were baffled, unaware of the depth of this man's reputation. Yet one thing was certain. The figure before them was terrifying beyond measure, more formidable than any foe they had previously encountered. Just standing before him instilled a visceral sense of impending death. "Who on earth is he?" Yang Changlong spoke gravely. "His oppressive presence is overwhelming. And what kind of dragon is he commanding? Could this be the ultimate boss of those invaders? Truly extraordinary." The populace within the city could palpably sense the overwhelming aura, prompting a flurry of speculations. Yet, some clenched their fists with unwavering conviction, asserting, "Fear not, for the Dragon Lord is the mightiest." This is clearly an opportunity for gaining experience. In stark contrast, several elder elves stationed upon the city walls shed their earlier mirth, now donning expressions of grave solemnity. How could the Shadow Servant possibly manifest in this locale? They stepped forth, swiftly materializing before Chen Yu. "Young one, you stand no chance against this foe. We shall provide you with a moment's respite. Take your chance and flee." The formidable nature of their adversary forbade any decisive action at this critical juncture. Only by retreating at once could there be a glimmer of hope. "Flee." Without even engaging in battle? Chen Yu interjected, his voice laced with an inexplicable thrill. This elicited incredulous glances from the elders, their expressions seemingly questioning. What nonsense are you spouting, lad? Spare us your bravado. Rest assured, esteemed elders, I never indulge in empty boasts. Chen Yu was well aware of his opponent's reputation. However, as these peculiar individuals had articulated, the world was in a state of convergence. The realms had yet to fully intertwine, and no beings above level 40 could penetrate this domain. Such was the decree, immutable and beyond anyone's capacity to alter. This shadow servant was no exception. Thus, why had it appeared here? The answer was straightforward. A thunderous roar echoed as the bone dragon made its entrance. Its eyes glowed a fierce crimson, fixating menacingly upon the frost giant dragon and its kin, as if intent on tearing them asunder. The shadow servant, his gray eyes concealed beneath a helmet, regarded the three colossal dragons silently before unsheathing a black cross-shaped longsword, pointing it forward, a signal of impending conflict. With a commanding roar, the bone dragon, dwarfing the frost giant dragon, was engulfed in swirling black flames. As it opened its maw, a torrent of dark dragon fire spread across the heavens. Flee! The eccentric individuals, now devoid of any desire for combat, began to scatter in panic. Quickly, the likes of De and his companions were taken aback by the sudden aggression, launching into battle without uttering a word. Tai Hao raised his colossal golden sword high, while De conjured a resplendent golden feathered arrow, and Yang Changlong's broadsword trembled in anticipation. The three elder elves prepared to counter this onslaught. Nevertheless, Chen Yu boldly stepped forward, positioning himself at the forefront. Are you courting death, boy? One elder bellowed, suddenly realizing that all his previous judgments were misguided. Chen Yu was but a reckless fool. The cataclysmic dragon fire was far beyond the capacity of a mere human to withstand. Yet, in the next moment, they were all rendered speechless. Chen Yu spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the encroaching black flames. The three dragons roared, their wings unfurling as they soared through the skies. In an astonishing instant, their immense forms transformed into streaks of light, merging seamlessly into Chen Yu's being before the astonished gazes of all present. In a heartbeat, layers of deep purple dragon scales enveloped Chen Yu, encasing him like armor. His hands morphed into fierce, powerful dragon claws, one shimmering with golden flames, the other exuding frigid blue mist. Above his head, a three-colored ethereal dragon head crowned him, its magnificent horns long and sharp. At that moment, he appeared to fuse with the dragons, embodying a true humanoid dragon. This was the terrifying evolution of a Dragon Tamer. With a compatibility rating of 30, he could not only partially share the abilities of the dragons, but also truly merge with them, unleashing powers far surpassing those of his level. Ah, this feels incredible. Chen Yu clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength. In the face of the fiery onslaught, he effortlessly raised his golden dragon claw. With a mere flick of his wrist, he absorbed the billowing black smoke, accomplishing the feat without employing any abilities. Exuding an aura of remarkable ease, this spectacle left everyone in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Was this truly a Dragon Tamer? At that moment, doubts crept into their minds. Was the towering figure in the distance, akin to a dragon in human form, the Dragon Lord? Many cast sideways glances at their fellow Dragon Tamers, their envy palpable. Don't look at me. Some Dragon Tamers bristled at the implications, for they could neither attain the form of the Dragon Lord nor command dragons of their own. Is this truly a capability of a Dragon Tamer? Several elder elves were equally astonished, realizing their ignorance. Their world had yet to witness a Dragon Tamer of level 30 or above. Indeed, even dragons were nearly extinct. As Chen Yu thwarted a blast of dragon fire, the shadow servant paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback by Chen Yu's transformation. Come again. Chen Yu was undeterred. He knew this state could not be sustained for long. If he were facing a single dragon, he could last for 8 hours at least. However, with the burden of 3 dragons, he could endure at most 10 minutes. Thus, he needed to conclude this battle swiftly. Chapter 113, The Dragon Tamer and the Dragon Hunter. Come forth. Chen Yu's roar reverberated through the atmosphere. Truth be told, he had long awaited this day, merging the powers of 3 dragons. He marveled at the strength coursing through him. The shadow servant swung his sword, and the bone dragon's wings flared as it lifted its colossal, stone-like claws to strike Chen Yu directly. Unperturbed, Chen Yu gripped his dragon claw tightly, launching a powerful punch. The ground trembled with a resounding boom, sending shockwaves through all present. Is the Dragon Lord truly that far beyond us? Dai tightened his grip on his stone bow, suddenly bereft of the will to pursue. The chasm between 1st and 9th place was no mere gulf. It was an insurmountable abyss. The disparity was disheartening. Beside him, Tai Hao shook his head slightly. sharing Yi's sentiments while also feeling a sense of absurdity at the idea that even with the nation's resources, a mediocre talent could ever hope to rival a true genius. It was truly disheartening. Haha, splendid. Dragon Lord, shatter him, Yang Changlong exclaimed, his enthusiasm surpassing that of anyone else present. His perspective was simple. The Dragon Lord was one of their own, a compatriot from Huaxia. As Chen Yu engaged in a fierce battle with the Shadow Servant, both sides unleashed a barrage of lethal attacks. In his grasp, Chen Yu wielded a dazzling dragon-headed greatsword, an exclusive Dragon Tamer weapon he had painstakingly fused through numerous failures, capable of maximizing his strength. Meanwhile, the Shadow Servant's black cross-shaped longsword was equally fearsome, likely surpassing mere platinum grade. Each strike was accompanied by a sinister black edge, the force of which sent shivers down spines. The massive form of the bone dragon weaved through the fray, unleashing cataclysmic flames. The Elder Elves could only stare in dumbfounded silence, for no words could adequately express the shock reverberating within their hearts. After all, the Dragon Hunter Shadow Servant was a being comparable to the Elven Queen herself, even surpassing the Elven Queen for a time. Now he finds himself engaged in a fierce exchange with a denizen of a new world. How utterly revolutionary. The repercussions of this news could be explosive. Wow, my brother is so handsome. I even want his autograph. Chen Shi waved her tiny fist, visibly thrilled. She almost pointed at Chen Yu and shouted, "Look, that's my brother. The Dragon Lord is my real brother." Humph, this guy has been hiding such prowess. Xingli reluctantly spoke up. As the stronger he became, the less she could resist, leaving her perpetually bullied. With a sharp crack, a sound resonated as waves rippled in the distance. "Ah, what are you doing?" Xingli exclaimed, covering her derriere. "How about considering becoming his little wife?" "I would never be that wicked guy's wife," Xingli protested, adding, "And why little?" "Because I have someone else in mind for the role of the big wife." Chen Shi replied matter-of-factly, clearly invested in her brother's lifelong happiness. Meanwhile, the battle in the skies had reached a fever pitch. Everyone kept their distance, too intimidated to approach, clearing the vast battlefield. The figures of the two combatants, along with the dragon, were almost blurred to the naked eye, with those of lower levels unable to discern them at all. Chen Yu was enveloped by three distinctly different powers, yet they harmoniously coalesced within him. The advantage of a perfect affinity once again came to the forefront. In this respect, he possessed an edge that no Dragon Tamer could rival, unperturbed by the potential backlash of the dragon's might. With a resounding roar, Chen Yu's fist struck the skeletal dragon's chest, dispersing a plume of black flames and revealing the pristine white skeleton within. The force of his blow sent the skeletal dragon hurtling hundreds of meters away. Unbeknownst to him, the shadow assassin had silently appeared behind Chen Yu, thrusting a cross-shaped longsword forward. With a swift motion, Chen Yu countered, seizing the blade as it grazed his icy blue dragon claw, the sound reminiscent of shattering ice. "Dragon Hunter, do you happen to have a dragon slayer on your side?" In truth, they were no strangers to the shadow assassin, and Chen Yu was even more familiar. In his previous life, this fellow was a notorious powerhouse, known for his brutal methods and penchant for slaughter. Yet, compared to him, Chen Yu was more concerned about that dragon slayer, for that individual had nearly taken his life before. Of course, the shadow assassin would not remember, as the Chen Yu of that time had been akin to a mere pawn in his eyes. The shadow assassin remained silent, his obsidian armor igniting with dark flames, seemingly augmenting his power as his sword became engulfed in fire. On the other side, the skeletal dragon roared, darkening the sky above. The surrounding space ignited in flames, as it unleashed its innate domain. A cold smile crept onto Chen Yu's lips as he raised his hand, his golden arm shimmering brilliantly and around the dark flames. An endless golden fire erupted, coloring the sky anew. Suddenly, the battlefield transformed dramatically. The figures of the combatants were engulfed in flames, as if undergoing a purifying inferno. The skeletal dragon's eyes glowed crimson. Regardless of its injuries, it charged forward once more, embodying a reckless disregard for death. This exemplified the distinction between Dragon Tamers and Dragon Hunters. Dragon Tamers forge bonds of partnership, friendship, and even kinship with their dragons, while Dragon Hunters maintain an absolute master-servant relationship. The contract between a dragon hunter and a dragon resembles the cultivation of a poisonous creature. A dragon hunter could contract a second dragon, but must leave only one behind. Indeed, the two dragons would consume each other until only the strongest remained. They might share the power of the dragon, yet could never truly merge with their host, only synchronize their strength. Enough of this. It's time to put an end to you. After 6 or 7 minutes, Chen Yu had fully adapted to this newfound power and ceased holding back. With a thunderous strike, he nearly shattered the skeletal dragon's frame. His claws extended, he seized its bony wings with a resounding crack, almost tearing them apart. The shadow assassin struck again, his sword cleaving into Chen Yu's breastplate, leaving a significant gash. Deep purple dragon scales rapidly interwove to mend the wound. Chen Yu grasped the sword, raising his right hand's dragon-headed blade high. With a swift motion, he brought it down, severing half of the shadow assassin's shoulder. Yet, no blood flowed. The arm dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. Die! Chen Yu unleashed a flurry of strikes, and though his level remained unchanged, his strength surged to several times its former might, bolstered by both the dragon and the tiger soul's augmentation. At this moment, he was no weaker than anyone else. With each blow, ice and fire intertwined, and thunder and lightning wreaked havoc, causing all onlookers to hold their breath in awe. With a roar, the skeletal dragon turned its head, glancing at the shadow assassin, receiving some unspoken signal. It then pivoted its massive form, charging directly toward the city below. What the hell? It's coming for us. Panic ensued among the crowd. No, run. We need to escape. They cried. You think you can hide if it crashes down? Attack it. This frantic behavior terrified the city's inhabitants, many of whom began fleeing in all directions. However, some rational players launched their attacks. Countless strikes erupted like fireworks, striking the skeletal dragon-esque form but yielding no effect, consumed entirely by the dark flames. None among them were even level 20, and their single-target assaults were negligible against a creature nearing level 40. Move out. Tai Hao's eyes narrowed, his figure flickering as he stood atop the city walls. Around him, a multitude of golden lights burst forth, each containing a golden longsword. He radiated brilliance, divine and resplendent. Countless swords coalesced into a golden sea. Confronting the descending skeletal dragon, he aimed to single-handedly shield millions from this monster. In truth, Tai Hao was acutely aware that his strength was still somewhat insufficient for this task, to withstand such a beast, aside from Chen Yu. Perhaps only a few elders of the elven race could assist. Yet, what did the deaths of countless Huaxia citizens matter to the elves? Chen Yu was entangled with the shadow assassin. Among them, who else possessed the capability to intervene? Having enjoyed countless resources from Huaxia, how could Tai Hao not give back? Tai Hao, Yang Changlong and others shouted, not hesitating as they joined him. Haha, Tai Hao, how could we not be part of this? They laughed. One among them declared dramatically, I have long envisioned this scene, standing before millions, like a mountain. Yang Changlong added, everyone, hold nothing back, give it your all. With a collective roar, they unleashed their most potent attacks. In the distance, Doi had already drawn his bow full, the three-legged golden crow soaring in flight. Resembling a small sun hurtling toward them, the bone dragon darted through the air with remarkable speed, its massive form casting a shadow that darkened the sky. Chen Yu cast a fleeting glance, yet he appeared unfazed. What are you doing? Xing Li exclaimed, tugging at Chen Shi who was advancing forward. It's far too dangerous over there. What purpose would your presence serve? Chen Shi turned to her with a radiant smile, then, as if imbued with a sense of purpose, replied earnestly, sister-in-law, I must go to save my people. What? A large question mark seemed to hover above Xing Li's head. Suddenly, as if recalling something, a look of shock crossed her face. Could it be that you are? Without further ado, Chen Shi stepped into the void. Her staff shimmered with a sacred white light. In the next instant, a profound transformation enveloped the city, imperceptible yet palpable. What is that? Someone gasped, gazing at the sky. Before their eyes, a translucent barrier, reminiscent of glass, rapidly spread across the previously empty heavens. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire city. Meanwhile, the bone dragon raised its hand and extinguished the golden crow, effortlessly sweeping aside all attacks from Tai Hao and the others with a mere flap of its wings. Ultimately, it broke through all defenses, charging headlong into the city. Bang! Yet, it seemed to collide with an invisible wall, unyielding and impenetrable, no matter how forcefully it charged. It could not breach this barrier. Roars reverberated through the sky, accompanied by thunderous crashes. The colossal body of the bone dragon repeatedly slammed against it, but to no avail. The barrier remained unscathed, shimmering with a faint glow. What is this? The panicked crowd, who had been in a frenzy moments ago, now stood still, gazing up at the massive dragon, bewildered. What could possibly withstand the dragon's assault? Ha ha ha, splendid. Does this mean we are safe within the city? Free from fear of this dragon? They exclaimed in relief, taunting the dragon. Come at me, if you dare. As realization dawned, the crowd collectively exhaled, some even gesturing provocatively towards the sky. Could it be that the dragon lord? Yet, for Tai Hao and his companions, the scene was far more complex. They regarded Chen Shi with a sudden realization. The true ruler of this grand city was not the dragon lord, but rather Chen Shi. They quickly shifted their gaze to the dragon lord, where Chen Yu was nearly obliterating the shadow servant. As he spread his fingers, a massive ice blue claw materialized. Bang! The claw descended, and the shadow servant erupted into a cloud of black smoke. With the demise of its master, the bone dragon roared, shattering against the barrier, dissipating into the ether. The conclusion of this battle took everyone by surprise. Chen Yu radiated a tricolored brilliance as 3 colossal dragons re-emerged. Their scales were marred, some shedding pieces, while others bore wounds stained with blood. Particularly, the Thunder Prison War Dragon sported a gaping wound in its abdomen, several meters long, deep enough to reveal flesh and blood. This was the result of its role as armor, enduring the brunt of the damage. Chen Yu, having expended considerable energy, remained largely unscathed, a testament to the benefits of fusion. The dragons bore the injuries, leaving the Dragon Tamer relatively unharmed. Thank you for your assistance. Chen Yu soared towards Tai Hao and the others, expressing his gratitude. They hastily waved their hands. We did nothing. It was you, Dragon Lord, who opened our eyes. This battle had illuminated the disparities in their strengths. Rankings were mere illusions. Only true power mattered. In that moment, they felt fortunate that the Dragon Lord stood as their protector, wielding such formidable might. If it had been them facing these invaders, they could scarcely fathom their own helplessness. Chen Yu nodded, his gaze drifting towards a certain direction. The Jin Yu clan, the Eagle clan, and that youth had long since fled, but he was indifferent. Those individuals no longer occupied his thoughts. Rather, he was intrigued by the figure on the ground, Li Mingjie, who was attempting to escape. Dragon Lord, we must conquer more cities. Until we meet again. With matters settled, Tai Hao and the others departed, not once inquiring about Qin Shi. Yet, their silence did not denote ignorance. The enigmatic girl who had mystified them was, in truth, backed by the Dragon Lord. The very control of a city worth millions was entrusted to her. This relationship compelled deep contemplation. Based on their background checks, they knew Chen Shi had an elder brother who had yet to make an appearance. Either he was deceased, or the Dragon Lord's identity was becoming increasingly evident. However, since the Dragon Lord chose not to disclose it, they would refrain from probing further. What difference did it make? Did identity truly hold significance? Chen Yu sighed, fully aware that the truth had been revealed. Yet, there was no turning back. Chen Shi had seized control of this city, an eventuality that was only a matter of time. He then focused his attention on the ground, where Li Mingjie was desperately trying to escape. Chapter 115, An End and a New Beginning. Chen Yu leaped down, appearing before Li Mingjie in the blink of an eye. Thud! The barely recovered Li Mingjie was so startled that he fell to the ground. Upon recognizing his visitor, relief washed over him, and excitement bubbled forth. Ha ha, Dragon Lord. Thank you for saving me. I knew those thieves could never hope to match your prowess. They were simply courting death. Li Mingjie believed that Chen Yu had come to rescue him and immediately began to flatter him, entirely forgetting that he had previously made similar claims about the youth and his companions, only to flip the narrative. However, in the next moment, Chen Yu's words plunged him into an icy abyss. During the battle, that person claimed you disclosed my name. Li Mingjie's expression shifted to one of shock, and he hastily protested. No, it wasn't like that, my lord. They threatened me. If I didn't speak, they would kill me. Besides, with your esteemed name, even if I said nothing, they would have learned all they needed to hear. You must believe me. It was only because they pressured me that I revealed anything. They told me even more. In a frenzy, he pointed towards a group of others who had been thrown down alongside him, now unconscious. It was them. They said everything. I can't be blamed. Li Mingjie desperately tried to justify himself, fearing that even a moment's delay would seal his fate. Yet, facing someone who had long sought his demise, it seemed that even his very breath could be deemed a transgression. Li Mingjie, have you been wondering why you haven't found your sister, Li Mingjie, after all this time? Li Mingjie's pupils constricted. How do you know that, my lord? No, wait. How do you know my name? As those words left his lips, he beheld what would be the final sight of his life. A familiar yet disorienting visage appeared before him. Chen Yu revealed his true form, his gaze imbued with a chilling indifference. Surprised. Are you? Surprised? It's more than mere surprise. Li Mingjie felt as though the sky itself had collapsed. How could the Dragon Lord be Chen Yu? How could Chen Yu be the Dragon Lord? The strongest being of Blue Star, the one ranked first, the one who had shattered countless records, the valiant figure from earlier, was indeed Chen Yu? The once obedient and loyal Chen Yu, who had been utterly devoted to his sister, left Li Mingjie feeling as though he were ensnared in a surreal dream. Perhaps the fall had rendered him dazed. No, it cannot be. How could it possibly be you? He murmured, his expression collapsing in sheer disbelief. At that moment, the words of Chen Yu echoed in his mind. His demeanor shifted dramatically, rage surging forth as he bellowed. It was you. Did you murder my sister? A sardonic smile graced Chen Yu's lips, devoid of any mirth. Your sister sought to kill me. I merely retaliated. Chen Yu, I will kill you, Li Mingjie exclaimed, lunging forward in a frenzied state. At that precise moment, Chen Yu, disinterested in further dialogue, raised a finger lightly. With a swift motion, an icy blade sliced through the air, and Li Mingjia's eyes widened in shock as a chill crept along his neck. With a thud, his lifeless body crumpled to the ground, gradually losing warmth. Chen Yu did not cast a glance back, turning instead to depart. His heart remained unperturbed, for he had long since dismissed the hatred he once harbored. Otherwise, he would have actively sought them out. If encountered, he would simply eliminate them without a second thought. Dragon Lord! Dragon Lord! Upon Chen Yu's return to the city, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers, their excitement palpable, as if they had found a new helmsman for their shattered vessel. Young man, you still require our protection? I dare say it is you who shall safeguard our frail bones. Chuckled several elder members of the elven clan. They now felt fortunate for having pledged their allegiance to Chen Yu that day. Otherwise, they might have been among the races that had just been driven away. They would have thoroughly offended this youth, who possessed such formidable potential. In the present, even Chen Yu was an undeniable force to be reckoned with, ranking among the top 300 in their realm. Indeed, young man, you have eliminated the dragon hunter's shadowy avatar that infiltrated this world. Be cautious, for his true strength far exceeds what you have just witnessed. One elder warned. Several powerful individuals, above level 40, had either dispatched their own forces into this initial wave of resource plunder or possessed special items or abilities to manifest avatars below level 40. This included the shadowy figure who had been traversing alone. Such individuals were indeed formidable and should be avoided if possible. Yet, Chen Yu could no longer evade them. His reputation had likely spread across various worlds, leaving him with no choice but to exercise caution. Understood. Chen Yu nodded, suddenly smiling. Elders, do you feel weary? Perhaps you could send a few more elders in due time. It's essential to balance work and rest. Ha ha, well said, young man. The elven elders could discern the underlying implication in his words. They were deemed insufficiently powerful, prompting a request for stronger guardians. Brother, what do you think? Am I impressive? Chen Shi, bursting with pride, approached, pulling Xing Li along. Upon glancing at Chen Yu, Xing Li's cheeks flushed as she turned her face away, the memory of Chen Shi's earlier shameless whispers lingering in her mind. Well done, Chen Yu affirmed, which was precisely why he had entrusted a city to Chen Shi. Not only would it enhance her self-preservation skills, but in critical moments, such as when Chen Yu was otherwise occupied, it would prevent the city from falling into jeopardy. However, upon activating the Grand Formation, it could not be deactivated thereafter, as each passing moment consumed an immense quantity of luck points. Externally, Chen Yu appeared unfazed, yet internally, his heart ached, for these were his own luck points, as most players had not yet entered the city. He had to personally fund the activation of the formation. Nevertheless, this concern would soon dissipate once everyone below was fully integrated. Little sister, this city will be yours from now on. Choose a name, Chen Yu declared. Can I really? Chen Shi beamed, her smile radiant as she paced thoughtfully atop the city walls. At that moment, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft crimson glow that enveloped the entire city in a gossamer veil of golden light. Everyone was shrouded in its warmth, their shadows elongated. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Shi. Clad in her golden-white ceremonial robe, she ascended to the city's pinnacle, addressing the gathered populace. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. From this day forth, this city shall be named the City of Dawn. This name symbolized not only her codename, but also hope and rebirth. The dawn contrasted with the twilight, one signifying an end, the other a new beginning. Congratulations to player Chen Shi for naming the City of Dawn. From this moment forth, you shall stand among millions. Their blood and flesh shall become your own. Chapter 116. I worry for you. City of Dawn. Chen Yu murmured, truly feeling the transformation. Everything had changed. Due to his rebirth, certain paths that should not have existed had emerged. Haha, brother, I feel so powerful. Chen Shi exclaimed, her fist clenched in excitement. Becoming the lord of a city granted her absolute authority within its confines. Should anyone possess a level inferior to Chen Shi's, she could expel them directly. If their level was higher, she could still do so by consuming luck points. For instance, even if Chen Yu's prowess vastly exceeded hers, she could still choose to expel him from the city if she was willing to expend her luck points. However, while the city conferred upon the Lord absolute defensive power, it did not grant the ability to kill. Such an act required the Lord to possess the requisite strength. With the establishment of the new city, everything must now commence. Chen Yu began, from now on, a city shall be akin to a small nation. Within it, guilds, healing houses, academies, hunting associations, and more shall emerge. The lives of the people will undergo a monumental transformation, though the underlying logic remains unchanged. The pursuit of wealth shall merely shift to the acquisition of luck points. Brother, what should I do? Chen Shi, having initially reveled in her excitement, suddenly recognized the weight of responsibility now resting upon her shoulders. She sobered her expression and sought guidance. Chen Yu replied, "First, you must select a defense team for the city. They will be your trusted aides and the key to maintaining stability within. Next, you must formulate city regulations, which will serve as the laws governing the city. Finally, you will need to screen the citizens. Though this task is monumental and may take time, you can gradually optimize the citizenry." Chen Yu articulated each point, and Shunshi diligently noted them down. However, the more they heard, the more astonished the elven elders and Xingli became. How did Chen Yu's insights increasingly mirror their own world? In some aspects, his strategies were even more refined than theirs. Initially, they had anticipated learning from Chen Yu, perceiving him as merely a martial figure adept in combat. Yet, governing a city was something they had spent 5 years mastering. Surely he could not compare? Some experiences and models could only be gleaned through trials and errors. Yet here was Chen Yu, articulating the intricacies of city governance, outlining potential scenarios and responses to Qinshi. The elven elders grew increasingly bewildered as they listened, muttering to themselves in realization. So that's how it works. Hiss, one can rally the populace in such a manner? No wonder we always felt that department was inefficient. The issue lay here. They listened with increasing attentiveness, nearly reaching for a pen to jot down notes. How could this fellow possess such vast knowledge? It was as if he had personally experienced everything he spoke of. Nearby, Xingli leaned against the city wall, propping her chin on her hand while gazing at Chen Yu, finding this enigmatic rogue increasingly mysterious. How had she ever thought to recruit him in the first place? When it came to matters of the city, Chen Yu could speak for days and nights on end. Yet he only selected the most crucial and foundational points to share with Chen Shi, leaving the rest for another time. All right, brother. I understand. Chen Shi nodded. This was more than sufficient. She was no fool, aware that professional matters should be entrusted to experts. With official support, a new order would be established within 10 days to half a month. Indeed, Chen Yu agreed. It was time for him to attend to his own affairs. One priority was the injuries of the 3 colossal dragons, and the other was to track down those who had fled. He could not allow such relentless adversaries to live. Moreover, the number of invaders from the Middle Ages was strikingly disproportionate, far too many. The information he had received from the authorities suggested that their numbers were nearly several times that of other continents, which was highly abnormal. He harbored suspicions and resolved to investigate further. Of course, more importantly, he needed to seek out shards of the world, an indispensable resource for the future. With numerous tasks at hand, Chen Yu sighed and turned to Xingli. "Come here for a moment. What do you want?" Xingli was taken aback by the sudden summons, her body trembling as she recalled Chen Shi's earlier ramblings. Surely, this fellow couldn't he be serious? Oh, my brother has finally come to his senses. Chen Shi squinted her eyes gleefully, nudging Xingli. "Hurry up. It must be something very important if my brother is looking for you." "No, I refuse, elder." Xingli trembled with fear, aware that although she appeared youthful, she was technically an adult by human standards. Elves enjoyed exceptionally long lifespans, and she was akin to a 15 or 16-year-old girl among humans. How could she possibly engage in such matters? "Elder, help me." Several elven elders were engrossed in deliberation, digesting everything Chen Yu had just conveyed, entirely oblivious to the scene unfolding before them. They had previously thought it beneficial for their princess to interact more with this young man. It would serve as a means of personal growth and strengthen their mutual relationship. As for whether a foreigner could one day become a son-in-law of the elven race, that was a matter for them to decide. "Ah, you wicked rascal, what do you intend to do to me?" Xingli was nearly brought to tears at the thought of what was to come. Chen Yu was bewildered. Was it truly such a challenge to simply have her heal a dragon's wounds? Heal? Xingli echoed, mirroring Chen Shi's earlier astonishment. "Ahem, healing. Xingli, wipe your face. Healing is good. Let us hurry, or it'll be too late for self-recovery." "Humph, my brother is just a big blockhead," Chen Shi exclaimed, hands on her hips, visibly displeased. With a swift motion, Chen Yu flicked her forehead. "Ah, brother, what are you doing? Can't you show me a little respect in front of so many people?" "Humph, you think I don't know what you all were just contemplating?" Chen Yu retorted, well aware that he was no innocent soul. He had picked up on her reluctance in their earlier conversation, and he couldn't help but wonder how Chen Shi, a light mage, could entertain such impure thoughts. "You need to purify yourself. Isn't it just because I'm worried about you?" Chen Shi pouted, her opinion of Chen Yu's potential romantic interests influenced by Li Mingyue, leading her to believe he lacked discernment in such matters. Shouldn't she strive to ensure that her future sister-in-law was not of the same ilk as Li Mingyue? Chen Yu was at a loss for words, finally stating, "Focus on your training and stop daydreaming." With that, he led Xingli away. The elven race possessed extraordinary healing abilities, and it was precisely their myriad advantages that rendered them so formidable. As for why Chen Yu didn't enlist the elders for such trivial matters, It was akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito, an act unbecoming of a strong individual. Chapter 117. Embracing the light anew. Curse it, that shadow servant. How could he in a certain location within the Middle Ages? A group of fleeing youths revealed themselves, each battered and weary, appearing utterly disheveled. President, one among them, a peculiar creature with the head of a wild boar and a pot-belly, exclaimed, "The shadow servant has acted. That dragon lord has little chance of survival. And we may have lost our opportunity with his dragons. Is that what you think I didn't know?" The young man roared in frustration. How could he be unaware of such a truth? The infamous shadow servant's intervention meant not only for Chen Yu, but likely for all present. Fortunately, they had fled swiftly. Otherwise, they would have been disregarded by the shadow servant. Yet, what infuriated the young man further was that even without the shadow servant, they seemed to be at a disadvantage against Chen Yu. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, and in the next moment, a golden sheet appeared before him. Those fools dared to use him as a pawn. Just wait and see. Upon receiving communication from certain individuals, the young man was filled with rage. He had been aware from the beginning that he was being used, but he had initially been confident, believing there were benefits to gain. Now, in a state of disarray and recalling how he had ended up with nothing but trouble, he couldn't help but feel furious. As he read the contents of the message, however, his anger miraculously dissipated, replaced by sheer astonishment, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Grasping the paper tightly, he read its contents over and over, murmuring, "This cannot be true. It's impossible. How could he be the shadow servant's equal? And he had even dispatched a clone? No, this must be false. It has to be." Such a revelation was utterly staggering, defying all comprehension. What? The Dragon Lord killed the shadow servant's clone. His companions scrambled closer upon hearing this, yet the golden sheet seemed to mock them. Vanishing without granting them a second glance, the young man stood frozen, unable to regain his composure. Their world's top 10 strongman had made a move, but failed to subdue this newcomer, who had just bridged worlds. Instead, he had lost a clone to him. If this news were to spread, it would leave many astounded. "Let us go. We must leave this place." After a long moment, the young man finally snapped back to reality and made a decisive call. The Middle Ages was no longer a safe haven. They needed to depart immediately. Otherwise, they would surely face retribution from their adversary. He never gambled with his life. "President, are we really leaving? There are resources here, smack." The young man slapped the back of the speaker's head, seething, "Do you wish to die? If you want to stay, go right ahead. We're heading back to the Western European continent to settle the score with those fools." With that, he strode away, and as he predicted, the news of the Dragon Lord's battle could not be concealed. Within no time, it spread across the entire Middle Ages and rapidly extended to other continents. What? Someone killed the Shadow Servant in this world? You must be joking. The Shadow Servant, ranked among the top 10, whose clones are the strongest in the realm. Who could possibly kill him? It's impossible. This news must be false. Anyone who believes it deserves to be ridiculed for a lifetime. The audacity of people in this world knows no bounds. They dare to intimidate us with fabricated tales, which is utterly ludicrous. Upon hearing this announcement, numerous races erupted in derision, for it is simply unimaginable when a piece of news is too outrageous. The initial reaction of all is disbelief. Yet, the sheer volume of those voicing it was overwhelming. Many witnessed that battle. As the rumor spread, it became increasingly convincing to many races. Could it truly be? The Shadow Servant has been slain by a native. Who could it be? Who possesses the power to vanquish the Shadow Servant? The Dragon Lord? Which dragon? The one that reigns supreme in this realm. Does he truly possess such formidable strength? A day later, countless individuals validated this event, shocking innumerable souls. In an instant, the vicinity of Chen Yu's location became devoid of any peculiar beings. For one who could slay the Shadow Servant could nearly eradicate them all. In such a place, who would dare to tread? In Western Europe, within a colossal, empty citadel, a thunderous crash reverberated from a towering cathedral. A dozen figures were scattered about, some seated, others leaning. A man clad in knightly armor struck a pillar of the church with a furious punch, enraged that the dragon claw had grown unexpectedly powerful. Following this, he seemed to sense something and lifted his gaze towards the priest standing beneath the cross in the cathedral's center. The priest was also observing him, or rather, the cracked pillar he had just struck. In the next moment, his eyes brightened as the pillar silently mended itself. Before diverting his gaze, the priest appeared to cast a glance at the knight, as if to say, "There shall be no next time." Sweat beads formed on the knight's brow, an instinctual sense of impending danger almost prompting him to assume a combat stance. The others, however, paid little mind to this minor incident. Some individuals have become so frightened that they fled the central continent, seeking refuge on the remaining 4 continents. Exclaimed a voice. Indeed, all our prior efforts have been obliterated by the Dragon Lord's single battle. Night Shadow interjected. Humph, a bunch of ineffectual fools, outnumbered and outclassed yet still forced to flee. It is utterly lamentable. The bald giant's voice brimmed with fury. Having reaped the benefits, they now present themselves in such a manner, remarked a man polishing a longsword. His tone laced with cold disdain. He, the only elder present, chuckled twice. It is not so easy to regurgitate what has been consumed, and how does this benefit us? The crowd initially took the man's words as mere grumbling or jest, yet a lean man in a tall hat, usually silent, spoke up with a heavy tone. But this single word carried significant weight, for among them, his strength and rank were securely positioned at second. Codename, the Hand of God. His words bore a unique gravity that drew the attention of all present, save for the priest. A golden-haired youth remarked, "Is this when we tear off the facade?" At that moment, the priest at the forefront slowly nodded. "If one cannot integrate into the darkness, then let us embrace the light anew." With these words, a profound silence enveloped the scene. The Hand of God was the first to vanish, followed by the priest. Subsequently, the others exchanged glances, unexpectedly arriving at a consensus regarding the forthcoming plan. Yet upon reflection, they comprehended the rationale. Some shook their heads, others sighed, and similarly disappeared. Beyond the blue star. Just a few more days? This is far too slow. Some true powerhouses could hardly contain their impatience. Meanwhile, upon a massive stone, a skeletal dragon, lying quietly, suddenly opened its eyes, along with its accompanying shadow servant, for it had sensed something. Nearby, the dragon slayer, having seemingly caught wind of some news, burst into laughter. "Ha ha, you truly are regressing, shadow servant, allowing a native to obliterate your avatar. I can't. Ha ha." The shadow servant shot a cold glare, a murderous intent permeating the air. The dragon slayer sensed this. "What? Do you wish to fight?" The two top-tier warriors locked eyes, tension palpable among those nearby, as they felt the oppressive atmosphere brewing. No, they can't be about to clash, can they? Surely, it is unnecessary to fight now. The onlookers had already retreated hundreds of miles away. Were it not for the connecting portal being present, they would not dare share the same space as these two harbingers of death. Their murderous intent coalesced into a tangible form, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Just as everyone anticipated a fierce battle between the two, an unexpected release of tension occurred simultaneously. "Humph, shadow servant, now is not the time for us to vie for life or death," the dragon slayer scoffed, nonchalantly resuming his position atop a massive stone. The shadow servant's icy gaze was not solely due to the dragon slayer's repeated provocations, but also because his avatar had genuinely fallen to a native's hand. This was utterly intolerable to him. "Dragon Lord," the shadow servant rasped, uttering a name laden with significance. Roar. After temporarily settling the city of Dawn, Chen Yu commandeered his dragon and arrived at another citadel. Merely a few dozen miles away from the city of Dawn, one of the rare colossal cities of 10 million so close in proximity. This city, named Dragon City, was the first of its kind that Chen Yu had conquered. Moreover, it was already teeming with inhabitants, standing in distant view of the city of Dawn. As for why Chen Yu did not concentrate all his power in a single city, one must remember that even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. He certainly would not place all his eggs in one basket. Furthermore, a city equates to millions of people, a staggering reservoir of resources, just by sheer luck. How much could be gained weekly? "Let's go?" Chen Yu descended on his frost dragon. At present, it was the only one whose injuries had begun to mend. The more gravely wounded, the divine flame ancient dragon and the thunder prison battle dragon, remained with Xing Li for treatment. "Dragon Lord, the Dragon City guards have been selected. Would you like to inspect them?" Fu Long approached, his face alight with joy. No matter the circumstances, he had accomplished what he set out to do. Fu Long, raised in an orphanage, strove to grow stronger in this ever-changing world, all to secure a place for those at the orphanage. Chen Yu had granted him some positions without requiring lucky points, a small token of goodwill to his sole member. He scanned the 100 Dragon City guards selected by Fu Long, nodding in satisfaction. It must be said that Fu Long's selection criteria were commendable. Even the weakest among them were at least level 15, each a formidable contender in their own right. At this moment, he willingly took on the role of a guard for him. However, Chen Yu did not treat them unfairly. He was indeed offering a salary, with each individual receiving a substantial amount of fortune points every month. Yet, this quantity was still somewhat insufficient. Further selection was necessary. Relying on 100 individuals to manage a city with a population in the millions was far from adequate. At the very least, several thousand would be required. Excellent. Fu Long vigorously nodded, content as long as there was work to be done. Currently, both monsters and humans were in a state of silence. Humans dared not venture outside the city, fearing encounters with those intruders, while the monsters grew increasingly formidable in strength. According to unreliable information circulating in the World Channel, in certain regions of Blue Star, terrifying behemoths had already emerged. One such beast was said to have devoured an entire race of intruders, instilling immense fear. Chen Yu held no doubts regarding this matter. At the onset of the Divine Realm game's arrival, when the world first interconnected, those monsters were birthed alongside it. Among them were even colossal beasts exceeding level 40. After arranging matters concerning Dragon City, Chen Yu did not linger. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to waste it. The speed at which the worlds were connecting was remarkably swift, with a maximum of 48 hours remaining. Blue Star would officially border several surrounding worlds, and that would herald true terror. Presently, however, more than half of the time had already elapsed, meaning Chen Yu's window of advantage had dwindled to less than 24 hours. There were still several tasks he needed to undertake. Kid, how are you still alive? In a certain part of the Middle Ages continent, Chen Yu successfully located the audacious Chen Yu clan members, who had recently resumed their rampant ways. Before Chen Yu's arrival, they had mercilessly slaughtered countless individuals to vent their frustrations, thereby exposing their location. Upon seeing Chen Yu, they were utterly astonished. How could he have found them so soon? No, the real question was how he was still alive. He was not supposed to have survived the Shadow Servants. Impossible, that rumor could not be true. How could you possibly have killed a Shadow Servant? The news of Chen Yu slaying a Shadow Servant had already spread across their world channel. But many dismissed it as a joke. An indigenous person killing a Shadow Servant? What nonsense. The Chen Yu clan believed this as well. Chen Yu could not possibly still be alive, thus they continued their arrogance. Yet, in that very moment, Chen Yu stood before them, exuding a terrifying aura of killing intent. What do you want? One of them dared to speak. Let me tell you, our Chen Yu clan will soon set foot here. If you know what's good for you, beg for mercy now, or else. Their words were abruptly cut off as a line of blood appeared across his neck. With a swift motion, blood gushed forth like a fountain. Kill. The remaining Chen Yu clan members would not sit idly by. With a determination to fight to the bitter end, they charged at Chen Yu. Their levels were not low, and they were far from weak. Chen Yu once again merged with the Frost Dragon, donning an icy blue battle armor, and engaged them in fierce combat. Ultimately, as expected, several Chen Yu clan members were slain on the spot. While the experience gained was not substantial, he acquired a considerable number of fortune points, items, and enhancement points. Most importantly, upon inspecting the body of the clan leader, he discovered a shard as transparent as glass. World Fragment. Attributeless enhances one's comprehension of the essence. The World Fragment contained the fundamental essence of a world. After reaching level 40, the method of leveling up for players would change. No longer relying on experience points. Advancement would depend on understanding the primal forces. For instance, an ice mage would need to grasp the ice essence inherent in the world. Chapter 119, The Essence of Power. Conversely, a Dragon Tamer, a profession unrelated to any specific attribute, would primarily comprehend the essence of strength. Naturally, some prodigies could glean various primal powers from nature. At this juncture, some formidable individuals, who may have originally held high levels, might find themselves forever stuck at a certain point, unable to progress. Meanwhile, those who were once unremarkable could, through extraordinary comprehension, catch up and ultimately surpass their peers. Thus, after reaching level 40, the rankings would likely undergo a significant reshuffle. At this level, the pace of all strong individuals would inevitably slow. It could take a year to gain a single level. Hence, world fragments were deemed exceedingly precious. They were treasures born from the shattering of the connection between worlds. Lacking any attributes, they represented the purest essence. Any profession could utilize them. These fragments only emerged at the inception of world connections, rendering them especially valuable and highly sought after by numerous powerful entities. Consequently, they attracted a multitude of strong beings vying for possession, including the Shadow Servants, whose objectives were twofold: a world fragment and a Dragon Lord's dragon. However, the world fragment had yet to be located, and shortly after entering, Chen Yu had already shattered it. Holding onto this palm-sized world fragment, Chen Yu realized he had no immediate use for it, yet no one would deem it superfluous. Subsequently, he departed the area, setting off in search of the whereabouts of the Eagle people. Knowing that these individuals possessed a world fragment heightened Chen Yu's determination. Yet, the vastness of the Middle Ages continent made it exceedingly difficult for him to locate them, akin to a headless fly wandering aimlessly. Sighing, he lamented, "Had I known, I would have spared one Chen Yu clan member alive." At the time, all he sought was to eliminate them swiftly, without considering the consequences. Haha, kill them. Run. Run. No. Please, someone save us. As he passed through a small city with a population of 1 million, Chen Yu gripped the dragon's head and gazed below. Due to the Lord's lack of fortune points, the protective array of this city could not be activated. Now, the entire city was engulfed in chaos, mercilessly hunted by numerous invaders. This place did not belong to the territory of Huaxia, and Chen Yu initially had no intention of intervening. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. A few eagle people were ruthlessly slaughtering humans. He chuckled softly to himself and immediately descended. Who is that? At this moment, some invaders also noticed Chen Yu, for he stood out conspicuously. The enormous frost dragon above him loomed like a small mountain, nearly obscuring half the sun. Roar! The frost dragon let out a low growl, capturing the attention of all present. That's the Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord. Save us, please. The invaders, many of whom had never heard of Chen Yu's name before, had previously been indifferent to who was the strongest in this realm, as they were confident they could crush anyone. However, when Chen Yu stood before them, they finally felt the weight of his formidable presence. Merely the sight of that dragon, with its head lowered, exuded an unimaginable sense of oppression, causing countless individuals to involuntarily kneel in submission. Chen Yu remained silent, extending his hand. What do you want? Let me tell you, even if you are the strongest, to us, you are merely a slightly larger insect. We can crush you at will. One of the invaders shouted defiantly. Oh, is that so? Chen Yu held a profound admiration for their audacious confidence, as if everyone feared them equally. Charge together and slay him. Even without his intervention, those unable to restrain themselves had already rushed forward, faced with those seeking their own demise. Chen Yu was more than willing to oblige. He unsheathed his obsidian scythe and plunged into the throng. With a swift strike, blood and flesh fell like rain. The peculiar figures were momentarily stunned. However, Chen Yu would not grant them the luxury of regret. His form shifted seamlessly among them, black blades weaving through the chaos. This spectacle left all onlookers paralyzed in shock until Chen Yu departed with a few figures in tow. The scene was littered with countless severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Dragon Lord. Is this truly the might of the Dragon Lord? Having witnessed the legend of their world firsthand, many were left in a daze, as if everything had been a dream. Yet the visceral wounds and pains served as a constant reminder that this was no mere fantasy. Curse you. If you possess the courage, then kill us. Otherwise, when our leader arrives, you will beg for death, and this great dragon will await a fate of skinning and dismemberment. Chen Yu's blade sliced through the air, silencing the boastful individual instantly. After all, there were several hostages. He was not solely reliant on one. What do you want from us? The remaining few realized that Chen Yu's decision to spare their lives must surely have an ulterior motive. They were unwilling to believe that he merely intended to take them for a leisurely ride. Contact your leader now. Chen Yu commanded directly. What did you say? A few eagle men widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished that Chen Yu would dare to suggest they contact their leader. Was he truly seeking his own demise? No. Wait. They suddenly comprehended. His audacity must be supported by some form of assurance. Recalling the terror he had just demonstrated, they formulated a hypothesis. You will not succeed. We are swoosh. Chen Yu sheathed his blade, dismissing further chatter. I am pressed for time. You three remain, and I shall grant one of you a chance at survival. It is now up to you to seize this opportunity. You have 10 seconds to deliberate. After that, all shall perish. 10. What do you truly intend? They shouted, their eyes bloodshot. 9. Opposing us means only death awaits you, and our eagle tribe will extinguish your kin, friends, and obliterate all that you hold dear. Chen Yu's gaze turned icy. It appears you do not value your opportunity. He ceased to speak further, striking without hesitation, leaving only one survivor. Oh, the eagle tribe is indeed resilient. Perhaps I shall seek the leader myself. Chen Yu raised his blade high, poised to deliver the final blow when the last eagle man interjected urgently. No, I wish to live. I wish to live. Oh, Chen Yu momentarily lowered his weapon. Then demonstrate your worth. Hearing this, the eagle man took a deep breath, as a few feathers atop his head trembled. This was their tribe's unique method of communication, a trait shared by many races. Frankly, in terms of physicality and innate abilities, humans were indeed the least significant among all tribes. Yet it seemed that this very specialization enabled rapid advancements. By Chen Yu's era, the human race had already become a formidable power in the divine realm. Their unparalleled capacity for learning surpassed that of any other race. After a few seconds, the eagle man opened his eyes, trembling as he stammered. The leader is 500 miles in that direction. He pointed to an opening. Very well, but should you deceive me, Chen Yu smiled, commanding the great dragon to take flight. The eagle man silently exhaled in relief. The foolishness of his earlier companions was evident, as their lives now rested in another's hands. To comply meant a glimmer of hope, while refusal assured only death. He knew well which weighed heavier. At that moment, the eagle man could not fathom that he was leading his leader straight into peril. Chapter 120, A Host of Monsters. Under the eagle man's impatient guidance, Chen Yu located the fleeing members of the eagle tribe in less than half an hour. They were presently in a cave, recuperating, utterly unaware of the impending crisis. Boss, Save me. Upon Chen Yu's arrival, the Eagle Man immediately cried out. What are you shouting about? They opened their eyes to find Chen Yu smiling at them. A long blade inexplicably appearing in his hand, and without a word, he struck down. Swoosh. The guiding Eagle Man's head was severed from his body in an instant. In that fleeting moment, he turned to glance back, his eyes seemingly questioning. I led you here. Why do you kill me? Chen Yu replied nonchalantly. When did I ever claim I would spare you? You. The remaining Eagle Men abruptly rose, their aura swirling, launching themselves at him. In that moment, they paid no heed to how Chen Yu had survived the Shadow Assassin's onslaught. If they did not act, their own lives would be forfeit. Boom. The battle from earlier resumed with renewed intensity. However, Chen Yu had never feared them, and even less so now. The frost dragon roared, shaking the very mountains. A blast of frigid flames descended, freezing everything within 1,000 meters into glacial ice. Crack. The Eagle Men found themselves ensnared in ice, yet they swiftly broke free. Charging toward Chen Yu. You insolent wretch. We chose not to kill you, and yet you come to us seeking your own death. Today shall be your last. It will be futile for anyone to intervene. They bellowed, their voices resonant and powerful. Little did they realize that had they known Chen Yu had recently slain a Shadow Assassin's avatar, they would not have charged at him with such arrogance. Huh. Chen Yu scoffed, wielding an elemental staff in one hand and a long blade in the other, striking with unrelenting ferocity. Whoosh. Various elemental lights burst forth in the air. And within just 4 or 5 exchanges, the Eagle Men sensed something was amiss. How can this be? How much time has passed? Their injuries had yet to heal. Yet Chen Yu had become remarkably formidable. Descend into hell. Chen Yu would not waste time explaining. Merging with the frost dragon, he pushed them back relentlessly. Impossible. How can you be this powerful? The Eagle Men found it hard to believe, seeking an explanation. Merging with a dragon? Is it possible for a dragon master to do such a thing? In their world, dragon masters were nearly extinct, seldom seen. Let alone those who could bond with a dragon. As soon as their existence was known, they were often hunted down. Hence, few truly understood the might of a dragon master. Now, these Eagle Men were experiencing that power firsthand. Yet they would have preferred not to. You. Within 10 minutes, Chen Yu had slain one of their number. The stalemate shattered, and the death toll began to rise. 1, 2, 3. Lines of blood were drawn. One Eagle Man after another fell. You dare slaughter my Eagle tribe? No one can save you. Just wait. Silence. Chen Yu was nearly driven to madness by their incessant threats. Could they not conjure something more original? I shall kill you. In the final roar, the ground was strewn with countless corpses. Chen Yu, clad in icy blue armor, hovered in midair, his sharp dragon claws gripping a long blade, his gaze chillingly cold. He surveyed the surroundings, leaving no survivors before departing. Only they remained. Once he dealt with these individuals, the final target would be the young group. However, their movements were erratic, unlike a race that could congregate, thus making their pursuit considerably challenging. Therefore, Chen Yu chose not to squander time searching for their whereabouts and directly ventured to the Western European continent. The emergence of numerous intruders in the Middle Ages was an extraordinary occurrence. Recalling memories from his previous life, Chen Yu understood that the Round Table Guild was intricately involved. They lured a multitude of invaders into one continent to safeguard the others. For the inhabitants of their continent, the Round Table Guild was undoubtedly a savior. Yet for the Middle Ages, they were akin to demons. In his past life, this continent was the Middle Ages, and it remained so, with even more invaders this time. Chen Yu recognized that he was, in fact, the catalyst. Whether it was his identity as the first or the presence of several colossal dragons, both were pivotal in attracting a throng of intruders. The Round Table Guild needed not to exert much effort. A slight nudge was sufficient to direct individuals to the Middle Ages. Chen Yu would not allow them to manipulate him, hence his arrival, prepared to confront this group head-on. Unbeknownst to him, a monumental battle was currently raging in a certain part of the Western European continent. How dare you attempt to assassinate us? You possess quite the audacity. The youth bellowed, dodging various attacks with agile movements. Swordsmen and knights surged forward, providing no opportunity for retaliation. Meanwhile, the youth's companions were rallied by Knight Shadow, codenamed Brawler. I've long found you distasteful. You've merely developed a few years longer. In equal time, you all stand before me as mere wastrels. Brawler's voice echoed like thunder. Fire Seed knocked an arrow, flames igniting around him as he unleashed a barrage of fiery birds. Do not waste words with them. End this swiftly. The dark dragon rampaged among them, a golden-haired youth standing proudly atop its massive head. Eliminate them, the youth commanded. The formidable body of the dark dragon twisting, its obsidian claws outstretched, crashing down with ferocity. President, save me please, cried a man with a boar's head. However, before the youth could rescue him, the man was pulverized into a bloody pulp beneath the giant claw. Curse be you, dare to conspire against me. and I shall ensure you pay 100-fold. The youth, known as Wind and Cloud, was a formidable force in their realm. At this moment, he was gravely injured, and the individuals before him inexplicably surged in strength. Previously, they had been inferior in level and power, yet now they could completely suppress him, a most irrational phenomenon. What manner of monsters populate this world? This thought surged within Wind and Cloud. Even as an adversary, he could not help but marvel at their methods. He no longer lingered, turning to flee. Pressured by circumstance, he was compelled to lower his head and make this choice. Attempting to escape? Suddenly, a detached voice echoed in their ears. The next moment, they underwent an inconceivable transformation. They had been fleeing 1,000 meters away, only to find themselves precisely within the attack range of the Round Table Guild's members. How is this possible? Wind and Cloud exclaimed in shock. The earlier shift too unfathomable for him to comprehend. Not far from the core battlefield stood 3 figures, an elder holding a luminous staff, continuously amplifying the abilities of Fire Seed, Night Shadow, and others, a priest with hands clasped, his eyes shimmering with peculiar light, and lastly, a seemingly ordinary man in classical gentleman attire, adjusting his high hat. Cursed be it. Who is behind this? Wind and Cloud and his companions found themselves utterly unable to escape, seemingly frozen in place, unable to break free even 1,000 meters away. In that case, I shall take a few down with me. Enraged, Wind and Cloud resolved to fight to the death. His aura surged, transforming him momentarily into a tempest. However, as the ordinary man in the high hat raised his hand, Wind and Cloud felt as if he were a deflated balloon. His momentum dissipated instantaneously, not simply fading away but vanishing entirely, as if stolen from him. Boom. At that moment, the attacks from Fireseed's group landed, slaying another of Wind and Cloud's companions. This ability Wind and Cloud murmured to himself, observing the hands of the ordinary man. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he turned sharply to a specific direction. It's you thieving scoundrel. He had identified the ordinary man and instantly comprehended his profession, a thief of a unique kind within the assassin category. In layman's terms, he was a thief. However, they were not mere pickpockets. They could steal your attacks, items, and even abilities for their own use. The stolen individual would temporarily lose a particular capability. While not permanent, it was lethally detrimental on a life-and-death battlefield, as was the case now. The ordinary man took a few steps forward, one hand outstretched, growing serious. He seized the distance between Fireseed's arrows, causing an attack to land decisively upon one individual. He then pilfered an ability from one of Wind and Cloud's teammates, rendering that individual defenseless against Night Shadow's ambush, resulting in a swift demise. He also stole an item from another, leading to the loss of support just as they attempted to block with a weapon, allowing a knight to pierce through their chest instantaneously. Such a profession was more supportive than any aid. Fireseed and his companions gained immense advantages, coupled with the boosts from the priest and the elder, and the numerical superiority. How could Wind and Cloud and his group hope to contend? Ultimately, they faced but one outcome. I will kill you. Wind and Cloud, consumed by rage and humiliation, made one last desperate stand. As time passed, his comrades fell one by one until he was left alone. All together now. Let us finish him. After nearly an hour of battle, the stamina of Fireseed and his allies had dwindled. After all, their levels were significantly lower than the youth's, and they had expended tremendous resources deploying powerful skills. Do you think it's that easy to kill me? Just as Night Shadow stealthily approached to launch an ambush, Wind and Cloud produced an item, a seemingly unremarkable watch. Yet, upon pressing it, everything around him appeared to halt. The stream below the battlefield began to flow backward, the wind reversed direction, Fireseed lowered his bow, Night Shadow ceased his stealth ability, and the youth retracted his command given to the dragon. Everything seemed to flow backward. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that only a specific area experienced this phenomenon. Yet, it was sufficiently terrifying. Time reversal. It is universally acknowledged that anything related to time possesses unpredictable might. Although this reversal lasted merely 3 seconds, it was enough to alter the tide of battle. However, for the formidable, the possibilities are exceedingly vast. For instance, Feng Yun, wielding a black longsword, unleashed a devastating black blade towards all present, imbued with an overwhelmingly terrifying power. Dare to challenge me, Feng Yun proclaimed with unwavering confidence, believing this strike would be sufficient to slay at least 5 individuals. Alas, it was regrettable that his precious opportunity was squandered on these indigenous foes. Indeed, his artifact could only be employed thrice, having already used it once. This was the second invocation, leaving him with but one remaining chance. Yet, he had resolved that he would exhaust it all to annihilate them all. The Black Blade, with a force capable of rending the very fabric of space, surged toward the knights and the likes of Batian who, as though intent on tearing them asunder. At that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded anew. The black blade, defying all logic, grazed the edges of several garments, its trajectory so impossibly precise that even Feng Yun could not have orchestrated it deliberately. Moreover, he aimed to eliminate several of them. With his prowess, how could he possibly commit such an error, one with a probability so minuscule it could scarcely be acknowledged? This left Feng Yun momentarily speechless, utterly dumbfounded. It felt as though an unseen force was persistently thwarting him. Suddenly, he recalled that numerous assaults he had executed had bizarrely failed to connect or had missed their mark entirely, yet he found it strangely unremarkable. Ha! What do you possess to contend with us? After a time, the knights and Batian who erupted in laughter, for in that fleeting moment, they had indeed sensed the specter of death looming over them, believing they were destined to perish in that very place. But what could they do against their inscrutable leader? Kill. Without further ado, they charged forth once more. This time, they did not even afford Feng Yun the opportunity to activate his artifact, completely obliterating him instead. Until his last breath, Feng Yun remained powerless, watching as he succumbed to death. He was unafraid of ambushes, theft, or encirclement, yet ultimately fell victim to this invisible hand. As his body fell lifelessly to the ground, the final figure he beheld was that of a faceless priest, who regarded him with an expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if observing mere specks of dust in the world. In that moment, Feng Yun comprehended the reality of his situation. Thud! His corpse plummeted to the earth. The fire seeds and others averted their gazes, redirecting their attention to another direction. There, a point of white light emerged, growing increasingly larger. A colossal dragon materialized, and naturally, the center of attention was the man with arms crossed atop the dragon's head. Roar! The dark dragon growled, as if poised for battle against a long-standing adversary. The Dragon Lord. He has indeed arrived, Fire Seed remarked, seemingly anticipating his arrival. Fortunately, they had acted swiftly, eliminating Feng Yun before his arrival. No witnesses remained to bear testimony. Oh, Dragon Lord, what winds have blown you here? Have you come to pledge your allegiance to my Round Table Guild? Fire Seed was the first to speak. Expressing a gesture of goodwill, Chen Yu arrived on the scene, surveying the ground, and quickly realizing he had arrived too late. Now, it seemed that no one could validate that the actions were perpetrated by the Round Table Guild. However, Chen Yu did not require evidence. His mind was well aware. Was there a need for justification when dealing with these individuals? I have recently heard that it is you who have been meddling, leading the invaders to rampage through my Midgard? Chen Yu directly accused, attempting to elicit a reaction from them. After all, it had always been paramount to establish a just cause before taking action, lest one be scorned by others. The Round Table Guild members were not easily deceived, and the priest interjected, Dragon Lord, you jest. This is merely their tactic to sow discord among our native people. Nightshade added, Dragon Lord, surely you do not believe such nonsense? Chapter 122, Massacre. Dragon Lord, with great adversaries before us, we must unite as one. A swordsman of Asian descent, wielding a long sword, spoke up. If we allow trivial fabrications to sow discord or incite conflict, would we not be granting the invaders an advantage? Haha, Batian who chuckled heartily, gesturing towards the corpses of Feng Yun and the others below. Dragon Lord, are these not the finest proof? The group engaged in a cacophony of voices, effectively distancing themselves from any culpability. In the end, it was Chen Yu who appeared overly earnest, even falling prey to rumors and contemplating self-destruction. The priest remained silent, merely smiling, as if all that transpired today had been anticipated, including Chen Yu's arrival. As they conversed, the low growls of the two dragons reverberated through the air. The dark dragon's blood-red gaze fixed intently on the frost giant dragon, which was significantly larger, as if ready to leap at any moment. Longshang, on the other hand, suppressed its instincts, knowing that engaging the Dragon Lord at this juncture would be tantamount to courting death. The ice dragon's icy blue eyes brimmed with disdain, regarding this lesser creature, one weaker than even several of its own kin, only with a glimmer of interest in devouring it. Chen Yu stood silently, listening to their evasive arguments. Soon losing interest, he stepped forward, causing Fireseed and the others to tense immediately. Dragon Lord, at such a critical juncture, do you truly wish to engage in fratricide? Fireseed implored, urging the others to consider the current situation. Among them, all were the pinnacle of combat prowess from Blue Star, and they could not afford to squander their strength. Batian Hu, Dragon Lord, do not assume we genuinely fear you. We merely wish to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. The members of the Round Table Guild swiftly readied themselves for battle, prepared to strike without hesitation should Chen Yu make a move. Chen Yu sneered, this world is never devoid of talent. Even in your absence, new challengers will soon arise. He unsheathed his dragon-headed blade, no longer seeking justification. He felt that allowing them to remain would only invite endless repercussions. With a whoosh, the surrounding space trembled as terrifying might erupted forth. Due to the dreadful power Chen Yu had displayed prior, the Round Table Guild felt compelled to eliminate Feng Yun and the others to ensure no witnesses remained. Even if the Dragon Lord discerned their actions, they would not be concerned. However, they were utterly unprepared for Chen Yu's immediate assault. After all, he had not presented any evidence. Thus, both parties were without grievances, lacking any rationale to engage in conflict. Yet, they seemed to have forgotten. Must there be animosity to justify a killing? Do the strong require a reason to slay? Boom. The colossal wings of the ice dragon unfurled, casting shadows upon the earth as it charged directly at the dark dragon. Oh, how lively it is here. Suddenly, a mocking voice interjected, interrupting the gathering. They turned to see a towering figure, clad in rugged attire and bearing a large blade, appear at a distance. Slaughter. The dragon slayer declared, arms crossed, addressing the crowd while his gaze remained fixated on the two dragons, particularly the ice dragon, which made him salivate with desire. Dragons. There are indeed quite a few in this world, haha. Slaughter, a professional dragon slayer, knew that hunting dragons would yield immense rewards, far surpassing those from ordinary monsters. Furthermore, their profession inherently possessed the ability to bypass the proud defenses of dragons. Every strike they landed upon a dragon was undoubtedly lethal. Who are you? The knight roared, overwhelmed by the suffocating aura emanating from the individual before him, an aura steeped in the essence of death. Huh, a band of lowly natives, unworthy of even knowing my name. The Slaughter drew forth his broad blade from behind, launching himself into action. He intended to annihilate everyone present single-handedly. This reflected an unwavering confidence. How could he have failed to perceive that Chen Yu was at odds with this group of whites and blacks, poised for a fierce confrontation? He could have simply bided his time and reaped the rewards. Yet, did the Slaughter require such measures? It was merely a waste of time. With the time he had, he was confident he could slay Chen Yu and his companions 800 times over. With a thunderous roar, battle erupted. The Slaughter charged towards everyone, his massive blade gleaming with a sharp silver light as it descended with unparalleled ferocity. Dodge! The knight at the forefront bellowed. For the force behind this strike exceeded their capacity to withstand. He was a level 40, a formidable powerhouse. A realization dawned on the crowd, understanding the source of the man as confidence. Level 40 was the pinnacle achievable in this realm. Retreat. The members of the Round Table Guild stumbled back, instinctively aware they were no match for him, eager to exit the battlefield. They had no desire to linger here and await death. Thinking of fleeing? The Slaughter sneered, his sights fixed on two individuals, Longshang and Chen Yu. The rest were inconsequential to him, but those two dragons were his primary objective in this world. Chen Yu's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he merged with the frost giant dragon. A suit of ice blue armor enveloped him, his claws transforming into icy blue dragon talons, while a spectral dragon head loomed over his face, exuding a fierce and imposing presence. Oh, how refreshing. I never expected a Dragon Tamer to possess such a trick. The Slaughter paused momentarily. Truth be told, he had slain no fewer than 80 Dragon Tamers, among whom were a handful who had truly bound dragons. They could achieve what Chen Yu had done. Haha, boy, today you have shown me something different, but it will not alter your fate. Prepare to die? The Slaughter chose not to strike the weaker Longshang, instead aiming directly for Chen Yu. The rationale was simple. The frost giant dragon was of a significantly higher tier than the dark dragon. The benefits of slaying it would be far greater. With a resounding crash, Chen Yu raised his blade to block, yet he was still sent flying by the force of the strike. In the face of the equally level 40 Slaughter, Chen Yu, lacking the presence of the divine flame ancient dragon and the thunder prison war dragon, was utterly outmatched. Do you still think you can escape? The Slaughter scoffed, extending his arm as a black chain erupted from his sleeve. Longshang's expression shifted dramatically. He tried to command the dark dragon to flee. Yet, he was a moment too late, for the chain had tightly ensnared one of the dark dragon's wings. Come back. The Slaughter bellowed, yanking with such immense strength that the colossal dragon was drawn back, as if it were a mere mountain. This terrifying display of power left the members of the Round Table Guild dumbfounded, and even Chen Yu furrowed his brow in concern. The dark dragon roared, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of demonic flames. The Slaughter, with one hand gripping the chain, swung his broad blade to dispel the inferno. What? This is impossible. Longshang's face paled, for this scene shattered his understanding of reality. Altogether now, the members of the Round Table Guild did not immediately flee. Instead, they sought to rescue Longshang. This was the ethos of their guild. If they abandoned a member in peril, they too might face such a fate in the future. The fire seed knocked an arrow. The night's shadow vanished from sight. The knight raised his spear, and the swordsman gripped his long sword tightly, while the Batian who brandished his golden staff. In the distance, the elder and the priest continued to bolster the strength of the group, the latter bearing an unprecedented seriousness. The hand of God had retracted its mocking smile, now adopting a grave demeanor. Chen Yu rose, wielding the dragon head great blade in one hand, summoning the all-elemental staff with the other, radiating a deep blue glow. With a flourish, powerful strikes surged forth, each one a manifestation of the full might of the strongest in Blue Star, their power utterly terrifying. Ha come. The slaughter laughed heartily, one hand anchoring the colossal dragon while the other swung his broad blade, shattering all incoming attacks. Above him, amidst swirling ice and darkness, Chen Yu and Long Shang unleashed their elemental powers in concert. In the face of absolute strength, the struggles of a swarm of ants are destined to be futile. The slaughter declared coldly, dismissing the attacks with indifference as he swung towards Chen Yu. Suddenly, a strike, unnoticed until now, seemed to alter its trajectory, grazing the hem of Chen Yu's garment. It mirrored the scene faced by Feng Yin not long ago. Who could it be? The slaughter instantly realized that someone was meddling, his gaze fixing on the priest. Fortune smiles upon me today. Since my arrival, I have encountered nothing but big fish. With a single glance, he saw through the priest's facade, discerning his capabilities. With your level, how many times can you force a prophecy? The slaughter casually remarked, revealing the priest's abilities. Prophecy. Indeed, the priestess' profession was that of a seer, even rarer than the sinner of Black Jesus, possessing such extraordinary capabilities. At his level, he could even enforce a prophecy. For instance, if the slaughter's blade was destined to strike Chen Yu, the priest could alter the future, rendering that prophecy void. Thus, that strike would not land on Chen Yu. Feng Yun's previous failures stemmed from this very reason. The slaughter was unconcerned. It was merely a few extra strikes. Chen Yu, having been struck and roused to fury, summoned multiple shadows through the phantom eye. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? With a resounding boom, the next moment, Chen Yu, armed with an array of powerful artifacts, charged forward. Even if there are countless insects, they remain mere insects. The roars above were now several times more intense than before, shaking the land for 100 miles around. Countless eyes turned towards the commotion. Such powerful battle fluctuations. Who could it be? This must be a level 30 or above powerhouse. Could it be those intruders? Even among the invaders, reaching level 30 was exceedingly rare. How could they engage in such fierce combat with others? What was transpiring there? Many, bewildered, dared not approach, opting instead to observe from a distance. Kill the knight, swordsman, and others joined the fray. Enough, the elder shouted, surrounded by a swirling green light, desperately augmenting the strength of the group, even including Chen Yu in the process. Damn it, Chen Yu had not anticipated the emergence of this slaughter fellow midway. The fierce battle they had been preparing for had now forced them to unite. A truly ironic twist of fate. Die! The slaughter roared, cleaving a shadow of Chen Yu in two, then pivoting his broad blade to unleash a flurry of strikes that obliterated all surrounding attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yu surged forward, hurling an ice spear with great force while simultaneously bringing down the dragon head great blade. The dragon's eyes gleamed brightly, resonating with a low rumble as it transformed into ice elements, enveloping the entire blade. Its power multiplied exponentially. With a thunderous crash, the battle raged on. With a decisive strike, Chen Yu momentarily forced the slaughterer to retreat several steps. Die! Over here, the likes of Batianhu, Yang, and Jianjia relentlessly pressed the attack, offering no respite to their opponent. In the distance, the hand of God frequently reached out to grasp at something, causing many of the slaughterer's attacks to dissipate into nothingness. Roar! The slaughterer bellowed, unleashing another wave of terrifying might, his aura swelling even further. In his grasp, the broad blade transformed into a colossal weapon, as if it could cleave the very heavens, and came crashing down upon everyone present. What? This strike bore a force greater than the sum of all his prior assaults, imbued with an invincible aura intent on annihilating all in its path. The priest could not intervene. The slaughterer was correct. He had reached his limit. With a thunderous roar, the massive blade rent the fabric of space, leaving the members of the Round Table Guild aghast, desperately attempting to brace themselves. In the instant that Chen Yu's 2 or 3 shadows made contact, they shattered into fragments. This blow was insurmountable, channeling the fearless spirit characteristic of the Dragon Slayer. This strike claimed the lives of several, including Chen Yu himself. Yet, he displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he calmly produced a luminous necklace, a gift he had once bestowed upon Chen Shi, which could passively withstand a single, fatal attack. The effect was commendable. He had crafted another one using the fusion furnace and elevated its rank to diamond, capable of deflecting attacks of level 40 and below. With a whoosh, The protective barrier expanded, enveloping hundreds of meters, nearly shrouding everyone within. Crack. However, under the force of the slaughterer's strike, the barrier held for less than 3 seconds before shattering with a resounding crash. Fortunately, it had absorbed the blow. Kid, you possess quite a few tricks. But this is where it ends. It's time for you to descend into hell. The slaughterer remained unfazed, unleashing several more slashes. One of these strikes landed squarely upon the body of the dark dragon. With a slice, it nearly severed one of the dragon's wings. Chen Yu surged forward. His battle spirit ignited, the tiger's soul amplifying his power. Otherwise, he would have surely perished by now. Boom. Another fierce battle erupted. As the majority of the Round Table Guild's members lost their combat capabilities, including the Dark Dragon, whose level was too low and whose previous exertions had drained them significantly, leading to their swift defeat. Chen Yu wielded his blades, unleashing a torrent of slashing light. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Today's battle is certainly worth the journey. The slaughterer laughed heartily, engaging Chen Yu with one hand, as if toying with him. Suddenly, during one of Chen Yu's strikes, he felt an unforeseen surge of power. The blow struck the slaughterer, sinking his broad blade, forcing the slaughterer to evade swiftly. TSK, this battle is truly captivating. I hope I haven't missed anything. Not far away, an unassuming young man approached, wielding a stone sword. It was him. The members of the Round Table Guild recognized the newcomer. The stone sword, renowned in its own right. Who among them was unaware? Leave your injuries to me. Another voice chimed in, as Black Jesus appeared, his hands clasped together. A layer of ethereal light emanating forth, causing the onlookers to visibly recover their strength, as if undergoing rapid recharging. In fact, I am quite skilled in healing as well. From somewhere, another voice emerged. A flawless man, adorned in plant fiber garments and sporting golden hair cascading behind him, appeared. Had Chen Yu been present, she would have instantly recognized him. Chapter 124, Chaotic Battle. This man, draped in garments woven from plant fibers, possessed piercing blue eyes and a visage that rivaled that of the fairest elves. As he stepped forward, an overwhelming vitality surged through the surroundings. With the exception of the slaughterer, everyone's injuries and stamina instantly restored, bringing them to their peak condition. TSK, level 40 truly is a formidable challenge. The stone sword chuckled, yet despite his words, he bore no hint of fear. Black Jesus, hands still clasped, declared, this man has committed too many atrocities. There is no salvation for him. Returning to the earth is his only worthy fate. Ha ha ha, you speak of killing with such grandiloquence. Only you would dare call yourself black. The stone sword laughed, for he alone would presume to address Black Jesus in such a manner. At that moment, the most formidable assembly of individuals from Blue Star converged here, a spectacle unlike any other. Their sole objective was to join forces against a single foe. Heh, a swarm of ants. How fortuitous, for it saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. The slaughterer exhibited no fear, his absolute power instilling confidence. He then launched himself again towards Chen Yu. Anyone present could see that Chen Yu was the strongest among them. Eliminating him would render the others mere playthings. Chen Yu's gaze turned steely as he met the slaughterer's charge head-on. Kill. The members of the Round Table Guild, alongside the stone sword and others, all joined the fray. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, the intensity skyrocketing beyond previous levels. Elements of power intertwined chaotically, unleashing formidable forces accompanied by the roars of dragons, making it hard to fathom the nature of this battle. The very fabric of space seemed to tremble under their might. My heavens! Is the sky about to collapse over there? Who could possibly be causing such chaos? Dozens of miles away, countless onlookers gazed in a singular direction. The cacophony resonated as if the very heavens were shattering around them. Suddenly, a rogue assassin cried out, I see it. There's the silhouette of a dragon. Could it be the Dragon Lord? Upon hearing this name, innumerable heads nodded in immediate agreement. Certainly, it must be the Dragon Lord. I can hear the roar of the dragon from here, and only he possesses such power to rend the skies. But who is it that dares to confront the Dragon Lord for so long? Many, perplexed, strained their eyes to catch a glimpse, yet dared not approach too closely, fearing they might not withstand even the aftermath of the battle. At that moment, someone spoke up, haven't you all seen the World Channel? The Dragon Lord recently slayed an invader known to be the strongest. If this individual could battle the Dragon Lord, he surely could not be weak. Not just the Dragon Lord, look there. It seems to be the Firebird. Isn't that the mark of the Fire Seed? Can you feel it? There's a profound life force emanating from that direction. It feels familiar. A young man pondered, suddenly slapping his thigh. Yes, it's the Life Scholar. He.S. on the battlefield. He saved my life last time. I recognize that aura. Hiss, with so many powerful figures gathered, what on earth has transpired? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Ah, that guy. On the battlefield, The slaughterer was ferociously relentless. Before long, he severed Batayanhu's arm with a single stroke. Had he not tilted his head, it might have been his head that fell. Batayanhu had no choice but to withdraw. Whoosh! At that moment, flames surged as the dark dragon was beset by horrific wounds, some deep enough to expose bone, with large patches of scales shed. Each of the slaughtherer's strikes were lethal against the dragon. Even Chen Yu bore several wounds on his ice blue armor, marks that refused to heal, indicating the frost dragon had also sustained serious injuries. Chen Yu found himself unable to retreat, for the primary target of the massacre was none other than himself. How utterly vexing. At one moment, the slayer, irritated by the fire arrows, unleashed a formidable strike that left the flames astonished. The flaming bough in his grasp was cleaved in two. This adversary, the stone sword, gritted his teeth, unexaggeratedly confessing that this was his first time approaching a confrontation with such earnestness. Countless powerful skills were unleashed as if they cost nothing, accompanied by the assaults from Nightshade, the swordsman, the knight, and others. Yet, with a single slash, the massacre could obliterate everything in its path. Truly, he was invincible. His level was significantly higher, at least 10 levels above everyone present, save for Chen Yu. This vast disparity rendered it impossible for them to even step onto the battlefield without the enhancements provided by the priest and the hand of God, among others. It was imminent. He could sense it. The ice-blue dragon-headed greatsword emitted an endless radiance of frost. Roar! Over here, one of the dark dragons had nearly lost a wing, and Longshang's face reflected terror as he fled the battlefield, devoid of any will to fight. However, as the slayer exerted his strength, he firmly grasped the chains in his hand. The dark dragon could not even escape the battleground. Annihilate them. With a casual swipe, he severed Chen Yu's last shadow. In the next moment, he raised the slaughtering knife and struck down fiercely. Bang! Chen Yu endured the blow, his figure propelled through the air. The dragon claw, transformed from the frost giant dragon, shattered, gushing blood. All you ants, perish. The slayer, with a brief moment of respite, unleashed countless blades, sending everyone else flying. Black Jesus extended his hand, his expression grave as he invoked his abilities. Yet, the opponent's level was far too high. The so-called resentment was of little use against him. And you little black coal. The slayer finally turned his gaze upon Black Jesus. The latter's abilities startled him, but fortunately, he maintained an absolute level advantage. Otherwise, he might have been caught off guard. He stepped forward, appearing directly in front of Black Jesus, and without hesitation, swung his blade. Black Jesus's gaze remained calm. He seemed indifferent to his impending death, for he believed that life and death were predetermined. Buzz! At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. Black Jesus's figure vanished entirely. Who? The slayer swung at emptiness, angrily surveying his surroundings. His attention was drawn to the priest and others who had been lingering at the edge of the battlefield. Simultaneously, he noticed Black Jesus had appeared beside a man wearing a tall hat. The hand of God had stealthily brought Black Jesus away, indirectly saving his life. Normally, he would have stolen the slayer's skills or weapons, but alas, the gap in levels rendered even him, a thief, powerless. He could only settle for second best and snatch Black Jesus instead. Chapter 125. I lack nothing. Almost forgot. There are also you three insignificant fish. The actions of the hand of God successfully drew the slayer's attention. In truth, he had long desired to eliminate them. Without these few, the members of the Round Table Guild had no right to contend with him. Finally, they had arrived. As he watched the slayer charging toward them, the hand of God revealed a smile. He abruptly raised his hand, light coalescing in his palm. In the next moment, an incredible scene unfolded. A ripple surged around him, the fabric of space twisting and warping, with specks of starlight flickering. As the hand of God thrust his palm forward, countless attacks erupted like bamboo shoots after a rain. These were all the skills he had stolen. Attacks from Chen Yu, the Fire Seed, Nightshade, the Knight, and the Stone Sword. Even the Slayer's skills were among them. The hand of God had been awaiting this moment. He unleashed all the stolen skills without reservation, fully aware that against such a formidable opponent, an immediate and heavy blow was imperative. Using my skills against me? How naive. The Slayer found himself encircled by a multitude of attacks, but remained unfazed. Beneath his black garb, his inner armor crafted from dragon scales could withstand most assaults. Even if he stood still and let them strike, it was unlikely they could inflict significant damage upon him. The only attacks that posed a genuine threat were his own, ones that the dragon scale armor could not defend against. However, what fear did the Slayer have of his own attacks? Chen Yu rose from the ruins, observing the Slayer wreaking havoc, tormenting everyone present. Yet, as he gazed into the distant sky, a smile suddenly graced his lips. Roar! Two resounding roars of dragons echoed for miles, instantly capturing everyone's attention upon their emergence. The Slayer's eyes burned with fervor, dragons, and not just one, but two. Ha ha ha. This world was worth every moment. With 4 colossal dragons now, he could hardly fathom the rewards that awaited him should he slay them. Upon arriving here, Chen Yu had messaged Qin Shi, requesting the 3 elders to personally heal the 2 dragons. With their assistance, the dragons swiftly recovered and made their way here at breakneck speed. Chen Yu raised his hand, and the 2 dragons transformed into streaks of light, diving into his being. In an instant, an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted from him. The tricolor dragon armor exuded unparalleled majesty, and the dragon-headed great sword in his hand, entwined with fire and thunder, radiated an equally fearsome might. The Slayer was momentarily taken aback. Everything witnessed today was, without doubt, somewhat astonishing even to him. Chen Yu stepped forward, ascending into the air. With each stride, his power intensified. At that moment, how he longed to shout, "I lack nothing." Boom. The 3rd round of battle commenced. This time, Chen Yu needed no external aid. He himself was formidable enough. Bang. It was now his turn to send the Slayer flying with a single strike. The formerly mocking expression on the Slayer's face transformed entirely. How is this possible? What is this ability? Dragon Tamers were a rare profession in their world, for dragons were nearly extinct. Who would foolishly choose to be a Dragon Tamer? This had led to a near-blank understanding of Dragon Tamers' abilities. It wasn't that there weren't Dragon Tamers who had achieved levels above 30. Rather, there were none who had contracted dragons and reached levels beyond 30. No one knew how their abilities would change at this stage. The Slayer found himself momentarily dazed, his hands trembling from the impact, a sensation he had not felt in a long time. Now I understand. You relied on this move to defeat the Shadow Servant? No wonder the Shadow Servant fell, an amalgamation of 3 dragons in a Dragon Tamer. Ha! Following a cold sneer, the Slayer surged forward, his massive blade radiating golden light, enveloped in a sharp aura. No matter what kind of Dragon Tamer you are, before me, the Dragon Slayer, you shall perish. Chen Yu remained unperturbed, directly meeting his advance. A fierce battle ensued between the 2. Without the dragon complicating matters, Chen Yu found it considerably easier to contend with the Slayer. Yet, the Slayer's individual prowess was formidable, and with an elemental advantage over him, Chen Yu did not appear as relaxed as he seemed. Boom. The earth and sky trembled continuously as the priest, Stone Sword, Black Jesus, and others retreated to a safe distance. It did not hinder Chen Yu. The Elder, the Scholar of Life, and even the Hand of God provided varying degrees of assistance to Chen Yu. At that moment, Chen Yu's momentum reached its zenith. A pair of dragon claws, one crimson and the other violet, exuded a fearsome presence as they gripped a dragon blade with a single hand. Chen Yu's eyes transformed into golden orbs, and the surrounding space erupted into a raging inferno. This was the innate domain of the ancient dragon of divine flame. In the following moment, a thunderous roar resonated from Chen Yu's right arm, the violet dragon claw crackling with energy as lightning struck from the heavens. The sky rapidly darkened, storm clouds swirling and churning, with endless arcs of lightning flickering across the expanse. The innate domain of the Thunder Prison War Dragon was simultaneously unleashed. The battlefield split into 2 layers, thunderclouds roiling above and fierce flames surging below. Chen Yu's figure danced within, appearing and disappearing like a wraith. "Come out, boy. Let us engage in a proper battle," he bellowed. "Do you truly believe these trivialities can impede me? Such folly. Do not let me find you. If I do, you will experience despair beyond imagination." The adversary, known as Slaughter, charged fiercely, enduring the onslaught of flames and lightning, feeling the strain himself. Suddenly, Chen Yu emerged from an unexpected angle, his 5 claws splayed as he left a bloody gash across Slaughter's back. The sea of fire surged, engulfing Chen Yu before Slaughter could react. "Ah, you bastard, come out!" Slaughter shouted, enraged, his irritation mounting at this guerrilla-style combat. Chen Yu paid him no heed, fully materializing both domains. Lightning and fire intertwined, as countless meteors rained down from the sky. Slaughter swung his blade, cleaving through the cascade, propelling himself forward to escape the area. Yet Chen Yu was a step ahead, delivering a swift kick that sent him hurtling back inside. "Ah, I will kill you!" Slaughter roared, utterly incensed, his aura thickening with bloodlust. His muscles swelled threefold, transforming him into a formidable giant, radiating explosive power. "Huh!" he bellowed, unleashing his full might. With a thunderous crash, the 2 domains could no longer withstand the force, creating an opening through which Slaughter did not hesitate to flee. However, the moment his figure crossed the threshold, he was met with the looming presence of a raised dragon-headed blade. Not good. Slaughter realized too late that the disparity in strength had vanished, and the depletion of his energy rendered him incapable of resisting Chen Yu's impending strike. "Die!" Chen Yu declared coldly, channeling every ounce of his power into the dragon-headed blade. All eyes were fixated on the scene, tense with anticipation, uncertain if this blow would quell the formidable foe from Blue Star. "If you dare kill me, I will return in my true form to exact vengeance," Slaughter blurted out, his expression shifting to one of horror. With a swift motion, Chen Yu disregarded Slaughter's futile threats, gripping the blade firmly and striking down decisively. Silence enveloped the realm. In an instant, a severed head soared through the air, blood cascading forth. Those present could only stare, wide-eyed, at the spectacle. "Wait for me, in my true form. I will surely slay you." Slaughter's severed head continued to speak, his eyes filled with disbelief. Unable to comprehend his own demise in such a humiliating manner, slain before the very eyes of those he deemed insignificant. A hush fell over the surroundings for several breaths, before a long sigh finally broke the stillness. "Indeed, he is the Dragon Lord," Stone Sword remarked, his voice laced with resignation. It was only upon witnessing Chen Yu that he truly grasped the latter's strength and recognized the vast chasm between them. With a swift descent, Chen Yu left no trace of the threat behind, crushing Slaughter's head beneath his boot, reducing it to wisps of black smoke, along with the rest of his remains. In mere moments, not a trace of the adversary remained, yet the devastation left in their wake spoke volumes of the intense battle that had transpired. The mountains within a 10-mile radius lay flattened, reduced to charred earth, a desolate landscape that might take years to recover. The storm clouds dispersed, the flames extinguished, and tranquility returned to the sky. When Chen Yu turned to survey his surroundings, all members of the Round Table Guild had vanished. Perhaps they had sustained grievous injuries and required healing, or perhaps they feared the Dragon Lord would pursue them further. Regardless, each one had disappeared. Even Stone Sword and his companions had not noticed when they had departed, their attention wholly captivated by Chen Yu, the Dragon Lord. A sight more impressive than mere hearsay could convey, indeed a figure of unparalleled might. The Life Scholar approached, bringing with him an aura of pure vitality that swiftly mended the shattered areas of Chen Yu's dragon armor. "Huh, truly, our Blue Star's top contender. Your prowess is nothing short of awe-inspiring." Stone Sword and Black Jesus echoed praises. Chen Yu chuckled, somewhat amused to hear such flattery from them, a rare occurrence indeed. "You flatter me." The defeat of that intruder was made possible with everyone's assistance. They exchanged pleasantries, engaging in polite banter. Suddenly, Black Jesus sighed, gazing into the distance, lamenting. "Blue Star is beset by calamities. Soon we shall be fully integrated with other worlds, and I shudder to think of the chaos to come." "Indeed," the Life Scholar responded, his tone grave. "I have traversed many continents and witnessed countless casualties, numbering no less than 10 million. "What?" Stone Sword exclaimed, astonished. Although he had seen large groups of humans slaughtered, he had never counted their numbers. 10 million was undeniably a staggering figure. "Time is of the essence. We must secure the main city as soon as possible," Chen Yu urged, warning that once the worlds were connected, he and Stone Sword would face innumerable adversaries. Only fortified cities could provide them safety. Indeed, the others nodded, already possessing substantial city fortifications, even the typically solitary Stone Sword. The future was unpredictable, and to avoid being cast aside, they needed to seize resources. After exchanging a few more words, they parted ways. Chen Yu had completed his task of clearing the area and could no longer afford to search for the Round Table Guild. It was time to attend to pressing matters. As Chen Yu's dragon armor dissipated, 3 colossal dragons took their place behind him, their forms as imposing as mountains. Soon, with a flicker of white light from his arm, a massive dragon emerged. The slumbering Sacred Light Dragon had finally awakened. With a resounding roar, the Sacred Light Dragon announced its return, its body radiant as diamond, its scales shimmering like glass, exuding an aura of divinity. The 3 dragons regarded their new companion, and suddenly, the Ice Frost Dragon spoke. "From this moment forth, I am your elder brother." The ancient dragon of divine flame retorted, "No, I am the elder brother." The Ice Frost Dragon dismissed it with a glance. "Foolish dragon. Feeling itchy?" The ancient dragon of divine flame let out a thunderous growl, saliva flying as it prepared to pounce. Chen Yu intervened just in time. "Enough? Is this not finished yet? Has the pain from earlier vanished?" Meanwhile, the Thunder Prison War Dragon remained silent, casting a watchful, calculating gaze upon the ancient dragon of divine flame. Had it not been for the insufficient level, vengeance would have been exacted that very day. For now, one must endure. The radiant holy dragon could not vocalize its thoughts, yet it comprehended the discourse of the 3 colossal dragons, and their intentions were unmistakably clear. Chen Yu's countenance darkened upon hearing them. The radiant holy dragon proclaimed, "Whoever prevails shall be the leader." It believed its assertion to be valid for the dragon race. One is revered only if they possess the strength to claim the title of king. Chen Yu felt a wave of frustration. This radiant holy dragon, aptly named for its brilliance, proved to be rather cunning. Indeed, the next moment, the fighting spirit of the divine flame ancient dragon reignited with fervor. Come, I shall bring you to your knees. With the specter of battle looming again, Chen Yu had no choice but to intervene once more. Cease this at once. What is there to dispute over a title of leadership? Behave yourselves. The elder's voice rang out, and the 4 dragons obediently lined up, diverse in hue yet exuding an aura of formidable menace. Except for the conspicuously lower-level radiant holy dragon. Upon awakening from its slumber, it had reached the 14th level, lagging far behind the frost giant dragons. Chen Yu's immediate objectives, aside from seeking world fragments, included elevating the radiant holy dragon's level to enable it to catch up swiftly. Until that level could be enhanced expeditiously, the union of the 4 dragons would be essential for Chen Yu to contend with those at level 40. Presently, the levels stood as follows: Frost Giant Dragon at 31, Divine Flame Ancient Dragon at 31, Thunder Prison War Dragon at 30, Radiant Holy Dragon at 14, and Chen Yu at 34. With careful planning executed, Chen Yu summoned all but the Radiant Holy Dragon into the contract space. Subsequently, the Radiant Holy Dragon let out a roar and departed from that location. Blue Star. Each of the 5 continents was engulfed in chaos. In the Infei continent, the rampant presence of countless colossal beasts posed a greater threat than the invaders. Monsters exceeding level 30 began to roam the land, capable of annihilating cities once harbored by level 25 creatures, taking over their domains. This undoubtedly multiplied the challenge in acquiring those cities manifold. Crack, crack, crack. In a certain area, a space continued to fracture, as if on the verge of splitting apart. Below stood a multitude of figures, primarily invaders, with a portion comprising humans. Together, they seemed to await something. Soon, it will be here, someone murmured, fists clenched, fully prepared. Chapter 127, The Heist. Soon, this barrier shall shatter. The throngs of invaders shouted with excitement, inching forward. Get out of the way. This territory belongs to the Golden Lion clan. Those with sense should retreat immediately. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed. Countless individuals turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Golden rays illuminated the horizon, and as they drew nearer, the onlookers beheld several grotesque figures with human bodies and lion heads. Their golden manes danced in the wind, each exuding an overwhelming and oppressive aura. Upon their emergence, they proclaimed with authority, within 100 breaths, anyone we lay eyes upon shall perish. Such brazen words incited fury among the multitude. How dare you be so arrogant? A mere handful of you think to drive away tens of thousands of us. Indeed, resources have always belonged to the capable. Should you manage to seize all the world fragments, we would remain silent. But to attempt to monopolize this place and expel everyone is excessively tyrannical. Do you truly believe a few of you can intimidate us all? Anger surged through the crowd, and they vociferously rebuked. Yet, some fellow invaders, upon seeing these figures, silently slipped away. In the next moment, boom, a golden fist descended. And not only the speakers, but also dozens of Blue Star inhabitants nearby found themselves unfortunate victims. Their levels were unmistakably revealed, each at 33. A rarity in the current Blue Star. These natives are truly foolish to provoke the Golden Lion clan. Who doesn't know their reputation for brutality, though few in number? Each is an unparalleled powerhouse. Enough of this. The 100 breaths will pass swiftly. We must flee. Some invaders recognized the individuals and evacuated without hesitation. We should leave as well. The Blue Star populace, witnessing this, lost their earlier bravado, and many began to retreat. Yet, indecisive individuals remained, particularly those who had also attained levels above 30. The world fragments were meant to be contested. If they were to be frightened away by mere words, what would become of their dignity? The Golden Lion clan certainly held a high status, but to assume they could dominate this place with mere dialogue? Let us see if my fist concur. The Golden Lion clan members could intimidate outsiders, but did they truly believe they could expel us? A powerful figure crossed his arms, disdain evident on his face. Others went so far as to poke at their sore spots, declaring, the Golden Lion clan has always been arrogant. How did Dark Absolute not exterminate your kind back then? What did you say? Upon hearing the name Dark Absolute, a golden lion's fury ignited, its golden mane bristling. They could barely maintain a position within the top 100, all due to one individual, the strongest of their world, Dark Absolute. The grievances were too convoluted to articulate, but the outcome was well known. The Golden Lion clan was nearly eradicated by Dark Absolute. How could they not be enraged at the mere mention of this name? Seeking death. A golden lion, consumed by rage, charged at that individual. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a sound of shattering space echoed. The vast rift in the sky fractured further, and at a certain moment, It exploded like a mirror falling to the ground. Countless glass-like shards erupted into the air. Quick! At this moment, countless individuals went utterly mad, disregarding everything, leaping into the fray to claim what they could. Get away from me. This is mine. What's yours? Whoever grabs it first owns it. The situation descended into utter chaos. Those who secured a few small fragments wasted no time inspecting them and turned to flee without hesitation. All of you shall perish. The golden lion figures had no time to chastise the fleeing individuals. They forged a bloody path with their fists, seizing the largest world fragment. Hand over that world fragment. Simultaneously, they bellowed at the remaining crowd, scattering as they commenced their heist. In mere seconds, an untold number of lives were lost in this frenzy. Haha, it's finally broken. Brothers, charge. At this moment, as the space fractured, individuals who had long awaited on the other side of the world surged forth as well. Roar. Among them were several figures resembling subdragons. One wingless subdragon, massive and corpulent, covered in rock-like scales, entered the area and crushed hundreds upon its arrival. With a gaping maw, the creature devoured a player who had obtained a fragment of the world. Haha, well done, armored dragon. The Dragon Tamer laughed heartily from atop the dragon's head. The world fragments cannot exist for long. They can only be preserved if acquired by players. Otherwise, they will naturally dissipate into the ether after a while. Thus, at this moment, faced with countless fragments, the crowd was frantically scrambling to seize them. Just then, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. The terrifying shockwave compelled everyone to turn their gaze. In the distance, a colossal pure white dragon, measuring several meters in length, materialized before their eyes. At that moment, the Dragon Tamer's eyes gleamed with excitement, not merely because a dragon had appeared, but because this dragon's level was astonishingly low. This indicated that, given their prowess, they could easily form a contract with it. The world fragments are yours. I no longer desire them. They could not discern Chen Yu's level. But a mere dragon at level 15 could not possibly have a host whose level was significantly higher. Capturing him would be a trivial endeavor. Countless Dragon Tamers, armed with various tools, surged towards Chen Yu, driven by their pent-up frustrations. Devoid of dragons and talent, they had been relegated to the status of ordinary warriors, embarrassed to even claim the title of Dragon Tamer. However, now, an opportunity had presented itself. A genuine dragon had come to them. Its value far surpassed that of the world fragments. Damn it, why didn't I encounter such good fortune? Some tamers who had contracted lesser dragons lamented, wishing they had met Chen Yu sooner. Now, to form a contract would be impossible unless they eliminated the lesser dragons they had already bound. Kid, this dragon is not something you can claim. If you know what's good for you, release the contract, and I may spare your life. The bond between a dragon tamer and their dragon is steeped in emotion. The longer the contract endures, and the higher the level, the deeper the connection becomes. Many dragons willingly laid down their lives for their hosts, which could prove troublesome. Hence, he issued that warning. Chen Yu remained silent, merely drawing a long knife from his waist. Huh, you dare make a move? Truly unaware of your own mortality. The man scoffed, since you seek death, then. But before he could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly ceased, a line of crimson snaking from his head to his tail. Chen Yu treated the act as a trivial feat, flicking the blade with nonchalance, his gaze never wavering. Foolish child, do you truly believe a mere level 15 ant like you belongs on this battlefield? You are courting death, yet your arrival is fortuitous. Hand over the dragon. Several dragon tamers pressed on, undeterred, charging towards Chen Yu. In their eyes, the initial confrontation had merely been a brush with Chen Yu. They assumed no real battle had occurred and could not fathom that he had dispatched the man in an instant. Despite their confusion over his sudden halt, they had no time for contemplation now. The holy light dragon roared, its booming voice invigorating many of the dragon tamers. Haha, this is a true dragon, unmatched in might. Today, I shall successfully form a contract and become a true dragon tamer. Nonsense. I shall be the one to become the dragon tamer. With that, dozens of warriors, masquerading as dragon tamers, united in their assault on Chen Yu, unleashing their most powerful strikes. Chen Yu, arms crossed and countenance icy, suddenly summoned shadows that rose from beneath his feet. 1, 2, 8 shadows surged forth to meet them. What is this technique? Someone wondered, bewildered. Whatever it is, it's mere tricks, kill. They remained unfazed, yet the next moment, the slaughter commenced. Chen Yu had directly enhanced the ability of his shadow eyes to diamond level, achieving a rarity of 1/10. This meant that within the game, only 10 diamond level shadow eyes existed. Moreover, its capabilities had been significantly augmented. The most trivial aspect was that it required no specialized incantation. As long as it was equipped, Chen Yu could activate it with a mere thought. Most alarming, however, was that the permissions of the shadow eyes had escalated to level 40. This signified that upon usage, as long as the target did not exceed level 40. He could flawlessly replicate their inherent strength. The number of shadows he commanded reached an astonishing 15. Utterly monstrous. His power. As the shadows made contact with the group of Dragon Tamers, a cacophony of piercing screams erupted. Wasn't he merely level 15? Why? How is this power? No, please, no. The shrieks continued in a harrowing chorus. Chen Yu rode the holy light dragon overhead, not even casting a glance at those intent on his demise. He never exhibited mercy towards those who sought to take his life. This spectacle was witnessed by many, including a Dragon Tamer mounted upon a dragon's spine, who wore a grave expression. As a fellow Dragon Tamer, he understood the difficulty of commanding a true dragon. It was clear to him that such a person, entering the battlefield with such a low level, was not merely foolish. He was the Dragon Master. Before long, some from the Blue Star recognized Chen Yu. A few odd individuals quickly deduced, the Dragon Master? The number 1. Is this world truly so weak? The number 1 is only level 15? Damn it. Why are we just standing here? Hurry and seize the fragments. Who cares if he is number 1? A roar echoed as they clamored for the world fragments, the chaos of battle remaining unchanged. Chen Yu's presence had not garnered much attention. Instead, more individuals focused on the world fragments. Many had already snatched fragments and made their escape, mostly intruders. As the Blue Star's forces lacked the strength to engage in the fray, Chen Yu retracted the holy light dragon and leaped into the battlefield. Having come here for the world fragments, his target was clear. He sought out one of the Gold Lion tribe members who possessed the largest fragment. Seeking death, the Gold Lion, upon seeing Chen Yu, unhesitatingly swung a punch, his mouth curling in anger. What audacity! But upon contact, he sensed something was amiss. An overwhelming force coursed through Chen Yu's golden dragon claw. Crack! In the next moment, the Gold Lion's entire arm exploded. Blood and bone shattered. A chilling scream echoed, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. When they comprehended what had transpired, their eyes widened in disbelief. What just happened? These Gold Lion tribe members were among the strongest in the vicinity. Yet how long had it been since this individual arrived? In the blink of an eye, he had incapacitated one of them. Was this power that of a native? I will kill you. With only one arm remaining, the Golden Lion erupted in fury, its form swelling rapidly until, in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal golden lion towering over 10 meters, akin to a mountain. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth, it swept across a radius of several miles. Yet, not even a step did Chen Yu falter. Flames erupted around him, warding off all assaults. Clad in resplendent golden dragon armor, he surged forth like a shooting star. The Golden Lion, with its gaping maw, aimed to devour Chen Yu whole. In a swift maneuver, Chen Yu altered his trajectory, his 5 claws extending, piercing directly into the flesh of the Golden Lion. The creature emitted a pained howl, echoing through the air. Witnessing this, several of its kin, consumed by rage, rushed forward. Anyone who dares harm our kin shall meet their demise today, they shouted, yet before they could approach Chen Yu, the shadowy figures he had conjured swiftly dispatched the Dragon Tamers and interposed themselves before the assailants. How infuriating! The aggressors shouted as they engaged in combat with the shadows. The battlefield grew increasingly fierce. However, the suspense did not linger for long. Look, the Dragon Lord. As the crowd turned once more, they beheld a gruesome sight. Chen Yu's claws, now transformed into a massive golden dragon claw, tore the Golden Lion asunder, the scene drenched in blood. Crimson droplets rained down like a torrential downpour, leaving countless onlookers frozen in disbelief. No, it can't be. Am I seeing things? How is this native so formidable? Is he not the next Dark Absolute? Whether they were the peculiar beings who had long entered Blue Star, or those who had recently traversed the shattered world, all were left utterly bewildered by Chen Yu's overwhelming power. As he grasped the world fragments, his gaze sharpened, honing in on the remaining Golden Lions. Alarmed, the latter's pupils contracted, realizing that Chen Yu's shadows had encircled them, cutting off all avenues of escape. As they saw Chen Yu approaching, they cried out, "Why? Have we offended you in any way?" Chen Yu's response was straightforward. Isn't this a battleground where life and death are at stake? Does it not seem absurd to discuss grievances now? Moreover, did those you killed earlier not offend you? You slaughtered my compatriots. Why should I not retaliate against you? In truth, the Blue Star inhabitants were neither relatives nor acquaintances of Chen Yu, and he bore no particular vendetta. He simply wished to provide them with a rationale. Ensuring their demise was clear-cut. His choice to confront them was merely a means to instill fear in the invaders and reclaim the world fragments, demonstrating that Blue Star was not a realm to be trampled upon. Once more, Chen Yu clashed with the Golden Lions. Their numbers mattered little. His side boasted even greater strength. The shadow eye conjured additional figures that surged towards the periphery, Numerous invaders had seized world fragments. He could not afford to focus solely on a few. You scoundrel! Do you intend to wage war against all of us? Many invaders bellowed. After all, who possessed the audacity of Chen Yu? Not only did he confront the Golden Lion tribe, but he also sought to seize their world fragments. I have the strength. Why should I not claim what is mine? Chen Yu retorted, his golden figure towering like a war god in the skies. If you wish to slay me, come forth, and I shall welcome it. Such bravado provoked incredulity. Let us see if you possess the strength to back that claim. A massive black crocodile bellowed, expanding in size until it transformed into a gargantuan creature over 10 meters long. Nearby, a piercing screech heralded the arrival of a colossal eagle, cloaked in gray feathers, whose wings unleashed a tempest that sent countless individuals flying. But that was just the beginning. With a resounding crash, a giant surged forth, its limbs robust and powerful, reminiscent of the corpses of mountains. Though not as massive, its latent strength far exceeded expectations. Within a minute, more invaders revealed their true forms on the battlefield, showcasing their most formidable selves, determined to crush Chen Yu with their sheer might. Each one of them was of considerable rank, particularly those who had recently breached the barrier, reaching levels of 36 and 37, unmatched in this realm. It's over. The Dragon Lord has overestimated himself. What should we do now? Hurry and call for reinforcements. The Dragon Lord was the face of Blue Star. He could not perish here. Yet, if even the Dragon Lord could not contend with them, what good would summoning more do but lead to further demise? Countless Blue Star inhabitants were filled with anxiety, unwilling to see Chen Yu fall. He was, after all, the very backbone of Blue Star. As long as he lived, hope would endure, and they would never submit to these invaders. However, should he perish, the ensuing turmoil would be unimaginable. Before these colossal figures, Chen Yu appeared as insignificant as an ant, yet his demeanor remained unfazed. The more composed he was, the more enraged the invaders became. I will tear off his head, roared the initial giant crocodile, its maw agape like an abyss, seemingly capable of swallowing the sun and moon whole. As darkness loomed over Chen Yu, the giant's maw descended. Yet at that moment, accompanied by several dragon roars, Chen Yu was enveloped in 2 additional radiances. Crack, crack. The already formidable golden armor he wore was augmented by an icy blue dragon shoulder plate, the translucent blue scales entwining with the brilliant golden ones, forming a tighter, more intricate pattern. In his grasp materialized a purple gold war spear, crackling with lightning. Above him, a tricolored dragon-shaped helmet manifested, fully arming him to the teeth. He appeared as a divine warrior, yet there was an unmistakable essence of a humanoid dragon about him. Kill him. Perhaps sensing the overwhelming power radiating from Chen Yu, all the monsters attacked in unison. They understood that this battle must yield a victor. The individual before them was far too terrifying. In such a brief time, he had risen to challenge their might. They could not allow Chen Yu to grow any stronger, nor could they permit the emergence of another dark absolute. Chen Yu, of course, would not relent. Thus, there was no room for respite in this battle. Boom. In an instant, a cataclysmic clash erupted. All present hesitated not, retreating far from the scene. Such a confrontation was beyond their capabilities, and even mere observation carried its dangers. Yet they did not depart. Who would not wish to witness the outcome of such a monumental struggle? I recall that the interface has a video feature. I must let my son see what I am experiencing. Yes, I believe there is one. Let us see if I can record this. Many began to explore the interface, discovering the video capability, and soon, countless individuals connected to the world channel, initiating a live broadcast. What in the world is happening? Can someone explain the situation? Heavens! Who is that in the center? How incredibly fierce! The Dragon Lord. It is the Dragon Lord. I have seen him before. Who shall suffer now? There is the Golden Lion clan, the Black Crocodile clan, and good heavens, who are they joining forces against? The Dragon Lord? What? The natives of this world have grown so formidable? Countless individuals surged forth, bearing witness to this epic confrontation. Both the inhabitants of Blue Star and the invaders gasped in astonishment, for this battle possessed an overwhelming visual impact. Several colossal beings besieged a singular figure, which, upon closer inspection, was nearly indistinguishable. At this moment, the people of Huaxiao were equally engrossed. Chen Shi clenched his small fists, encouraging his brother alongside Xingli. Meanwhile, Yang Changlong and others were anxiously sweating. They wished to express, "Can we not have a moment of peace? You are now the benchmark for all of Blue Star against the invaders. Should anything happen to you, countless souls would be plunged into despair. Sister Baiyu, should we support the Dragon Lord?" The Ice Maiden, witnessing the scene, voiced her concern. Baiyu glanced at the message box and shook her head. She had yet to receive any news of support. However, even if we were to join, what could we change? With our current strength, we cannot yet participate. Is that so? The Ice Maiden clenched her fist, her gaze momentarily dimming. Yet in the next instant, it shone with renewed brilliance, for in the footage, Chen Yu exhibited unparalleled valor, directly tearing off the arm of the black crocodile. With his 5 claws spread wide, he pierced through the wing of a massive black rock. Excellent. Well struck. Cheers erupted both on-site and beyond, as countless individuals rejoiced. Their hearts were finally at ease, for many understood that the Dragon Lord was no reckless individual. The very fact he dared to engage in such a battle indicated his confidence. Countless past confrontations had proven this point. He had never known defeat. Moreover, having slain the Shadow Servant and massacred 2 formidable foes renowned in the other realm, how could he possibly falter against these lesser monsters? Chapter 129, Dominant Suppression. You arrogant wretch, today we shall surely slay you here. Even with one arm severed, the black crocodile still boasted defiantly. Several golden lions echoed his sentiment, stating, "You are the first to unite our clans against us. Kill him. Let these natives know they ought to prostrate themselves beneath our feet." The giant's voice resonated like a bell, intending to establish fear in Chen Yu. At that moment, the sky transformed entirely, shrouded in dark storm clouds, and thunder roared ominously. Grasping the purple gold war spear, Chen Yu summoned the thunder, which crashed down with a mighty force. I have heard these words countless times. Those who utter them have long since become dust. Numerous bolts of lightning descended, scorching the monsters blackened. In this moment, Chen Yu exuded an invincible aura. Even when dwarfed by these monsters, he commanded the battlefield. This was the essence of a disparity in power that could not be bridged by mere size. To some invaders, this battle seemed like a reckless gamble for Chen Yu, an act of hubris, and many Blue Star inhabitants held their breath in apprehension. Yet throughout, Chen Yu displayed no fear. Countless attacks failed to inflict any harm upon him. This confrontation was not as tense as many had anticipated. Merely 2 or 3 minutes later, Chen Yu delivered a decisive strike, wielding the force of thunder, and severed the black crocodile's head. The creature died with disbelief in its eyes. Its renowned defenses utterly unable to withstand Chen Yu's blow. With a resounding crash, its body split in twain, plummeting to the ground and leveling a hill. What? The remaining monsters paused, struck by incredulity. Their scales, famed for their resilience, were no match for Chen Yu's might. After collecting the world fragment from his foe, Chen Yu immediately turned his attention to the gray eagle, whose arrows had become an incessant nuisance. You shall perish as well. Chen Yu brandished his long spear and thrust it forth. The spear transformed into a streak of purple lightning, piercing through the eagle's chest with a resounding impact. No. With a final cry, it fell to the earth. Well done. In an instant, an uproar of cheers erupted across the land. Countless Blue Star inhabitants felt a surge of exhilaration, a cathartic release. Previously, the invaders' overwhelming strength had instilled despair, rendering them seemingly invincible. They had wantonly slaughtered Blue Star inhabitants, leaving untold numbers in their wake. Even when news of the Dragon Lord or other Blue Star champions slaying them reached their ears, it merely provided a fleeting comfort. For those accounts lacked the visceral impact of witnessing the struggle firsthand. Now, however, the tide had turned. They were witnessing Chen Yu hunt down these invaders. Well slain. These beasts do not deserve to live. Individuals who had been pursued or had lost loved ones to the invaders shed tears of gratitude, overwhelmed with emotion. This brat must pay a price. Indeed, we cannot allow him to grow. Even the Shadow Servant could not contend with him. He must be eliminated at once. Through the screens, some invaders observed the spectacle. It was clear to all that should they allow Chen Yu to continue to grow, he would pose a grave threat in the future. Once the worlds fully connected, he must be eradicated immediately. Yet for now, they were forced to watch as Chen Yu displayed his might. On screen, Chen Yu's massive claw loomed over the giant's head, and with a swift twist, crack, the towering giant's neck was abruptly snapped. Only few remain. With the battle reaching its climax, only a few figures remained. Chen Yu had chosen to spare the 2 golden lions for last. Now, those once arrogant creatures trembled in fear, their grand forms quaking, eyes filled with terror. We relinquished the world fragment. Do you truly wish to eradicate us completely? You have already offended so many clans. Do you intend to annihilate the Golden Lion clan as well? Their voices boomed, carrying an air of authority that resonated throughout the heavens. Yet their words betrayed a tone of pleading. Chen Yu's spear coalesced once more, amusement flickering within him. At this juncture, he feared not the addition of 1 or 2 more. From the beginning, he had no fear of offending these clans. It was not merely the protection of the elf clan that emboldened him. It was the understanding that these invaders would not spare him regardless. Why, then, should he compromise? A display of power sufficed to convey that he was not to be trifled with. Thus, let it be a battle to the death. Did they truly believe he feared them? The remaining few golden lions abandoned their thoughts of retreat and began to fight desperately against Chen Yu. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Within 3 minutes, Chen Yu decisively suppressed them all. Delightful. Two starkly contrasting emotions erupted across Blue Star. On one side were the elated inhabitants of Blue Star, and on the other, the seething, humiliated invaders. Yet, it is undeniable that, at this moment, every soul present has etched the name of the Dragon Lord into their memories. Collecting the shards of the world, he also cleared the belongings of those intruders. Chen Yu cast his gaze upon the other peculiar figures in the arena. Calmly, he extended a hand, his intention unmistakable. No one dared to resist, nor did anyone utter threats. Naturally, they presented the appropriated world shards to Chen Yu. He nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the crowd once more before departing in silence. My hatred burns. Countless intruders began to roar in fury after Chen Yu's departure. The threat in his gaze before he left was unmistakably blatant, a stark warning. Should anyone dare to seize the world shards acquired by the Blue Star inhabitants, he would not hesitate to cleanse the arena once more. The Dragon Lord has departed. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, followed by the sight of a throng of monstrous beings vacating the premises. What? Are you abandoning the corpses? There lay several enormous carcasses, their blood still flowing. It is rumored that some of these creatures' pelts can be fashioned into items. Perhaps someone ventured this thought. Within mere seconds, a mechanical engineer among them grasped the situation. Quickly, we must not let this trip be in vain. These corpses are worth a fortune. The conflict over the world shards swiftly transformed into a contest for the corpses. Yet, with so many bodies in abundance, even a new wave of arrivals would find it impossible to claim them all. Chapter 130, Influence. Arriving at a certain location, Chen Yu paused to examine the gathered world shards. Altogether, there were over 80 pieces of various sizes. This quantity pleased him, yet it remained far from sufficient to support his future cultivation. After reassuring some individuals, including Chen Shi, who had been persistently messaging him, Chen Yu glanced in a certain direction and then departed. Due to the video recordings of this battle, its impact continued to expand. This scoundrel is insufferably arrogant. He must not be allowed to remain. Indeed, he treats us with utter disdain, far too conceited. What a fool to act so brazenly at this moment. He will surely be crushed by those who oppose him. This youth possesses extraordinary talent. I propose we join forces to eliminate him. If we aspire to truly dominate this world, it will require considerable effort. Humph, such ignorance and audacity. Does he believe he can single-handedly alter the tides of fate? This lad is far too naive. His time is limited. Across the globe, countless voices of enraged intruders echoed in fury. The earlier scene had thoroughly humiliated them, dismantling the powerful facade they had maintained. This was especially true for the races that had fallen to Chen Yu's blade. Some survivors, seething with rage, employed secret arts to contact their kin beyond the Blue Star. They vowed to summon their mightiest forces at the moment the world connected to obliterate this youth. If this grudge goes unavenged, our clan shall forever lose face. His head must serve as an offering to honor our fallen. Messages were dispatched one after another. In stark contrast, the Blue Star inhabitants were buoyed by an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Witnessing the Dragon Lord's indomitable prowess as he vanquished countless intruders lifted the gloom that had shrouded them. It became evident that the invaders were not invincible. There existed those capable of slaying them with ease. Well done. These brutes invaded our homeland, harming our brethren. They deserved 1,000 deaths. Ha ha ha, it was exhilarating. The Dragon Lord's vengeance was truly satisfying. At last, someone has avenged us. Alas, while joy abounded, one could not ignore that the Dragon Lord had irrevocably offended those races. They would not let him escape easily. After the excitement, someone sighed, contemplating this reality. No worries. The Dragon Lord is immensely powerful and certainly not a fool. Would he choose to confront them head-on? Indeed, the Dragon Lord commands a city. A metropolis of millions has no need to fear them. Across every corner of the world, fervor surged, but it was not long before certain invaders redirected their fury towards the other inhabitants of the Blue Star. They began to slaughter them with renewed vigor, even foregoing the acquisition of resources, engaging instead in relentless massacres. Bastards! A bunch of natives dare to be arrogant in our presence. If we cannot kill that scoundrel, we can still eliminate you. Give me your lives. Before the world connects, let your blood repay the debt. Die. That brat slaughtered one of my kin, and I shall take 100 or 1,000 of yours. Battles erupted incessantly, escalating the overall situation to a new level. Yet, through the blood and fire, the number of strong individuals from the Blue Star surged. In just one day, the top 1,000 on the leaderboard saw many fresh faces, though the rankings of the top 100 remained stable, unshaken by any challengers. In a certain place, a blazing sun rose high in the sky, countless flames billowing forth. Oh, no. In an instant, dozens of invaders were incinerated. He treaded upon their fallen forms, his expression grave. He too sought the world shards, yet encountered multiple waves of invaders along the way. His energy was spread thin, particularly upon witnessing some intruders slaying the Huaxia people. He could not stand idly by, forcing him to slow his pace. Many others faced similar tribulations. Taihao traversed the skies on his sword, directing it with his finger, gently slicing downward. In an instant, a golden radiance erupted across the heavens and earth. What is this? Several intruders cried out, witnessing the golden sword descend into their pupils. The next moment, with a swift sound, multiple figures fell in unison. Just nearby, the Huaxia people, being pursued, looked up to see Taihao's extraordinary silhouette. He tossed them a token, saying, "Take this token and swiftly enter the city. Do not linger outside." Understood. Thank you, Taihao, for saving us. Before they could express their gratitude, Taihao transformed into a streak of golden light and vanished. His goal was the world shards as well. They understood the significance of this treasure. Thanks to Chen Yu's revelations, for Chen Yu was keenly aware that one individual could not seize all the world shards. Thus, he informed certain capable Huaxia strong individuals about the shards. If they could acquire them, it was their own merit. If not, he could not be blamed for not considering his compatriots. President, over there, we've spotted more intruders. Follow me. Among the Huaxia strong, none were as slow as Yang Changlong. Not for any lack of ability, but rather because his sense of justice was overwhelming. Not only would he rescue others, but he would also actively seek them out. The priority of saving lives surpassed even that of acquiring shards in his mind. Naturally, he did not rescue just anyone. Yang Changlong had a straightforward principle. He only rescued Huaxia citizens. However, despite his slower efficiency in obtaining world shards, he rescued the most individuals. Moreover, these individuals were the source of his strength's growth. There is no greater debt of gratitude than that of saving a life. Countless individuals held genuine admiration for Yang Changlong, and all of this could transform into the source of his power. One might say, even if Yang Changlong's level lagged behind somewhat, his true strength placed him comfortably within the top 10 of the Huaxia, even hovering around the 6th or 7th rank. Those aware of the secrets of the world shards extended beyond just Huaxia. Black Jesus, the sword in the stone, and others emerged from their respective citadels, their figures appearing in various locales to acquire fragments of the world. In truth, even without the urge to seek these fragments, retreating into their strongholds was not an option. They were compelled to venture forth. At such a critical juncture, it was imperative to ensure that one was perpetually growing stronger, lest they fall behind and pay the price in blood. Beyond the world, with the increasing number of fishers, the major races had readied themselves for imminent action. However, amidst this, there were numerous voices filled with rage. Useless. What a pathetic lot. How could so many be driven to flee by a mere native? What? Our advance party has been completely annihilated by a native? Infuriating. Who dares to slay members of the Golden Feather clan? They are courting death. The Dragon Lord? The strongest in that realm, the bastard. I shall ensure his head is severed. To use my clan's name to assert dominance, I shall tear him apart. Among these voices, some figures would be familiar to Chen Yu, for they were those he had nearly eradicated. The Golden Feather clan and the Eagle tribe were particularly incensed. And soon, the Golden Lion clan joined in their fury, releasing deafening roars, for it was Chen Yu alone who had almost decimated their advance party. Chapter 131. You are the Dragon Lord. He is here. We must flee. Flee. You are frightened even before he arrives. What a disgrace to your clan. You are brave. Let us see if you remain so. In a certain location, as soon as Chen Yu made his appearance, the multitude of invaders scattered like birds, fleeing in terror. Such a sight was unprecedented, signifying that Chen Yu's influence had ascended to another echelon. They fled at the very sound of his name. This was hardly surprising. Merely half an hour prior, Chen Yu had ruthlessly eradicated another group of invaders without mercy, leaving no corpses behind. All disposed of to 2 colossal dragons. To the invaders, Chen Yu had become a veritable executioner, and none wished to confront him. Chen Yu, however, had no interest in pursuing them. His focus lay primarily on the world fragments. Crack, crack, crack. Before long, the entire space began to tremble, fissures appearing like cracks in a mirror. Still awake? Allow me to lend you a hand. Chen Yu could not wait any longer. He extracted a fragment of the world and, through a special method, activated its power, unleashing it as a beam of light that surged forth. Instantly, the fissures in the spatial barrier expanded several times over. The world barrier could not simply be breached through brute force. Otherwise, those on the other side would have long since invaded. What Chen Yu accomplished was to invoke the power within the world fragment through a unique method, accelerating the shattering of the barrier. This technique, which he had stumbled upon in his previous life, had seemed to have no practical application until now. As the fragment in his hand dissipated, the cracks in the spatial barrier continued to grow, until, at last, with a thunderous roar, the world barrier finally shattered. Kill. Quick. Seize it. The invading forces that breached the barrier were momentarily bewildered. Where are they? Shouldn't this place be teeming with competitors? As numerous gazes converged upon Chen Yu, it was not due to any mutual understanding, but rather because he was the sole figure present. Who is this kid? Huh, are we truly this fortunate? There are so few of them. Typically, when a spatial barrier was on the verge of collapse, it would generate undeniable commotion, leading to countless individuals preparing on both sides. Yet here, the situation was decidedly abnormal. Who cares? Let us grab it quickly. After a brief pause of confusion, the invaders promptly began to scramble. Chen Yu was clad in golden armor from the very beginning. As the connection between worlds intensified, each subsequent wave of invaders grew increasingly formidable. Despite having slain so many before, they still hailed from fearsome races. Each encounter required utmost seriousness. Kid, you are truly an eyesore. Perish. One individual lunged at Chen Yu, striking him with a blade. In the next instant, Chen Yu drew his long knife from his waist and retaliated with a swift slice. The blades clashed, creating a resounding explosion. Amidst the swirling smoke, a shadow materialized as Chen Yu positioned himself above the assailant. Not good. The individual reacted swiftly, raising an arm to block the attack, only for one of his arms to be seized and crushed by Chen Yu's dragon claw. What? This guy? It was at this moment that the onlookers began to grasp the extraordinary nature of the man before them. Perhaps it was not mere luck that he stood alone, but rather that no one dared to approach him. Could it be that you are the Dragon Lord? Oh, Chen Yu chuckled. My reputation has spread to other worlds? Indeed it is you. Today, I shall witness what gives you the audacity to disregard us. Upon confirming his identity, some powerful figures could no longer restrain themselves and charged at Chen Yu without hesitation. What a nuisance. Chen Yu shook his head but met their advance resolutely. To acquire the fragments, he must first defeat them. Boom. The battle erupted. Surrounding Chen Yu were three colossal dragon phantoms, their formidable wings gradually manifesting behind him. With his level increasing, his compatibility with the dragons grew, allowing him to harness an ever greater array of dragon abilities. Once the ethereal dragon wings appeared, his speed surged to lightning-like levels. Such speed. This is bad. Evade. Uft. No sooner had they spoken than one unfortunate invader was cleaved in two. After a brief struggle, he lay lifeless. How is this possible? This scene left the onlookers in a state of shock, unable to comprehend how Chen Yu had instantaneously become so powerful. They felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, akin to facing a colossal beast. The Dragon Lord's profession was that of a Dragon Tamer, and upon reaching level 30, he could merge with dragons, significantly enhancing his strength. Be cautious. Soon, one of the invaders revealed Chen Yu's information. This was the conclusion reached by their advance party through various channels, combined with their understanding of Dragon Tamers. Faced with such a humanoid monstrosity, doubt clouded each of their minds. Let us all attack together. With so many of us, we cannot allow him to defy the odds. Some rallied the group, and their call had a tangible effect. Chen Yu's situation gradually grew perilous. These foes were all above level 30, with several boasting levels in the mid-30s to late 30s. Even for Chen Yu, the confrontation would be quite challenging. Without hesitation, Chen Yu summoned the power of his shadow eyes, instantly creating over a dozen shadowy duplicates of himself. What is this technique? Clones? Ha ha ha. Such a trivial skill, it cannot last long. The onlookers believed Chen Yu was at his wit's end. Cloning was considered one of the least impressive abilities. As Chen Yu took a step forward, the surrounding space underwent dramatic changes. Dark clouds gathered, flames ignited. He directly invoked the ancient power of the divine flame dragon and the talent domain of the Thunder Prison War Dragon. The rationale behind this choice lay in the fact that the Frost Giant Dragon's abilities clashed with those of the divine flame dragon, while the latter harmonized seamlessly with the Thunder Prison War Dragon, potentially yielding a power far greater than a mere combination of all. This is the domain. The sky darkened at a visible pace, accompanied by rolling thunderclouds. Soon, clusters of flames materialized from thin air. Boom. A colossal lightning bolt struck down, accompanied by a torrent of flames. Instantly, the area transformed into a hellish inferno. Countless fiery meteors descended from above, sending some individuals scrambling for cover. Meanwhile, Chen Yu's figure had already vanished into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Unleash everything, shatter this domain, and render this fellow utterly exposed. Almost everyone took action, determined to confront Chen Yu together. However, one person soon disappeared without a trace. Moments later, yet another vanished into thin air. Where are the others? It was only then that they began to realize. This is bad. Everyone, Gather together, do not disperse. He aims to pick us off one by one. Chapter 132, The Shadow and the Black Robe. In my domain, your realization has come too late. It is already over. Chen Yu's voice echoed from an indeterminate direction, seemingly emanating from all around. The expressions of those present shifted, as the surrounding atmosphere crackled with lightning and the flames danced wildly, evoking a scene reminiscent of purgatory. We cannot remain idle. Let us charge together. I refuse to believe he can slay us all. Yes, everyone, let us advance together. This brat hasn't even reached level 40. And no matter how powerful he is, there must be limits. A multitude of figures shouted as they surged outward in all directions. Yet soon bang, bang, bang. One after another, figures were sent flying. Amidst the flames and the clash of thunder, several shadows of Chen Yu emerged, recklessly charging forth. Each of them possessed strength equivalent to that of a 34th level warrior, equipped with various potent artifacts. In terms of power, aside from a few exceptionally strong individuals, they were not inferior to anyone else. And let us not forget whose domain this truly is. Chen Yu's figure suddenly appeared behind one individual. The ice blue dragon claw extended and, with a piercing sound, penetrated the chest of that person. In one fluid motion, the dragon-headed blade in his left hand cleaved downwards, severing the head and ensuring the complete demise of the individual before he quickly vanished again. His speed was astonishing, leaving everyone in disbelief. In nearly an instant, he had slain a 32-level powerhouse. What a farce. Bastard, we cannot allow this to continue. The strongest among them shouted, stepping forward. A gleaming broadsword in hand radiated brilliance. With a mighty roar, he unleashed the light, and the flames in all directions seemed to be propelled by an invisible force. Sweeping outward, boom, the entire space erupted, as if a nuclear bomb had detonated. Chen Yu's two domains became increasingly chaotic and perilous. Here I come. Another creature, adorned with a rhinoceros head, appeared, wielding a massive stone hammer that transformed into a gigantic shadow, crashing down upon a certain spot in space. Not only did Chen Yu possess a myriad of tactics, but how many of these individuals, capable of reaching over 30 levels, had not learned dozens of skills? Yet Chen Yu would not yield to their wishes. Countless bolts of thunder rained down like a torrential downpour, and the golden flames raged furiously, intent on incinerating everything in their path. With a mere gesture, he summoned innumerable meteors that crashed down with thunderous force. The density of the assault left no room for defense. With phantom dragon wings unfurling behind him, he instantaneously appeared before the rhinoceros-headed creature. Their gazes locked, and the opponent's pupils constricted. The raised hammer never struck, as Chen Yu's fist propelled it towards a massive meteor. Bang! A resounding impact echoed, leaving not even a trace of the body. Get out of the way. This brat is just as the rumors described. The others lacked the energy to be concerned about this situation, as their own predicaments were equally dire. Each was struggling for survival, with no time to assist one another. Chen Yu remained unhurried, methodically striking with precision. He utilized shadow clones as fodder to deplete their strength and stamina, waiting for the opportune moment to strike himself. Thus, whenever he did engage, it was invariably a lethal blow, affording them no chance to resist. Gradually, one figure after another fell. The two domains continued to constrict, ultimately trapping the last few individuals within. No, this is bad. What do we do? They cried out, but their pleas bore no fruit. This place was destined to become their grave. Bathed in lightning and fire, Chen Yu, clad in imposing dragon armor, stepped forward, extending a hand. The golden dragon claw opened wide, seizing one individual by the throat and tightening its grip. Crack! Snap! The sound of breaking bones was nauseating. No! The individual's eyes bulged in terror, filled with boundless regret, contemplating why they had provoked Chen Yu. It is your turn now. Chen Yu systematically dispatched them, and soon only 3 or 4 of the highest-level individuals remained. Their ability to endure within these two domains for so long was no small feat. You dare to kill me? Wait. Before the words could fully escape his lips, an ice spear had already pierced through his chest. He stood there, stunned, his eyes brimming with unwillingness as he stared blankly at Chen Yu. With a sigh, Chen Yu lamented, "Can we have some new phrases? I've memorized all these threats. They're just the same tired lines." He unleashed the ice spear, plunging it through the heart of his opponent. "Kill him. Otherwise, we shall all perish." Seizing the opportunity, the remaining few joined forces, finally finding a moment to retaliate. Roar! At that moment, an unexpected dragon roar reverberated through the air, and the dragon armor enveloping Chen Yu manifested 3 massive dragon apparitions. The dragons roared, directly engulfing the 3 remaining foes. Chen Yu clapped his hands, proclaiming, "Time us up." With a sweeping gesture, he dissipated the 2 domains, leaving behind only a scattering of corpses. Some had reverted to their original forms, their massive bodies reminiscent of small mountains. Chen Yu wasted no time, promptly beginning to scour the battlefield. What is this? While rummaging through the spoils of an intruder, he stumbled upon an object that piqued his curiosity. It resembled a piece of emerald green scale, nearly the size of a human head. It emanated a potent essence of life. Could this be? Chen Yu's face lit up with joy. This feeling could not be mistaken. It was a scale from the life spirit dragon. He turned to examine the fallen creature, a green lizard, wondering how it had come into possession of this scale. The lingering life force indicated it had recently shed. Following the trail, there might be a chance to locate the life spirit dragon. If he were to forge a bond with it, Chen Yu would not only see an enhancement in combat strength, but also possess boundless endurance. Alas, what a pity. Ultimately, Chen Yu sighed, uncertain of how much time had passed, or where he was now. Searching for a needle in a haystack, where would he begin? Had he known, he would have spared this creature's life. After thoroughly scavenging the spoils and fragments of the world, an enigmatic figure emerged from the fractured space, the timing unknown. A figure cloaked in black robes and clad in form-fitting attire stood silently at the mouth of the corridor, its visage obscured, tall and imposing. It cast a steady gaze upon Chen Yu. Sensing something amiss, Chen Yu instinctively returned the gaze, but upon locking eyes for a fleeting moment, he instinctively averted his stare. An unsettling chill coursing through him. In that instant, he felt as though he had been targeted by a formidable beast, an overwhelming presence rendering him utterly exposed. Who was this enigmatic individual? Even in the face of shadowy figures, he had never experienced such a sensation. Yet, before this person, it seemed as if his secrets were laid bare. A voice echoed deep within him. Invincible. This person was undeniably beyond his reach. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yu made a swift retreat. What more was there to say at this juncture? Flight was the only option. This individual was undoubtedly a force of level 40 or above, having begun to cultivate their essence, creating an insurmountable gulf between them and those below level 40. Rendering any confrontation futile. The cloaked figure remained stationary for a considerable time until Chen Yu vanished from sight. Chapter 133, The Arbiter of Justice. Who, then, was this person? Upon reaching a certain location, Chen Yu paused, haunted by memories of that figure. Though no aura or aggression had been projected, an innate fear had surged from within. His body instinctively warned him of the futility of confrontation. Chen Yu meticulously searched his memories for any semblance of such an individual, yet found none. This presence evoked a terror that surpassed even that of the Elven Queen. How could one remain so obscure? The only plausible explanation was that, at the time, Chen Yu's strength had been insufficient to encounter such a figure. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yu resolved to cease dwelling on the matter, regardless of the individual's significance. It was ultimately irrelevant to his own affairs. He needed to focus on more pressing matters. The continents of Blue Star had seen countless cities rise to dominion, with the majority being claimed by invaders. Their collective strength far surpassed that of the Blue Star inhabitants. The individuals Chen Yu had slain were merely a fraction of the larger picture. Once these invaders seized control of a city, they transformed into arbiters of justice, extending invitations to the Blue Star populace to reside within their domains, offering protection and establishing rules, enforcing equality and prohibiting arbitrary killings. They brought with them the governance systems from their own worlds, and within mere hours, each city had evolved into a miniature nation, replete with new laws and regulations. Thus, the original concepts of nationhood were irrevocably fragmented. This was a lamentable yet immutable reality. As the names of various cities appeared on the board, the future would designate individuals as denizens of these specific cities. The invaders had orchestrated this with intent, aiming to unravel the bonds of faith that held nations together, facilitating their dominion. Only one nation stood as an exception, Huaxia. Retaining its national structure, they formed a cohesive network with neighboring cities. This resurgence of national faith was also a testament to Huaxia's unity. The formidable powers collaborated seamlessly, capturing one neighboring city after another, with the capital city, a metropolis of millions, serving as the heart, radiating influence to dozens of cities of 500,000 and 1 million. Among these, 3 cities were particularly significant. Closely interconnected and occupying a pivotal position, the 3 cities of the Dragon Lord. Dragon City, the principal stronghold of the Dragon Lord, stood at the center, flanked by Dawn City on the left and another city, overseen by the nation on behalf of the Dragon Lord, deemed inconsequential and merely a means to collect fortunate points. Drawing upon ancestral wisdom and the acumen of modernity, the various cities swiftly began to function in an orderly manner. Shortly after Chen Yu's departure, Chen Shi had successfully organized the populace of Dawn City, and it was now time to select a contingent of guards. Dragon City mirrored this progression. Amidst this tranquil unfolding, a cacophony erupted as barriers shattered across the globe. The fragments of worlds multiplied, and Chen Yu, having traversed thousands of miles, spared no opportunity to seize any accessible location. Should he encounter obstruction, the solution was simple: annihilation. After several hours of plundering, Chen Yu amassed a staggering 500 to 600 world fragments. This news would surely leave many in shock. Such a quantity, even when combined from multiple races, would likely pale in comparison. Not to mention, it was achieved by a single individual. When Chen Yu set foot in another locale, he surveyed the surrounding space, his brow furrowing. The area was in disarray, with world fragments being contested by multitudes. Within the barriers, invaders continued to surge forth, their strength growing ever more formidable. Fortunately, Chen Yu was unfazed by them. His level had now ascended to 35. The dragons, aside from the Holy Light Dragon and Frost Giant Dragon, hovered around level 33. After their fusion, Chen Yu felt unthreatened by those below level 40, even capable of vanquishing them. He had yet to utilize the Tiger Soul, a pure enhancement item, reserving it as a trump card. It's him. This is the one who slaughtered our kin. An invader spotted Chen Yu and hastily summoned their kin for vengeance. Dragon Tamer. It is indeed he. We must slay him. As the great dragons appeared, many abandoned their pursuit of world fragments and charged toward Chen Yu. His notoriety was undeniable. After all, no one was foolish. World fragments were consumables, while dragons represented tangible combat strength. The fight was inevitable. Chen Yu felt a twinge of weariness, yet recognized the necessity of action. He fused 3 great dragons and summoned the power of Amber, seeking a swift resolution. Instantly, his aura surged to unprecedented heights, leaving the onlookers in awe. They suddenly perceived the truth behind the rumors surrounding this young man. Once they engaged in battle, all doubts were dispelled. The tales were not only true, but perhaps understated. The reality was far more formidable than the whispers suggested. Do not lose focus. We must lead this youth to the world barrier, and others will deal with him. A peculiar figure with wings resembling those of a white crane conveyed this to his compatriots through intricate gestures. Understood. They responded in unison, with one individual taking immediate action. He deliberately allowed Chen Yu to sever half of his arm before fleeing. Chen Yu, predictably, took the bait, raising his dragon-headed blade to strike. The assailants coordinated their efforts, finally guiding Chen Yu to the threshold of the world barrier. In that moment, Chen Yu sensed something amiss. Turning, he beheld a flurry of white feathered arrows raining down from beyond the barrier, imbued with an extraordinary force. Ah! Chen Yu's gaze sharpened as he glimpsed figures beyond the barrier. These were beings of level 40 or above, unable to enter but lurking, awaiting their opportunity. With the continuous fracturing of the barrier, they began to permeate their power. Humph! Chen Yu scoffed, his dragon scales shimmering as starlight coalesced to form a protective shield. The arrows struck the dragon scale barrier, igniting a shower of sparks. Yet, the dragon scale barrier did not endure for long. Intricate fissures began to spread across its surface. After all, this is a strike from a being of over level 40. Kill him. The surrounding feathered beings continued their assault on Chen Yu. Under the dual pressure, within mere seconds, the barrier before Chen Yu was shattered with a resounding crash. Eliminate him. Countless invaders roared. On the other side of the world, others were also taking action. This brat cannot be spared. He must be extinguished. Outside, someone gazed at the figure within the barrier, muttering to themselves. Beside them, another responded, Indeed, although our goals differ, our objective at this moment is the same. This dragon lord must perish, and his colossal dragon is the reward for his demise. Someone proposed. However, they uttered a single word. As some employed their innate abilities, others brandished long blades, and still others drew bows and knocked arrows. In an instant, numerous powerful attacks, imbued with the essence of primal force, surged into the barrier. Chen Yu had just withstood a barrage of arrows when he turned, only to find an even greater and more potent assault arriving before him. Chapter 134, The Locust's Passage. Countless attacks, infused with formidable primal energy, hurtled toward Chen Yu, brimming with destructive power, aimed at delivering a lethal blow. Not even their own allies were spared. What? Elders? You cannot. Many realized the imminent danger. But it was too late. Their voices were swiftly drowned in a sea of radiant brilliance. Chen Yu sought to evade, but time was no longer on his side. Yet, being late did not mean he was devoid of options. As the attacks approached, a glimmer flickered around his neck. A diamond-shaped necklace materialized, instantly unfurling a protective shield. This was a life-saving artifact that Chen Yu had once gifted to Chen Shi, capable of passively deflecting a fatal strike. Due to Chen Yu's recent antagonization of numerous invaders, Chen Shi had insisted on giving him the necklace, never imagining it would actually come into play. Originally, given Chen Yu's level, the necklace had little utility. However, after his enhancement, it could now withstand an attack from a level 40 foe. Yet, it was limited to a single use. Once deployed, it would be destroyed, imposing significant restrictions. Crack, crack. Chen Yu was engulfed by the radiant assault, and at one moment, the so-called absolute defensive barrier exhibited cracks. His gaze sharpened. It was evident that these attacks transcended the level 40 threshold. With a fierce shout, Chen Yu summoned his dragon-scale armor to withstand the onslaught. At that very moment, a black blade sliced through the world barrier. In an instant, it shattered numerous incoming attacks. Who is it? Outside the barrier. The powerful beings turned their gazes toward a specific location, their faces contorted with rage, unable to believe someone dared to disrupt their plans. Yet, as they focused on that direction, their expressions swiftly morphed into one of terror. It is him. How is this possible? The appearance of the individual before them was entirely unforeseen, even beyond their wildest imaginations. Break. Meanwhile, Chen Yu could see nothing. Having exerted all his strength to shatter the barrage, he fled the scene without hesitation, not forgetting to gather all the world fragments in his wake. As for who had come to his rescue, he had no idea. He was completely blinded by the radiance. Why would he? Outside the barrier, countless powerful beings remained oblivious to Chen Yu's escape. What concerned them more was the specter-like figure that had appeared and vanished in an instant. What is the relationship between that powerhouse and the indigenous one? Why did they choose to protect him? Logically, there should be no intersection between Chen Yu and that figure. Yet, why did the latter intervene on his behalf? After a brief moment of silence, filled with trepidation, many grappled with the implications of this occurrence. Does this mean the powerhouse intends to safeguard that young man? Finally, someone voiced the question that lingered in everyone's minds. I don't know. Who can fathom the thoughts of such a powerhouse? What should we do? They were unable to decipher the meaning behind it. However, one thing was clear. Chen Yu might not be so easily eliminated. Phew, that was truly perilous. Unbeknownst to the departing Chen Yu, he had unknowingly acquired a protective talisman. Reflecting on the recent battle, he acknowledged that he had been overly complacent. Primarily, it was due to his lack of prior experience. He had not anticipated that some powerful beings could manifest their strength before the world had fully connected. Moreover, less than 3 hours remained until the true connection of the worlds. Chen Yu took a deep breath, moving forward while recovering his stamina and injuries. Striving to maintain himself at peak condition, he sought the strength to locate additional world fragments. Chen Yu effortlessly dispatched several level 20 monsters, elevating his level to 37. The 3 dragons reached level 35, while the radiant holy dragon showed remarkable growth, advancing directly to level 20. Yet, this was still insufficient. Despite this, Chen Yu remained dissatisfied. He aimed to elevate himself to at least level 38. The dragons also needed to reach levels 36 or 37. As for the radiant holy dragon, he pondered whether it could reach level 30. If its compatibility could also rise to 30, Chen Yu would not be entirely powerless against beings of level 40 or higher. Of course, he was not particularly fearful of those powerful beings. At worst, he could seek refuge with the elven race. Furthermore, with multiple worlds interconnected, surely there would be a place for him to thrive. Just based on suitable locations, Chen Yu could recall 2 or 3 from memory. Given some time, it mattered not who they were. He would subdue them all. During Chen Yu's ascent, powerful beings on the Blue Star leaderboard were also rapidly advancing. Feeling a sense of urgency, many began to strive desperately for improvement. For instance, Tai Hao, who ranked 3rd, had already reached level 30. All members of the top 5 were at level 30. Levels 29 down to 13th were also rising. To the invaders, these levels might still resemble mere ants. But let us not forget, how long has it been since the Blue Star players began to grow? How long have they existed? In such a comparison, the disparity in strength was glaringly evident. Regardless, this time around, compared to Chen Yu's previous life, Blue Star as a whole had become significantly stronger. Whether it was the butterfly effect or not, the timeline of the game's arrival had accelerated by several days. The levels of certain powerful beings, even excluding Chen Yu, had reached an astonishing degree. They could even barely contend with some invaders. This marked a stark contrast to the previous life. In the past, Blue Star was subjected to a comprehensive invasion by the invaders from the very beginning, forced to live by their rules. Now, not only did Huaxiao retain its autonomy, but figures like Black Jesus and Sword in the Stone also emerged as formidable forces in their own right. In the time that followed, Chen Yu became increasingly occupied. On one hand, he needed to seize world fragments, while on the other, he had to hunt monsters. It was truly a dual pursuit of resources and levels. Particularly, he focused on the radiant holy dragon. In just a few short hours, its advancement was swift, almost leveling up every half hour. However, by the final moments, the radiant holy dragon still fell short of reaching level 30, lagging behind at merely level 26. Chen Yu had indeed collected a considerable number of fragments from the shattered world. His exploits across various regions had only amplified his notoriety, and tales of his deeds had long circulated in distant lands. He had managed to offend nearly every invader, and the world channel was rife with vitriolic remarks directed at him, demanding retribution. They proclaimed that when their kin arrived, the first order of business would be to eliminate Chen Yu. Amidst the fervent indignation of all the invaders, a momentous event transpired. With a resounding rumble, the world trembled as if a long-cracked glass had suddenly shattered. This sound was a clarion call, understood by all. Blue Star had finally merged with the three great worlds, forming an immense continent. Haha, they have finally arrived. Let the slaughter commence. Everyone, rally your spirits. It is time to take action. For the massacre of our kin and the affront to our race, we have marked his head for our own. In this moment, the various races that had long awaited this opportunity surged forth, eager and unrestrained. This was the true arrival of the locusts. Chapter 135, Fusion complete. World fusion is complete. Welcome to the true realm of the divine. The cosmos is vast, and the world is expansive. Everything is possible. May you all achieve your desires. The long-awaited game notifications echoed once more in the ears of the populace. Countless individuals on Blue Star found themselves enveloped in confusion, uncertain of their next steps and where their futures would lead. Aside from the influx of numerous invaders, Blue Star players noted that the most significant alterations lay within their interface. With the merging of worlds, the interface underwent a myriad of transformations. The map expanded infinitely, now marked with numerous perilous locations. New leaderboards emerged, categorizing races, cities, guilds, and individual continents. In essence, the Divine Realm game seemed to be urging everyone onward, using the leaderboards as motivation. Furthermore, achieving a ranking would not merely confer prestige, it would also yield tangible rewards in the form of luck points. Those who ranked higher would be granted special items as well. Unquestionably, the most significant change was within the overall leaderboard. Countless individuals scrutinized their standings, searching for familiar identifiers. Regrettably, many found themselves lacking the qualifications to even access the leaderboard. However, it was soon revealed by some of Blue Star's more prominent warriors that not a single one of them had surpassed the 1000th rank. This included the Dragon Lord. Upon hearing this, disbelief swept through the crowd. How was this possible? Where was the Dragon Lord? He was the number one on the leaderboard. Yet he could not even break into the top 1000? How could there be thousands more powerful than him? This leaderboard was utterly outrageous. Everyone yearned to know who held the top position. Who is it? Haven't you heard? They have already hinted that it is someone named Chen Yu. I believe I have heard a few grotesque beings mention that name. Who exactly is he? On the World Channel, comments flashed by at an astonishing rate, with countless individuals expressing their thoughts. Besides the leaderboards, there was another feature that proved immensely convenient for all, the ability to trade items directly through the interface. The Divine Realm would evaluate the quality of an item, but the price was determined by the seller. As the saying goes, the Divine Realm merely offers advice. Whether to heed it is up to you. This convenient, swift, and secure method had many exclaiming its brilliance. Damn it, where is that arrogant brat? I want to rip his head off. On another front, as new powers surged forth, the situation on Blue Star began to shift once again. However, overall, the turmoil was not as severe as during the initial onset. The reason was simple. The advanced parties of various races had already paved the way and accomplished their tasks. Most of the resources that needed to be seized were now firmly in their grasp. What remained was merely a scramble for the remaining resources. This, however, did not involve the people of Blue Star, but rather the grudges between the great races. They were not a united front. It was just that, in the beginning, when resources were most abundant, they had no time to squabble amongst themselves. Now, with the armies flooding in, a small portion of resources would be redistributed. Yet some advanced teams had been entirely decimated by a certain individual, leaving them with nothing. Ah, bastard, let us kill that brat. How dare he ruin the good fortune of my eagle tribe? He won't see tomorrow. Let us go. We'll deal with him first. Unlike some races that relentlessly competed for resources, others were not so quick to act. Instead, they were led by warriors of level 40 and above, marching mightily toward the central continent. Their animosity towards Chen Yu surpassed even their desire for resources. After all, without him, they would not have been reduced to mere laughingstocks of the Dragon Wild continent. This scenario sparked considerable discussion on the World Channel. Haha. I knew those people would never let that brat go. First, a foolish individual dares to offend these races. TSK, what a pity. This is the first time I've realized that a Dragon Tamer's abilities are so monstrous. He can even merge with dragons. Not just in this world. Even if we include our own realm, aside from the Wind God, he must be the highest-ranked Dragon Tamer. A Dragon Tamer can cultivate to over level 30. This brat is no ordinary person. However, soon enough, we may not hear his name again. To provoke multiple races is a death wish. Indeed. But the primary reason must be his dragon. That is something many covet. They are coming. On Dragon City, Chen Yu stood firm, sensing the approach of countless formidable presences. Kid, how do you manage to attract so much trouble? Beside him, several newly arrived elven elders gazed at the ominous crowd, their lips twitching involuntarily. They suddenly questioned whether collaborating with Chen Yu had been a wise choice. This brat's knack for attracting trouble was unparalleled. How long had it been? Just how many enemies had he made? The sheer number, to be frank, could pose a challenge even for their elven race, one of the mightiest. And they might not emerge unscathed from the impending battle. Ah, esteemed elders, there is no need for concern. If we cannot defeat them, we can always retreat. Chen Yu responded nonchalantly, as if unperturbed. Ah, kid, have you not considered that if they encircle us, before reaching level 40, how will you elevate your rank? One of the elven elders interjected. And not just you, the entire city will be impacted. When that time comes, your million-strong city will become a dead zone. No one will be able to leave, unable to acquire luck points, and you won't even be able to maintain the grand formation. They discussed the implications, noting that the formation merely provided a layer of security, not a means to hide indefinitely. Ah, my esteemed friends, do you think I am unaware of these matters? Chen Yu chuckled. Rest assured, I have my methods. Dragon Lord, come forth and meet your demise. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the entire giant city. They had indeed arrived. What would the Dragon Lord do now? Countless individuals within the city held their breath in anticipation for Chen Yu. Would the adversaries act as before, charging forth without hesitation? However, upon reflection, it seems improbable, unless the Dragon Lord has truly lost his wits. Facing a multitude of adversaries above level 40, while barely surpassing 30, is akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. We cannot venture outside. After all, with the grand formation in place, they cannot breach our defenses. Let us endure and see who can outlast whom. Indeed, we stand with the Dragon Lord, and I am willing to offer all my tokens of fortune. Dragon Lord, please, do not go out. We shall shoulder this burden together. Numerous voices shouted in solidarity, displaying a resolute determination to stand by Chen Yu in life and death. You arrogant fool, why not come out if you are so bold? Outside the city, countless invaders began to bellow, their faces contorted with rage. Chapter 136, The Clash. Those invaders whom Chen Yu had deeply offended had all gathered here. Among them, he recognized the Chen Yu clan, the Eaglefolk clan, the Giant Lizard clan, the Golden Lion clan, and many other prominent races. Undoubtedly, each leader among them was a powerful being of level 40 or higher. Humph, so you are the Dragon Lord? We have arrived. Why do you now act like a coward? A venerable elder from the Chen Yu clan, his body adorned with golden feathers, spoke with piercing eyes. Behind him, countless invaders began to shout in unison. Exactly. If you're capable, come out. Weren't you quite arrogant when you were slaughtering our kin? It's not that we fear you. Come out for a decisive battle. Come out quickly. Otherwise, we shall raze this city to the ground. The invaders surged forward, their imposing presence akin to a cataclysmic force. Come out and meet your demise. The reverberation of this command shook the very heavens, striking fear into the hearts of many within the city. What shall we do? The power of these invaders is terrifying. No, do not fear. The Dragon Lord is here. Yes, with the Dragon Lord present, if they could breach our walls, they would have done so already. They wouldn't waste their breath. A voice rang out, calming the crowd and bolstering their spirits. Chen Yu stood atop the city walls, his expression unyielding, while the glow on his private channel flickered incessantly. Chen Yu was filled with anxiety, sending message after message inquiring about the situation. Of course, she was not alone. Many voices from Huaxia, including Tai Hao and Yang Changlong, inquired whether he required assistance. Should he call upon them, they would rally to his side against any foe. Among them were messages from Xuan Nu, De Yi, Fu Long, and the Sea King. Even figures like Shi Zhongjian and Black Jesus, whom he did not personally know but who were somewhat renowned, offered their support. Some were motivated by concern for Chen Yu, while others had various reasons, including the fact that his identity made it untenable for him to perish easily. He had become a symbol for the entirety of Blue Star. Who else could possess the strength and credentials to contend with foreign invaders? Moreover, to speak frankly, without the Dragon Lord protecting them, they would be the primary targets of the invaders' wrath. What is happening? Has the battle commenced? Is there anyone on site? Quickly, turn on the camera and let me see the situation. The world channel flickered with countless messages. Not just a few powerful individuals, but billions of people across the globe were watching. Even from outside the city, many had gathered to observe. Some had even activated video functions to live stream the unfolding events. My heavens, how many people are there? There are dozens of figures at level 40 alone. This time, the Dragon Lord may, alas, The Dragon Lord had previously slain too many. Were it me, I would not let him off lightly. This is disastrous, no matter how strong the Dragon Lord is. He is ultimately but one man, and he has yet to reach level 40. How can he contend against so many? Countless individuals held a pessimistic view, doubting the prospects of this battle. In stark contrast, the invaders roared with laughter. Did you see that? This is the consequence of opposing us. You think you are strong? How utterly laughable. No matter how powerful you are, prepare to be crushed. Ha ha ha. I have long been displeased with this brat. Finally, I can vent my frustrations. Many foreign beings were also observing this scene, particularly those invaders who had entered early and were now reveling in the spectacle. Previously, they had been intimidated by Chen Yu, too afraid to show their faces. Now, they were brimming with confidence. It would be best not to kill this brat too quickly. He deserves to be tortured. Indeed. Let these natives witness the fate of those who dare to resist us. You are all quite ruthless. But, ha ha, I like it. Boom. These individuals did not taunt for long. Mere moments after they appeared outside the city, they began their assault. Here it comes. They are about to strike. How decisive they are. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. They did not anticipate the battle would ignite so swiftly. From their appearance to their attack. Not even a minute had passed. Humph. This brat hides within the city, too afraid to emerge. Why should we waste our breath? The level 40 powerhouses launched their assault. Acting as the vanguard, their formidable attacks coalesced, capable of sinking mountains and shattering the heavens. Chen Yu waved his hand, and an invisible barrier materialized over the entire city. Boom. The incoming attack struck the barrier, sending ripples cascading outward. At that moment, the entire city seemed to tremble, as if the world itself were on the brink of collapse. It's over. What do we do now? Mama, is this really the end of the world? Everyone, stay calm. They cannot breach our defenses. The residents of Dragon City were filled with trepidation, some trembling uncontrollably. The barrier above them shook violently, as if it could shatter at any moment. Should that occur, they would likely have no means of resisting such cataclysmic power. However, perhaps this is not so bad. At least there would be no suffering, some thought helplessly. Among all the inhabitants of the city, only a few, namely Chen Yu and several elven elders, remained unperturbed. They understood that a city of this magnitude held defenses far beyond mere appearances. The immense consumption of luck points could withstand any assault. Even if a level 50 powerhouse were to arrive, breaching their defenses would not be so easy. Esteemed elders, I entrust this matter to you. Chen Yu turned to depart. This astonished several elven elders. Where do you think you can go in such a dire moment? Indeed. Where can you go? Chen Yu smiled. When did I say I would be trapped within this city? The defenses of the city had been long activated. There was no need for alarm. As for me, do you truly believe I am incapable of leaving the city? While the current situation seemed insurmountable for the time being, it did not imply he was entirely at their mercy, waiting to perish within these walls. Once he reached level 40, the dilemma would unravel effortlessly. As for how to exit, Chen Yu made his way to the main administrative building, the largest structure in this sprawling metropolis. Here, all of his meticulously chosen guards were stationed, numbering in the thousands. Greetings, Dragon Lord. Upon Chen Yu's arrival, they all greeted him in unison. Chen Yu nodded, refraining from any superfluous dialogue. A flash of light emanated from his hand, and before him materialized a portal towering over 2 meters. To the untrained eye, it appeared quite ordinary, lacking any extraordinary features. Yet, its function was anything but mundane. It could be said that Chen Yu relied on it to orchestrate a remarkable turnaround. In the realm of auxiliary professions, there exists a unique vocation known as the Traveler. Their abilities are, how shall I put it, best described by a single word: freedom. As long as they possess a vivid memory of a specific location, they can mark it and teleport there at will. With the enhancement of their levels, the distance and speed of their teleportation exponentially increase. Upon reaching a certain level, they can even instantaneously travel to a location with merely a thought. And they can also bring others along. This portal was a precious item, painstakingly crafted by Chen Yu through countless resources, specifically designed for the traveler profession. Through it, Chen Yu could access any place he had previously visited. Thus, he had little to fear from being cornered. There was no need for me to reiterate my earlier words. Was there? Chen Yu directed his gaze to the assembled crowd. Yes, all the guards responded in unison. We shall exert every effort to maintain order within the city. As their protector, Chen Yu generously provided his surplus items tailored to their professions, with the intention of aiding their growth. Consequently, their strength constituted one of the most formidable forces within the city. With a nod of reassurance, Chen Yu felt confident in departing. His absence would not be prolonged. Once he reached level 40, the current predicament would be resolved. With a flourish, the portal opened. Chen Yu stepped through, and as the portal closed behind him, it vanished without a trace. Outside the city, the assault continued unabated. The colossal city, with its millions of inhabitants, appeared deceptively tranquil from above. However, a myriad of attacks rained down, capable of covering every conceivable area. Damn it, this thing is utterly unbreakable. Where has that kid disappeared to? Huh. This is not something for you to breach. Even level 50 experts struggle to penetrate a million-strong city, let alone us. Indeed, our objective is to deplete this city's luck points. How long has it been? I refuse to believe their luck points can withstand such attrition. Thus, their relentless assaults. A continuous barrage, aimed merely to exhaust the city's defenses. They understood that breaking through was futile, yet failing to conquer did not equate to failing to deplete. Chen Yu possessed commendable strength, but time was of the essence. How many luck points could he possibly have? The moment his luck points ran dry would signal their time to unleash carnage. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Chen Yu's presence was no longer within the city. On the fringes of the central land, a door materialized out of thin air. Chen Yu stepped through, surveying his surroundings before decisively striding in a specific direction. His purpose was solely to elevate his level. Nothing else mattered, hence his immediate focus on the monsters. When the world truly connected, monsters did not appear in accordance with the player's levels. That was merely a benefit during the novice phase, allowing them to adapt quickly. Presently, monsters of level 20, 30, and even 40 could be found in abundance. Particularly, certain perilous areas now harbored beasts exceeding level 50. Monsters that reached level 30, or, more strictly speaking, those above level 20, transcended the mere classification of monsters. They resembled players magnified many times over. They exhibited intelligence, strategy, and an array of bizarre abilities. Some could even articulate human speech. Consequently, confronting them posed a far greater challenge than facing players of equivalent levels. Monsters inherently held advantages over players, often proving to be several times stronger, or even dozens of times so, than humans at the same level. For instance, a dragon. A sudden, thunderous roar captured Chen Yu's attention. He turned his gaze toward the source, where the mountains undulated and ancient trees loomed. Echoes of beastly roars reverberated through the air. From Chen Yu's vantage point, without any particular scrutiny, he could discern numerous figures, akin to ants, scurrying in haste. Behind them, a colossal, earth-colored lizard suddenly emerged, charging towards the fleeing individuals. With a swift motion, the lizard opened its massive jaws, instantly devouring several people. This was an earth lizard, and Chen Yu recognized the creature. His gaze shifted toward the cave entrance. Perhaps he had stumbled upon something intriguing. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he did not deliberate for long before leaping into action. Help! Help us! The cries of the panicked masses echoed. What terrible luck to have stumbled into their lair. Run, run for your lives. As they fled in all directions, a cacophony of sounds erupted behind them, with more earth lizards surging from the cave. Each of them possessed considerable strength, instilling a sense of despair among the people. Chen Yu, however, paid them no mind. These individuals were of no concern to him, and he had no desire to jeopardize his position to render assistance. Instead, he plunged into the cave. Utilizing an assassin-type item, he achieved temporary invisibility. Chen Yu navigated the lengthy tunnel, brushing past dozens of earth lizards, delving deeper into the recesses of the cave. Eventually, the cave opened up into a vast chamber, teeming with an uncountable number of earth lizards. Chen Yu felt a thrill of excitement. This was a treasure trove of experience. Yet, he refrained from acting impulsively, continuing his exploration deeper into the cavern. Upon reaching a more expansive cavern, an enormous creature revealed itself to Chen Yu's eyes. It was a dragon, more precisely, a massive subdragon. Its formidable body bore scales resembling rocks, stacked upon one another. It bore a resemblance to a lizard, with extraordinarily robust limbs, and its two thin, small, earth-toned wings on its back indicated they were no longer capable of flight. The earth dragon, Chen Yu mused, contemplating whether to slay this subdragon for experience or to temporarily subdue it and bring it back to the city as a guardian beast. After a brief period of contemplation, he reached a decision. A dragon city must not be lacking in dragons, after all. Fortunately, the city had its fair share of Dragon Tamers, capable of training a cadre of dragon warriors. When the time came, everyone would ride upon colossal dragons. The strength of Dragon City would be unimaginable, surely securing a place on the leaderboard. Currently, however, Chen Yu's overall ranking had plummeted to the tens of thousands after the world merged. Thus, there were no rewards to be had. Yet, he remained unperturbed, understanding the wisdom and patience. With his decision made, Chen Yu revealed himself. In an instant, an overwhelming chorus of roars reverberated through the cavern, resounding with such intensity that it nearly shattered Chen Yu's eardrums. The previously languid earth dragon opened its earthy golden eyes, immediately locking its gaze onto Chen Yu. Standing firm, Chen Yu exhibited no trace of fear and unleashed a mental link. This was a level 30 earth dragon. The winged creature, belonging to the subdragon species, possessed a pair of wings so diminutive that flight was rendered impossible. The moment Chen Yu initiated the mental link, the gaze of the stone rock dragon before him became momentarily vacant, only to soon transform into a docile demeanor. A mere few seconds later, this expression shifted to one of fervor. As a dragon, it sensed the formidable power exuded by Chen Yu as a dragon master. With such a master at its side, it would undoubtedly reap immense benefits. However, Chen Yu found himself in a precarious position, already overwhelmed by the growth of his 4 colossal dragons. After enhancing his skills and various useful items, he had exhausted all his points for elevation. In other words, he was beginning to struggle to sustain the growth of 4 dragons, let alone accommodate an additional stone rock dragon. Moreover, the stone rock dragon, being unable to fly and possessing an unwieldy size, did not align with his own image and demeanor. After all, he had earned his current illustrious reputation through the prowess of his dragons, and to contract a mismatched subdragon would only invite ridicule. Chen Yu merely sought to placate the stone rock dragon for the time being, planning to find a trustworthy dragon master upon his return to Dragon City to facilitate a proper contract. Thus, Dragon City would truly be deserving of its name. With a wave of his hand, Chen Yu crafted a temporary contract, subsequently drawing the stone rock dragon into the confines of the contract space. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, without a hint of complication. However, in the aftermath, as the leading stone rock dragon's dominance dissipated, the surrounding stone rock lizards seized their newfound freedom and turned their gaze upon Chen Yu. With a cacophony, countless stone rock lizards surged into the cavern, sending shivers down his spine. Ha ha ha, just when I was lamenting the lack of monsters, you have delivered yourselves to me. So do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With a roar, Chen Yu summoned the radiant holy dragon, which at that moment boasted the lowest level among his dragons. Although the cavern appeared spacious, it was primarily suitable for the radiant holy dragoness presence, as the frost giants and other colossal dragons exceeded 50 meters in length, resembling small mountains. The radiant holy dragon unleashed a torrent of golden flames that engulfed the entire cavern. Countless stone rock lizards writhed and struggled in the flames, their suffering palpable. Meanwhile, Chen Yu and his dragons were rewarded with a surge in experience points, luck points, and elevation points. Items materialized upon the ground, while many lower-level stone rock lizards were reduced to cinders. Naturally, some of the higher-level giants, reaching levels 27 and 28, remained, but the radiant holy dragon was more than capable of dealing with them, albeit requiring some time. Chen Yu decided to take matters into his own hands for a swift resolution. In less than 5 minutes, as Chen Yu and his dragons soared out of the cavern, he found himself on the brink of breaking through to level 39, while the radiant holy dragon ascended to level 28, achieving a compatibility rate of 30%. Let us go. Casting a final glance at the billowing smoke of the cavern, Chen Yu and the radiant holy dragon departed the area. Unbeknownst to him, at another location, a colossal dark creature crashed heavily to the ground. The skull demon dragon raised its head, seemingly gripped by an invisible hand. Howling in agony, yet unable to produce a sound, the shadow servant hovered in midair, more accurately described as being suspended there, with its legs rendered powerless. You. The shadow servant finally spoke, struggling to utter a single word towards a figure standing silently in the shadows. Clad in dark attire and draped in a black cloak, its features obscured by a hood, the face remained concealed. Why? Anju, we bear no grudge against one another, so why? Beneath the feet of the dark-clad figure, the slaughtered lay trampled, stripped of the dignity befitting one within the world's top 10 rankings, resembling mere prisoners awaiting judgment. Anju, if you wish to kill me, then let us at least understand the reasons. The slaughtered, blood oozing from its mouth and nose, exerted itself to rise, yet the weight upon its chest felt as immovable as a mountain, rendering it powerless. Why? The shadow servant echoed, equally perplexed. Though it had engaged in killings, it was not foolish. It understood whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Until today, it had no interaction with the individual ranked first in the world. Their paths had only crossed at a distance. Yet now, they found themselves unceremoniously assaulted without any discernible reason, sensing an unmistakable intent to kill. The two formidable beings pondered, their minds racing to comprehend the cause. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck them. Their long-standing enmity was rendered irrelevant as they shared a common goal: to eliminate the audacious individual who dared to extinguish their avatars. Moreover, the dragons under that individual's command were an object of great desire for both. United by this mutual objective, they had temporarily set aside their grievances in pursuit of the Dragon Master's demise. However, midway through their endeavor, they encountered the legendary Anju, the number 1 on the Dragon Wild Supercontinent rankings. Could it be that this lad is connected to you, they surmised, astonished. How could Chen Yu possibly be linked to Inju? Before the world-S connection, their paths would have never crossed. Even after the connection, they lacked the time for such intersections. Additionally, news of various races uniting to hunt down the strongest entities had circulated widely. Countless sought to bring the Dragon Master to ruin. Outside Dragon City, a multitude of attacks rang out like firecrackers, yet these two remained unharmed. Why were they singled out? If Inju had declared his intent to protect the Dragon Master, who would dare act against him? In their confusion, the two powerful figures could not fathom why Inju had chosen to shield Chen Yu. Inju, why? What is your connection to that lad? The slaughtered gasped, suddenly collapsing, blood spewing from its mouth. This incident confirmed their fears. Inju indeed intended to protect Chen Yu, regardless of others' intentions. These two could no longer afford to antagonize one another. We understand. We will not. The shadow servant, weak and breathless, struggled to articulate a complete thought. But as those words escaped, it felt a sudden release around its neck. Its body plummeted to the ground, landing heavily. With a splatter, the shadow servant lay in a pool of blood, yet it exhaled a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped death. Injuries were inconsequential as long as one survived. They had come to realize they had likely offended a person of considerable consequence. Yet, who could have known that this lad had such elusive ties to Inju? No one would dare believe such a connection existed. As events unfolded, more and more invaders gathered beyond Dragon City, eager for a share of the spoils. They amassed, unleashing various attacks against the barrier. They understood they could not breach it, yet the barrier's ability to absorb attacks would certainly deplete a significant number of luck points. The outcome remained uncertain. Would they exhaust their stamina first, or would Chen Yu's luck points run out first? Chapter 139, A War of Attrition. Humph. This audacious young man truly knows no bounds. After we have fought for so long without even a glimpse of his face, I wonder if he can remain so nonchalant when we finally breach the barrier. All of you, muster your strength, raise this city to the ground, and let them understand that those who dare to infringe upon our clan's dignity shall meet with naught but death. Slay. Spare no effort. Avenge our kin. The formidable beings from various factions unleashed their relentless assaults, the thunderous reverberations echoing throughout the land. Those of level 40 possessed their own demeanor and authority. With so many present, it would appear beneath them to engage directly. Thus, the majority of the level 40 experts remained hovering in the air, observing in silence. Though reluctant to admit it, one could not deny the young man's terrifying potential. Observing the barrier still standing firm, devoid of any signs of fracture, even the level 40 experts could not suppress their remarks. To achieve such a feat single-handedly in merely a few dozen days, rivaling our years of arduous training, and never once falling behind. Tut, tut. Some powerful beings nodded in agreement, speculating that if he were afforded the same period as us, it would be alarming. Nearby, a burly man immediately concurred. Thus, having offended our races, he must be extinguished, leaving him no opportunity for growth. A hearty laugh rang out, revealing the truth. It seems neither of us wishes for another figure like Inju to emerge. At the mention of that name, no one protested but instead nodded in solemn agreement. Inform all, seal off this city, let not a single fly escape. Quickly, one of the strong from a particular race began issuing commands. Soon after, the others followed suit, preparing for a prolonged siege. For according to their calculations, Chen Yu could activate the Grand Formation, possessing at least 10 million points of fortune, augmented by the fortune points of the city's inhabitants. If they refrained from depleting these points, they might remain unaware of how long it would take to breach the defenses. Hence, they continued their relentless bombardment of the barrier, aiming to swiftly exhaust everyone's fortune points. When the time came, an army would descend, and all would find themselves unable to escape. What do we do now? If they invade, we will have no means to resist. Where is the Dragon Lord? We have not seen him since earlier. Where could he have gone? Many were filled with anxiety, some muttering to themselves in incoherence, while others desperately sought out Chen Yu, their anchor amidst the chaos. Some regretted entering this place immensely. Ah, what terrible luck! Had I known today would unfold this way, I would rather die than step into this city. I thought I would gain the strongest protection, only to find myself leaping straight into a furnace. In contrast to their turmoil, several elven elders atop the city walls remained remarkably composed. They too had come to realize that if Chen Yu himself was not worried, then why should they be? If the elven race could not withstand the onslaught, they would simply have to apologize to him. After all, the elves could not afford to indulge in reckless behavior alongside Chen Yu. Yet, for reasons unknown, they harbored a flicker of hope for Chen Yu. It felt as though this young man was far from ordinary. Let us observe for a few more days, even if they attack. The Grand Formation will hold for several days, one elder sighed, calculating the time. As time passed, 2 or 3 days swiftly slipped by. During these 2 days of the fusion between Blue Star and their world, although there were some frictions, overall, they were progressing toward a new phase. New powers, new orders, and new forces were emerging. The major cities buzzed with activity, resembling a battlefield after a great war. Regardless of whether they were white, black, yellow, or invaders, they shook hands and worked together to build their new homeland. City Lord, here is the list of those who passed the assessment. Please take a look. City Lord, these are several newly submitted faction details that require your approval. City Lord, this is a list of troublemakers who deliberately caused disturbances. Should we expel them from the city or take another course of action? A stack of documents piled up in the palace of the Dawn City Lord. Over the past 2 days, Chen Yu had not ceased to regret why he had listened to his brother and taken charge of a city. Did no one tell him how arduous this task would be? Even the most trivial matters required reports. Brother, I don't want to do this anymore. It's so exhausting. Chen Yu lamented while reviewing the documents, venting to Chen Yu. In truth, he merely spoke out of habit, enjoying the opportunity to indulge in some sibling affection. The more he expressed his grievances, the more likely his brother would occasionally send him some proper items. Just like now, the latest light element staff appeared in his hands, its rank clearly reaching diamond. After sweetly thanking him, Chen Yu soon fixed his gaze on the name of a trading guild. They sought to secure a prime location to facilitate their trade. Of course, these details mattered little. What was crucial was the name above, Zishu, the very individual his brother had instructed him to pay attention to. The founder of this guild was indeed the person Chen Yu had mentioned not long ago. Without hesitation, Chen Yu promptly stamped it with the official seal. Chen Yu. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out as Xing Li entered. How are things with your brother? I heard from the elders in the clan that the barrier has begun to show unfavorable changes. TSK, little sister-in-law, are you concerned about my brother? Chen Yu teased with a smirk, fully aware that Chen Yu was not in the city. What was there to worry about? How many times must I tell you? Do not call me that. Xing Li retorted, hands placed on her hips, her gaze flickering. I merely believe that since your brother is cooperating with our elven race, it is only right to express some concern for him. All right. Concern. Little sister-in-law truly holds deep feelings for my brother. Chen Yu. Roar. In a certain place, the holy dragon of light let out a thunderous roar. Just moments ago, it had finally reached level 30. As for the reason for its slow progress, it was because Chen Yu had taken the opportunity to seek out dragon-type monsters. At this moment, aside from the original stone rock dragon, he had also contracted 3 other sub-dragons. The water flood dragon he had reclaimed from a vast river, the azure-winged dragon from a lofty mountain peak, and the twin-horn dragon from a small abyss. Their levels were not low, and rather than slaughtering them for immediate gains, Chen Yu chose to keep them and bring them back to the city. Although he was not present, he was constantly monitoring the situation, fully aware of the developments. So far, he could still hold out a little longer. His own level had also reached 39. Chapter 140, When Fireworks Are Seen. The distance to level 40 was not too far off. Meanwhile, the 3 dragons had each made progress. Upon reaching level 35, the Frost Dragon and the Divine Flame Ancient Dragon had entered into slumber. When they awakened, they would become Starlight-level monsters, endowed with even more formidable racial talents. At that time, these dragons would truly enter adulthood. Thus, during this period, Chen Yu's primary objective was to wait. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 more days had passed. The disputes across the globe had nearly reached a conclusion, and everyone, whether in cultivation or daily life, had essentially begun to find their footing. TM, I always suspected these fellows were not as benevolent as they seemed. We are required to surrender 5 lucky points each week. Soon, the rules for each city emerged one after another, inciting a wave of public outrage, with the world channel filled with vitriol. Damn it, we too. Had we known of this regulation, I would have sworn never to set foot in this city. Indeed, this was their true intention. We have been duped. These wretches are devoid of humanity. We simply cannot endure such a burden of lucky points for long. They are not human at all, merely a pack of beasts. If it weren't for their earlier development, they would be nothing. As the world channel has already merged, individuals from other races can naturally observe the unfolding chaos. Various parties began to vent their frustrations across the entire channel. Humph. Enjoy your safe haven while you can. If you cannot stay, then leave. Is 20 too much to ask? We are the ones who can safeguard your lives. What is wrong with collecting a protection fee? A swarm of ants. There is no room for you to haggle here. It's simple. Leave, and see if you can bear the consequences of breaching the contract. Bastards. I will fight you to the death. Why must we, the Blue Star people, pay 5? Why do you only pay 2? Is this a deliberate targeting? Do you self-proclaimed superior races have no sense of integrity? Integrity. That is built on equal relationships. Do you even have the standing for it? A city controlled by invaders. The minimum lucky points levied upon the Blue Star people is 5. with the highest reaching an astounding 8. Truly outrageous. Meanwhile, those from their continent generally face only 3 or 2. This has led to extreme discontent among countless individuals. Yet, there is nothing to be done. The contract is signed, and they cannot escape. They were simply too trusting, choosing to embrace those foreign entities who promised them sanctuary during their most perilous moments. They did indeed provide that. But thereafter, TSK, these wolves in sheep's clothing. Thankfully, I was cautious and chose a city from my own nation. Haha, our city lord is De, who only demands 2 lucky points per week, and a monthly hunt for monsters yields rewards. Ha ha ha, how strong we are as a nation. Under such circumstances, we can still conquer 10 or more cities worth millions, and they are generally not too expensive. Brothers, let us discuss something. Do you have openings in your city? If you let me in, I will surely reward you handsomely. Too late, brothers. We in Huaxia do not have enough to share even among ourselves. So you have no chance. You can only blame your nation. Oh, my apologies, I forgot you no longer have a nation. To kill is one thing, but to strike at the heart is another. In Western Europe and North America, under this unparalleled wave, the only nation still standing in the world is Huaxia itself. At this moment, former power holders are struggling to protect themselves. Who has time to concern themselves with those who are no longer relevant? Oh, the teleportation arrays between cities have opened. We can now access other cities. Once each city gets back on track, the teleportation arrays reappear. Yet, some cities remain disconnected. For instance, the Dragon Lord's Dragon City. The reason is simple. They have activated a grand formation. During this period, unless granted permission by the city lord, no one can enter the city. What is the situation over at the Dragon Lord's place? It has been over 10 days. How can there be no news at all? Speaking of this, everyone suddenly recalled this matter. Initially, it garnered significant attention, but as news became increasingly scarce, interest naturally waned. Up to now, many still do not know the true circumstances outside Dragon City. Have those foreign entities truly infiltrated Dragon City? Even if they do not seek to find out, they know the answer must be no. If Dragon City had fallen, such astonishing news would have spread like wildfire across the globe. There would be no need for inquiry. It would reach everyone's ears. The absence of such news indicates but one thing. Damn! Outside Dragon City, countless foreign entities raged, each panting heavily, fists clenched and cracking, their eyes blazing with fury. Bastard, is this shell made of turtles back? I've been attacking for 10 days, and it's still not breached? This can only mean one thing. This fellow possesses an astonishing amount of lucky points. Indeed, to sustain our assaults for so long, he must be holding at least hundreds of millions of lucky points. Elders, what if we cannot break through? Some approached those level 40 powerhouses. They had come more than once, and their patience was wearing thin. If we cannot break through, we shall continue to strike. Can he truly hide forever? Even if he has 1 billion, or even 10 billion lucky points, we must eliminate him. These various racial elders had already resolved to do so. Many Chen Yu would not retreat. They were prepared for a protracted battle, for Dragon City was not solely about Chen Yu. There were millions of inhabitants. Whatever they could plunder from among them would exceed 1 billion. Thus, this is merely the beginning. They had encountered such scenarios before, exhausting their resources, yet ultimately, victory still belonged to them. Boom. Countless attacks rained down upon the city, barely pausing. Rather than questioning the integrity of the grand formation, I find myself more intrigued by how the fellow has not shown himself in 10 days. How can he remain so composed? A powerful individual noted this peculiarity, furrowing his brow. Soon, another shook his head dismissively. What is the issue? What does it matter if he shows himself? Now, he is merely putting on a facade of calm. The initially concerned powerhouse glanced at the nearby black pig head, unwilling to engage in further debate. He simply waved his hand, summoning a few individuals. He immediately instructed those within the city to seek out the whereabouts of that fellow. I want to know what he is doing now. Yes. The individuals took their orders and swiftly began contacting those within Dragon City, their world. Although Chen Yu had screened the inhabitants of the city, eliminating foreign entities, the sheer number was overwhelming, and he could not manage it all personally, inevitably allowing some with unique abilities to slip through. At this moment, they have become quite useful. TSK, aren't they tired? Meanwhile, within the city, many transitioned from initial panic to a more spectator-like stance. Observing the incessant attacks above, they regarded them as fireworks. Chapter 141, The Pest. No wonder the great Dragon Lord is unconcerned. It turns out they cannot break through at all. Ha ha ha, yet this daily uproar is rather bothersome. Alas, what can we do? Let us just view them as fireworks. After all, it's free. Dragon City has not languished in disrepair due to the actions of these foreign entities. Thanks to the officials and some talents personally selected by Chen Yu, the social structure of Dragon City is gradually taking shape. The only downside is that the inhabitants of Dragon City cannot venture out to hunt monsters, causing their levels to stagnate for the time being. This is unavoidable. A while ago, everyone lived in constant trepidation, fearing the foreign entities would invade and slaughter them all. Many entertained thoughts of abandoning Dragon City. But now, having learned how those foreigners exploit the Blue Star people in the cities they occupy, they have given up on such plans. Regardless of the circumstances, Dragon City is still the city with the least lucky points. Even some million-strong cities require a greater measure of luck than this one. In such a comparison, the Dragon Lord seems almost philanthropic. Especially now, the Dragon Lord has amply demonstrated his prowess. Even in the face of countless foreign assailants, this city remains unassailable. Many firmly believe that as long as Dragon City endures this most arduous moment, they will soon bask in an unparalleled dawn. Boom. After their relentless assaults proved ineffective, even the level 40 elites joined the fray. Their assaults were cataclysmic, shaking the very foundations of the barriers with each strike. Numerous figures emerged, strategically positioned, their ferocity surpassing that of hundreds combined. Yet, still, the barriers stood resolute. Their onslaught merely accelerated the depletion of luck points. This is the main city. That young man is most likely here. Within Dragon City, the few foreign individuals who had evaded selection congregated, drawing nearer to the heart of Dragon City. They prepared to infiltrate, intent on discovering the whereabouts of the Dragon Lord. Orders had arrived, suggesting that the Dragon Lord's prolonged absence concealed some unspeakable secret. Let us go. Upon reaching this location, several figures concealed themselves and entered. Their ability to evade selection was largely attributed to their race and profession. Most were assassins. Their levels not particularly high, mostly around 20, for should they exceed that threshold, their distinctiveness amidst the crowd would surely attract Chen Yu's attention. Nevertheless, they excelled in the art of stealth. A swarm of pests, who grants you the audacity to intrude here. As they entered, a thunderous shout rang out. They looked up to see a figure atop the eaves, brandishing a long spear, with piercing golden eyes that seemed capable of piercing through all disguises. What? You can see us? They gasped, incredulous. The individual before them was of a significantly lower level, yet had managed to detect their presence. Humph. The Dragon Lord anticipated the existence of such elusive pests and instructed us to await your arrival. As soon as the man finished speaking, dozens of figures appeared in the skies above the main city. Each one had been meticulously chosen by Chen Yu, their levels respectable. Yet they paled in comparison to these foreign intruders. But let us not forget, this is Dragon City, the sovereign domain of the Dragon Lord. Before his departure, they had been bestowed with certain privileges within the city. A palpable pressure enveloped the area. The foreign invaders immediately sensed something amiss. Each clenched their fists, feeling their strength rapidly dissipate. No, more accurately, it was being suppressed. Each of their powers had been halved. Damn it, they clearly had not anticipated this turn of events. Kill. The guards, witnessing this, wasted no time, charging forth en masse. Boom. Within the city, a battle of considerable scale erupted. What is happening there? Come, let us investigate. The commotion inevitably drew more onlookers. Those of lower levels were urged to retreat, while those above level 18 were called to arms. For these were foreign foes intent on undermining us from within. The guards shouted in unison. What? Damn, I was just feeling suffocated, since you've delivered yourselves to us. We shall not show mercy. Damn it, daring to invade our territory, brothers, let us go. On the sacred ground of the Dragon Clan. The moment these foreign intruders were exposed, they would face relentless retribution. Even if their levels were not insignificant, capable of withstanding 10, 100, or even 1,000. Here there were not merely thousands, but tens of thousands. To prevent unnecessary casualties, those of insufficient level withdrew several miles away. Only the highest level individuals remained to confront the foreign invaders. Under the suppression of Dragon City, these intruders found their strength severely diminished, and before long, they began to falter under the assault of dozens of guards. That young man is not in the city. Where has he gone? These foreign invaders were not foolish. They quickly grasped the crux of the situation. Having been discovered, why has the Dragon Lord not yet revealed himself? If he were here, would he not effortlessly subdue everyone? Why let these individuals take such risks? Thus, they directly deduced that Chen Yu had already vacated the city. Humph. Do you think you are worthy of compelling the Dragon Lord to take action? How utterly laughable. The Dragon Lord merely seeks to hone our skills. Otherwise, the moment you set foot in the main city, you would have been slain. The guards hastily retorted. Yet, the foreign invaders were utterly unconvinced and immediately began relaying messages. Kill. Boom. This provoked even more guards to appear, leaving them no opportunity for escape. Countless flashes erupted within the city, while they paled in comparison to the external assaults. The proximity of such sensations sent shivers down the spines of many. You dare not let us know, hence he is not here at all. A member of the lizard clan shouted, desperately attempting to relay the information. In just a second, through the panel, they could inform their powerful allies that the Dragon Lord was no longer within the city. However, in the face of increasing guards, that second became increasingly arduous. Die. Finally, after several minutes, the guard wielding the long spear pierced the head of a foreign rat, suspending it upon his spear, showcasing his invincible prowess. The remaining ones seethed with fury yet were powerless. One by one, they fell. Charge. Kill them. Within the city, this was now the sole opportunity to gain experience points. Many seized the moment, continually striking with stealthy blows. In the end, they truly reaped considerable rewards. You will pay the price. Chapter 142, Cultivating the Source. As the last individual slowly fell, unwillingly uttering those words. A price? You should be the ones to pay. Having slain so many of our kin, and now you speak of a price? How ridiculous. Under the coordinated slaughter of the guards, this battle concluded in under 5 minutes. The intruders who had breached the main city were utterly eradicated. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the news had still managed to escape. For among the distant crowd, several resentful eyes were fixated upon the scene. These were also unobserved foreign individuals, albeit unlike those who had recklessly advanced. Thus, they preserved their lives and garnered substantial intelligence. There was no need for baseless speculation. They simply needed to report the events that had transpired verbatim. The powerful members of their race would comprehend that the Dragon Lord was no longer within the city. Damn it, it is just as I suspected. Upon receiving the message from the hidden line, the powerful figure ground his teeth and stated, "That young man has somehow managed to escape this city." What? The other powerful figures from various races turned abruptly. The boy has already departed from the city? This revelation left everyone momentarily stunned, grappling with the inescapable truth. If he had indeed fled, what then of their so-called brilliant encirclement over the past few days? Was it merely a display of their strength? How could this be? How could that boy possibly escape? The formidable warrior with the wild boar head bellowed in furious disbelief. We have surrounded this city so tightly that not a drop of water could pass through, even employing spatial locks. He could not have escaped. What if he slipped away before we activated the spatial locks? Someone murmured, as if lost in contemplation. The utterance cast an immediate pall of silence over the group. As they recalled the moment Chen Yu had vanished, just after their arrival, while they were preoccupied with setting up the spatial locks. There had indeed been a brief window of opportunity. If he had eluded them during that time, it was entirely plausible. You scoundrels! Several powerful warriors erupted in a tempest of rage, their furious voices echoing through the heavens. They had attacked like fools for days, while their quarry had long since fled. If word of this spread, their clans would be utterly humiliated. The only recourse left to salvage their pride was to eliminate the Dragon Lord, at any cost. Yet, the adversary was not foolish. In this vast realm, his escape would be akin to a fish diving into the ocean. How could they possibly track him down? Send the order to me, wait. As some warriors prepared to issue commands to pursue the Dragon Lord, another intervened, stating, "We need not leave. Let us continue our assault." Upon hearing this, the wild boar head warrior gritted his teeth. That boy has long since fled. What are we wasting our efforts on here? We might as well hasten our pursuit of him. Given his potential, he could very well match our strength in less than 2 years. It was this extraordinary potential that caused them to fear Chen Yu immensely. They had yet to even lay eyes upon him. Fools! One warrior barked, incredulous at how he could be burdened with such companions. If that boy truly escaped, why waste our luck maintaining this colossal city? Indeed, a revelation struck several of the warriors. They realized that Chen Yu must have a profound attachment to this place, which was why he had been safeguarding it. The wild boar head warrior sneered. This is merely a ploy to buy him time. For every second we delay, he grows further away. We cannot squander any more time. Let us strike together. This time, the others paid him no heed. As their leader, they began to hammer against the barrier with renewed vigor. They were resolute in their deductions. Nevertheless, the previous argument held merit. Yet, now their sole focus was to breach the city. Unbeknownst to Chen Yu, he had been fleeing for an eternity. Searching for him would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Even if they were mistaken, raising the city would bring some solace to their hearts. Boom! Their assaults rained down like meteors from the heavens. The barrier over Dragon City began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of shattering. What is happening? Why has the attack intensified so suddenly? The inhabitants of Dragon City grew anxious, their hearts racing once more. Had they realized the Dragon Lord was absent? Some astute individuals pondered this possibility. Yet, regardless of the accuracy of their thoughts, it was too late. The entire Dragon City began to sway precariously. Suddenly, a layer of golden light flashed across the barrier. The once transparent shield, resembling glass, appeared to be coated in a shimmering golden hue. At that moment, the barrier seemed to solidify, stabilizing everything. Indeed, This boy still held affection for the city. Witnessing this, the warriors found themselves strangely elated. This indicated that the Dragon Lord had ties to this place. Consequently, he would undoubtedly return. The timing depended solely on how quickly they could breach the city. Attack. Whoosh. All the level 40 warriors unleashed their might in unison, no longer indifferent. Each poured forth their full power. Their relentless assault descended as though cost were no object. Miles away, Chen Yu observed the rapid decline of his luck points on the panel and sighed. Without needing to see reports from the city, he understood what had transpired. They had undoubtedly discovered his absence. They were forcing his hand. It won't be long. Just give me a bit more time. Chen Yu stowed away the panel and gazed at the colossal entity before him. With a sweeping motion, the holy light dragon unfurled its wings. Its pure white form adorned with resplendent golden patterns, exuding an aura of sanctity. Its claws extended, seizing a nearby monstrosity and violently hurling it towards the distant peaks. The other 3 colossal dragons had already succumbed to slumber. Only this one remained awake. After days of relentless enhancement, its level had surged significantly. It was now at 33. It would soon enter a state of dormancy. Meanwhile, Chen Yu's level was stagnating at 39. To ascend to 40, he required a period of meditation to comprehend the primal forces. Having the shards of the world at his disposal made this task manageable for him. However, his only dilemma lay in the overwhelming abundance of primal forces available for cultivation. Each Dragon Tamer unlocked a certain magical class, with every dragon contracted. The average Dragon Tamer might manage 2, which was reasonable enough. But for him, he had unlocked 4 or 5 at once, including the warrior's primal force of strength. This was not a matter of singular cultivation. He needed to grasp all of them and master every form of power. In essence, Chen Yu needed to leap to level 40 all at once. The difficulty of this task was unimaginable, especially given the current circumstances. There was neither time nor energy to spare. Those powerful warriors would not wait for him. Dragon City could hold out for perhaps 3 more days at most. A collective assault from a group of level 40 warriors would require an immense amount of luck points to withstand. Chen Yu was already on the verge of depletion. Chapter 143, History Repeats. Had it not been for the substantial luck points acquired from Chunxi and another main city, Chen Yu would be utterly unable to sustain himself at this moment. It seemed he would have to rely on the strength of others. With a sigh, he reluctantly reached out to the Elven clan. Previously, he had mentioned seeking their cooperation, but in truth, he had not called upon their power much over the past few days, relying solely on himself. Except for Chunxi, no one outside was aware of his association with the elves. If this were to leak out, it would undoubtedly create a stir. At the very least, those outsiders beyond Dragon City would have to reconsider whether they were prepared to confront the Elven clan. For in the entirety of the Dragon Wild continent, the Elven clan stood as one of the paramount superclans, numerous and powerful, far surpassing any single race. Most importantly, the Elven Queen, a top 10 super powerful entity, presided over them. Who would dare to provoke them? Chen Yu stood in contemplation for a while before ultimately shaking his head in resignation and sending a message to the Elven clan. For the sake of his own dignity, he could not disregard the lives of millions. The connection was established swiftly, and the indistinct yet profoundly sacred visage of the Elven Queen appeared. The 2 parties then began their discourse. Time did not linger for long. Within less than a minute, the Elven Queen vanished, and Chen Yu finally felt a sense of relief. What of the torrential floods thereafter? At last, he was no longer burdened alone. Standing atop the majestic mountains, he gazed upon the sea of clouds before him and leaped down, where the radiant dragon soared and spiraled within. With a thud, the radiant dragon burst forth from the clouds, landing precisely at Chen Yu's feet, as man and dragon set forth towards new hunting grounds. A new world awaited. I sense that in this very place, we shall reconstruct a new splendor. At the very edge of this interconnected world, several figures materialized, each wearing expressions of disarray. Their garments tattered, resembling lost dogs. Yet upon entering this azure territory, their eyes ignited with an unprecedented brilliance. Boss, I've inquired, this world is home to colossal dragons, 5 continents. And the top 10 powerhouses are all above level 30, which undoubtedly signifies immense potential. The leader, youthful in appearance with elongated ears, donned a ragged trench coat. Appearing neither entirely elven nor fully human. The storm is gravely injured. We must first recuperate before devising our next plan. The young man spoke. A cerulean dragon emblem emblazoned on the back of his hand, though it lacked its former luster, appearing dull and lifeless. Gazing at the emblem, memories of past events surged within him, igniting a flame of rage. Shadow servants, as long as I draw breath, I shall avenge this grievous wrong. He recognized that the current state of their group resembled that of stray dogs, and with their injuries, survival itself seemed a formidable challenge. Thus, They had come to this place, a nascent world, rich in resources and ideal for their recovery. Let us depart. With the young man's command, the group advanced, swiftly entering the realm of Blue Star. At that moment, a dragon's roar reverberated through the air. They instinctively looked up, witnessing a colossal, crystal-white dragon soaring across the sky. Its immense form cast a shadow, obscuring the sun and darkening the very heavens above them. Indeed, it was a dragon, a true dragon. Their astonishment rendered them speechless. Having just learned of the existence of dragons, they were now confronted with one so soon upon their arrival. How could they not be astonished? With a collective motion, they lifted their hands. Remarkably, each of their palms bore the insignia of some great beast. Some sported wings, while others did not. Some appeared corpulent, while others were slender and delicate. However, a few among them bore dragon emblems that had completely lost their radiance, now devoid of brilliance. Boss, there is someone. Their sharp gazes caught sight of a figure standing atop the mighty dragon's head. As if sensing their presence, the figure turned to regard them. Instantly, they were petrified, overwhelmed by an imposing aura. Fortunately, the figure merely cast a cursory glance before retracting their gaze. The magnificent white dragon soon vanished from their sight. Radiant, sacred dragon. The young man murmured to himself, recognizing it as the most proud and sacred of all dragons. Who was it that commanded such a creature? Boss, do you think he could be the Dragon Master? They had gleaned from their inquiries that Dragon Tamers in this world were exceedingly rare. Those who had forged a bond with genuine dragons were even more elusive. Only 2 were known thus far. To think that we would encounter the strongest being in this realm upon our entry, someone sighed. The Radiant Sacred Dragon. He has indeed contracted the Radiant Sacred Dragon. Its power is formidable. Yet, another swiftly countered, and what of it? Our boss as Storm Dragon is no less powerful. Indeed, it is merely a dragon that has just entered adulthood. Had our boss's Storm Dragon been uninjured, it could easily subdue it with a single hand. But as these words left their lips, a heavy silence fell upon them. Many stole glances at the young leader, who shook his head, offering a wry smile as he gestured. Let us not squander any more time. They continued along a path that was, in truth, no path at all. As the worlds converged, did history begin to unfold once more? Above the heavens, Chen Yu smiled, feeling an undeniable sense of anticipation. Yet, whether the memories of that bygone era would resurface remained uncertain. Thus far, too much had changed. The future held no promises, and none could foresee what lay ahead. Aside from key geographical landmarks, he no longer sought out events from his memories. Just like now, there was no Dragon Master or Dragon City in his previous life. Chen Yu observed the shifting light and shadows before him, ultimately arriving at a certain mountain range. Chapter 144, The Power of the Mountain. You have triggered the diamond-level dungeon, The Power of the Mountain. Ancient wisdom states, moving mountains is not solely the endeavor of human strength, it is a ceaseless endeavor. As these words echoed in Chen Yu's ears, the scene before him transformed. The entire mountain range seemed to awaken, beginning to shift in an orderly fashion. Soon, several peaks were conspicuously absent, as if they had vanished into thin air. Upon closer inspection, this disappearance was not chaotic. It appeared to adhere to a certain pattern. Each cardinal direction harbored a gap, including the very center. Initially, Chen Yu struggled to comprehend the rules of this dungeon, but in an instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. This was an imperative to move not just one mountain, but several, to fit them within. What a preposterous task, relocating mountains. Chen Yu had sought this dungeon, though he was unaware of its specifics. To his astonishment, he was confronted with a diamond-level challenge right from the outset. How on earth was one to navigate such an absurd rule? Yet, having triggered it, there was no turning back. Chen Yu guided the Radiant Dragon to the vacant spots, only to find nothing extraordinary, merely intricate patterns etched upon the surrounding land. Upon examination, his forehead throbbed. He realized that there were markings indicating which mountains could be moved. In other words, he could not simply relocate any mountains at will. Specific ones were required. Surveying the myriad mountains scattered around, he was dazzled, let alone finding the right ones for this task. However, this minor inconvenience paled in comparison to his real concern. Did he possess the capability to complete such a feat? To transcend level 40 was not merely a matter of experience. It demanded a profound understanding of one's essence. For other professions, this was not a significant worry. They only needed to focus on honing their innate abilities. Mages, whether of the ice, fire, or light elements, found their paths relatively easier due to the lesser competition for their specialized sources. In contrast, Chen Yu's journey had grown increasingly complex after contracting numerous dragons. The difficulty had escalated dramatically. The myriad complexities of self-cultivation compelled Chen Yu to initially select a singular foundation upon which to build. Undoubtedly, the most formidable source of strength was the most fitting choice. As for the dungeons, the rewards had evolved from mere experience points, transitioning from gold and platinum to diamonds. Such dungeons now offered rewards in the form of source points. For instance, upon completing the mountain-bending strength dungeon, one would receive an indeterminate amount of strength source points. Naturally, in addition to these, there would also be a sprinkling of other source points, though strength remained paramount. Gazing upon the expansive mountain range before him, Chen Yu felt an unprecedented sense of trepidation regarding this dungeon. He approached the openings, seeking clues from the runes scattered throughout. In a short span, he indeed uncovered something. Across the vast, vacant expanses, various attributes of power permeated the air. Some exuded a searing heat, while others pulsed with vibrant life. Could it be? Summoning the radiant holy dragon, Chen Yu ascended to the summit. From this vantage point, he meticulously scrutinized the myriad mountains below, noting their distinct characteristics. His gaze settled upon a distant volcano, wreathed in swirling black smoke, emanating an unmistakable heat. What a farce! Chen Yu furrowed his brow, once again questioning the integrity of this dungeon. With a swift motion, he descended to the base of the volcano. The landscape was barren, devoid of trees, only a stark, dark surface met his eyes. Yet, the intense heat was relentless. This was the place. As he set foot upon it, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Yet, soon enough, a message materialized before him. You are currently navigating the mountain-bending strength dungeon. It has been detected that you are alone. Do you wish to continue? Reminder, moving mountains is not the task of one alone. Heed your own limits. This indicated that the dungeon was designed for multiple participants, not meant to be tackled solo. However, it was evident that most dungeons necessitated teamwork. Few possessed the prowess to conquer a dungeon single-handedly, unless one were to challenge a lower-tier dungeon at a higher level. Without hesitation, Chen Yu clicked to continue. He had always been a solitary figure, reliant on no one. Who could he depend upon? In the next moment, the volcano before him transformed. Two invisible hands enveloped it, their source extending toward Chen Yu. He raised his hand and merged with the force. In an instant, a colossal, boundless pressure descended upon him. Chen Yu's expression shifted, his form staggering precariously as he nearly succumbed to the ground. Damn it! Unable to contain himself, he uttered a curse, his jaw clenched, veins protruding on his forehead, feeling as if an immense mountain bore down upon his back. With a mighty roar, Chen Yu summoned every ounce of strength within him. His prowess at level 39 erupted forth, not daring to hold back. This was untenable. He could not budge an inch. His form hunched and struggling to maintain any semblance of movement. Continuing in this manner would only squander his energy. Moreover, he could not relinquish his grip. He recalled the rules. Should he release it even once, the subsequent pressure would escalate, compounding until he could no longer lift it. Reluctantly, he realized he had no choice but to activate his tiger's roar power. A surge of strength enveloped him, his back straightening immediately. Among all his possessions, several held paramount importance: the Lucky Bell, the Tiger's Roar, and the Shadow Realm Eye. The former determined the rewards he could obtain, while the latter two were critical to his strength. Particularly after reaching level 40, when experience points lost their significance, the Lucky Bell's value plummeted, elevating the Tiger's Roar to his most vital tool. Now at diamond level, just a step away from Starlight, it could still enhance Chen Yu's strength by 100%. With the Tiger's Roar invigorating him, Chen Yu finally managed to take a tentative step forward. As he did, the entire volcano began to rumble ominously. The crater was engulfed in thick smoke, as if it might erupt at any moment. He needed to act swiftly. The commotion was considerable, and he hoped fervently to remain unnoticed until he succeeded. The repercussions of being discovered could be dire, particularly if his true identity were revealed. Suddenly, the radiant holy dragon let out a thunderous roar, transforming into a streak of light that surged into Chen Yu's being. A shimmering golden armor enveloped him, resembling a divine general, radiant with sanctity. Chen Yu's strength surged once more, reaching its utmost limit. With a resounding thud, Chen Yu strode forward. An astonishing spectacle unfolded as the entire volcano trembled, countless rocks cascading down. Anyone observing from above would surely be rendered speechless, for the volcano appeared to be floating, albeit slowly shifting. Should one venture below, they would be astounded beyond words. There, beneath the volcano, a golden silhouette loomed, colossal and majestic, bearing the weight of the mountain as it moved. This scene was not merely unprecedented. It was unfathomable to conceive that someone could bear a mountain upon their shoulders. With strength coursing through him like an unrestrained torrent, Chen Yu pressed onward, but the distance to his destination remained significant. This dungeon was one that would typically require the collaboration of countless individuals to conquer. Now, faced with the daunting challenge alone, the burden was indeed immense. Even the great sage had been weighed down by a mountain for 500 years, yet here was Chen Yu, bearing the mountain himself. Finally, After what felt like an eternity of relentless tremors, an earth-shattering roar erupted as lava spewed forth, awakening countless monsters from their slumber within the endless mountain range. Get lost. Some monsters, having detected Chen Yu, charged toward him, but he had no time to engage. A single thunderous shout was enough to intimidate these mere level 10 creatures. Though he could not strike easily, he was not to be trifled with by insignificant foes. With each deliberate step, Chen Yu traversed the mountainside. After approximately half an hour, with a final rumble, he embedded the volcano directly into the crevice. Instantly, a cascade of light erupted, illuminating the surrounding area. The brilliance snaking along the mountain range until it connected with several other openings. It appeared that to achieve success, he would need to relocate all 5 mountains. Chen Yu mused to himself, wasting no time as he proceeded to another location. This was a vibrant mountain range, teeming with life. While it may not have been as pronounced as that of the elves, it was still a rarity, pulsating with vitality, a stark contrast amidst the surrounding mountains. Indeed a sight to behold. Thus, it was not difficult for Chen Yu to locate it. Without a moment's respite, he pressed on, feeling a reservoir of energy still within himself. He identified his target and swiftly descended to the foot of the mountain. The air here was saturated with the essence of life, requiring no further absorption. The stamina he had just expended was rapidly replenishing. Just as Chen Yu prepared to take action, a cacophony erupted around him as hundreds of monsters surged forth. This place offered them immense benefits, and with Chen Yu's arrival, they could not allow him to wreak havoc. Seeking death, Chen Yu's mood soured further upon witnessing the audacity of these creatures. Without a hint of mercy, he unsheathed his black sickle. With a swift motion, he slashed through the air, the blade shimmering and accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh being torn apart. Dozens of monsters were cleaved in two, their remains cascading in a gruesome display. This act sent shockwaves through the horde, causing them to retreat, only daring to roar from a distance. Humph! Chen Yu snorted disdainfully and charged into the throng of monsters. He had no intention of allowing them to disrupt him. It took little time for him to shake the blood from his blade and stow the sickle away. The ground was now littered with the corpses of the fallen monsters. Piled high, creatures of such a low caliber were beneath the notice of the radiant holy dragon. And Chen Yu had no time to scavenge their remains for usable flesh or bones. Collecting the dropped items, he returned once more to the foot of the mountain. With the monsters no longer a nuisance, Chen Yu set to work, lifting the mountain of life as before. The moment was marked by the rustling of countless trees, some snapping and others being utterly destroyed. Chen Yu had no time to dwell on the destruction. This mountain was far more distant than the previous volcano, and he dared not pause for even a moment. Onward, he shouted, quickening his pace. The entire mountain of life lay upon his back, inflicting some damage while simultaneously being enveloped in a restorative aura. Chen Yu pressed forward, caught in a cycle of harm and healing. What is that? The very sight Chen Yu dreaded most soon became a reality. He had been spotted by some outsiders. My heavens, how is this mountain moving? They gazed from afar, their expressions a mix of disbelief. Is that a person? He is moving a mountain? As they beheld Chen Yu, dwarfed by the colossal mountain, they stood frozen, unable to articulate their astonishment. Could it be? Moving a mountain? Surely, this was beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. They could hardly believe their eyes and found themselves unwittingly inching closer. Upon a clearer view, they confirmed it. Indeed, it was a person. How could this be possible? It is real. It truly is a person. Who was he? How could he achieve such a feat? They had never encountered nor heard of such an individual. He could not possibly be unknown. Who was this person that could accomplish such a monumental task? There were 6 or 7 of them, drawn closer by curiosity. When they beheld the figure radiating with golden holy light, they halted, their steps frozen. The figure resembled a god of war, bearing an unfathomably massive mountain upon his back, advancing step by arduous step without faltering. His vigor was beyond that of ordinary men. Who is he? They wondered. Get lost. As they drew nearer, Chen Yu furrowed his brow and shouted. This only sparked joy among them, and one called out, Mighty One, may I inquire your name? We wish to admire you. Mighty One, why do you carry a mountain? Is it for training? You need not do this. 3 seconds. If you do not depart from my sight, you shall bear the consequences. Had Chen Yu not feared disrupting his own balance of power, he could have acted the moment they appeared, and certainly would not have allowed them to linger, chattering incessantly. Yet, they seemed oblivious to his warning, continuing to speak. Mighty One, we mean you no harm. We merely wish to befriend you. Indeed, Mighty One, we can introduce you to our clan's elders. I am certain you would find it beneficial. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. In the blink of an eye, the radiant holy dragon swooped towards them. They widened their eyes in shock. A dragon? How is this possible? Run. Flee. Their levels were neither particularly high nor low, yet the radiant holy dragon was more than a match for them. Chen Yu, however, had no desire to engage unless absolutely necessary. Without the support of the radiant holy dragon, he found himself at a significant disadvantage. Chapter 145, Relocation. A dragon? How could he possibly have a dragon? Who is he? They exclaimed in bewilderment. Suddenly, a name surfaced in their minds, a name that had become inescapably prominent in recent times. Could he be the Dragon Lord? What? Upon utterance of this name, all eyes turned to Chen Yu. Was he not besieged by formidable races within the city? How could he be here? They began to realize the implications and prepared to relay the information. However, the radiant holy dragon would not grant them this opportunity. With a swift motion, a massive claw descended, obliterating one of them into a mist of blood. Following this, a colossal tail swept through, crashing down upon the rest. They gasped, blood spurting from their mouths, rendered utterly powerless. The radiant holy dragon showed no mercy, enveloping them in a blaze of golden flames. Within 3 seconds, their screams were silenced. Without delay, the radiant holy dragon transformed into a streak of light, merging back into Chen Yu's aura. The golden armor reappeared, and with the mountain still upon his back, Chen Yu resumed his march. With a thunderous crash, he embedded the mountain into the designated crevice. A soft green light emanated, intertwining with the red glow, resembling a segment of a grand formation. Chen Yu inhaled deeply, surveying his surroundings. At least 3 more awaited him. In the span of a mere hour, he found this endeavor far less gratifying than a grand battle. After a brief recovery of his stamina, he set out to locate the remaining mountains. Without any distinguishing features, the search proved considerably more challenging. When he attempted to relocate the 3rd mountain, he made an error, much to his chagrin. Fortunately, he did not err on the 4th attempt. Otherwise, he might have reached his breaking point. Only 2 mountains remained. For the final 2, Chen Yu had identified his targets. One appeared remarkably ordinary, devoid of any distinguishing characteristics, while the last was rather unique. It resembled a sword piercing the clouds, with jagged stones jutting out, setting it apart from the other peaks and signaling its extraordinary nature. Chen Yu reserved this mountain for last. As the sword peak was the most massive among the mountains, obviously the most formidable, after an hour's labor, he positioned the 4th mountain, encircling the entire mountain range. For beams of light intertwined, as if guarding something sacred. Ah, what a hassle. It is impossible to ascertain how many times Chen Yu has uttered vulgarities, for he has committed an exceedingly foolish mistake. He has encircled the entire mountain range. How could he possibly incorporate the 5th peak? To put it plainly, in order to transport it, he must surmount yet another mountain, thereby creating an unnecessary obstacle. Alas, the burdens of transportation. Chen Yu sighed. Given the circumstances, it was merely a matter of exerting a bit more effort. However, as he truly hoisted that colossal mountain, he could not help but curse his own folly once more. The weight of this peak was several times that of the first, a fact he could palpably discern. Clad in golden armor, he emanated an imposing aura. Yet his stamina was visibly depleting at an alarming rate, moving under the mountain as slowly as a tortoise. Meanwhile, on the distant continent of Middle-earth, outside Dragon City, after several days of relentless assaults, the inhabitants of Dragon City were already riddled with cracks, as if they might shatter at any moment. Within the city, countless souls lived in constant trepidation, each second fraught with anxiety over when the true calamity might descend. "Give me death," roared innumerable powerful beings, tirelessly unleashing formidable attacks, creating a dizzying spectacle that rendered it impossible to discern who had launched which assault. They cared little for the details, they merely focused on the onslaught. Put in more effort. This city can barely withstand the pressure. Once it falls, it will be open season for slaughter. Kill. I intend to slay 100, no, 1,000, a myriad. I must personally quell that brat. Boom. Wave after wave of overwhelmingly powerful attacks were unleashed. Within the city, in certain quarters, the cries echoed, "Go! Hurry, do not stop! We must leave at once." Under the guidance of a cadre of guards, some of the elderly, women, and children began to evacuate through the gates designated for visitors. Due to the nature of this profession, even spatial locks could not impede their passage. To err on the side of caution, Chen Yu could only covertly facilitate their departure. The city of Dawn collaborated with a few official strongholds to relocate the populace. Woe is me. What should I do? I do not wish to perish. I long to escape this place. What now? Is there no one with a solution? Where has the Dragon Lord gone? Are we truly destined to wait for death here? Perhaps we should fight our way out. Anything is better than this uncertain waiting. Fight our way out. That would be tantamount to courting death. With their strength, they could crush us as easily as stepping on an ant. Under the oppressive weight of despair, countless individuals found themselves engulfed in hopelessness, the anxiety of an inevitable demise weighing heavily upon their hearts. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Yu was secretly orchestrating their escape. Had they known, it would likely have been a matter too difficult to conceal for long. They could only leave in discreet batches. Humph, do not let me find that brat. Outside, the formidable leaders surveyed the immense city before them, muttering curses under their breath. Even they were beginning to grow weary of the prolonged delay, fearing that their entire race was falling behind their competitors at this very moment. Elder, trouble is brewing. Suddenly, a flurry of figures appeared on the horizon, each one battered and bruised, rushing frantically towards a prominent warrior. A group of useless fools. Cannot you strive for some semblance of competence? The sky is falling, yet you do nothing to uphold it. Do not bring disgrace upon me. The elder, already irritable, could not restrain his ire upon witnessing their disheveled state. Weren't you supposed to guard the city? Why are you here? Each one gasped for breath, stammering, Elder. It is dire. The 2 cities we occupied have been seized by that individual. What? The warrior's forehead bulged with veins as he seized one of them by the collar. Who dares to claim our cities? It was the Elven clan. We were powerless to stop them. The group sobbed, tears streaming down their faces. What? The warrior's eyes widened in disbelief as he bellowed, the Elven clan? Why would they invade our territory? We do not know. They appeared so suddenly that we could not even activate the grand formation. Infuriating. The warrior cast a glance back at the vast city and then at the direction from whence the others had fled, hesitating as he weighed his options. The other clans said nothing. Whether to leave or stay was of no concern to them. After all, it was merely unfortunate that the Elven clan had set their sights on them.